table image. My poker game has improved a lot over the years.
She has an incredible group of friends around her, some of the best players in the world, like WPT champion Scott Seaver and Vanessa Selps, all the superheroes, you know?
I've always been very interested in poker since I was really young. I was born in Tianjin, China, and moved to Toronto when I was 5 years old. Toronto is now my home, but I'm very proud of my roots. I started playing poker with play money by myself. I think I was about 7 years old, but didn't start playing for real money until college. I went to the University of Waterloo.
Waterloo is huge. Waterloo has so many poker players coming out of it, it's absurd.
The town of Waterloo. That's probably the most successful city in poker in general.
There's got to be something in the water in Waterloo. I mean, it's a poker hotbed.
The home of all the brilliant Canada poker minds.
There's a ton of Waterloo graduates that have won WPT titles, like Michael Watson, Steve Paul Ambrose, Minad Medic.
Should I enroll? Should I go to that college? Maybe I too can win a title. I'm willing to do anything. Waterloo, here I come.
It would be a dream come true to join the ranks of Waterloo grads who have gone on to win WPT titles. The future looks really bright.
Very impressive. Phil, have you played against her?
I have at the World Series of Poker in the Stud 8 or Better tournament last year. I played with her in a few other events, and I got to tell you, she played really well, and Ted Forrest said, "This girl's a killer," which is a big compliment for him.
All right, well, Mike Sexton on the ropes here, circling the drain. Can he come back? Mike this time with a Jack-9 of hearts with the button. And he's going to pop it up, makes it 60,000 to go.
Okay.
Marcello cannot re-raise him with an ace-7. And Rocco cannot re-raise him with ace-3. They've been re-raising each other. This is how much they respect Mike. That's why he could be doing a lot more bluffing earlier.
Oh, Mike, you're going to like that flop. Jack 7-6, you picked up jacks.
But his patience is going to pay off because Marcello is not going to get away from this hand. Marcello has been leaking major oil, and now he's going to give all the chips to Mike, and Mike's going to be right back in there. If he has top pair in a spot where Marcello, who's on mega tilt, could never in a billion years fold ace-7.
Well, Mike's going to do the right thing. He's betting at 150. Marcello has a piece of that pair of sevens, though, and he's going to call it.
Yeah, but at this point, Mike is now going to be all in no matter what comes off.
Mike with a big chance here.
He really doesn't want to see a club right now, Mike.
Or an ace. Oh, man. Aces and sevens for Marcello, and he's going to check it into Mike. Oh, boy.
Look at that. And Mike is really, in his mind, he's like, okay, the ace could not have hit him unless he has exactly ace-6 or ace-7. A club draw, Marcello would have probably moved in.
I'm all in.
Hey, cool.
Oh,
so
man.
Mike has to move in.
Oh, boy. Mike's gone all in, and he's been called.
Here you go. Yes, hit an ace.
And then some aces and sevens. Sexton in tremendously bad shape.
Marcello's leaking oil all over the track. Mike hit the oil and went smashed into the wall.
Need a miracle.
He has 2 jacks left in the deck. That's 2 outs. So basically, he's a 20-1 underdog to hit it. That's really bad. Really unlucky ace for him there on the turn.
Mike Sexton's chance of becoming a WPT champion coming down to this card.
He gave himself such a great chance, Mike did. I mean, that's the virtue of being patient.
5 of spades on the river.
Mike is out. Now, Mike has been extraordinarily unlucky in this spot because Marcello, who hasn't outdrawn Rocco one time, hops in there on one of the 3 or 4 that Mike plays and outdraws him in that hand. And, you know, very unlucky spot for Mike.
What are you going to do? Mike Sexton, our Mike Sexton, Hall of Famer, out in 3rd place in Venice. Going to take home 54,000 euros. Let's go see what Mike has to say.
Well, it's always frustrating when you go out at whatever position, whether it's on day 1, day 2, day 3, or the final table if you don't win. So, you know, only one guy can win the tournaments. Just wasn't in the cards for me today, I guess, and maybe I could have played him a little better. Who knows, but it just wasn't my day to win. But, you know, I came to the final table in 3rd chip position. That's where I went out, so pretty standard, I guess.
Sad to see Mike Sexton out in 3rd place, but Mike, we are all so proud of you. All right, I'm getting word that Mike is actually heading back to the booth to call the action, and we'd like to thank Phil Hellmuth for sitting in. But right now, it has come down to Rocco Palumbo and Marcello Montagnier to battle for the WPT Venice Grand Prix title and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Heads-up action will begin shortly. Stay tuned.
Pleasure.
Hope you didn't laugh too hard at me.
No laughter at all.
All right. Thank you.
No
Thank you.
laughter at
Thank
all.
you.
There wasn't much
All
you
right.
could do, honestly.
The legendary Phil Hellmuth filled in for me today. We appreciate that.
All right, brother.
I don't have to worry about him taking my job because I know with this pay, he's never going to take the job.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money that could have been mine.
Out come Jeannie and Danielle with the cash. They are the Royal Flush Girls. They shake hands.
Champagne for the players. Bring me a double, please.
Oh, yes. Tuba delivering the champagne here in Venice, Italy.
Look at that, Vince. They're toasting. They just broke me.
We have Marcello Montagnier, works in a hardware store, non-professional, going up against Rocco Palumbo, a World Series bracelet winner, for the championship here tonight. Who will take this title?
Heads-up play at the WPT Venice Grand Prix is about to get started between Rocco Palumbo and Marcello Montagnier. During the break, we caught up with Rocco.
Well, I'm trying not to think too much. I mean, it's been a great final table and I'm running pretty good, so I'm trying to think just playing and then not focus too much on the prizes and just play my best.
Who will emerge triumphant in Venice and add their name to the WPT Champions Cup? Heads-up action from the Casino di Venezia is about to get started, so let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
I'm back with my friend Mike Sexton. Got knocked out.
Phil Hellmuth's taking his wife out for an anniversary dinner. You're stuck with me for your date. I'm a pouting, miserable date right now, Vince. I'll try not to behave too badly, but I'm still frustrated I'm not sitting down there playing heads up for this title, but guess you can't complain when you make some money in any tournament, you know?
You did very well. We're very proud of you. Let's get back to this action. Heads up action between two Italian players. Rocco there, very aggressive tonight, has $3 million. And of course, Marcello, he's got about $2 million. Here we go.
Well, Vince, certainly from the eyeball test, at least from my sitting at the table watching these guys play, it seemed to me that Rocco is the much better player.
Well, he is more aggressive, that's for sure. And the blinds are 15 and 30, and Rocco has raised with a king deuce. And Marcello with a queen 10 of clubs, just calling. And now we're going to see our first flop, the heads-up action. And a queen just like that, 9-6. Queens for Marcello.
Yeah, great flop for Marcello.
He's going to check it. Let's see if Rocco makes the continuation. Of course he does. 70,000, Mike.
70.
Quick call by Marcello. No check raise.
Yeah, a little surprising he didn't check raise with top pair.
Playing unorthodox here tonight, and here comes the turn card.
Oh, a 10 comes off. Top two pair now for Marcello, but he checks here. Vince, I would think Rocco would check right behind him. It's just too scary a board. Couple straight possibilities out there. All those middle cards.
It's
the kind of hand you put a guy on who doesn't re-raise you before the flop, but it's just not Rocco's style to check. He bets out with a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, 130,000. It's because he's been doing this all night and winning, and this time he's going to be on the other side of it. As Marcello, hardware store man, is going to raise. Like he should, makes it 260 to go. And I think Rocco might get the hint now.
I know Rocco's aggressiveness has certainly paid off for him tonight. No doubt about it.
And there you see a concerned look. in the eye of Rocco for like the first time at this final table, Vince. First hit he's taken in a long time at this final table, but Marcello getting on the board.
Yeah, nicely done. There's the WPT Champions Cup. Everybody wants their name on that. But Rocco now, will that be the turning point? We will see. 2.8 versus Marcello's 2.3.
Well, here Rocco looks down at the worst two cards you could start with in a heads-up battle, a 3-deuce offsuit.
Makes a raise, goes to 60,000 with that mess. And Marcello with a queen 10, just calling.
Yeah, playing heads up, this hand is ranked worse than a 7-deuce offsuit in Hold'em. Doesn't stop Rocco. King Jack 5 with 2 clubs. Pretty good flop for Marcello. He's got an open-end straight draw.
But he checks it. Rocco with a strong 3 high is betting it 70,000.
Vince, when I see all this, I wish I was back down there playing again. I'd have played a lot more aggressive against this guy, I can tell you.
Quick call, of course, by Marcello.
I knew he was at it, but I just didn't really know. Now I do.
It's a 4. That actually gives Rocco now an open-ended straight draw. Marcello also with a higher open-ended. Well, Marcello checks again, and Rocco. This guy just doesn't know what it's like to slow down.
No, and Vince has got the kind of hand that many players would just easily check on the turn. Happy to have a draw.
Well, it's 130,000. Marcello will make this call. We got a nice pot going on.
He's not giving up.
Take a look at the river card. Which one of them will get lucky? How about neither? 7 of diamonds.
Well, Marcello has the best hand. He's checked it. And if Rocco fires at this pot, he's liable to win it. But the guy called you raised before the flop, called the bet on the flop, the bet on the turn. Can you fire yet another shell? Rocco knows it's the only way he can win this pot is to bet at it on the river.
Oh, boy, and the former accountant does so. He's betting 200,000.
He has fired 3 barrels at this pot, Vince, with just a 3 high and going to take down the pot. And maybe that's why the guy's got all the chips here tonight. I haven't seen his cards earlier, but all I know is he bet at every pot, seemed like.
That was the beast that was on your right. Now you see why you pushed out of this thing.
I do.
Well, this is great heads-up action we got right now between 2 Italians. They're both tough. They're having a good time. But there was someone else that had a good time this week, and that's a man named Socrates. He plays on ClubWPT.com. And did he enjoy himself?
Everybody at my table was playing with the guy on day one. This guy and some others said he's more fun than anybody here.
He was such fun, so entertaining.
Who cares if I win or not?
And he loves ClubWPT.com, and why wouldn't you?
You have a chance to make thousands, but not a chance to lose it. So it's a great concept.
This guy won his entry and trip over to Venice, Italy by playing on ClubWPT.com. You can play all the online poker you want, win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, and win entries in the WPT event.
We're so proud of you. You made it far. And we had fun with you, too.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Just for a small monthly fee, you get all the treatment and all the fun and watch the tapes and get the magazine. Go to ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. All right, back to the table we go.
Well, Rocco, about where he started this heads-up battle, 3 million to 2 million.
Blinds are 15 and 30,000. And action's going to be on Marcello this time. Non-professional player, only been playing 4 years. Used to watch the World Poker Tour and learn, he said. What a chance of a lifetime here tonight. With a 9-8, just calling. Rocco not going to get aggressive with a 6-5. So we are seeing a cheap flop. Flop is a king 6-7. So Marcello with an open-ended straight draw. Rocco with a piece of that pair of 6s. Rocco's checked. Marcello's betting 75.
Well, Rocco's got bottom pair here, as you can see. Going to make the call with it.
Certainly is. Turn card is an 8 of diamonds.
Well, this gives Rocco an open-ended straight draw as well, but as you can see, the way the cards lie, Marcello now has best hand and best draw. Rocco checks, and quickly, Marcello reaching for chips. 110,000. Now Marcello, who really hasn't made a lot of moves here, at least it didn't appear like at this table. He made a lot of calls.
Rocco's going to make this call, though.
Well, indeed he is.
Down to the river we go. And a 4 that gives Rocco a straight.
Incredible. Now look at this. Marcello betting out of turn here, 100,000.
Yes, he certainly is. He bet out of turn.
Well,
Okay.
He says, okay, he says, okay, I'll take it back.
Nope,
That's
it
not
has
the
to stay
case.
in there right now.
Well, it depends. If Rocco checks, that bet stands.
Yep.
But if he bets out, then Marcello has an opportunity to take the bet back and not put anything in the pot. So obviously, Rocco, who's made a straight on the river, should check here.
Yeah, they're getting some free money for sure.
But he's betting 400,000 here, Vince. This gives Marcello a chance to get out and save that 100,000 even.
This is a definite bad move here by Rocco. He's made a major mistake here.
The tournament director now says you get an opportunity to take that back because he bet.
Marcello grabbed those pinks pretty quickly, too.
He sure did.
He's only got 8s.
He's got
400,000. You can take your money back. You feel like you got a bargain, perhaps. Or do you want to stick it in there, saying, what is this guy betting for if he has something? If he has a 5.
That's exactly right.
But look at this. He's going to lay it down.
He lays it down, and Rocco has played great all night long, but in my view, that's a mistake. I would check, let the guy bet the 100,000, and then raise him with my straight, where you're guaranteed to make at least 100,000 there.
It was a real pleasure playing with all of
Viva Italia.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Casino di Venezia. Heads-up action continues. As you can see, the winner is going to take home 140,000 euros. I'm with Mike Sexton, who finished 3rd here. What an effort. But we're down to these two right now.
Well, Rocco with well over a 2-1 chip lead now. Marcello picking up a decent hand here. King Jack of clubs. Going to raise it up to 80,000.
Yes, and Rocco Palumba with a Jack 9. He has been dominating all night long, everyone at the table, and he's going to speculate with his Jack 9.
He makes hands when he needs to, and he steals them when he needs to. So why not play every pot?
All right, the flop comes up King 8-5. That's good for Marcello, hitting his kings.
Yep, great flop for Marcello.
Nothing happening for Rocco, but look at what is he doing here?
Wow. He's leading right out into the pre-flop razor. This is something you don't see very often at all. I'm certain Marcello feels like he's got the best hand with the 2 kings. Marcello just going to call him, though.
Yeah, with a big flop and a very solid kicker. Queen on the turn.
Rocco has a gut shot straight draw now, but obviously must catch a 10 to win this pot. It's the only card he can win with.
He's continuing to bet 175,000 this time.
You just think the guy would have check raised with a flush draw. Certainly if he'd have flopped 2 pair. But Marcello still not raising, just calling with the 2 kings.
Very interesting. Down to the river we go.
Now the 5 of hearts comes off, so the board pairs and a possible flush is out there.
And now Rocco finally slowing down.
Now Marcello finally going to bet top pair here.
Yep, 200,000. Rocco with just Jack high. He's just throwing up the white flag, perhaps.
Just the look on his face says he's not going to raise it. But you think he's contemplating a call here? Thinking his opponent might have a straight draw? I mean, that's the only hand he can beat.
Well, I think he's going to lay it down. He's just taking a lot of time here.
Well, why are you posturing? Just throw it away if the guy bets.
They are Italian, Mike. They're dramatic. They take their time. They're passionate. They take it personally, their cards. But he's a former account.
Wow, he called him,
call.
Vince. He has to put him on specifically a 6-7 to make that call.
Look at this semi-slow roll here. As Marcello throws up the king. Oh, man.
Well, Rocco laughs, but very puzzling. Must have put him on exactly a straight draw, Vince. There's no other hand he could call there in that spot.
Yep.
Very strangely played hand there.
Bad evaluation.
No matter where the game is played or what language is spoken at the table, one thing is certain. Our own Tony Dunst will definitely have an opinion on the play. So right now, let's hear what Tony thinks in this edition of The Raw Deal.
There's nothing that knocks the wind out of an opponent like catching him in a bluff, especially when making a miraculous hero call. Sure, bluffing is flashy, but hero calls are even flashier. It feels fantastic to turn over a terrible hand you knew was good all along. And while there's genuine value and joy in derailing your opponent's confidence by making a hero call, there are times when it's just spewing. Let's break it down. Rocco Palumbo has built a 2-to-1 chip lead over Marcello Montagnier through aggressive and thoughtful play. And it's with that lead that he called a min raise to 80,000 in the big blind, holding Jack-9 offsuit. The flop comes King-8-5 with a heart flush draw, and Rocco leads out as a bluff, likely with the intention of continuing that bluff if the turn improves one of his backdoor draws. Marcello naturally calls with his top pair, and with the queen of spades on the turn, Rocco's equity in the hand improves with a gut shot straight draw, so he fires a second barrel. Of course, Marcello is going nowhere with his top pair and makes the call. The river brings the 5 of hearts, completing the flop flush draw. I anticipated Rocco firing the third barrel, but when he checked, I assumed he was giving up on the hand. After all, the most obvious draw got there, and the board paired. Marcello goes for value by betting 200,000 into 720, and when Rocco went into the tank, I began wondering what was taking so long. When he placed the 200,000 out there to call, I was stunned. I mean, what hand does Rocco think Marcello is holding? The only hands he beats are busted straight draws like 7-6 and 9-7. And most players with those hands would usually bet larger on the river because they want to fold. So while I appreciate Rocco's desire to make a soul-crushing hero call, it was obvious this was not the hand to attempt it. A true hero knows when to let one go. Otherwise, the only thing he'll crush is his own stack.
Well, Tony, you're on it once again. And these two guys are going after title. Which one will take it down? 140,000 euros. That's about 180,000 US cash. Not too bad. And to the felt we go. Rocco this time with a Jack-8. He's going to raise. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Well, that's, I guess, maybe one of the times to make a hero call, as we say, is when you got the big chip lead and everything's going well for you. But
yeah,
that one backfired on Rocco. Let's see if it'll cost him.
So Marcello this time has a pair of 9s. Wakes up with a real hand, a wired pair. And he's going to re-raise. Makes it 170 to go.
Well, Rocco just got burned with a Jack-9 offsuit. He could get burned again with a Jack-8 offsuit here. He plays this pot.
90,000 in addition, and he's got 3.7, so he can afford to speculate.
Well, I'm not sure you want to give away chips with this kind of hand, but we'll see what happens.
Oh, an 8, Jack-8, 2 pair for Rocco.
Oh, buckle up, folks. We're going to see some fireworks here. Marcello's got a pair and an open-end straight draw. Rocco, as you can see, is flop top and bottom pair. How lucky is this guy?
Wow, Marcello coming out swinging like he should. 180 with the open-ended, with the pair.
Rocco's definitely going to raise here, Vince. If your opponent's got king-queen or ace-queen or ace-king, you just can't give him a free card here.
That is right. And he does raise, makes it 480 in total.
Now, if you're Marcello, you've got 2 9s and open in straight draw. Do you want to ship it all and get it all in here? Maybe your opponent's got king-queen.
No, he's just going to call it.
Maybe thinking if a baby card comes off and the guy fires again, I can get away from this hand.
This is a very big pot.
Well, he's got over 800,000 left, but let's see what happens.
Rocco, the former accountant, in a good place, and a 4 of diamonds makes it even better.
Wow, now Marcello's going all in. A snap call there by Rocco. Just surprised if Marcello was going to make that play, just wouldn't have got it all in on the flop.
Though it wouldn't have helped any because we know how strong Rocco was. So they turn up the cards.
Well, Marcello not dead. He's got 10 outs, as we say. He wins the pot. He makes a straight. A 7 or a queen would give him a straight. He also wins with a 9. If the cards lie, Rocco about a 3-to-1 favorite to win this tournament right here.
Rocco Palumbo 1 card away from becoming a WPT champion. Here we go to the river. We're going to burn and turn. Let's see it.
It's a 3. There it is.
Rocco Palumbo has done it.
He certainly has. Rocco Palumbo will take home 140,000 euros. He's the WPT champion, Mike.
And a deserving champion, Vince.
But before we talk to our champion, let's talk to our runner-up, Marcello.
Sono molto soddisfatto lo stesso, un secondo posto comunque a un WPT penso che sia importante. È che non riesco mai ad arrivare primo. Ho fatto sempre secondo, però va bene, dai. Sarà per la prossima volta magari. Si spera.
Well, we're with the Venice Grand Prix champion, Rocco Palumbo. Rocco, congratulations, first of all. But let me ask you about your aggressiveness at the final table. I was part of the terror that you reigned on this table. Was that your plan of attack from the get-go?
Well, not. I just got chips and, I played the game. And I always had the nuts like I was.
And what does it feel like to be a WPT champion and get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup with the legends of the World Poker Tour?
It's definitely an honor, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Well, congratulations to you and to Italy for taking down this title. One more time, let's hear it for our champion, Kimberly. Back to you.
What a remarkable performance, and congratulations to Rocco Palumbo, the Season 11 WPT Venice Grand Prix champion. Please join us next time when we travel to the Sunshine State for the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Phil Hellmuth, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in South Florida, the Poker Sharks are devouring their own in a fight to be the best. Season 11's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hollywood, Florida, and the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. I'm Amanda Leatherman, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing. This tournament has built a reputation for surprising results. Just last season, we saw Tommy Vettez achieve the rare feat of starting the final table in 6th place and fight to eventually win this title. Poker in South Florida always attracts an exciting mix of established pros, hot up-and-coming players, and hopeful amateurs, as we saw when this tournament started just 5 days ago.
On behalf of everyone at the World Poker Tour, allow me to welcome you to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. We want to thank the players for your support and participation and wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Let's shovel up and deal.
With play underway, Mike Sexton hit the floor to check out the competition. First, he found some of this season's WPT champions.
Matt Salzberg. Good start here in Florida. How you feeling, Ben? Pretty good?
Feeling pretty good, Mike.
All right, well, that was a pretty good move right there. So looks like you're off to a pretty good start here.
I just did it for the cameras.
Then it was on to the WPT Players of the Year.
You guys keep going all into this table. I keep folding, so it's going to be tough.
Oh, we're here with Joe Rock, the reigning WPT Player of the Year. Joe, you look calm, relaxed. You got a few chips already here. Nice down here in Florida, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to play poker and then enjoy outside.
And enjoying the outside is exactly what the Royal Flush Girls had in mind as they snuck out for a quick dip in the Seminole Hard Rock pool. Meanwhile, back inside, Mike was catching up with a few more high-profile players.
Talking to Sean Deep here, once to watch on the World Poker Tour. Most noted for the open-faced Chinese poker superstar this guy is. He's always looking for games, so if you like it, contact this guy. He'll play you.
Really easy to play.
Or Jeff Matson, probably the best rapper in the poker world. Jeff, you made a final table earlier this season. You're back down in Florida trying to make another one, I see.
I am, yes.
I'm Mike Sexton. On here with Noah. Mike Sexton. Or you hater shorts. Right here amongst all these WPT champions, two-time champ Eric Lindgren, newest champ Noah Schwartz.
Hey, golf champ Mike Sexton.
Hear that?
You can beat anybody with the worst swing in golf. I'll tell you what.
Anybody but him. He's too tough. It's a two-par.
Eric also seems to easily hit the green in poker as well. With one player all in and a flop of 7-3 deuce, Eric checks to Noah, who bets. Eric calls. Turn comes ace. Eric checks again.
All in.
Noah shoves all in. Eric insta-calls and reveals he flopped a set of sevens against Noah's pocket kings. No help on the river, and Eric doubles up.
Write your name on that trophy right there.
The Seminole Hard Rock Showdown gave players who busted on day 1A a second chance.
Look.
They could pony up another $5,000 and re-enter on day 1B. And for a lot of the pros, the decision to re-enter was automatic.
Tried today, didn't work out, so give it another try tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm just taking a break for the main. Just take a little break. Maybe play tomorrow.
Well, my only goal today was to not have to spend $10K on this tournament, and I couldn't pull it off. So.
I was about to just go and chill out, and I saw Mega started. Never won the Mega, so like, I have to just give it a try.
And for WPT Paris champ Matt Salzberg, the decision to play a Mega satellite after he busted paid off.
Made it. First WPT Mega.
With day 1A coming to an end, those that survived would have tomorrow off. And it was Tennessee pro Donald Nicholson who found himself on the top of the leaderboard.
Run good. What else can you do?
This is day 1B of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
The field was a mix of familiar faces, hopeful amateurs, and those who busted day 1A and took a second chance by re-entering today.
Try number 2.
Mike Sexton started the day in his traditional way.
Let's get ready and go, shuffle up and deal.
But coming off the heels of his WPT final table appearance in Venice, Mike wasn't about to rest on his laurels.
I am going to play at my lucky seat right here, my entry. Going for 2 final tables in a row.
With Mike settling into his seat, it was obvious the overall mood of the room was upbeat and fun.
You still have a beer?
With ones to watch Sean Deeb and Brian Hastings having a party at their table.
Hey, who do you think would win a choking contest, me or him?
Go. Oh, Corey wins.
More beer, please!
With registration now closed, the official numbers were out. The tournament pulled in 542 entries, creating a prize pool worth over $2.5 million. And while most players were dreaming of having their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, several pros in the field were also battling for Player of the Year points, including the 2 players tied for the lead. Paris champ Matt Salzberg and 2-time season 11 final tableist Paul Volpe. As the day progressed, players started to bust, including last season's Seminole Hard Rock Showdown champ Tommy Vitas and our own Mike Sexton.
A sad ending here in Florida. Back to the booth. Benny, I'll see you soon.
At the end of the day, all the fun Sean Deeb was having at his table paid off. He finished on top, while the rest of the surviving players were excited to continue the competition.
Tomorrow is I'm gonna try to eliminate everybody tomorrow. Like they're not gonna quit in time, and I'm actually accidentally gonna wipe everybody out.
You know they do call me Tiger, because I'm so ferocious. Don't put that on TV.
Day 2 started with the combined fields of Day 1A and Day 1B, giving us 222 players, all hoping to be the next winner to etch their name on the WPT Champions Cup. The Royal Flush girls hit the room of hopefuls, wishing everyone the best.
I already have my wish.
And it was WPT World Champion Carlos Mortensen who got a special RFG greeting, since Day 2 also happened to be his birthday.
Sorry for holding the game, man. That was a pretty weak one.
On the other side of the room, the mood was not so sweet for pro Vanessa Selps, who got it all in with Ace-King against the pocket tens of amateur Richard Ganesh.
I'm expecting to have
Holy look at it freak.
Vanessa lost the race, which started a string of bust-outs.
Yep, see you next time.
Take it easy, guys.
Shouldn't have put that in on the flop.
I try to bluff, but like,
king 4 off, and I thought he was making a move, which he was, and then he turned ace. I know, he was making a move, though. I was right.
Unfortunately, even the birthday boy got caught up in the wave of eliminations.
Not liking my birthday. I lose 3 hands in a row, you know.
This game is sick.
By the last level of the day, several high-profile players had logged in a good live session. Ones to watch Sean Deeb and Season 8 Player of the Year Faraz Jaka had exciting days that ended them on the top of the chip count.
Just over 480. Pretty good day. Started at 180.
Quite the swingy day. Lose 520K pot, get down to 40K, still end with over 500.
With 86 players left, the money bubble was closing in, and the race for WPT Player of the Year points was still in full gear, with both Paul Volpe and Matt Salzberg.
You can win Player of the Day, let me win Player of the Year.
With the money bubble in sight, day 3 would make or break our players. Find out who makes the money and eventually makes it out to our final 6 as extended coverage of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and extended coverage of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Right now, we're heading into day 3 and the all-important money bubble.
Day 3, chip lead, hopefully keep it going. You know, a lot of these faces the table, which happens the deeper you get in these tournaments, so see how it goes.
Unfortunately, things did not go well for Sean. In the first level of the day, Sean's chip stack quickly went south, leaving the start of the day chip leader with about 100,000, putting him in the bottom third of the field.
Ramos, brother.
It's not even in Keller's roast beef is in category. Like, why are you even bringing it?
You're still screaming.
Thank God I'm short to not deal with these guys for much longer.
On the other hand, Season 8 Player of the Year Faraz Jaka and Louisiana Pro Kevin Eister were starting the day off great by winning hands and adding to their chip stacks. But it would be Pro Christian Harder who would play the hand of Ace-10 Deuce-Jack with 2 diamonds, Canadian amateur Ben Tarzia checks, Corey Burbick bets, and Christian Harder shoves all in over the top. Ben folds and Corey quickly calls, showing he turned a straight.
Nuts there.
Christian reveals he flopped a set of 10s.
Set of 10 diamonds.
No help for Christian, who quickly and quietly exits the room as the last player to bust out of the money.
Good luck, guys.
The next set of players to bust were all guaranteed at least a min cash, and there were surprises in that group, including several former chip leaders.
I think it creates unfair, lofty expectations. Played a couple hands bad early, then just lost all the all-ins. Plus out hand, totally fine with those 11 blinds deep with jacks, and he just had queens. So another WPT in the books, but cash, so it's better than nothing. Not fun. Nope.
Not all the players were so gloomy.
I finally cashed at a WPT.
I'm happy. It's my first WPT cash, and, you know, I'm going to be on the scene a lot more.
Later in the day, Player of the Year contenders Paul Volpe and Matt Salzberg would find themselves sitting at the same table. Matt would look on as Paul would shove holding a suited ace-6 to get called by the ace-queen of Kevin Eister. The flop gives Paul a flush draw, and the turn gives him a gut shot straight draw. With all those outs, Paul still couldn't hit, leaving room for Matt Salzberg to jump ahead of Paul and earn more Player of the Year points.
You know, I never root for guys to lose.
Come on, you're happy though. It's human nature.
Day 3 would end with 21 players, all hoping to make it to the TV final table. Kevin Eister would top the leaderboard with Faraz Jaka holding his own in 3rd place.
Morning.
The plan is to take advantage of some of these boys.
You just complain enough. Things will happen. Good things will happen.
It's day 4 of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. We're playing down to our final 6 today. There are some amazing names still left on the field. Let's go check out the action.
All in.
All in. Call.
And good things were happening for Legends final tableist Jeff Madsen, who cracked the aces of chip leader Kevin Eister to double up. Over at table 3, Florida Pro and Kevin's friend Zoe Kareem gave Joey Kudin the 1-2 punch with an ace-queen. First by crippling Kudin and calling his bluff. Then busting Joey, who held ace-6. Bust outs continued, thanks in part to a good run by Kevin Eister.
Oh, man, so sick. 5-8. I hit a set of queens and I slow played him. I should have never slow played him. I should have bet the flop so freaking hard.
So while Nancy was playing should've, would've, could've, Paris champ Matt Salzberg was racing for his tournament life.
Put an ace out there.
Matt's suited ace-queen didn't hit against young pro David Tuttle's pocket jacks. Matt went out in 13th place, which earned him 100 Player of the Year points, breaking his tie with Paul Volpe, but leaving room for the race to be determined in Vegas at the WPT World Championship. Soon after Matt's exit, David Tuttle would find himself in another big hand. Now against entrepreneur Paul Dugozima. This time David's pocket pair didn't hold, and he was out.
I feel horrible right now. How do you feel?
With 10 players left, the TV table and WPT Champions Cup were in sight, and Kevin Eister was still on a roll. His ace-king smashed Borgata champ Ben Hamnett suited ace-10, crushing Ben's chance at making a second WPT final table this season. Then it was season 8 WPT Player of the Year Faraz Jaka's turn. Faraz called Kevin's all-in. Faraz revealed he had pocket kings, but Kevin was one better with aces. No miracle for Faraz, and he was out in 9th place. But the hand of day 4 would be a 3-way all-in, with Paul Dugozima's pocket 10s making a set on the river and eliminating 2 players in one fell swoop.
What are you guys feeling right now?
Feel awesome.
Feel awesome.
Feel great.
Living the dream.
That double elimination quickly ended the night and set up a final table that includes experienced WPT final tableist Jeff Madsen, a talented entrepreneur, a likable local grinder, and a smart Canadian amateur, and 2 good friends at opposite ends of the chip count. Short stack Florida pro Zoe Kareem, and our chip leader, Louisiana poker whiz, Kevin Eister. With our final 6 players settling into their seats, we turn our attention to our own Poker Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton, and former tennis champ and Hollywood cash game expert, Vince Van Patten. Guys, taking a look at this competition, which players stand out for you?
Well, Amanda, 2 guys stand out to me at this final table. The first is Jeff Madsen, poker pro out of Las Vegas. Although Jeff's only 27 years old, he's got far and away the most experience in big-time poker tournaments than all these guys at the final table tonight. Jeff has 2 World Series of Poker bracelets to his credit, and it's the second WPT final table he's made this season. So I think tonight could be the night that Jeff takes down his first WPT title. But the guys that all eyes are looking at tonight is the youngest player at the table, Kevin Eister. He's a 23-year-old poker pro, and because he's got a big chip lead tonight, he is obviously the favorite and the guy to beat. But I'll be interested to see how he handles the pressure under the bright lights of his first WPT final table.
All right, Vince, you find the great poker characters at this table. Who's grabbing your attention tonight?
Well, I would have to start with Daniel Letts from Jamaica. Lives in Miami, got in this tournament through a satellite. So he's a very good player, but he's also very superstitious. Here's why. He had to get a haircut this week. He wanted to shave his head. He was going to do it himself. He had his head half shaved, right? And all of a sudden, the shaver went out. It broke. So he decided he was going to play the next day with a hat over his head. But he kept advancing and doing so well, he said, I'm not going to shave the rest of my head. So here we got a guy going for a WPT title with half a haircut. Now, that is beautiful.
That was Thursday. I said, I'm not shaving until it's done.
That's pretty sweet. That's awesome.
But on top of that, we have Ben Tarzia, who's from Canada. He's a former sales executive for a cement company. He's Italian, go figure. But now he owns a tattoo parlor. So a very colorful bunch. This is a poker freak show. And right now, it is going to be a good one. And our WPT executive tour director, Matt Savage, is talking to Jeff Madsen.
This is your best WPT season to date. What have you done to change your game, or are you just running better?
I think it's just about the experience I've got lately, and I'm being more patient. I'm not trying to overthink, overplay too much, and I'm kind of just letting it fall in my lap a little bit, and I think that's the key in poker.
All right, we hear a lot about your rap. Can we hear a few lines about tonight's final table?
Oh, man. Yo, Matt Savage, my chips are below average, but I'm still gonna be the champion. That's me, Jeff Madsen. So hopefully by the end of the tournament, with a little bit of luck, I'll be hoisting a trophy above my head and maybe $1 million bucks.
Very nice. Amanda, can you believe this guy's still single?
Well, I knew he was single. He's one of my best friends, Matt.
Being single's fun.
All right, first place tonight will win over $660,000. That includes a seat to the $25,000 WPT World Championship happening very soon at Bellagio. Of course, tonight's winner will also earn one of poker's greatest honors and have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. The final table here at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is about to get underway. Plus, we'll see Tony Dunst telling it like it is in the raw deal. And we'll hear what the final six think of tonight's competition. There's a lot on board. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
This group plays pretty fast overall, definitely. I think seems like it's kind of a Florida thing, like a little bit more aggressive. Overall, I'm comfortable with it.
They all play the same way. They're super aggro. I don't like to flip for my life. They do. These guys, if they feel they can muscle you off a hand, they will put it in.
Representing Jamaica, Daniel Lett.
No, I have highly respect for all the players who are in the final table, because to reach there, you must have gone through, so much.
The competition at the final table is pretty tough. The guy on my left, Kevin, he's a really good tournament player, like really good.
Kevin Eister.
I would tell him they got to be because I'm in first in chips and I'm the most feared player. In everyone's eyes, I believe. They just don't ever know what I have, so they're just so confused. They're just like, it doesn't make sense.
I think the competition is fairly decent. I feel like if I get a couple double ups and get some chips going, there's probably no way anyone but me or Kevin win this tournament, but I might be just a little confident and cocky saying that, but it's just how I feel.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. You're watching the final table of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida.
That's right. We are down to 6 players. The players are ready. These guys are higher than a teenager at Coachella. Let's go, watch them roll. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Kevin Eister, from Louisiana, now living in Denver, Colorado, but way out in front with $5.6 million. Youngest player at the table. He'll be the guy to beat. All right, first action is going to be on the rap king of the poker world, Jeff Madsen.
That's right, Jeff Madsen from Santa Monica, quick fold. And he's a 5,000, blinds at 20 and 40. Fold.
Yeah, Ben from Ontario, Canada, out. Zook out as well.
Daniel Letts from Jamaica going to fold this now. It's around Paul Dugazima.
Easy. Zima.
27-year-old from St. Petersburg, Florida.
It's first hand, man.
Raise.
He's raised to 110,000 to go.
This is, I can definitely flap this, though.
Kevin Eister right behind him, the chip leader, is going to make the call with just a 10-6. Here we go with the flop.
Well, it's just so tough to play when the chip leader's sitting right on your left, because he makes these calls. And now what do you do when it comes 8-6 deuce like this? No help. You've got ace high. As you can see, Kevin's made 2 6s, but Paul going to make the continuation bet.
115. Kevin Eister, the chip leader, catching a piece of that, makes the quick call, of course. And we are going to the turn.
Well, board pairs 6s, gives Kevin 3 of a kind. Paul now drawing completely dead in this hand. No card he can catch to win the pot.
And he is going to slow down, thank goodness. And Eister's hoping that he did have an overpair, but nevertheless, you're 3 of a kind, popping out a bet of 160. And Paul looking over at Eister. He's going to give him action, Mike.
Yep. Drawing dead.
River card, a deuce.
Well, that may cost him more money because now he's got 2 pair with an ace kicker, but
Paul is going to check it. Eister now with a measly full boat. And let's see if he bets the right amount to get his sucker to call.
That's a big bet, Vince. 550,000.
That is a chase-away bet right there.
And Paul now lets it go. So the rich get richer. Kevin Eister taking down pot number 1 to extend his chip lead.
An overbet there. Didn't work out, but right now, as you can see, our first place finisher is going to take home $660,000 here in Florida. There's the WPT Champions Cup. When you win a championship, your name gets inscribed on that beautiful trophy. To the felt we go. Daniel Letts first to act from Jamaica, now living in Miami, 38 years old, and he picks up a big hand, ace king.
He got in this tournament by winning a $500 satellite. He's been up and down. He's unemployed right now. Guy loves poker, hates the 9-to-5 life, actually slept in his car for a week once, Vince.
He makes it 85,000 to go, and like we said earlier, he has half a haircut, Daniel Letts does. But it's been lucky for him. Now look at this, a re-raise by Kevin Eister with an ace-deuce. Makes it 2-10 to go, a couple folds. Back on Let's. Got ace-king, there's his lovely wife, Laura, rooting him on. What a moment for Let's.
Now he's going to re-raise.
Makes it 585 to go. Smart move, get aggressive, and Kevin has to lay down his hand.
Daniel putting the hammer down on him, taking down that pot. And Vince, we've never had anyone from Jamaica take down a WPT title. We could see a first here tonight.
That would be exciting. Daniel Letts with a big chance here. Lives in Miami, got in this tournament through his satellite, and he is punching out pretty good here in the beginning of this event.
Well, Vince, you know poker players like I do. They're very superstitious guys. Some guys don't change underwear all week. They don't change socks all week. This guy gets half a haircut. He's doing good. He lasts through day one. He said, hey, I'm going to stick with it, you know? If it's working, stay with it. That's what I
got to do it. Kevin Eister with a quick fold. And now from Santa Monica, Jeff Madsen, tough poker pro. 27 with a queen and a diamond is going to make it 85,000 to go.
Jeff's got a couple World Series of Poker bracelets to his credit, trying to get a WPT title. This is his second final table this season on the World Poker Tour, so...
Well, Paul Dugazima is going to call this, Mike, with a king-jack. So two-way action. Here we go with the flop. It's a 10-7-3.
Well, no help to either player. Action on Paul. He checks.
And Jeff Madsen, 27 years old. Second WPT final table. The rapper is going to bet the continuation bet.
Paul says he plays a pretty tight game of poker. But look at this. Vince, he is check raised here. And he is going to win this pot by making a bold move right there. So I'm not so sure about that tight player image he's trying to project. Check raising with nothing to take down the pot.
And look at that, a nice smile by him. Now, he's also, Paul is known as a backer of players. So he doesn't just play himself, he backs other players up into events.
Yeah, guys that don't have money to buy in, always looking for stake horses. Well, there's your man.
Right back at it, Paul, with a quick fold. And now Kevin Eister, the chip leader, is going to raise with just a 7-3. He's going to get action by the man from Jamaica, Daniel Letts. He's a local now with a queen-jack. But also Ben Tarzia in with a 6-3 of clubs, so...
Three-way action here in the raised pot. Flop comes Jack, 8-deuce. Good flop for Daniel. He's got the top pair.
Certainly does. He has to act first. He checks it. Kevin Eister now. Gonna make a continuation bet, 105. Ben Tarzia, a tattoo shop owner, is gonna fold his hand. Caught nothing of that flop. So now you're Daniel. You got your top pair. But he's not going to repop it, just going to call. So we're going to the turn.
Well, a 7 comes off. Now, this gives Kevin a pair of 7s, but still way behind here. But
yeah, he can get into trouble here.
Well, also a possible straight out there. I don't see him getting in much trouble. No, he's going to check it right here.
Well, that's a good slow down.
When a 3 comes off on the river, how about that? 2 runners in a row for Kevin. He now has the best hand with 7s and 3s. You talk about running well. Woof.
Daniel Letts. Gonna check. Kevin's gonna try to make some more money, and it's gonna work.
Ooh. 2 pairs is good.
Well, there you see the pain for the Jamaican. And Vince, he'll be smoking something on the break after that hand, I promise you. Tough beat for Daniel right there.
Took you 2 runners to win that hand, Kev.
I was going to check the river. If I didn't hit a 7 or 3, get off my back.
Kevin Eister, the 23-year-old out of Louisiana, extending his chip lead as we're getting started here in Florida.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You're watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The Royal Flush Girls and I have been in Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida, and we've been having so much fun. It's such a blast here. On day 1A, we had a Players Appreciation Party at a Mediterranean restaurant called Sirocco.
It was so much fun. Dancing, food, there was belly dancers.
Everyone got up to dance. Nobody was being shy. Everyone was really excited. And it was just a good time, good conversations, great people.
There was swords and fire and a lot of craziness going on.
Well, is that what you call dancing?
Rocking and rolling, my friend.
Is that what you call that? Oh, man. Looked like you were hurting there.
Hey, it's not easy at my age.
Sorry, no, you're looking good. All right, back to the felt we go. Daniel, let's hear the local grinder. Quick fold by him. Paul Dugazima. He's an entrepreneur, poker backer, this time with a Jack-10. He's 27 years old. He likes his hand, and he will raise. Looks like to 85,000. Kevin Eister, the chip leader, going out. Also, Jeff Madsen out. Ben Dow looks it.
Oh, look at this. Vince, he's got 2 aces out of the blind.
How much is it?
Somebody's raised in front of him.
Weapons of mass destruction, and what a great time to get it. Tattoo shop owner.
He just calls, Vince. Does not re-raise with the 2 aces out of the blind.
Try to disguise the strength of that hand. Zoe folds. Here we go with the flop. Oh, and he catches 3 of a kind, just like that. 3 aces.
Well, the top set, the best hand possible, and he checks it. Paul gonna make the continuation bet, like most would in this spot.
Let's see if Ben gets fancy with the raise. Nope.
No hand can beat him, so why raise it?
Just calls.
Just walk the dog. Let the guy keep betting.
That's right. Let the big fish wiggle. 7 on the turn.
Doesn't have to worry about flushes. Nothing now. He's got aces full, and he checks again.
Yeah, beautifully done by Ben.
Now, once the guy calls you on a flop with an ace out there, don't you slow down a little bit here, Vince, or not?
I think you do.
Well, maybe he's putting him on some kind of heart flush draw or something.
He continues to bet, Mike. $245 donation into Ben's pocket, and Ben, of course, with just the call.
I check.
He's going to check on the river before the card comes up. Interesting.
Checked in the dark. Why not? You hope the guy hits something.
8 of diamonds. And I tell you something, that is going to induce a bet. Look at this.
A quick bet. He has fired a 3rd shell into this pot.
Now look at this acting job by Ben. He's looking over like, do I have you? I'm looking at you. I'm staring at you. Do you have a big hand? Oh, nevertheless, I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to re-raise. That's the thought process of this man.
He definitely is going to re-raise, that's for sure. And there it is.
Yep.
Finally come. Folks, this is something you don't see very often. A guy with 2 aces, never raising the pot 1 time until after all the cards are out. Just doesn't happen very often at all.
Finally, Paul puts down the hand, and Ben is going to show it.
Not sure Ben should have showed that hand, but he did.
The Canadian Ben just tattooing Paul right there with a simple full house of aces. Nicely done.
The tattoo artist, Ben, put the needle in Paul right there. Didn't he take down that pot?
Yeah, Paul doesn't look too happy about it.
And on the spot, too.
Ben very chatty right now.
Well, why not? You know, this guy was a suit, Vince. 20 years he worked as a sales executive. Now he's retired. Decided to buy himself a tattoo shop. Never been happier. Big family man, 4 children.
Wow.
All in.
Great story, but right now, Zoe Kareem has gone all in with an ace-deuce. Everybody folds, but Paul now with an ace-3 is considering this.
I have a count, please.
5-10.
5-10.
This guy played football at Mount Union College for a year and a half before getting hurt. Was roommates with Pierre Garçon.
WWJD.
I'm pretty sure you would call, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it.
Wide receiver of the Washington Redskins, and he is going to call this.
Probably be a chopped pot, a split pot.
You just don't
know.
know.
Figures to be, unless one of them catch a deuce or a 3 or make a flush.
Let's see if Zoe can get lucky here.
I was just so happy to see an ace on the button. I was like, thank God. Now I don't have to keep jamming cutoffs.
And the deuce just like that on the flop. He does get lucky.
Amazing flop right there for Zoe. Gives him a great shot to double up right here.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be like a 4 of hearts all day.
Zoe Kareem looking pretty. 6 of clubs on the turn. No help for Paul. He's got to catch a 3 now to win the hand, to knock out Zoe.
They'd split the pot if a 6 comes off.
Let's see what happens.
Well, it's an 8, so Zoe Kareem is going to double up here, and he gets very lucky to take down that pot.
I was rooting for Chop.
I was rooting for Chop, too.
You know what, Mike? There was someone else that got lucky out here this week. Club WPT member Carl Hutchins.
He won his way into this tournament, got expenses paid down here, played with all these great players down there, had himself a ball this week, hung out with the Royal Flush girls. Carl had a memorable week, no question about it, all because of being a member and winning on ClubWPT.com.
That's right. You have a chance of winning up to $100,000 in cash and prizes. By the way, if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you get preference when you come to the event at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. You get to hang out with them and have a good time. So join us on ClubWPT.com.
Yeah, other perks. You get the WPT magazine. Check out ClubWPT.com, become a VIP member, and you can receive all those benefits. And who knows, you might win a seat into WPT events just like Carl did.
All right, back down to the game we go.
And there you see Kevin Eister with a massive chip lead, $6.5 million, almost a 2-to-1 lead over the second place guy, which has been the Canadian.
Lines are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action on Kevin Eister, the chip leader. He looks down at Dolly Parton, hand 9-5.
110.
Makes it 110. Jeff Madsen out. Ben Tarzia not playing. Zoe gonna go away. No action for Daniel Letts, but it's around to Paul.
Yeah, Paul looks down at the suited connectors, the 7-6 of spade.
This guy will play any hand at any time with anyone.
Vince, he told us he was a tight player. The guy's played every hand. He fired 3 shells with a complete bluff a minute ago.
I like his style, actually. And here is the flop.
A good flop for Paul. Out in front here with a pair of 7s now. It's come 8-8-7.
Now Kevin with an inside straight draw. That's about it. But he is going to make the continuation bet of 90,000. Paul out in front, like you said, going to make the call. And the turn card, well, it's another heart. Queen of hearts.
Yeah, neither player happy to see a third out there because neither player have a heart. It goes check, check here on the turn.
Yes, it does. And the river card is a 6. What a card for Kevin Eister, hitting his straight.
Just incredible. He hit runner a minute ago to make 2 pair to beat Daniel, and now he's caught a gut shot 6 on the river. He's going to win this pot as well.
It's just the amount of money that you can extract from your victim, and, well, that's pretty significant. 575. I think he overbet that.
Well, you're right, Ben. It's only 450,000 in the pot, so a massive overbet, which tries to make it look like a bluff, but in fact it wasn't.
Yep, he's going to chase Paul away.
Yeah, definitely a smaller bet might have trapped Paul there for some money, but in the meantime, Kevin Eister running pretty good right here, looks like. Extends his chip lead.
We are at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. 6 players. Right back at him. And Zoe with a quick fold.
Well, Daniel, just a queen deuce offsuit out as well.
Paul Dugozima finally going to take a breather.
110.
Well, Kevin going to raise it up on the button here with the ace high.
Yep, makes it 110 to go. Jeff Madsen out Ben, though. Ben Tarzia has a decent ace-6. Will make this call.
Be gentle on me now. Always, always.
Ben's family man, 4 kids, likes to ride motorcycles.
Well, look at this flop. It's great for Ben. 3 of a kind like that. Ben checks it. Nothing hitting for Kevin, but he's aggressive. We'll make a continuation bet. 90,000. Boy, Ben is flopping beautifully here tonight when he gets involved in a hand. Just makes the okie dokie call.
Well, it worked for him before.
And we go into the turn.
Now a king comes off. Well, Ben's going to check, and here comes Kevin one more time. Going to continue firing at this pot. 155,000, and party might be over for him here, right here, because Ben is going to raise it with the 3 6s.
He is going to make it a total of 375. Now, what is Kevin doing? He's going to stick around and make this call. That is surprising.
Absolutely shocked here. Drawing dead, as you can see, but why would you call there? You just wouldn't think an amateur player, a businessman, is going to check raise with no hand.
I agree. Queen of Diamonds on the river. No help, of course, for Eister, and Ben will make this bet a hefty 525. I think this is pretty uncallable if you really analyze the player.
You can only beat a stone bluff. Would an amateur check raise you, make a stone bluff in this situation? I wouldn't think so.
Only a 6 and bluffs makes sense right here.
He's talking himself into it. He's making a bad call.
6.
Very surprised Kevin Eister went for that. Just as we were surprised a minute ago when Paul kept firing at the pot as the Canadian was calling him. So he's just letting these guys fire off, Vince. It's beautiful.
We've reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. That means the latest installment of The Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to give us his thoughts in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Louisiana pro Kevin Eister started this final table as the chip leader, and to his credit, has steadily increased his chip stack since play began.
The rich get richer. Kevin Eister taking down pot number 1 to extend his chip lead.
He's won most of the pots he's entered and avoided danger the few times he had the second best hand. However, we saw that streak end when he tangled in a big pot with Canadian amateur and tattoo parlor entrepreneur Ben Tarzia. So why and how did Kevin derail his progress? Let's break it down. Kevin starts the handoff by raising the button with ace-5.
110.
And Ben calls in the big blind with ace-6.
Be gentle on me now. Always, always.
Ben hits gin when the flop comes 6-3-6, and he check calls a small continuation bet from Kevin. When the king of diamonds lands on the turn, things get weird. Ben checks and Kevin bets $155,000 as a bluff, aiming to fold out small pairs, better ace highs, and weak draws. Ben makes a fairly small check raise to $375,000, and Kevin surprisingly calls that raise with just ace high. So why would Kevin call the check raise? I'm guessing that he has seen Ben make semi-bluffs with draws leading up to the final table, and because Kevin hasn't been out of line up to this point. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure what enticed him to call. The river brings a queen, and Ben bets around 40% pot. Kevin knows and even announces that he's going to see either a 6 or a bluff.
6 and bluff 6.
Then makes the call and gets shown the 6. Essentially, when Kevin decided that he was facing a 6 or a bluff on the turn, he knew he was calling most bets on the river if it didn't complete the draws. So while his river call isn't that unusual, his willingness to call the turn with the intention to call the river is pretty shocking. I think the motivation for making those calls goes back to Kevin having won nearly every pot at the final table. When things are going well, sometimes players get into a groove and start assuming they'll win every hand. But as the old saying goes, when you assume you make an ass out of you and me. But Kevin, in this case there was no me, just you.
Well, didn't make sense why he called the guy's check raise on the turn. I agree with that.
It's brilliant stuff. Well done. Back to the table we go as 6 players remain. Kevin is still the chip leader with 5.4 million in chips. Blinds at 25 and 50. Down to the felt we go. To the tattoo shop owner, Ben. He goes out. And now Zoe Karim, young poker pro, has a queen 10. He's on the short stack. And he is going to raise this. Yep, he makes it 110 to go. Daniel Paul out. Kevin Eister picks up a pair of jacks. He's the roommate to Zoe, and he's just going to call it.
Well, just calls, does not raise there.
Jeff out. So two-way action. I'm surprised he didn't repop that.
Very surprised myself. Well, flop comes 7, 8, 9 with 2 clubs. As you can see, Kevin out in front with the jacks. And he's now going to lead out and bet into his roommate. These guys room together on the road when they travel the tour.
So he's picked up an open-ended straight draw, though.
And a backdoor flush draw.
All in.
And he's going to go all in.
Oh.
Wow. Well, Zoe all in and called.
Oh.
So the roommate's battling it out here.
You guys are roommates?
It looks like Zoe is getting back to the room first, and I think the door's going to get locked.
Oh, boy, this could be the end of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah, club be okay. Jack for a sweat. Then pair the 7.
Kevin, a big chance to knock out his roommate and get down to 5 players. Here comes the turn card. It is a 10.
Now, this gives Zoe a flush draw. He's got a higher flush draw. Obviously, the 8 of clubs won't help him. He'll give his opponent a straight flush, but
They don't realize he improved.
he needs to catch a 10 or a jack or a club.
Kevin is still one card away from knocking out his roommate. Zoe still a pretty big underdog. He needs to get lucky here to survive, and he does get lucky.
Runner flush for Zoe, Kareem, and Vince. When your roommate does things like that to you, you know, you start saying, maybe it's time to get a new roomie here. This guy's not very lucky for me.
Oh, wow, no sharing the toothpaste tomorrow. This is getting fun.
I run a little too good.
With Zoe Kareem's double up, we end our first hour of coverage at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Guys, Zoe really is on a roll. How important is momentum in this game?
Well, Amanda, in my opinion, poker's not unlike any sport. Momentum plays a key role in winning. And certainly in poker, you can get on a momentum rush in a number of ways. For example, you can pick up several big hands in a row. You got momentum. You're doing well. You're feeling good. You can bluff a couple pots where you know you earn those pots by stealing them. And you can do like Zoe just did, where you suck out on the river and you stay alive in a tournament, and when that happens, you feel like, boy, it's an omen for me. I can win this thing.
I never want to be good if I can just drill every river.
I don't know. I'd rather be good, man.
And I think Zoe's going to be very tough to get out of this tournament, but still, you got to give the nod right now to Kevin Eister, our chip leader. He came to the final table chip leader, still our chip leader. He'll be the guy to beat tonight.
All right, and Vince, are the players a little quieter at the table than you expected?
Yeah, we did expect a little bit more talk, but that doesn't mean anything because these guys are really concentrated. There's big money at stake. And especially, you talk about a guy like Daniel Letts, the Jamaican. The guy's got half a haircut, all right? This is big money for that man. If he takes his title, he can get the whole thing done. So, good luck.
Thank you, gentlemen. Join us next time from Hollywood, Florida for more of Season 11's coverage of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Amanda Leatherman saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In South Florida, the air is hot, but the players are cool. Season 11's extended coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown in Hollywood, Florida. I'm Amanda Leatherman, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing. Joining me is WPT's own in-house poker experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, we still have 6 players remaining. What's your take on these players?
Well, Amanda, my first take is that youth is once again prevailing on the World Poker Tour. 4 out of these 6 players, 27 years of age or younger. And our current chip leader, 23-year-old Kevin Eister, is the guy to beat here tonight, I think. He came to the final table as chip leader. He's still the chip leader. Going to be tough to get these young guns out of here, Vince.
And Vince, what should we look for as the competition continues?
Well, Amanda, it's tough. We're watching some very tricky, South Florida steaming action. They're playing fast. But you know what? There's a lot at stake, a lot of money.
All right, we have word that the cards are about to go back in the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see Kevin Eister well out in front, $4.7 million in chips. The Cajun trying to do it.
First player's going to take home $660,000, and he's at $5,000. Blinds at 25 and 50. To the felt we go. Action on Zoe Kareem. 26-year-old folds. Daniel Letts.
Daniel from Jamaica, living in Miami now. He's out, but here's Paul.
He backs players in other tournaments.
Yeah, guys that don't have buy-ins, he actually stakes them for a piece of the action.
He's made it 110 to go. Couple folds around to Ben. He's a tattoo shop owner. He's going to make this call with an 8-4 of clubs.
Ben was a sales exec for 20 years. He was a suit, as he called himself. Got rid of that job, opened up a tattoo shop. Loves his life now. Got 4 kids. Rides the motorcycles. Gotta love it.
Flops ace, ace, 8, makes Paul 3 of a kind. Hitting a nice hand. Ben has a piece of that.
Yeah, he's got the 2-8s. Might get him in trouble here.
Paul's bet 125. Ben's going to stick around.
Now a 6 comes off. So Ben drawing dead now. He checks it. Now Paul's been burned by this guy a couple times at this final table so far. Might be fearful he's got 3 aces with a better kicker, so he checked it.
Ben's going to check the river as a king comes up.
Now you got to feel like 3 aces for sure is the best hand. Paul feels that way, and he's going to try to get a value bet of $240,000 in.
You hit that king, huh, Paul?
Not a very good conversationalist, so I can't really say the same thing Kevin does.
Yeah, you're not really supposed to anyway.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that rule.
This should be a nice getaway if Ben could lay this down. And the bet is 240. Ben, the tattoo shop man, will fold the hand. Nicely done. And Paul will pick up this pot. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, where the beautiful Royal Flush Girls talk to just about anyone, about anything. I suppose. Boy. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, you're going to get him in trouble there.
Okay. It is fun.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Back to this hand, Paul. Quick fold. Kevin Eister out.
Action over to Jeff Matson, his second WPT final table this season, but he folds as well, as does Ben, so it's a battle of the blinds here.
Zoe Kareem now with just a queen, 3 of diamonds. Zoe likes video games. Used to work at the family video store. He's going to raise. Makes it 120 to go into Daniel.
He lives in Miami now, but he's a Jamaican.
Makes the quick call.
Got in this tournament on a satellite. Actually was running bad there once. Vince slept in his car for a week, so you know the money means a lot to this guy. All right, well, flop comes ace, king, deuce. No help to either player, but looks like Zoe's going to make the continuation bet here, and that is going to be the case.
130. And Daniel Let's a local, originally out of Jamaica, is going to make the nice laydown.
So Kareem taking down that pot.
Mm-hmm. Zoe Kareem. Yeah, he's a friend and a roommate of Kevin Eister.
Yeah, these guys travel the road together. Kevin, the chip leader here at this table, as you can see, and pretty unusual roommates making the final table together.
Certainly is. 6 players remain here at the Seminole Hard Rock. Back to the felt. Kevin Eister folds. Jeff Madsen from Santa Monica, 2-time World Series bracelet winner, folds the hand as well. Now Ben is going to raise. And so Kareem has picked up a pair of aces.
Just a dream.
What a time to get it. Got the sucker on your right betting before you. And here comes the raise. Yes, 265 to go. Daniel out. Paul gonna look at a pair of jacks. Uh-oh.
Wow. Now the pot has been raised and re-raised in front of you. You pick up 2 jacks here. Looks like a pretty big hand, but let's see what you do.
Well, sometimes the guy on the button re-raises a guy just because he has position. Doesn't have to be that strong. So look at this. That's what Paul's thinking. Thinks his jacks might be out in front. He re-raises. Ben out. Now, do you just slow play this right now and just got the guy wrapped up, just call and try to disguise a little bit? Or do you push?
What'd you start the hand with, Paul? Like over 3?
Not exactly sure.
Okay.
Now, Zoe's got about 2.2 million. Be shocked if he just doesn't get it in here.
All in?
Wow, he is doing exactly that.
Well, he does get it all in.
I think Paul can get away from this hand right now.
Man, it's going to cost him about another $1.5 million to make the call.
Yep, he's already put in 725. He's going to make a quick call.
Wow, he does make a snap call now.
Gambling call. That's debatable.
He 4-bet the pot and yet got re-raised all in. I mean, you almost have to put the guy on aces, kings, or queens, it would seem like. You just think if the guy had ace-king, he would call your raise, look at a flop where he put the rest of his money in.
Flop comes up 995. No luck for Paul with the jacks. Zoe well out in front with the aces.
Yeah, Paul is going to have to catch a jack to win this pot. 6 on the turn, down to the river. Paul must catch a jack to win this pot. Nothing else will do.
Otherwise, he's pretty much destroyed, and Zoe's now the hero at the table. Can Zoe do this?
Well, a king comes off.
I saw paint. I was like...
Now, the second time Zoe's doubled up through Paul at this final table.
Oh, there's not any of the jack.
6 players going after a huge title here at the Seminole Hard Rock.
We have a quick break in the action, but up next, a special look at a WPT Ones to Watch that shows how one player found a hot home here in South Florida. Plus, the Royal Flush girls suit up to soak in the South Florida sun. You really don't want to miss this, so stick around.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling with traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort from our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
There's so much here at Seminole Hard Rock to do. There's really never a time where you don't know what to do or you may be bored because there's always something going on here. We had our Royal Flush Girl games. It was open to our players. Our Cub qualifier played with us, Carl.
The Royal Flush Girl Games was so much fun. All of us girls got to be the team captain for our teammates. We've always been very athletic. I love volleyball. I used to play when I was younger. I love playing. I dive in the sand and do all that fun stuff.
I wasn't the most excited Royal Flush Girl when I was told that we were playing volleyball. I think one of the players got really upset because they couldn't even serve the ball over the net, and every time I hit it out of bounds and kept losing points for our team. Is that out? So I'm pretty sure that one of the players just hit me in the head with the ball to kind of knock some sense into me. I felt my brain shake.
Everybody thinks that I'm the most competitive person out of all the Royal Flush girls, yes.
I can do this all day, you know?
Unfortunately, we lost. Came in second. Tua came in first. Number one.
Well, Vince, one thing's for sure. There's no losers on the volleyball court when the Royal Flush girls are out there.
It is a tough life out here, huh, Mike?
Oh, man.
We're having a great time at the Seminole Hard Rock. And right now, you see Kevin Eister's the chip leader.
Joe Kareem, his roommate on the road, in second place right now. So the roomies are dabbing it right now in first and second chip position.
Blinds at 25 and 50. To the felt we go. Jeff Madsen from Santa Monica with a nothing hand. Folds it. And now Ben, the tattoo shop owner, with a pair of aces. Wow, 115.
Well, you know what he's saying under his breath right now, Vince. Come on, you young pups. Raise me. Please raise me. Somebody raise me.
Will he get action? Everyone's folding. Kevin Eister last to... No, it's going to wrap it up. Ben can't get action with the aces.
Always is a little frustrating. You pick up aces and get no action.
And there's the Royal Flush Girls social bar. And at the bar, we see ClubWPT.com qualifier Carl Hutchins. He played in the event. He's been having a great time all week, hanging out. And you know what? If you're a Club WPT VIP member, you can receive preferred seating. You can come out, meet us, Mike and I, Kimberly, Tony Dunst, and the Royal Flush Girls at all our televised live events. All right, to the felt we go, Zoe.
Yeah, the 26-year-old pro out of Orlando, Florida, raising it up here. But look at this. Daniel's picked up 2 aces. Now, Vince, when you play poker, you're only, on average, supposed to pick up aces once every 220 hands. But look how many times aces have come out at this final table tonight. Incredible.
And the local grinder has re-raised.
Jeff Madsen, he folds as well.
Everyone's folding back around to Zoe, and he's going to fold.
So Daniel taking down that pot.
Ace is not really paying off, getting little pots. And there's Daniel-Lette's wife, Laura, sweating her man.
This tournament attracted several current WPT Ones to Watch, including Sean Deeb, AP Fahurat, and Brian Hastings. Sean was the only player out of the 3 to cash, but the good news is that Brian Hastings didn't have to go far to find comfort, since he's adopted South Florida as his second home, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
You know Brian Hastings, right? I mean, he's definitely the ones to watch.
He's a Cornell grad, he's an entrepreneur, he's one of the best poker players in the world.
I don't think I've ever seen him smile.
He's always smiling and having a good time, not taking things too seriously.
Brian Hastings, the legend. He's awesome. He had legendary heads-up matches online where he wins something like $400 trillion in a heads-up match in 12 hours.
Most money I've won in one day is $4.18 million. That was in a heads-up PLO match against Victor Blom. And I was watching a friend play Victor, and just the matches were always really fun to watch as well as the play. Just a lot of action back and forth. And I thought, man, I really don't feel like studying right now. I'd much rather be playing. After the first million or so, I'd say he started tilting pretty hard, and that was helpful as well. All I wanted to do was go out and celebrate. I felt like I was on cloud 9. And then all my friends were like, I'm studying. It was just the complete wrong time for that in a college town.
Brian Hastings, you're awesome, bro. Sicko.
Wait, you're bragging about that hand? You did nothing in that hand.
I got the real hand out and then got it heads up against the hand and won.
She's taking credit for that.
Next level.
I love when other players underestimate me. I mean, it's the best. High-stakes poker is largely driven by egos, and if it's a bunch of professionals playing against each other, there's got to be one professional that's overestimating their ability for there to be a poker game.
Brian plays as close to optimal as anyone you'll ever see.
I've never been a guy who's really completely driven by money. I was drawn to poker for the competitive aspect. I realized it was something that I could be good at and that I can get better and measure myself against the competition. That being said, the money is a nice byproduct of poker.
The guy's got the cheat codes. Life probably has infinite money, but you don't see him out spending tons of cash on stupid stuff. I saw that he bought a condo in Florida and living the dream.
I have to watch my skin doesn't melt off in this hot Florida sun.
He's definitely one of those goofy, really smart kids.
It's good stuff.
Who doesn't even understand how smart he is. I think there's a lot of things that come out of his mouth that he actually thinks sound dumb, but to intelligent people, they realize just how creative and how unique his thought process is.
To be honest, I don't think I'm as smart as I seem on paper.
Well, Brian Hastings, don't buy that, folks. The guy's a genius. Certainly an online genius, trying to make his mark out here in live tournaments, but highly respected, well-liked Brian Hastings.
I want to be Brian Hastings.
Yeah, multi-millionaire in your low 20s, Vince.
Not a bad condo overlooking Lauderdale, but he's a nice guy. I'm glad he's doing so well. Back to the felt, we got a couple folds. Kevin Icer's going to raise with ace-10. Make it 110, and look at this. Jeff Madsen going to get aggressive with a pair of ducks. He's gone all in. Ben out, Zoe folds. Kevin's going to make this call.
Well, the snap call, that's what the problem is when you move all in against the chip leader with the low pair. They call you because they got plenty of dough. And now Jeff's in a race for his tournament life right here.
Whoa, Jeff Madsen started out with some nice chips, but now in trouble here. But it's a good flop for him. 2 4s and a 9.
As the cards lie. Kevin needs an ace-10 or a 9 to take the lead here.
Jeff Madsen with 2 World Series of Poker bracelets. A fine player. 3 of diamonds. Jeff looking good to double up now.
Well, second time Jeff's made a WPT final table this season. Just got to dodge an ace-10, 9, or a 3 to win this pot and double up.
Down to the river we go. Let's see what happens.
And a 10 comes off. A river card for Kevin Ister to knock Jeff Madsen out of this tournament. And yet again, Vince, poor Jeff is a 6th place finisher.
Wasn't his night again on the World Poker Tour. He's going to take home $100,000. And right now, the very talented Jeff Madsen, the wild man, is over to talk to WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage.
Jeff, you never really got anything going tonight. How disappointing is this for you?
Yeah, it sucks. I mean, I was just card dead and short, so nothing I could do. Frustrating. But, yeah.
It's another $100K to the bankroll. I mean, is that important to you now, or are you just thinking about, trying to win one of these events?
I mean, it's all important, but I want to win, so just have to work and get back here again.
All right, well, I like that confidence. Amanda, back to you.
Busting out in 6th place for the 2nd time this season is Jeff Madsen. Plenty more action when we return to the final table of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Stick around.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today.
Welcome back to Season 11's coverage of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. This tournament could prove to be crucial in the race for WPT's Player of the Year. Going into this event, Matt Salzberg and Paul Volpe were in a tie. On day 3, Paul busted in 27th place, earning him 50 points, while Matt went out the next day in 13th place, earning him 150 points. This gives Matt a slight lead in the race, but with 2 WPT non-televised main events and the season-ending WPT World Championship still on the schedule, it's anyone's guess who will take down the Player of the Year honor. To learn more about how the Player of the Year points are determined, log on to WPT.com. In the meantime, let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Kevin Eister still out in front with $5.5 million. Came to the final table as chip leader. He's still there.
That is right. And now the antes and blinds are going up. Antes now 10,000. The blinds 30 and 60,000. Down to the table we go.
Well, action on Daniel Letts, the guy from Jamaica that got in this tournament on a $500 satellite. He is loving it right now, but folds this hand.
And so does Paul. And now the chip leader, Kevin Eister, with an ace deuce. He's got the button. He's going to raise to 135. And Ben Tarzia, the tattoo shop owner, picks up a pair of 5s.
Well, let's see how he's going to play him. He knows this Kevin Eister is a very aggressive player, could raise with any 2 cards, especially on the button, especially as chip leader. So do you re-raise with 2 5s? No, you just call with them.
Action now on Zoe. He's got an attractive ace-jack. He's in the big blind.
Now, Vince, he may 3-bet here. He knows Kevin could raise on the button with any 2 cards. The guy in the small blind didn't re-raise, so you know he's not that strong, and that's exactly what Zoe's doing. Actually like this play by Zoe.
Yep, he has re-popped Kevin out, and now it's back on Ben with the 5s. And he is content to just call it.
Gonna make the call. Look at a flop here.
So ace-jack versus 2 5s. Who's gonna get lucky? Oh, and it looks like it's Ben. 3 of a kind, 3 5s.
Dream flop for him, not just because he flopped 3 5s, but because his opponent flopped 2 aces, but it goes check, check on the flop. Oh. Wow, can't believe Zoe checked that.
7 of hearts on the turn. And Ben's got to be so excited. Show tune's going off in his head.
Well, he says the guy didn't bet on the flop. Maybe he's got a pair of 10s or jacks or something.
And, of course, Zoe going to call. Can't blame him. He has aces. Down to the river we go. 4 diamonds, 3 of a kind, looking so solid.
Ben saying to himself, look, the guy called me on the turn. Maybe he'll call me again on the river. I sure hope so.
He puts in 650.
Zoe Snap calls him on the river with the aces, but they're not good enough here.
Yep, that is a nice donation. Ben Tarzia out of Canada. Non-professional, of course. Taking down a very good one. He is hitting some cards tonight. He is playing deceptive poker.
Could have got expensive if I bet the flop.
Sorry?
So it could have got more expensive if I bet the flop.
He's married with 4 children.
You could have got in a bit more trouble.
Certainly hitting a lot of good flops tonight, no doubt about it. Nice family man, was a suit for 20 years, a sales exec. That one's a tattoo shop.
His cousin right there. His name is Rubens. I'm sure he gets free tattoos.
Yeah, I'm not 3-betting with nothing. You should know me by now. We played together long enough.
And same here.
I didn't learn. I just decided just to... You just figured fire, fire, fire.
Oh, now he's lecturing him.
There's nothing wrong with that either.
He is racking up chips.
As long as it was fun when you did it.
This thing is wide open. To the table we go. Action on Paul, who's on the short stack now. He folds. Kevin Eister.
Now going to stay aggressive. Raises here with the 10-7.
And Ben is going to slop around with a 9-6 of diamonds.
Why not? He's on a roll. It seems like he hits every flop he plays.
Zoe and Daniel out. So 2-way action. 9-6 versus 10-7.
And here comes the flop. Ace 3-3, no help to either player. Wow, surprised Kevin wouldn't have made a continuation bet with that flop, but he doesn't. And it goes check, check.
King of diamonds on the turn. Still no help to either player. Kevin just checking again.
Well, Ben saying, look, he's not going to bet at this pot. Maybe I will.
Ben does make a bet of 150,000. And Kevin has had enough of that. Doesn't want to tangle with Ben.
Well, a nice bet there by Ben to take down that pot.
Thanks, man.
Poker, to me, is the ultimate rush. It's
the ultimate rush without putting a drug in your body. It's the ultimate adrenaline rush without risking your life. Instead of using swords like they did 500 years ago, we're using our chips. You're trying to take my life, I'm trying to take yours. I mean, as pleasant as we can be about it, it's all a battle to the death, right?
Well, he is so right. It is a great game. It is fun.
Well, it certainly is war in the green felt, Vince.
It is.
No doubt about it, but...
Look at Ben is out in second chip position with close to 4.7.
Yeah, he is doing great here.
What an effort.
Because he does it all for the wife and kids.
Let's take a look at his hand. He's picked up a pair of deuces here. Not bad. Blinds at 30 and 60, and he makes it 125. Zoe out. Daniel Letts also folding. Round to the short stack. Paul Duguzima. He backs poker players, a fine player himself, but he's going to fold.
125.
Well, Kevin Eister, the ultra-aggressive player, just calls here with 2 5s.
So we have deuces versus 5s. And the flop's an ace, king, queen.
And that's a flop neither player going to like.
Certainly don't. Kevin checks, Ben checks. Both running scared. Here comes the turn.
8 on the turn. Again, Kevin checks. And look at this, Ben reaching for chips here. He's going to bet the 2 ducks, and they're going to quack, quack as Kevin goes away. So for the second pot in a row, Ben beats Kevin with the worst hand by betting.
Well, there's still 5 players left at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Stay with us.
Poker to me it gives you some freedom. It's like being a rebel. It's different from the real working world. You set your own hours. There's not really a hierarchy that you have to answer to, and you make your own rules, because I like dealing with everybody on the same level. I see everybody as the same. In a 9-to-5, there's a chain of command, and sometimes you have to bite your tongue. In poker, you don't bite your tongue. You say what you express yourself on the table. If the person is actually too arrogant or obnoxious, I'll let them know that.
Well, Daniel, a happy-go-lucky guy. Very happy to be at this final table because wherever he finishes, he's going to be a nice payday for him.
He's playing good poker as 5 players remain here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Down to the felt we go. Action on Paul Duguzima, businessman out of St. Petersburg, Florida. Came in as the second chip leader. Now in the short stack, folds his hand.
Kevin Eister going to raise it with a 7-5 offsuit here. And Ben on the button going to call with a 7-5 suited.
Zoe with a big ace, queen of diamonds, also just calling.
Wow, can't believe he wouldn't re-raise with that hand.
And look at this. Daniel has picked up ace jack.
He's going to call as well. So we're going to have 4-way action in a raised pot in a 5-handed poker game. Pretty amazing.
Yes, it is. Here come the first 3. Let's take a look.
Now flop comes ace, king, 10. Zoe out in front with the 2 aces with the queen kicker. He's going to check. Daniel going to check his aces as well.
Eister with nothing, wraps his finger. Ben.
Yeah, Ben makes the elbow check. Don't see that very often.
That's a sign of weakness.
It's a check.
9 of clubs on the turn.
Well, Zoe thinking his aces are the best hand right now with the queen kicker, and in fact they are. This could spell trouble for Daniel here, because the way this hand was played, you're never going to put Zoe on an ace-king or ace-queen, in fact, because he didn't raise before the flop.
Right, Kevin and Ben definitely fold, so 2-way action. They both have aces as we go to the river.
And they both have the ace-high straight draw. Now the 5 of diamonds comes off. Zoe contemplating what to do here. And look at this. It's $280,000 bet into a pot that has over $1 million in it. This is sort of what we call a blocker bet. It's a value bet, a blocker bet, all combined into one there.
There's Daniel's wife, Laura.
Well, the way this hand was played, Vince,
yeah, he's going to call.
I think you have to call if you're Daniel in this spot. He just got out-kicked. Certainly can't fault him for calling there with the 2 aces. Zoe picking up a nice pot.
Yeah, against the local grinder, Daniel. Okay, and right now let's take a look at the WPT stack tracker.
Well, the stack tracker indicates the ebb and flow of the chip counts of these players at the final table. You can see Zoe started on the short stack. He's going way up. Daniel not getting much going. Ben gained a little bit, and Kevin, who came to the final table as chip leader, he dropped a little bit, but still in the chip lead.
Blinds at 30 and 60. Action on Paul. He is card dead lately. He folds his hand, and Kevin with a queen 10. And this guy is just relentless. He bets on anything, raises, and he's done it again. 135 to go. Ben out. Zoe out.
Back around to Daniel. He's going to make the call with the king 10.
All right, so Daniel has a shot. Daniel getting down there in chips. Only 670 at the start of this hand. Flop comes up ace, 9-7.
Oh, look at that. Daniel just moving all in here with just king high, and he's going to win this pot.
Yes, very nicely done.
So Daniel could become the first Jamaican to ever win a WPT title. Stays alive.
Oh, boy, we're watching these guys in South Florida going after this title. This is fun.
Well, Vince, I'll tell you who also had fun this week. That was our ClubWPT.com qualifier, Carl Hutchins from Kentucky. He won his seat and expenses paid down here to Florida. Got to play in this tournament, got to meet Scotty Wynn, one of his poker idols, hung out with the Royal Flush girls. The guy had a great time this week.
He certainly did. And you know what? You too can have a great time on the World Poker Tour if you go to ClubWPT.com, become a member. You get to play all the poker you want. You get to win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes. You also get the Entertainment Savers Guide. You get the WPT magazine. Also, you get to look at some videos, films of the World Poker Tour episodes. So if you want to study certain players, take a look. That really helps your game. And by the way, you don't just have to be on PC now. We're also on Mac computers, so there's no reason why you shouldn't be playing.
And who knows, you might win a seat to a WPT event just like Carl did. ClubWPT.com, check it out.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, back to the felt.
And once again, Kevin Eister still our chip leader. Zoe Kareem, his traveling roommate, in second place. The Canadian, Ben Tarzia, in third place. 5 players left fighting it out for this title.
First to act, Kevin, the chip leader. And look at this, with just a jack 4. Again, he's going to raise, makes it 120 to go. Ben out.
Vince, he raised with these junk hands under the gun in first position.
That's true. Now his roommate, Zoe, with the button, with just a jack 10 offsuit.
Well, obviously, Zoe knows him better than anybody. Knows he raised with junk in first position, and he's going to re-raise him here with a jack 10.
Wow, that's knowing your player. Daniel out.
Well, it just shows you no love for roommates when you're at these final tables.
Paul can't possibly call this, and doesn't.
Oh, man. I'd peel like 95% of my hands I have right here. This isn't the lower 5.
Well, Kevin gives it up and sort of smiling, but when he sees his roommate came over the top of him with a jack 10 offsuit, he might be applying for new roommates. Who knows?
First place going to take home $660,000 here in Hollywood, Florida. There's the WPT Champions Cup. When you win a championship, your name gets inscribed on that beautiful trophy. We're at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Having a great time all week. 5 players remain. We started this play with 542 entries. We're down to these 5. Zoe going out of this hand, as does Daniel.
Yeah, round to Paul. He's on the button, but looks at the junk hand, doesn't have many chips. I'm sure just going to wait for a better spot.
Yep. And now Mr. Aggressive Kevin, this time has a decent hand, jack 10 of diamonds. Doesn't know what to do with a good hand, but decides to raise. 140 to go. Ben with a decent ace jack.
Vince against this guy. This hand figures to be the best because Kevin raised with anything.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you $100 if you can tell me what he has tattooed on his elbow. What the heck is that?
Looks like a dice.
Paradise? I don't know. Could be a tree in a forest. Who knows? Anyway, he's called and the flop comes up 5-4 deuce.
Well, Kevin's going to check, and Ben checks right behind him. Didn't want to get check raised out of the pot, and 8 comes off. Well, Kevin checks, and Ben checks again, so we're going to the river. Well, now a 3 comes off. So Kevin, who raised pre-flop, is now going to try to represent. He's got an ace in his hand. Knows he's probably not going to win the pot with Jack high. He's going to bet out.
Yeah, 125 and a quick call by the man that has the real hand.
Ben has the 5 high straight, makes the call, takes down the pot. And even though Kevin didn't win that pot, I like his bet on the river there.
Jack 10 straight. He goes,
Jack 10 straight.
He goes 2, 3, 4, 5, Jack 10 straight.
2, 3, 4, 5, Jack.
Now on the other side of his arm there.
2, 3, 4, 5, Jack 10. It's straight.
I don't know.
Well, don't worry. In case he wins this tournament, you'll be seeing a WPT tattoo on that right arm, folks. I guarantee you that.
Well, Ben Tarzia, very impressive with his poker tonight from Canada. Boy, he's in third chip position at this point. Okay, right back at him. Paul quickly folds. Kevin out. And now Ben with a queen jack of clubs will raise.
Yeah, makes it 125,000 to go.
Zoe out. And Daniel now with an ace-8.
Well, he's announced raise.
I'm all in.
But he's going all in here.
May I get a count, please?
He's got nearly 800,000 in chips. And Ben can well afford to make this call.
Daniel's wife rooting him on.
Put it in there. That's where we need it to go, right in there. No.
Yeah.
And he's still going to have about 4 million, even if he makes the call and loses the pot. So
WWJD.
because you have that many chips left, it does make this call a little bit easier, and he does make it.
A local grinder, Daniel Letts, out in front at this point as a favorite.
And the wife chewing the gum a lot faster right now. She knows her man's tournament life is on the line. He's out in front now. Can he stay there?
And the flop comes up Jack 8-5. Bad for Daniel.
Tough flop for Daniel. He's flopped a pair of eights, but his opponent has flopped 2 jacks. He now needs an ace or an 8 to take the lead.
Wow, Ben just out-flopping Daniel there. Laura, a little disgusted. To the turn we go. It's a 7 of hearts.
We are down to the river. Daniel needs an ace or an 8. Otherwise, his tournament is going to be over.
Got this tournament through a $500 satellite. One accomplishment for Daniel, but now he needs some luck, and he does not get it.
So tough luck right there for Daniel Letts. Great effort by him. Got in this tournament on a $500 satellite. He'll be cashing out $122,000. So he had a great week here, but tough beat there to get outdrawn and get knocked out.
Daniel Letts, man with half a haircut, can get the whole thing done now. He is out, and he's over to talk to WPT Executive Tour Director Matt Savage.
Daniel, $122,000 this week. Tell us a little bit about your experience this week.
Well, I enjoyed it very much. You know, at the end, I got it in good. That's what counts. And I got beat by Queen Jack against Ace-8. You know, it's poker. These things happen.
We had some great family support back there. Obviously, Laura's here, looking lovely. You know, you're a pretty lucky guy.
Yeah. As I always tell myself, when if I do bad at poker, I always have something good to go home to.
And it looks like you're going to be able to get that other half a haircut this week.
Yeah. I think, probably I should have done it earlier and changed one block.
All right, congratulations again.
All right.
Back to you, Amanda.
Thanks, Matt. Daniel Letts is out in 5th place. WPT's extended coverage of the final table here in South Florida continues right after this.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida and the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. The World Poker Tour is committed to building strong ties in their community through the WPT Foundation. The Seminole Hard Rock also takes community involvement seriously, but does it in a fun and exciting way. This week, while players were working hard to make it to the final table, across the room there was a group of players including myself, Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls found a charity game that was designed to be a little less stressful and a lot more fun.
I have fun. That's all I'm here to have good fun.
I'm going to talk some more trash to these other guys and wait till all the other NFL players get knocked out.
Playing horrible.
Time to go home.
It's just like the Super Bowl. If you don't win at all, and you next to me at the end of the season,
I'm sweating over here, man.
Donations.
My foundation is Catch 81 Foundation. My number was 81 when I played for the Miami Dolphins, and that's why I came up with Catch 81.
It's all for the kids. It's sucker for the kids.
What it does, it benefits kids in South Florida that are underprivileged, underserved.
The Seminole Hard Rock selected the O.J. McDuffie Foundation to support because we've watched the enthusiasm and engagement that he has done in our community for the children that he is involved with.
Great time. This is a fantastic event. It's a great cause.
I just made the best call we've seen in 11 years on the World Poker Tour. Right here by this guy right here.
I think it's the most important thing, starting with the children first. It's really important because they're our base. If you can get the kids at an early age and get them on the right path at an early age, I think they'll become productive members of society. And if we show them that we care, they'll be able to go out and achieve some of the goals that, they set out for themselves.
We had so much fun being here and playing on behalf of WPT for the Catch 81 Foundation. Met so many great people, and it's always good to help out for a great cause. Thanks.
We all had a great time for a very worthwhile cause. To learn more about WPT's charitable efforts, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. Looks like action is starting back up, so I'll send it down to Mike and Vince.
By the way, Mike, I definitely did not trash talk any of the superstars from the NFL. I knew better.
Yeah. Well, Vince, you gotta love O.J. McDuffie and what he's doing for the kids around here in the Miami area. And you gotta love these other football players that come out to support this cause. What a great event it was the other night.
Four-handed poker continues here right now. Let's go to the felt. Quick raise by Kevin Eister with a pair of fives. And right behind him, Ben with an ace-9.
And Ben is the chip leader now. He just took it over from Kevin Eister.
Well, he is re-raised around the horn to Paul's got a pair of fours, but he will fold it. So Ben has raised, now Kevin with the fives. What will he do? Just calling.
Well, he re-raised because he knows Kevin can raise on any two cards, so just thought the ace-9 might be the best hand.
Oh, look at this flop. Three of a kind there for Kevin Eister. 3 fives.
Well, great flop for Kevin. He coyly checks them. But Ben checks right behind him.
That's a good slowdown by Ben. Here comes the turn. It's a jack of spades.
Well, this gives Ben a nut flush draw, the ace-high flush draw. Kevin checks again. A nice check by Kevin here because he got his opponent to bite to bet that flush draw.
He's got the big 4 flush. He's betting 200,000.
Finally, the check raise coming in by Kevin makes it 630,000.
This could get very expensive for Ben.
Well, it's 430,000 more. Does make the call and hopes to catch the spade.
Down to the river. Can Ben get the spade? No. 3 of diamonds.
Well, Kevin's got a full house, 5 full of 3s.
Well, you don't want to run your man out by betting too much, perhaps. What can you extract?
Well, he's betting 1.1 million.
You win, Kev.
We know, of course, Ben has nothing, and he says, I give up.
He was hoping Ben had paired the jacks on the turn and might pay him off on the river. That didn't happen.
So the 23-year-old professional gambler out of Lafayette, Louisiana.
Yeah, always hope, always hope.
Taking this one down.
And with it, regains the chip lead.
Yeah, nicely done. You know, he's won over 2.5 million online, he says. But let's move on to this hand. A quick fold by Ben. Enzo. And now it's around to Paul.
Well, Paul's in desperado mode. All these other players got multi-millions in chips. He's got less than 1/2 million.
There you go. He's going all in.
And he moves him in right here with a Jack-9 offsuit. Can't blame him for doing it.
Okay.
Now Kevin's got ace high, and he's going to make this call. Very solid. Nicely done. He is out in front over Paul.
Well, as the cards lie, Kevin about a 3-2 favorite to eliminate Paul from this tournament. Let's see if the ace high holds up.
There ain't gonna be any sweat this one. Ace pops on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ace pops on the flop.
Ace 3 versus Jack 9. Paul, first cash, first final table on the World Poker Tour. Can he get lucky here? Nope.
That's not a very good flop.
Off 10. I have a club too.
Kevin Eister loving that
Very, very bad shape for Paul. He's got to catch 2 runners to win this pot, 2 runners to make a straight, or a running combination of 9s and jacks. It's not a club.
Oh, and it is a club. 10 of clubs. That's going to wrap it up for Paul.
Well, Paul gets up, knows it's over.
Zima, appreciate it, man.
So Paul Dugazima from St. Petersburg, Florida, out tonight in 4th place.
That is right. He'll take home $171,000, a fine player. And now he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Paul, I saw you back here talking to a world-class player, Elio Fox. Did he tell you to go get it in there?
Yeah, he's trying to help me a little bit. I need some help in some spots, so he gives me the support when I need it and helps me with when I'm not sure about things, yeah.
You're used to putting players into these tournaments. What's easier, backing or playing?
It's much easier backing. You just give them money, let them go do their thing. When they come back, they tell you they won, they lost, and no stress. I mean, obviously we want them to do well, but I don't have to do anything after I hand them the money, and they go off and do their own thing.
Well, I'm sure your players are going to be looking at your play and then telling you how you did.
Yeah.
Amanda, back to you.
Thanks, Matt. With Paul Dugazima out in 4th place, that brings us to the end of our 2nd hour of extended coverage here in Hollywood, Florida. So guys, it's no surprise that Kevin Eister, who started this final table with the chip lead, is in the final 3. But what about Ben and Zoe?
Well, you're right, Amanda. No surprise about Kevin Eister. Came to the final table as chip leader. Still the chip leader, expected to be there. The surprise, of course, to me is Zoe, the guy who came to this final table on the short stack in 6th place. He doubled up 3 times to stay alive in this tournament. Twice he outdrew his opponents. Vince, to me, that could be an omen that everything is falling in place for Zoe to win this tournament. Zoe won't go.
Yes, but what about the tattooed man, huh? Ben Tarzia is tough. He's been around this game for a long time. He can play poker. He can win this championship and break up these roommates' beautiful friendship.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please join us next time for the conclusion of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Amanda Leatherman. Thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Hollywood, Florida, the sun is set, but the poker action is still hot. And one player will add their name to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to South Florida and the conclusion of WPT's Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. I'm Amanda Leatherman, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing. In the past 2 seasons, we've seen Taylor Von Kriegenberg and Tommy Vitas add their names to the WPT Champions Cup in this arena. Tonight, we guarantee you'll see another player earn this great poker honor. As always, we're joined by WPT's own poker experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, these players must be so excited to have made it this far in the tournament.
Well, I'm sure they're very excited, Amanda, to be there. It's come down to the 2 youngest players at the table versus the oldest player at the table, 1 amateur versus 2 young pros. Certainly no surprise, Kevin Eister is the chip leader. When he came to this final table, he's still the chip leader with 3 left. But I think the other 2 guys are really very, very happy to be here. Certainly Zoe, who started this final table in dead last place. He tripled up 3 times, outdrew his opponent twice to double up along the way. He is feeling great to be alive. And I think the amateur player, the businessman, the guy that owns a tattoo shop, is just thrilled to be in the mix with 3 players left.
And Vince, do you think there's a clear favorite at this point to win?
You know, I think I'm going to give the nod to Kevin Eister. He's the chip leader. He's playing excellent poker, very composed. But on top of that, you know, he's lost his glasses this week, and he's using only 1 contact now. He couldn't get both for some reason. So he can't see out of 1 eye, he told us. So he's like one-eyed Eister right now. But that's good at the poker table because you can't see what you're doing and you just push the chips in. I'm giving him the edge.
Thanks, guys. We've gotten word that the action at this final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Kevin Eister out in front with $6.8 million. Ben Tarzia in second place with $5 million. and Zoe in third place with about 4.4 million. Anybody's game.
That's right. The winner's going to take home $660,000 here tonight in Hollywood, Florida. And the antes are $10,000. The blinds are 40 and 80. Here we go. Action on our chip leader, Kevin Eister.
Well, Kevin been by far the most aggressive player at the final table, at least pre-flop, that's for sure.
Well, he's made it 160 to go. Ben out. But Zoe Kareem, with the little suited connector, is going to make this call.
Now, these guys are roommates on the road when they travel to poker tournaments. They room together as they are here, and they're both still left battling out for this title, but it shows you, roommate or not, these guys are playing to try to win the title. Forget about love and roommates right now.
Well, the flop comes up 8-4-3, open-ended for Zoe, and he has bet it.
Yeah, but look at this. Kevin has made the call with no hand and no draw. It's what we call a float bet. He is going to try to win this pot the first time his opponent checks.
King of diamonds on the turn.
But look at this. Zoe is not checking the open-end straight draw. He is firing again.
Certainly is.
Well, Kevin gives it up. You know, that's the problem with the float bet. When your opponent keeps betting at you, it doesn't work.
You're trying to float, but you sink.
Wow, did you get there with the king and then just hero fold?
No, that'd be real sick.
That would be terrible.
Right now, you can take a look at the WPT stack tracker.
Yeah, that indicates the ebb and flow of the chip counts of all the players at this final table. As you can see, Kevin has been pretty steady. He came to the final table as a chip leader. He's still the chip leader. Zoe's the guy that's made the big jump, as you can see. Started on the short stack, and now he's made a big move. Ben been pretty steady, up and down a little bit, but the stack tracker indicates where they've been up and down at this final table.
All right. Onto this hand, Kevin, with a 6-5, going to make it 160. Ben out. Zoe Kareem with a king-9 will play with his buddy.
Well, the roommates not shy about playing against each other, that's for sure. Flop queen, jack, 4. Zoe's got a gut shot straight draw. He's going to check.
And Kevin with absolute zip and pip will make the continuation bet. You got to respect it. 130.
Just got a 6 high here. And Zoe's going to make the call.
Zoe would love to hit his 10 and punish his friend. But no, it's another jack. So no dough for Zoe. He checks.
Kevin reaching for chips again. He knows it's the only way he can win the pot. And he's certainly not just going to give it up. He fights for it. He does make the bet. And when the guy looks like that, Vince, no chance he's calling you.
Pretty sure I have the best hand still.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You do have the best hand, Zoe, but it's tough to call when a guy fires yet another shell at that pot.
So the young gambler from Lafayette, Louisiana extends the chip lead. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
Yeah, and there's our club qualifier, Carl Hutchins, sitting right there with the girls.
Yeah, he won his way on ClubWPT.com. Played in the tournament. He's having a great time. But let's get back to this hand. Action on Eister, this time with a king-queen, makes it 160. Ben Tarzia, the tattoo shop owner, will make this call.
Got the 7-4 diamonds. Well, now Zoe knows Kevin could raise on the button with any 2 cards. The guy in the small blind didn't re-raise it, so he can't be that strong. So look at this. Zoe is going to make the 3-bet here. I like this play by Zoe. He 3-bets it with the ace-9 offsuit up to $460,000. But Kevin quickly calls with the king-queen, and look at this. Ben's coming along for the ride, hoping to hit a good flop here. This is a 3-bet flop, folks, and all 3 players are in it.
Big investment, and the flop comes up queen, 10-7. That's good for Eister, hitting queens.
Well, Ben's got bottom pair with 2 7s and checks. Zoe is going to also check.
You got to figure Kevin's going to bet, but no, he doesn't. He checks.
I'm in shock. He checked that hand. Just too many straight possibilities out there, and there's one of them that could give somebody a straight, a 9.
Check.
Now Ben's going to check the 7s, and now Zoe, who's made a pair of 9s on the turn, thinking they might be good here, doesn't want to give somebody a straight draw in case they got a jack in their hand, for example.
He's betting 385, and the man with the top pair, Kevin Eister, will make this call. Ben flies away.
Zoe looking back, make sure he's got his pair. He better get some help if he wants to win this pot.
Down to the river we go.
Well, a 6 comes off. Now that's a 4-card straight on the board now. And Zoe, worried his opponent might have an 8 in his hand, checks. Look at this.
500,000.
One-eyed Eister going to try to put in a value bet with all those possibilities out there. Pretty incredible.
Well, it really is. I mean, what can a guy pay you off with? Where it can't be two queens. Two nines might be one of those hands.
It's $500,000, and he's been called.
Well, just incredible. Zoe pays him off with the two nines, so Kevin knows what he's doing. I'll tell you, these roommates know each other's game, Vince. I can tell you that.
I'm so bad for even calling there. It's like you either have that or ace-jack, and not many combos.
Wow, very impressive by the young Kevin Eister, who says that one of his eyes he can't even see out of today because his contact lens was lost, but maybe that's helping him.
You wonder if he saw that 4-card straight on the board, Vince.
180.
All right, on to this hand. Quick fold by Ben, and Zoe is raised to 180. Been called by Kevin with king 3. Here we go.
Well, flop comes 10-9-3. No help for Zoe. As you can see, Kevin's flop bottom pair. Zoe's going to check. And Kevin comes from that Amarillo Slim school of poker. They're a check, and I'm a betting.
Well, he's got a little pair of threes, little piece of it, and he is betting it.
He's got the best hand. That's why he's betting.
Sure.
Of course, he bets when he doesn't have the best hand, too, but...
Zoe's called it. There's the one-eyed problem. Hasn't been much of a problem tonight. Another heart on the turn. King of hearts.
Gives Zoe the ace-high flush draw, the nut flush draw, and he's reaching for chips and going to bet. But as you can see, it gives Kevin top and bottom pair. So he's got two pair. Now, there's a 3-card flush and a 3-card straight on the board. So Kevin going to play it a little careful, just calls, doesn't re-raise here with the 2 pair.
330,000 down to the river. Ace of clubs on the river.
Well, now Zoe might think he has the best hand. I would. You'd have thought your opponent would have raised if he had 2 pair or better. That didn't happen. So Zoe going to try to get a value bet in here for 480,000. A snap call by Kevin with 2 pair. Zoe proudly displays the aces, but they're not good enough as Kevin has 2 pair.
Just incredible. Kevin against his roommate. Someone sleeping on the cot tonight. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
My eyes give a lot of stuff away, so it's the one thing I learned, so I just keep sunglasses on. I actually had some Oakleys going into this, but those and my regular prescription glasses, along with my shoes, were all in this bag that I got stolen earlier this week, so I no longer can see, and I had to go buy some cheap glasses. I have 1 contact now. I actually started with 2 and lost 1 mid-tournament, so now I got my left one. I'm not wearing it right now, but I will when we play. And I just close one eye and I can see the flop.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. 3 players remain.
Well, one-eyed poker is working, Vince. The guy's got a monster chip lead, as you can see, over 10 million in chips. More than twice as many chips as the other 2 put together, just about. Pretty incredible stuff for a guy that says he can't see. Maybe you're better off you can't see the flops and stuff. Just fire.
Well, action's on him. This time he has ace high. He makes it 160 to go. Now Ben behind him with a pair of jacks. But he's just going to call.
Incredible. He does not re-raise with the jacks.
And so going out. Could this be a big mistake by Ben? We will see. And look at this flop for Kevin Eister.
How good is this guy running? He flops us straight here. This could spell doom for Ben, the Canadian.
Ben checks the over pair. And Eister bets. Going to come out and bet 140. Oh, man, and Ben has got the over pair, but just calling.
Yeah, does not check raise here like I thought he would with that flop.
Here comes the turn.
Well, now a queen comes out. That's an overcard. So Ben not going to like that. He's going to check. And here we go. Kevin betting again. And Ben calling again.
Down to the river.
When a king comes off. Well, Ben checks again, but that card could save him money. He'll be afraid that Kevin hit a king or a queen here to beat his jacks.
Look at this. Kevin betting 800,000.
Well, he's all choked up here right now, but those last 2 cards could save his life, literally, in this tournament. I mean, after that flop, it looked like there was no way he wasn't going broke with 2 jacks here.
This would be a nice lay down at this point, and he is Looks like he's
You win, kid.
gonna do the right thing. Lets it go.
Well, he does lay it down, but I'm still wowed. He has chips left with 2 jacks there.
Tell you something, Mike. We are watching great action again in South Florida. It always is good at the Seminole Hard Rock, isn't it?
Oh, you're right, Vince. And just watching these players duke it out and fight with roommates and all the rest just makes you want to get in the game.
I'll tell you something, everyone else feels the same way. Many people practice their game, and they really enjoy the poker that's being played on ClubWPT.com. And it's also available on both PC and Mac. Now, personally, I love the great virtual items you can share with your friends while you play.
You know what else they can enjoy on ClubWPT.com? They enjoy a lot of benefits. They get access to old WPT episodes, copies of WPT poker magazines.
And you can also win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes. Like Carl Hutchins in Northern Kentucky, he won the seat to this event. He had a great time.
Well, Carl is proof that you don't have to spend a fortune to have a great poker experience. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go. And the antes are now 15,000, Mike. Blinds are 50 and 100. Here we go.
Well, action's on Ben. He's on the button. And looks down at a 10-9 offsuit, but he sees these guys raising every time on the button, so he's going to do it too.
225. Zoe goes out. Kevin Eister, though, with a pretty solid ace-9 of spades, making this call.
Here comes the flop. Well, Jack 3 deuce. Kevin's going to check, and here comes a continuation bet by Ben with just 10 high. 250,000. Well, Kevin makes the call with the ace high.
Turn card, deuce of diamonds.
And board pairs deuces again. Kevin checks. And Ben firing a second shell at this pot with no hand, no draw, no nothing. And what a call by Kevin here. Calling him because he thinks the ace high might be the best hand. In fact, it is.
And the last card is a 5 of diamonds, and Ben just gives up, checks it.
If a guy's good enough to call me on the turn, he'll call me on the river. I'm going to save my chips.
Best hand.
But how about those calls by Kevin there to take down that pot?
Very strong.
Vince, all this guy's doing is stacking chips here. This has just been a one-man band here in this three-handed battle.
Swap life. Swap life.
And his roommate Zoe saying something I don't understand, but looks fun.
It's Swamp Life. The guy's from Louisiana, so...
Oh, that's what he was saying.
Maybe that's his time, Vince.
Okay.
You know, he's a Cajun. That's what they do down there. They get in the swamps.
2 roommates in a great position to take back all the money here tonight at the Hard Rock. But with this hand, Zoe quickly folds.
Kevin's finally got a real hand here. I'm sure he's going to raise with this. He's raised with all the junk hands.
Sure does. Makes it 250 to go. Ben behind him.
I'm all in.
Okay.
Says all in. Quick call by Kevin.
Well, you can't blame Ben for going all in here.
Kevin's got ace-jack against ace-8. I folded king-8.
90% of the time tonight, that ace high would have been the best hand against this Kevin. Now, Ben's got to get very lucky to win this pot. And remember, Zoe folded a king-8, so one of his outs is gone.
Well, I think Ben's thinking back saying, I should have pushed the jacks. I probably would have won. Little does he know. But here comes the flop. It's a queen, 3-4. That's not good for Ben Tarzia.
Ben's going to have to catch an 8 to win this pot. Nothing else is going to do it. They would split the pot if the board paired twice.
Here comes the turn. Ooh, it's a 10.
Well, we are down to the river. Ben Tarzia from Maple, Ontario, Canada, must catch an 8 on the river to stay alive in this tournament.
Pair the board.
One more, man.
Pair the board.
Looks like the ink has dried for the tattooed shop owner.
And remember, Zoe threw an 8 away, so things are looking very bad for the Canadian.
He got it!
An 8!
He got it!
Oh, my golly!
Yeah!
A snowman on the river melts away some chips of Kevin Eister there. Wow, the crowd stunned at the river card that came up for Ben there.
We need it.
That was my favorite hand growing up. Ace-8.
This really goes because I folded king-8.
Our third hour of coverage from WPT's Seminole Hard Rock Showdown in Hollywood, Florida is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come. Tony Dunst has been gearing up to give his 2 cents in the raw deal, and we'll watch the Royal Flush girls slide into action here in sunny Florida. It's coming up. Don't go away.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Welcome back to our extended coverage of the final table of the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Our Tony Dunst has been watching from the sidelines and is ready to pipe in with some thoughts in this edition of The Raw Deal.
It's common to bet the flop as a bluff, with the intention of following through with more barrels on later streets. Yet sometimes the board falls in such a way that you have to pull out of those bluffs. And nothing makes a bluffer second guess like the board pairing. But are there situations where the board pairs and you should keep firing? Let's break it down. First, we watch Kevin Eister get the best of Zoe Kareem when he raises the button with 6-5 offsuit and makes a continuation bet on a flop of 4 Queen Jack. Zoe makes the call in the big blind with his gut shot and overcard. The turn is the Jack of diamonds, and when Zoe checks, Kevin follows through with a half pot bet that gets Zoe to fold.
Pretty sure I had the best hand still.
Kevin wins. Then we watch Ben Tarzia raise the button with 10-9 and get a call from Kevin Eister in the big blind with ace-9. Kevin doesn't hit the flop and checks, but casually calls a bet from Ben on the Jack Deuce 3 flop. The turn brings the deuce of diamonds, and when Kevin checks, Ben follows through with a second bet that's 30% pot. Kevin makes the call, again with just ace high. When the river comes a 5, both players check, and Kevin wins with ace high. Now, here's the difference between those two bluffs. In the first hand, Kevin bets on a turn that he can more plausibly represent, as he would likely raise the button with most hands containing a jack. He knows much of Zoe's range contains draws, which all decreased in value with the board pairing. Now, in the hand where Ben bets the turn with his 10 high against Kevin, he does it on a deuce, which is hard to represent since most hands containing a deuce fold pre-flop. Beyond the unlikely deuce, the uncoordinated flop texture makes it far more likely that Kevin is calling with showdown value instead of a draw. So it's probable that Kevin will continue calling with that showdown value when the turn doesn't change the texture of the board. Particularly with the price Ben gave Kevin with his small bet, he was never going to get a fold from ace high, while a bet of double that size might have worked. So when you bluff the flop and the turn pairs the board, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to attempt the old pull-out method. But it does mean you should reconsider whether that card really changes the texture and affects your opponent's hand. And in the event a deuce pairs a deuce, it's probably a check. I don't even have to see the rest of the hand to know that.
Well, we know it's important to bet size properly when you're bluffing.
Tony Dunst nailing it again, but we're back to the table. 3 players remain. Kevin Eister, the 23-year-old out of Louisiana, the chip leader. And the blinds are 50 and 100,000. Action on Zoe Kareem.
Man, looks down at the king 9 of diamonds. Not a bad hand on the button in a 3-handed game. So Zoe reaching for raising chips.
Yep, he makes it 200,000 to go. Kevin out.
And Ben with the 6-4 heart's going to make the call.
Ben Tarzia, good friends with Daniel Negreanu, another Canadian. And look at this, he's hit 3 of a kind.
Just a great flop for Ben right there. He checks. Here comes the spider in the web.
Zoe bets 125. Ben with a huge hand, going to try to trap, just calling.
Oh. Another 6 comes off. Quads for the Canadian.
Yep, he checks again. Zoe looks up and looks at him and says, I'm slowing down. I'm not betting for you.
Zoe knows his opponent could have had a straight draw. Now, there's no hand he can beat. Doesn't matter what he had. When he called on the flop, he knows that. He quickly gets out of his pot when his opponent bets here. But
Such a bad river for me. Caught on so many others.
The only hand he could have possibly beat was a gut shot straight draw on the flop. But when the 8 paired, he made the straight.
Nice time.
Made the full house.
It was.
Made something to beat him.
Well, Mike, we have truly been enjoying the poker here at the final table of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. But season 11 of the World Poker Tour has been going full gear all around the world.
Well, that's right, Vince. And since we last saw our viewers, a great non-televised WPT main event took place in Spain at Casino Barcelona. Congratulations to Shashawn Racy Kuhn, who took the title at WPT Barcelona,
That's right, and that's not all. Season 11 is action-packed, as you know, with both WPT regional events and WPT national events.
These WPT caliber tournaments offer accessible buy-ins worthy of the WPT name. Overseas WPT nationals were held at Casino Marbella in Spain, Le Croisette Casino in Cannes, France, and down in Johannesburg, South Africa, Sean Gavender won the Emperor's Palace Poker Championship. Congratulations to all our winners, and to find out more about upcoming WPT events, log on to WPT.com.
Now back to the action at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida.
Well, there you see the chip count. Kevin Eister well out in front with about 9.8 million. Ben Tarzi in second place with 3.6 million, and Zoe Kareem in third place with 2.8 million.
Zoe Kareem out of Orlando, Florida. First to act, quickly folds his hand, but behind him, one-eyed Eister with an ace-queen.
Well, Kevin now picking up some cards. He was winning pots without cards earlier. Now he's getting some.
Yeah, makes it 250 to go. Ben with a little suited connector. Will speculate, makes this call.
Oh, nice flop for Kevin. Ace, Jack, 8. He's flopped top pair. His opponent's flopped bottom pair.
And Kevin will make the continuation bet with the goods. 250,000. Ben doesn't believe him.
Well, Ben gonna make the call here with the 2 8s.
4th Street will be a 7. 2 pair for Ben.
Dream card for Ben right there. Well, Kevin's checking in case his opponent might have had a 9-10 also.
Well, Ben is gonna bet at $500,000.
Well, I don't see Kevin going anywhere with aces and a queen kicker here.
He's making his call like he should. River card will be...
A 10 comes off, so a 4-card straight on the board, and it goes check, check here. Kevin shows the aces, not good enough as Ben tables the 2 pair.
So the tattoo shop owner, Ben Tarzia, winning back a good one.
Could it be an omen for Ben to take this title? We'll see. Stay with us. We'll be back with more exciting action on the World Poker Tour right after this. Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The pool here at Seminole Hard Rock is really awesome.
The pool has a really tropical feel to it. It has a huge waterfall, a big slide, and just very beautiful.
When we do our shoots, we do some together, which is us just, laughing and being ourselves and, what we do pretty much all the time. And then we have our individual solo shots. And mine was kind of laying back in the pool with my hair in the water, looking all fab. And some of the girls were crawling in the sand, getting all dirty. And some girls were climbing rocks and getting all sporty. So there's a little bit of everything.
On the first day of our photo shoot by the poolside, the weather wasn't so kind to us. It held up for the first few hours, and afterwards it decided to just pour down. So we made the most of it. We did like a little rain dance out there and just got a little wet.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Casino and the World Poker Tour.
Well, the pool's just one of the great facilities here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. And Vince, I gotta say, the girls sure look good in the pool.
Well, we've been having a great time all week long, but let's get back down to the felt. Zoe Kareem with a nice hand, ace-queen.
Gonna raise it on the button here to 210,000. Kevin out, and Ben with the king-queen is gonna call.
Heads up, going to the floor.
Blinds of 50 and 100. And the flop is an ace-king-jack.
Just a great flop for Zoe. Both players have an ace-high straight draw. Ben's got kings, Zoe's got aces, and he's betting.
But a quick call by Ben. This could be trouble for Ben. 5 of spades on the turn.
Well, Ben checks again. So reaching for betting chips one more time. 380,000 is the bet. Look at this. Ben gonna throw it away and show it to him, Vince, which is gonna upset Zoe even more.
You were dead to another king.
Dead to a king, he said.
How do you fold the turn there?
How do I fold the turn?
Yeah. Like you're supposed to call and give me at least 375 more.
All right, a great hand for Zoe Kareem. Now remember, Zoe started this final table as the short stack, and remarkably, he still survives with just 3 players to go.
Yeah, Zoe's success at tonight's event reminds me of what we saw poker pro Tommy Vitas accomplish last season here at the Seminole Hard Rock. At the time, it was something that only Phil Locke and Alex Gomez have achieved in WPT history. Tommy's story is the best of Season 10 moment. The final table of the Season 10 Seminole Hard Rock Showdown started with poker pro Joe Ciroc in the chip lead with $3.1 million, and Tommy Vitas with a short stack of a little less than $600,000.
He's not cooking breakfast here, so there's no short stack. Doesn't help him. That's what he is.
I'm all in.
Oh. Early action saw Tommy double through Kyle Bowker.
Kyle hanging in there.
Which eventually led to Kyle's demise in 6th place. Then Tommy faced off with local high-stakes grinder Sharon Levin. Tommy first makes a great call on the river to increase his stack.
Sharon Levin sickened by that.
On the very next hand, Tommy finished the job with pocket 6s.
Cool.
Sending Sharon to the rail in 5th place while sending Tommy up the leaderboard. Soon after, pro Craig Bergeron shoved with pocket 6s. As Tommy woke up with queens. The pair of ladies held up, knocking Craig out of the tournament.
The very dapper Craig Bergeron out in 4th place.
And moving the once short stack Tommy into 2nd chip position. Next, it was Joe Ciroc, who hit the rail in 3rd place, putting Tommy heads up to fight for the title. John Dolan started the heads-up match with the advantage in chips, but Tommy had no intention of giving up.
I won't get a heads up, I will win.
Tommy quickly doubled up when he flopped a flush.
Can't beat that defense.
And when they both hit top pair, while Tommy held the better kicker, he doubled up yet again.
Now he's our chip leader. Just incredible.
The final hand of the night would prove exciting.
Cool.
As Tommy had an ace-10, and he called John's all-in, who held king-6, making him a 2-to-1 dog. The flop would give John 2 pair, putting him way out in front. But Tommy had outs. Tommy has a straight draw. A queen would give him an ace-high straight. Wow. A queen on the turn makes Broadway for Tommy. With a brick on the river, Tommy Vitas became the champion.
It really is unbelievable. Tommy Vitas, who entered this final table with the shortest stack, is leaving tonight with his 2nd WPT title.
A great feat and easily the best comeback of Season 10. You know, Vince, Tommy's win here last season gave him his 2nd WPT title, and since then, we've seen one more player make the jump from 6th place to 1st. That was Ravi Raghavan, who took his first WPT title when he won the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic earlier this year at Bellagio.
Well, it is definitely a rare feat, but not impossible. And actually, we could see it happen again here tonight with Zoe Kareem. 3 players left. The cards are back in play. Let's get down to the felt.
Well, Ben's got the Jack-8 offsuit. Going to raise on the button. Makes it $210,000 to go.
Zoe Kareem with a quick fold, but Kevin's going to call with an ace-4, and the flop comes up Jack-10-6.
Oh, nice flop for Ben. He's flopped top pair here. And he is going to bet $250,000 here after Kevin checks.
Kevin hitting none of that. But look at this. He's going to get creative, powering through with a raise.
Check raising to $700,000. Now Ben's got top pair. Doesn't have a great kicker, but...
All right, kid, you win.
He's going to fold 2 jacks here. Now, his opponent didn't re-raise before the flop, so you know he doesn't have aces, kings, or queens. Even an ace-jack he would raise with. I am shocked Ben folded that hand, Vince, to an aggressive player like Kevin Eister.
I think that's the first mistake Ben has realistically made. He's made a lot of great moves tonight. Very shrewd that he's still around.
Let me tell you another mistake he makes, Vince. He makes a mistake by showing these guys those hands. He showed a king-queen a minute ago.
Yep.
He showed this hand here that he laid it down. He showed the 2 jacks when he lost that pot where he never re-raised it earlier. You just can't show those hands to these aggressive players. They'll run over you. I can't imagine how many cards he's going to have to catch to win this tournament if he keeps showing them those kind of hands.
Well, look at this. Pair of aces for Zoe in the very next hand. After a quick fold by Ben, now Zoe will make it $215,000 and pray that he gets action from his roommate, Kevin, who has a pretty decent king-queen, who's going over the top.
He's getting action, all right. He's getting 3-bet, up to $485,000.
Look at this grimacing. It's the show tunes going off in Zoe's head, yet he's He's acting.
Well, Vince, he wants to make a raise where his opponent can't really afford to lay his hand down. Meaning he's not going to make a large raise here because he doesn't want Kevin to go anywhere.
You would think sometimes the guy wants to just play a little slower, disguise it, and just call.
Yeah, he could just call.
But he's not going to. He's going to make the nice little gentle raise, as we like to say.
He's raising $330,000 here with $1 million in the pot. Just a brilliant play by him in my mind. And Kevin calls it.
He's got the fish hooked, and we're going to flop it.
Oh, he could really be hooked now, Vince.
Yep.
As it comes king 5-3. Kevin has flopped top pair, but Zoe has the only overpair of the two aces that's got him beat.
Oh, and he's going to massage a bet of $685,000 into his roommate, buddy. Insta call, of course, by Kevin. And we're going to the turn. This could get very expensive. This could be a great double up for Zoe. Let's see.
Ten of spade comes off.
That is perfect for Zoe. Everything working out just fine.
All in.
All in.
He's going all in here, fearful his opponent might have a diamond draw.
I'll call.
Whoa, boy. He gets a quick call.
Well, he's hoping he had the kings. That's exactly the case. And with one card to go, Kevin must catch a king or a queen to win this pot. Zoe knows he'll take the chip lead after starting out in 6th place if his aces hold up here. Wow. What a spot for Zoe.
They make queens. It's just what they make.
Big moment for Zoe. Big chance to double up. But if the miracle should be pulled off by Kevin, if he hits a king or queen, Zoe would be out in 3rd place. Unlikely to happen, but you never know.
A queen. Unbelievable. Wow. Zoe gets 2 aces. He played the hand perfectly. He got outdrawn on the river.
I called it, brother. I called your 8 and I called your queen.
Zoe finally goes, but Vince had to crack 2 aces to get him out of here. Tough luck for Zoe right there. He'll be our 3rd place finisher, and he'll be thinking about that hand for a long time, Vince.
Devastating defeat there. What a river card. Zoe will take home $252,000. He's got to be a little depressed as he walks over to Matt Savage, our WPT Executive Tournament Director.
So a tough way to go. Starting off with aces and losing that hand has to be very tough. But you lost it to your friend. Now, how does that change the dynamic with you playing against your friend?
I really don't think it changed it too much. I mean, we're both playing to win, so we know that. I mean, this is just a game. We're going to be friends off the field regardless, so it's just how it goes.
You can hang around, sweat, Kevin?
Happen. Of course.
All right, congratulations. Amanda, back to you.
Thanks, Matt. With Zoe Cream out in 3rd place, we are now heads up with Kevin Eister and Ben Tarzia, getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action brought to you by ClubWPT.com is next.
Unbelievable. What is going on here tonight? What are we seeing here?
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And right now, the beautiful Royal Flush Girls are bringing out the cold, hard cash here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. That is Tuba and Ivy. And, of course, Angelique and Danielle.
Well, over $1 million they're putting on the table. That's what these two guys are going to take home between them. Big payday and an opportunity for each of these guys to win their first WPT title.
And put their name on the Champions Cup right there. We started with 542 players. We are down to these two very gifted and talented players. One's a so-called amateur, the other a young guy from Lafayette, Louisiana, a professional poker player, 23 years old, Kevin Eister.
Heads-up action here at the WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is about to get underway between Kevin Eister and Ben Tarzia. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Ben, you said you were a winner already by just making the final table. Now you're one step away from $660,000 and putting your name on the Champions Cup. How do you feel?
I feel great, man. I'm hoping destiny's on my side.
We say you're playing for your family, and I'm sure they're very proud of you right now. Your 4 friends, your kids have to be extremely happy that you're in this spot. Are you playing for them?
Absolutely, man. It's more for them than it is for me. All my 3 sons are sitting there by the computer, and I just spoke to them now. And I couldn't hear a word they're saying because they're screaming so loud. So it's a good feeling.
Well, that's awesome. One more step to go. Maybe you put your name right on that cup.
I sure as hell hope so.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, does this feel like some kind of validation for you? You have a lot of online wins, but this is your first chance to put your name on the Championships Cup of the World Poker Tour. I mean, is it something you've looked forward to in your career?
Yeah, I mean, growing up watching it on the TV and just seeing a lot of familiar faces winning over and over, you know, I always wanted to be one of those guys. So now I have a shot, 1 out of 2 shot to do it. So.
Well, now you're heads up with the chip lead. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition. So let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip counts as we start out heads-up play. Kevin Eister with over 13 million in chips. Ben Tarzia with just over 3 million in chips, so a healthy chip lead by the youngster Kevin Eister.
All right, Andy's at 20,000, Mike. Blind 60, 120. Here we go. Action on Ben. He's got the button. He's got 9-10. He's going to get aggressive and raise. Makes it 250 to go. But right behind him, one-eyed Eister. He lost his contact lens. So he says he's only seeing out of one eye. He's got ace-queen.
Well, he sees enough to re-raise right here. Makes it 650,000 to go. Ben quickly goes out, so Kevin extends his chip lead.
Yep, Kevin, out of Lafayette, Louisiana, only 23 years old, with a chance of a lifetime to be a champion on the WPT. On to the second hand of heads-up action. Kevin this time with a nothing hand, just a 5-10. Will raise, makes it 240 to go.
Come on.
Wow, Ben moving all in here with a queen-jack. I mean, Kevin has a junk hand. He's got to throw it away, of course. But what a bold play by Ben. I think he realizes he's going to have to play big pots against this guy to beat him. He's not going to beat him playing small ball.
He is bringing out the pins and needles and tattooing his man with just queen high. Super aggressive.
Just incredible. Ben says he was a suit for 20 years, a sales executive. He got rid of that lifestyle, opened up a tattoo shop, loves his life, has 4 kids, loves the family.
Where is it?
And loves playing poker.
Well, he's got ace-deuce this time. He's making it 260 to go. Kevin behind him with a call. King-9. We're going to see a flop. Ace-deuce versus King-9, and the flop is a Jack-10-3.
Kevin's got a gut shot straight draw, and look at this. He's leading right into the pre-flop raiser, Vince.
Kevin bets.
280,000, and Ben throwing his hand away. So a nice bet there by Kevin to take down that pot.
Well, one-eyed Eister certainly can't see because he didn't have much there. Bets nevertheless, and he will take this one down.
Well, he has been aggressive and overly aggressive all night long, and it certainly paid off for him.
Look at this. An ace just like that, and a 10 of clubs. Big hand for Kevin. He's going to raise. Makes it 240 to go. Into Ben. Has a pair of 7s.
240,000.
I'm all in.
Gonna ship it here. I don't blame him. I do the same thing.
I call.
And there he does it.
I think you have to call in this spot with this chip count, no doubt about it. We got a race situation. Kevin wins the race, he'll be our champion. If Ben wins it, he'll be a force to be reckoned with, perhaps.
And there is Ben's cousin.
Ace-10 of clubs, yeah.
Well, in my mind, this is a great thing for Ben to get in a race situation where he can double up and have substantial chips if he wins the pot. Still won't have the chip lead, but be right in the thick of things.
All right, 5 cards to come. Can Ben Tarzia get lucky?
Ace right on the flop.
Ace-5 deuce, the ace hits one-eyed Eister. He's out in front with aces.
But Ben has a flush draw. So if a heart comes up, Ben would make a flush and win this pot. He needs a 7 or a heart to stay alive in the tournament.
Turn card coming up. Can he hit his heart? No, it's a 5 of clubs.
So Ben must catch a 7 or a heart to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, Kevin Eister will be our champion.
Heart!
Can Eister do it?
And the river card.
A 10 comes off, aces and tens for Kevin Eister. Now the Cajun takes it down. Kevin Eister, with his first WPT title, came to the final table as chip leader, took home the trophy.
Hugs and tears at this final table as Kevin is the champ.
You got the better hand going in, bro.
That's it?
That's all you can do.
Can't do any better than that. A bridesmaid again.
A good sport, our runner-up.
Whoa, that's pretty
Look,
tight.
man. Look, man.
I didn't stare at it too
Look,
hard
man.
yet.
Kevin Eister, a 23-year-old, is the WPT champion. And right now, our runner-up is talking to Matt Savage.
Well, Ben, unfortunately, you didn't get to add your name to that Champions Cup, but I do feel like there's 2 winners here tonight. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. I couldn't be more pleased with the results. He's a great player. I'm just happy to be here and happy to have a chance to play with these guys. So, you know, it's nothing's lost. Believe me, nothing's lost here.
Well, I'm sure you did your family proud tonight. Mike, over to you.
We're with the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown champion, Kevin Eister. Congratulations. We salute you on your victory. You came to the final table as chip leader. Did you have a strategy coming to this final table as to how you wanted to play?
No, I just figured I'd see how people were playing back and just work from there and just wing it from there, so.
Well, certainly, obviously, the one key hand for you, you got lucky to make kings and queens on the river against Zoe. But other than that, you were in total control all night long at this final table. Vince and I thought you played fantastic. You're a well-deserving champion. Congratulations. In addition to all the money that you're going to make, your name is now going to be inscribed forever on this WPT Champions Cup. Congratulations. We'll see you at the WPT World Championships. Amanda, back to you.
Congratulations to Kevin Eister, the Season 11 WPT Seminole Hard Rock Showdown champion. Kimberly Lansing will be back next time as we travel to Bellagio in Las Vegas for the 100,000 buy-in WPT World Championship Super High Roller. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Amanda Leatherman. Thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, the epicenter of high-stakes poker is pushing the game to astonishing levels as a group of elite players risk a whopping $100,000 in a quest to earn over $1 million. Tonight, it's the Super High Roller, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Las Vegas. I'm Kimberly Lansing. For the past 11 seasons, the WPT has covered some of the best and richest poker tournaments right here at Bellagio. And while there's always risk and reward in poker, nothing compares to the nosebleed stakes associated with the WPT Super High Roller, where the price to play is $100,000. Last season, poker pro Thomas Marchese took that massive risk and won the first fully televised WPT Super High Roller event. This season, Thomas was just one of the brave players who walked into the Bellagio poker room ready to pony up the $100K.
100K is a ton of money for everybody, so everyone wants to only play if the field's decent, in that it's like pretty big, and that it's also just has some like recreational players in it, and it's not all pros.
I don't know if there's a magic number, but I'd like there to be at least 15, 20 players.
I run a business. This event's a 3-day event. I can spare 3 days. I can spare the money. I'm going.
The wait was not long before the players took their seats for some high-stakes excitement on day one, and our very own Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, and the Royal Flush Girls kicked off the event.
Allow me to welcome you to the Season 11 Super High Rollers Tournament at Bellagio in Las Vegas, Nevada. And gentlemen, let's shovel up
and deal.
Hearing those words, Jason Mercier couldn't wait for that magic number and made a trip to the cage to get in on the action.
You know, it just looks like fun. I can't let these guys play without me.
A second table was started when WPT champion Eric Seidel joined the growing field. Businessman and high-stakes tournament regular Kerry Katz and two-time WPT champion Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer also entered the mix.
I'm in gambling mood.
Taking an early chip lead was David Duck Sands, who won 2 large pots against Marvin Rettenmeyer and Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger.
Yeah, definitely got some good cards and made a few good plays along the way, so off to a good start here in the 100K.
Registration remained open for entries as more players took the 100K plunge, including WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko and Steven Silverman, who just cashed in the WPT World Championship on the other side of the poker room.
You know, I guess I like to be a hard worker, and another tournament's going on, so plus, I just got the chips for my cash, so I figured just keep it going.
While Steven was getting ready to play, Eric Seidel and Yevgeny Timoshenko found themselves heads up on a flop of Jack 6-5. Eric let out with a bet holding pocket aces, and Yevgeny simply called with a set of jacks. A 6 on the turn paired the board, and Eric slowed down, check-calling Yevgeny's bet. With a deuce on the river, Yevgeny fired again, and after some deliberation, Eric made the call and was surprised to see Yevgeny's nut full house. A few hands later, Eric Seidel, the inaugural WPT Super High Roller champion, was the first in the field to be eliminated, and he slinked off into the casino, perhaps contemplating his option to re-enter. Marvin Rettenmeyer, who started out the day on the wrong foot, tangled with last season's WPT Super High Roller runner-up Andrew Roble. On a board of Queen Jack 7, Marvin pushed his chips all in with an overpair of kings, and Andrew made the call with top pair. A deuce fell on the turn and an 8 on the river, giving Mad Marvin the well-timed double up. But luck was not on the side of businessman and amateur poker player Kerry Katz, who was the second player to hit the rail at Bellagio. Down but not out, Andrew Lichtenberger, currently on the short stack, seemed to have the right mindset to get his game back on track.
Going to the last level of the day, it's not going great. I have a little less than a third of starting stack. Just part of the game, sometimes you get short, so I'm just gonna do my best to run it back up.
And even though the reigning WPT Super High Roller champion Thomas Marchese recently doubled up, he was still short on chips and eventually found himself at the mercy of Jason Mercier and was the third player to be eliminated from the field. Thomas was pretty disappointed at the outcome, with no plans of re-entering. Faring well were businessmen Robert Mercer and Bill Klein, as well as last season's runner-up Andrew Roble, who all found spots to chip up. In one of the final hands of the day, Marvin Rettenmeyer got all his chips in with King-Queen and was called by Yevgeny Timoshenko, who had him dominated with Ace-King. The board ran out with all low cards, sending the pot to Yevgeny and Mad Marvin to the rail, though he didn't seem so mad. At the end of the day, players were bagging their chips, and Yevgeny was not ready to go home.
I feel really good. I'm actually kind of disappointed play ended because I was on a bit of a rush for pretty much the entire day, and I wanted to keep that going.
Luck's all gone. No luck for tomorrow. Something you don't want to do in tournaments is use all your luck on day one. Can't win that way.
The 11 players who finished the day in the $100,000 buy-in WPT Super High Roller all hope to have luck on day 2. Young pros Steven Silverman and Yevgeny Timoshenko currently sat at the top of the leaderboard, but with stakes so high and a lot of play ahead, it was still anybody's game. With registration still open, will anyone new show up on day 2? And will anyone take the ultimate plunge and risk another $100K to re-enter? We'll find out when we return to the WPT Super High Roller at Bellagio. Welcome back to Season 11's extended coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at Bellagio. With registration still open and day 2 about to start, all eyes were on who might still show up and who might double down and re-enter, putting another $100,000 at risk. Players were readying themselves for the long battle ahead on day 2, including last season's 5th place finisher, Bill Klein.
We're at the high roller event, day 2, just getting started, down to 2 tables. I am the short stack, who's going to grind it out, hope I catch a couple of cards.
Pretty optimistic.
Also feeling optimistic was day 1 casualty Kerry Katz, who decided to fire another very expensive bullet.
Just back for more views.
Jason Mercier was the first casualty of the day, but he didn't go home empty-handed as he got a $100,000 hug from the Royal Flush Girls.
Give him a big hug. You have to cheer him up somehow, make him feel a little better. I told him you can always rebuy, so hopefully you will see him again.
Without much contemplation, Jason got right back in the mix.
Yeah, I'm rebuying. All right. Get the camera out of my face. No, I'm just kidding.
While Jason was taking a seat for the second time, some players were taking their seat for the first time, including Season 9 ones to watch Joseph Chung, who was looking to parlay on his previous night's good fortune.
Played some baccarat last night. I won, get him out of money, and I'm feeling pretty lucky, yeah.
To make up for lost time, Joseph immediately moved all in against Kerry Katz, who didn't want to risk his newly bought chips and open-folded pocket jacks. Then Joseph pushed all in on the river against Yevgeny Timoshenko, who eventually makes the call. Joseph turned over a straight, Yevgeny promptly mucked his hand, and Joseph was off and running on day 2. Businessman Ray Faltinsky, the most recent player to join the field, did not get off to the same strong start when he called an all-in of last season's 4th place finisher Dan Perper. Dan doubled up, and Ray took a hit on one of his very first hands. Soon after, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger busted to Michigan businessman Jim Courtney. When asked if he was to re-enter, his answer was short and sweet.
No.
Eric Seidel decided to take another shot and re-enter.
Just a song called Sucker.
As Eric took his seat for the second time, the bust-outs would continue, including Jean-Noel Thorel and Bill Klein.
Game, boys.
See you soon. How's it? Not that soon.
Also sent to the rail was Kerry Katz, whose ace-king was no match to Eric Seidel's pocket jacks, and Kerry ran out faster than his second speeding bullet. Was he coming back for a third shot?
Good luck, guys.
Nope. He just forgot his water. But French businessman Jean-Noel Thorel did decide to give this tournament a second shot.
Welcome back.
Not long after he sat back down, Jean-Noel got tangled in a hand with Jason Mercier. After seeing a flop of 8-7-3, Jason checked his top pair and Jean-Noel bet, holding an overpair of queens. Jason moved all in over the top, and when he was called by Jean-Noel, he still had outs to survive. But with an ace on the turn and a queen on the river, Jason's fate was sealed, and he was eliminated by the Frenchman.
Yeah, I'm done. Can't afford it anymore. Too much pain in one day.
Registration and the window for re-entries was now closed, and the money was all counted up. The WPT Super High Roller had a total of 21 entries and a prize pool of over $2 million. Stakes were high, with over $1 million going to first place and only the top 3 spots getting paid, making this the largest money bubble in WPT history. Play resumed with players converging to one table, and David Sands had some thoughts on the remaining field.
I mean, this is a $100,000 buy-in tournament. You know, everyone's good. And I think one of the biggest mistakes a poker player, an athlete, or really any competitor can make is underevaluate their opponents. So I have a ton of respect for all the 8 players at my table, and, you know, they're all very dangerous.
At this stage in the game, every hand was crucial, and young pro Steven Silverman jumped into the chip lead after turning a flush against last season's runner-up, Andrew Roble. But Steven's lead would not last long, as just a few hands later, Joseph Chung took over when he crippled Jean-Noel Thorel, who would soon after fall in 9th place. And the 2 remaining short stacks, Eric Seidel and Yevgeny Timoshenko, battled to not only chip up, but to secure a seat under the WPT's bright lights. Yevgeny moved all in on the button with Jack 3 of hearts and was called by Eric, holding Ace 6. Yevgeny flopped a pair of jacks, but they were no match for Eric's trip sixes. Yevgeny was drawing very slim until a miraculous jack hit on the river, giving him a bigger full house, keeping his tournament hopes alive. Eric, however, was crippled and would be eliminated on the next hand in 8th place. Yevgeny was trying to build some momentum when he moved all in with pocket threes, but right behind him, businessman Jim Courtney made the call with pocket kings. The board ran out and Jim's kings would hold up to eliminate Yevgeny in 7th place. After the world champion's exit, the TV final table was set with a businessman, an online grinder, 2 WPT Super High Roller repeat performers, and 2 former ones to watch, all looking to make it to the top 3 spots so they will not go home empty-handed. With our elite group of 6 players settling into our final table, we turn to our own Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood cash game expert and tennis champion Vince Van Patten. Mike, how does play in a super high roller event differ from what we normally see at a WPT main televised event?
Well, Kimberly, it's different in that only 3 players get paid tonight. Now, 2 of the 6 players are on an extreme short stack, so they're going to have no choice but to mix it up soon. But it's going to be interesting to watch the 4 guys that have chips here tonight. Will they play tight and just try to get in the money, or will they play aggressive to try to accumulate a chip lead to go for the $1 million first place prize? This is going to be exciting to watch, but I promise you one thing, there's going to be pain for the Bubble Boy tonight because 4th place is 0 and 3rd place is over $400,000. This will be fun.
However, they're at a final table on the World Poker Tour. That is always exciting. There's some bragging rights here. And right now, our chip leader is Jim Courtney, and he's talking to Matt Savage.
Jimmy, start off with the chip lead tonight. $100,000 is a pretty penny. What attracted you to this event?
Short, professional field, and 3 days. I'm in and out.
You've enjoyed this game for a long time, 58 years, but tonight you're up against young pros. How does your game measure up?
Well, we're going to find out real quick, Matt. I'll tell you that right now. So far, it's measured up all right.
All right, well, good luck to you, Jim.
Thank you very much,
Kimberly,
Matt. I appreciate
back to you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. The biggest money bubble in WPT history is about to take place as 6 men take their seats, but only 3 will cash. Tonight's winner will earn over $1 million and take home the exclusive WPT Super High Roller Trophy. All the excitement is about to start. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller.
Poker is an extremely interesting game. It seems kind of simple on the surface, but once you really start thinking about it, it gets really complex.
Poker's just a fun game because it's a competitive game, it's a mental game. I like challenges like that.
Well, I think different people have different motivations for playing these 100Ks. I play them because I think I have an edge in them. I think I'm a expected winner every time I enter.
To make the final table back-to-back years was just a great experience. My blood's definitely pumping for sure in this one.
It's mine to win if I can play the way I've been playing, and it's mine to lose if I get stupid. I'm going to try not to do that.
In poker, there's only so much you can do. You can just play your best, and the rest is in the hands of the poker gods.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller Final Table.
It is great to be here back in Vegas for this amazing event. We watched these players put down $100,000 each just a couple days ago, and they're going after millions here tonight. Cards are ready to fly once again, so let's go down to the felt.
Well, the amateur Jim Courtney out in front with nearly $1.7 million. Joseph Chung not far behind with $1.65 million. And Dan Perper and Andrew Robo, as you can see, on the extreme short stack.
Yeah, the winner's going to take home over $1 million, $1,023,000.
And what's unique, Vince, is the guys in 4th, 5th, and 6th place, they get 0, zippity-doo-dah. That should make this a fun final table.
That is right. Annie's at 2,000. Blinds are 8 and 16,000. Here we go. Action on Steven Silverman, young poker professional. He folds his hand. And now Dan Perper, who's an equity option trader from Highland Park, Illinois, also going to fold.
Action around to one of the top poker pros in the world, David Doc Sands. He goes out here, though.
Now Joseph Chong, another poker pro out of Palos Verdes, California. Not going to play. It's around to Andrew Roble, and look at this. He has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces on hand number one.
Unbelievable, Vince. He's on the short stack at this table. Just what you dream about. You sit down and look down at 2 aces in the first hand.
Now how to play them, how to extract the most money from your victim.
He's going to limp in here, Vince.
There you go, there you go. Very sneaky. And now it's on Jim Courtney. And, oh, I can't believe it. What am I seeing?
This is unbelievable. What? I don't think in the history of 11 seasons on the tour we've ever seen the blinds both pick up 2 aces, especially on deal number 1.
Well, Jim goes all in, of course, and a snap call by Roble, and no one can believe it at the table. Oh.
Well, you shook your head when he called.
Of course I did.
Well, unbelievable. Now, obviously, one of them's going to have to make a flush to win the pot.
Oh, my God.
Look at this.
3 clubs come out. Jim Courtney has the ace of clubs.
How they put in the cold deck.
Yeah, good.
Always a cold deck at the WPT for the TV.
And another clubby spike. Can Jim Courtney, the real estate guy? No, it's a 4 spades on the turn.
I mean, Vince, this is not even fair to lose when you have the same hand as your opponent.
Don't
I think it should be a push.
Here we go to the river, Mike.
2 o'clock.
Andrew doesn't want to see the club, and he does not see
Well,
a
it's a
club.
5, so Andrew Roble lives on, but justifiably so.
Nice doing business with you.
Yes.
Much to the chagrin of the other players at the table, they would like to see Andrew gone, but doesn't happen. They split the pot as they should.
It's like my trap works beautifully.
I'm thinking, man, I sure hope he raises.
That is Jim Courtney, the real estate broker from Detroit, Michigan. He's 68 years old, a top business.
Roble, the guy he was up against, finished second in this same event last year.
That is
So,
right.
Pretty impressive.
Right back to the action, Dan Perper. Oh, he's picked up a big hand. He's got the ace-king.
Well, Dan finished 4th in this tournament last year. Chipping it here because he's on the short stack. Can't blame him. Doc Sands out. Joseph Chung out.
Yep, Andrew Roble now going to take a peek at his cards. He's got a nothing hand, so he folds his hand. Around to Jim, he's out.
Call.
And look at this.
Snap call by Steve Silverman with queens. Vince, what hands we're seeing here.
Shocking.
Aces versus aces. Queens versus ace-king suited in the first 2 hands. Can you believe it? The classic race in poker, the ace-king versus the queens. Who's going to win it? Daniel Perper must win to stay alive. Will the queens hold up?
Here we go. And he hits a king
right
just like
on
that.
the flop. So Daniel has taken the lead with the 2 kings.
Pretty nice flop for Daniel. Here comes 4th Street.
Well, an 8, so we're down to the river card. Steve Silverman must catch a queen on the river to eliminate Daniel from this tournament. A big dog to do so.
And Steve hit
That's a
lightning.
9,
No.
so there you go.
Thanks.
That race goes to the short stack. Daniel Perper stays alive.
Yeah, and that was a big sigh of relief. He can't believe he went up against queens, but then he hit his hand. Nicely done. Doubling up.
Well, that's pretty incredible. The hands that we're seeing coming out so far. Ace-king versus 2 queens. Aces versus aces. Wow.
And there, of course, are the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, having a good time. All right, back to this hand. And the Andes are going up to 3,000. Blinds are 10 and 20 now. Roble this time with a queen 5, releases that. And now Jim Courtney with a nice little pair of 5s here.
Well, Jim loves competition, loves playing the best. His last tournament cash was 2006, though.
Will raise this hand, makes it 45,000 to go. Steven Silverman out.
Dan Perper out as well.
Yep.
Well, Doc Sands is not going out. He's got the ace-king of diamonds. Well, I absolutely love the way Doc Sands plays poker in terms of the way he does play when he plays, but I hate the way he plays because he plays so slow.
Yes, very methodical, and he's going to re-raise. Joseph Chung out.
He is so deliberate. Every time he makes a decision, it drives other players at the table crazy. But they'd all love to have his results.
Jim Courtney, though, is not going anywhere with the 5s.
Well, he does make the call. Well, everyone likes to see flops with small pairs. Jim Courtney taking a flop here. These are the two chip leaders going at it. Here comes the flop. Well, 8-6-3 with two hearts. Nice flop for the small pair of Jim Courtney.
Doesn't help Doc Sands, but Doc's first to act. He's getting that hand moving.
Well, you know the continuation bet is coming here. You're not going to put your opponent on little cards after raising and calling the raise before the flop.
Doc is going to bet like he has a hand. We know better. It's 224.
Well, Jim's looking back at his fives again, trying to figure out what to do with them.
So he's just going to call.
He does make the call. You know Doc Sands doesn't like that.
No, that hurts.
But he does like that as the ace peels off on the turn.
Just like magic. Hits the ace.
Well, Doc Sands, just incredible. Already this year, he's finished second, and third in 3 high roller events. Won over $1.5 million in those. Could take home over another $1 million tonight if he could win this one.
Well, he's bet $357,000 into Jim Courtney.
Well, I think it's an easy getaway for Jim now. He can beat nothing but a stone bluff.
Yep. That ace kind of solidifies it. And he will release the hand. Nicely done, Jim.
With that pot, David Doc Sands takes a nice chip lead at this final table.
Doc is just operating on these guys right now. Will it continue? Stay tuned. 6 players just getting started here at Bellagio. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour at Bellagio in Las Vegas. 6 players remain in the super high roller here at Bellagio.
Over $1 million goes to the winner, but the 6th, the 5th, and the 4th place finishers get nada, zippity-doo-dah, a fried egg, and they go home busted.
And these players have a tremendous amount of courage to put up this kind of money, but of course they have great experience as well.
Now, if you want to improve your game and have fun in the process, maybe you should try ClubWPT.com. It's a great way to play and to learn how to play poker online. You can also win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month and win entries into WPT events.
That is so true. For a small monthly fee, you get so many different benefits, including the Saver's Guide, and you get a subscription to the WPT magazine, which is quite nice.
ClubWPT.com just got a facelift. There's new graphics. You can now also play on Mac. There's no downloads, no installs, just click and play.
That's right. Join today, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the action of the high roller final table.
All right, 6 players remain. As you can see, winner's going to take home over $1 million. And these are some of the greats in the game playing and battling for this title here tonight.
Well, David Doc Sands out in front with over $2 million in chips. He is the man to beat, no doubt about it.
Let's go to the felt. Action on the real estate guy, Jim Courtney. Quick fold by him. Now Steven Silverman picks up a little pair of 4s.
Well, Steven just won the EPT High Rollers in Monte Carlo for $1 million. Just calls, doesn't raise with the small pair.
Fold by Dan Perper, and now David Sands with a King 10 and the button. Well, he makes it 64,000 to go. Now, Joseph Chung, tough young poker pro, going to release his hand.
Andrew Roble, finished runner-up in this event a year ago. Now looks down at ace-queen of diamonds.
There you go. Very strong hand, ace-queen of diamonds.
Well, he's on the short stack at this table, Vince.
Yeah.
And he's going to ship it. You can't blame him.
Shove time. Silverman with the 4s now.
He's got 2 4s, but he's got 2 players that have raised behind him. So he's going to exit with the 4s.
He is out, and Doc's saying, how much more is going to cost me?
I will call.
I'm priced in, I'm calling, and we've got a showdown. Ace Queen up against King 10. Andrew Robles' life on the line here.
Last time Andrew was all in, he had 2 aces, and he was tied and in jeopardy after his opponent flopped the flush draw. You gotta be thinking, what's going on here? I didn't win with aces, almost lost with them. Got ace queen, the guy calls me with king 10. Here we go.
Yes, first 3 cards and a queen.
On the flop. That means Doc needs to catch a king to take the lead.
Andrew Roble flopping nice there. Here comes 4th Street.
And the deuce comes off, so we're down to the river. For Andrew Roble to be eliminated, Doc Sands must catch a king on the river. That is all. Doesn't happen as the deuce comes off. So both short stacks have doubled up, Vince, and that's going to make an entire new dynamic for this final table.
138.
They don't have to be so anxious to get their money in now. They've got a little time to play.
Lots of hope for this 6. No one willing to get up and take that walk out of here.
Well, back to the table we go. Action's going to be on the 68-year-old amateur player, Jim Courtney.
Quick fold by him. Steven Silverman also going out. Now Dan Perper, who made this final table last year. Oh, he's got a nice one, pair of jacks.
And he just doubled up with ace king against 2 queens. Now he looks down at 2 jacks. Gotta love it.
Yeah, he's going to move it up to 45,000 to go. David Sands folds his hand. Joseph Chung now with an 8-4 clubs in the small blind.
Oh boy, Vince. I don't like this play.
Well, he's going to play around with it.
Calling out of position with the 8-4 clubs.
Now Roble releases his hand.
Joseph Chung is known as a gambling player, no doubt about that. This proves it right here.
Jacks versus 8-4. And here we go with the first 3. Well, the flop comes up queen 7-5. That's an inside straight there for Joseph Chung.
And he's going to check.
Dan Perper, no continuation bet.
Can't believe he wouldn't bet that.
Oh, boy.
Oh, and it may cost him big time here, Vince.
6 of diamonds.
Joseph Chung has made a straight.
And how? Casually kicks in 50,000, Mike.
Yeah, look at that little bet.
And Perper's not going to fold. He's made this call. Down to the river we go.
Well, an 8 comes off. Joseph's not going to be crazy about that card.
Started the hand with a little over 400.
Mullen.
And Chung says all in.
Wow.
Put all your chips in there, Dan, he says.
Well, Dan's got about 300,000 left is all. Joseph just moving in.
That was not a good runoff for me.
I wonder if the guy had a 9 high straight, he's going to get it in anyway, and he's not throwing his hand away. So he's trying to represent like he might be possibly bluffing here. And Daniel knows he's very capable of making a bluff in this spot.
Dan Perper, this could be a nice lay down, and he does the right thing.
And he makes the good lay down there, but I'm not sure by checking on the flop that it might not have cost him the pot.
Yeah, I think so.
As you can see, Daniel Perper perplexed there, not happy about losing with the 2 jacks.
Last year was very surreal. I just couldn't believe that I made it so far against people who I thought are really good. And then coming into the final table as a chip leader with a real shot at winning a WPT was a pretty special feeling. Finished a very disappointing 4th, and this year I plan to definitely run it up and hopefully take it home.
Well, you gotta like this guy. Not a professional player, but to make the final table on the high rollers 2 years in a row is so impressive.
It is impressive because these are quality fields that play these $100,000 buy-in tournaments.
All right, back to the felt. Steve Silverman with an ace-3 of clubs quickly folds. Dan Perper now with the... Look at this. I can't believe the hands we're seeing tonight. Pair of queens.
Well, they just lost with 2 jacks a minute ago. Now he picks up queens. Now you know he's going to raise it, just trying to figure out how much to raise it.
God, it's got to be so exciting when you're at a final table and you start picking up big hands like this. And there's the raise, makes it 50,000. Went to Doc Sands.
He's got ace deuce of diamonds, but exits to go out.
Joseph Chung now. Oh, he's got a pair of 8s.
Well, we just saw him play the 8-4. So certainly 2-8's got to look a lot better to him.
Yeah, he's going to raise it to 125. Andrew Roble now with a king 9 of clubs.
Well, the raise shut Andrew out of this pot.
Now the real estate man, Jim Courtney, can't play. Back on Perper, goes all in. And a quick call.
Yep, all in and called, and pair over pair, Joseph can see he is not in good shape here.
I swear.
You definitely dreamt those queens. Yeah.
Boy, you ain't whistling Dixie.
Well, Joseph said, again, you got a big hand?
I'm amazed.
Daniel Perper from Chicago with a big opportunity now to really get back into this.
Well, Joseph Chung with the 2 snowmen, but they could melt away here because his opponent's got 2 queens.
And here come the first 3.
Well, 9, 6 deuce with 2 hearts.
7 for a sweat? No. 7 of hearts.
Yeah, Daniel looking very happy. And here comes the turn, Jack of spades. Also good for Dan.
Well, Joseph Chung must catch an 8 on the river to win this pot and eliminate Daniel Perper. Otherwise, Daniel is going to double up yet again, and he does as the 4 diamonds comes off.
That's him.
Daniel Perper doubling up once again. Came in as an extreme short stack.
Oh, boy, the equity options trader getting a good return on his investment right there, Vince.
Yeah, big smile at the table. No one wants to go away here at Bellagio.
You know, Vince, the WPT isn't just big buy-in events like our main tour stops and the Super High Roller. We also have some WPT caliber events with more accessible buy-ins, like the non-televised main events and our regional and national tours.
Well, that is right, Mike. And since we last saw our viewers, the WPT hosted a national event at Le Casino Imperial in Annecy, France. But WPT also held 2 non-televised main events, one in Florida at Jacksonville Best Bet, and the other in Montreal, Quebec, Canada at the Playground Poker Club, where Amir Babakani took home over $440,000, as well as an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship. He also gets to have his name inscribed forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
The WPT hosts events year-round, so if you're interested in playing one in the near future, please log on to WPT.com. Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller Tournament. 6 players left fighting it out for over $1 million first place prize.
They're gambling high right now. Let's go back to the table.
There you can see Doc Sands out in front with 1.9 million. Jim Courtney in second. Joseph Chung followed by Steven Silverman. Daniel Perper and Andrew Roble still the short stacks. But much better off than when we started this final table.
All right, action's going to Joseph Chung, the young poker professional who grew up in Palos Verdes, California. Quick fold by him.
Over to top pro Andrew Roble. He's out.
And now the real estate man, Jim Courtney. He is 68 years old. He says he's been playing poker since he was 9 years old.
Wow.
Not a professional, but he's got king, queen this time, and he likes it. He's going to raise.
Yeah, makes it 45,000 to go.
Silverman out. And the other so-called amateur at the table, Dan Perper, also folding.
Well, Doc Sands, the chip leader, looks down at ace-9 offsuit.
Yep.
Now he knows that this amateur player is probably going to have a hand when he raises it, so it'll be interesting to see how Doc is going to play the ace-9 here.
Yep.
He's going to make the call.
Throws in a little breadcrumb. Makes the call, hopes to get lucky, and here we go.
Now flop is queen, queen, 9, 3 queens for Jim Courtney.
Incredible.
But unfortunately for Doc Sands, he's got a pair of 9s
and he's
with
got
an ace kicker.
Check the 9s. And Jim, 3 of a kind. Show tune's going off in his head right now. He's got a bet.
Doesn't slow play him, fires right out.
Little TC fly, continuation bet with a huge hand, 60,000.
Yeah, this could spell a little trouble for Doc Sands here if some little cards come off.
Yep, and Doc is going to call. Doc almost plays like a robot. So methodical, very smooth.
king comes off now, giving Jim Courtney a full house.
Oh, is that all?
No card Doc Sands can catch to win this pot. He is drawing dead and checks.
He does check.
Oh, look at that, Vince.
Like it.
He drops his jaw like, oh, I don't like that card. I'll check.
Checks the nuts and a 5 of diamonds on the river.
Oh, boy.
It shows you that Jim can really play. You know, you don't bet him. You have a gigantic hand, of course. Wait for your sucker to catch a little bit more.
This is a ho-hum bet here, too.
Yeah.
100,000 here. Doc Sands sits back in his chair. He says, what's going on? The guy checked on the turn. All of a sudden, he's going to bet on the river when that card comes off. So Doc now knows that the guy's either got nothing or he's got a big, big duke.
He's got a monster. Doc with 9s, ace kicker. You can release this hand, though, knowing the player, knowing that he raised before the flop.
Yeah, he's going to lay it down, Vince, and a good lay down there by Doc Sands, much to the sadness of Jim Courtney.
Yeah, Jim Courtney.
Sorry, dude.
He owns a major business back in Detroit in the real estate business, but he just has a passion for poker. And right there you see the trophy with the cash that's going to be given out to the high roller champion.
What do you do with all your trophies, Vince?
Yeah, right.
Huh?
Trophies. I got a lot of dust on my old tennis trophies.
You'll all get to see it on TV.
You probably sit up and polish them every night.
Oh, boy. Okay, back to this game of poker. Couple folds, and now Dan Perper. He's got a pair of 6s. And Perper's gonna... Yep, he's gonna raise with a little purpose here.
Yep. 42,000 is the bet.
Yes. Doc Sands.
Doc's got the ace-3 of hearts, and Vince, he lays the ace suited down, the baby suiteds.
Chong out, now Andrew Roble.
He looks down a queen-9 of diamonds out of the big blind. It cost him 22,000 more to make the call. Getting a good price on his money to do that.
Yep, he's going to make this call.
These are the two short stacks at the table, but
Yeah, around.
Daniel Perper has almost twice as many.
Flop comes up 4-4-2.
Nice flop there for Daniel.
No help for Andrew. Andrew will check it. Dan Perper with the overpair. He's got to feel comfortable.
Yep, gotta like that flop if you have 2 6s.
Makes the bet, 43,000.
No, Andrew Roble staring him down, Vince. What he's thinking here is maybe this guy's got an ace-jack, ace-10 suited. Whereas if I check raise, I could get him off this hand and take down this pot.
Well, we're dealing with 2 short stacks, so be careful. And that's exactly what Andrew's going to do.
Yep.
As his girlfriend watches his move, he has popped it up to 105,000 to go.
Well, I like the play, Vince. Might not work here, but you have to like the thinking of Andrew Roble.
I'm all in.
Perper says, all in.
Well,
Yep.
maybe it's not so good.
Take that all back. Andrew has to lay down the hand, and nicely done by Dan. He's saying, if you have a bigger pair of flop to 4, take my money.
Yep.
Not going to happen right there.
Exactly right. Daniel Perper picks up yet another pot. Seeing good action tonight here at Bellagio.
What makes Bellagio a high-class destination is the customer service levels that you will find here at the property. Business people that come in and play understand what our product is about and what the quality is in terms of our resort.
To me, this is the finest casino in town. The poker room is run so well, you can't go anywhere and get the kind of service I think that you get here. It's first class.
It is a great poker room, and as you can see, everybody having a good time. You get your chest massage, as Daniel Negreanu just had it done. You get to eat at the table while you play poker. You can't beat it, Mike.
Well, Doc Sands, our chip leader, trying to massage that $1 million first prize into his bank account.
Back to the table we go. 6 players remain here, and the antes are going up to 12 and 24,000. Quick fold by Dan Perper. Doc Sands also out.
48.
Joseph Chung
Well, announces 48,000 with the 10-4.
Right behind him, Andrew picking up a big king, queen of clubs.
Notice Andrew glanced to his left first before he's acting on this king, queen. But
Robel's gonna push.
Yep, he's going all in.
All in. Wow, and Jim Courtney now with a king.
Call.
Oh boy, quick call by Courtney, of course, with the kings.
Andrew Robel looked at Courtney, but he hadn't looked at his hand yet. Picks up 2 kings.
Silverman out. Chung won't compete, so it is two-handed. They flip him up.
Well, tough luck for Andrew Robel here. And right now, Andrew Robel's tournament life on the line, and he is in dire straits. King, queen versus 2 kings.
I do not like the snap call.
Well, he read Joseph Chung perfectly there, picked him off like a cherry on a tree.
Here's the flop, 9-10-4. That's pretty good for Robel, for outs.
He now has outs. A jack would give him a straight.
A jack.
There you go.
Like a jack.
Andrew Robel, man that's made over $3.5 million in poker. Life on the line here. On the turn, it's an 8. No help for Robel.
Well, Robel, highly respected pro around the world, but right now needs help to stay alive in this tournament.
Otherwise, he'll be our first victim here at the high roller. Here it comes. It's a 6 of clubs.
That's going to do it for the guy that finished runner-up in this tournament 1 year ago. Andrew Robel out tonight in 6th place. Vince, he came into the short stack, tried to fight to stay alive, double up once, but just wasn't meant to be for Andrew tonight, out in 6th place.
With Andrew Robel out, we end our first hour of coverage from the Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller. Mike, we also expected Dan to bust out early on, but instead, he's doubled a couple times. Is he now a contender?
Well, Cameron, I'd have to say he is a contender. He started with 160,000. He's now got well over 800,000 in chips, and he's within $1 million of the chip lead, as is everybody else. So I think not only is he a contender, but everybody else is as well. You got to make Doc Sands the favorite, though. He's played the most aggressive at the table. He's the current chip leader, but still, it's anybody's game.
All right, thanks, guys. Join us next time from Bellagio for more of Season 11's coverage of the WPT Super High Roller. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, the pressure is at an all-time high as some players will risk going home empty-handed, while others will be on their way to winning over $1 million. Continuing coverage of the WPT Super High Roller starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Super High Roller at Bellagio. This remarkable tournament required players to buy in for $100,000, and with a payout structure that only pays 3 players, we're in the rare spot of watching the money bubble burst right here in our arena. Now, with so much on the line, let's turn to our own in-house poker experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, we have real-life rags or riches drama unfolding before our eyes tonight. How are our 5 remaining competitors holding up?
Well, Kimberly, I think they're holding up just fine. Everybody knew coming to this final table that only 3 would get paid and 3 would go home with nothing. But what's intriguing to me is now that they've all got chips, now that they're all in contention, which of these players is going to try to just squeak and hold on and get into the money? And who's going to grab the bull by the horns, be aggressive, go for the gusto, whether they might be eliminated or not, but really go for that $1 million first place prize?
And Vince, what's the secret to staying calm in such a high-stakes, high-stress situation like this event?
You know, I have no idea, but I mean, they're either great actors or they truly are calm. But I don't doubt that they truly are calm because these guys are courageous, high-stakes gamblers. They're under this kind of pressure all the time.
they look calm and ready to take down $1 million. It's going to be very interesting.
Okay, we have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the chip count. David Doc Sands out in front, a little over 1.8 million. Jim Courtney in second with 1.3. That's what they're playing for. The winner going to take home over $1 million. The guys that finish in fourth and fifth, however, get zero zippity-doo-dah.
All right, to the felt we go. Andy's at 3,000, blinds at 12 and 24. Couple folds around to the real estate man. 68-year-old Jim Courtney not going to play.
So it's a battle of the blinds here. Steve Silverman, youngest player at the table, 24-year-old pro out of Rockville, Maryland. He's going to limp in and call in a small blind.
And Dan Perper, who's an equity options trader out of Highland Park, Illinois. He's also content to see a flop with a 7-6. Look at this flop, 3 of a kind there for Steven, and he's going to check it.
Well, just a beautiful flop for Steven, but an 8 on the turn. This gives Daniel Perper a straight. Can you believe it? Steve Silverman thought he was slow playing, and now he could be put in the ringer and out to dry.
Silverman's going to bet 40,000. Perper can't believe his luck, hitting the straight on the turn. He's going to re-raise. Goes to 100,000.
Well, the slow playing on the flop has stalled now. It is bet and raised here, and Steve Silverman just can't believe that 3 5s are beat in this spot. He knows his opponent doesn't have 2 9s in the hole or 2 8s in the hole to raise pre-flop.
Well, he's going to make this call. I hope his hand gets better. And it does, as an 8 hits on the river. Full house for Steven.
Well, he is reaching for some chips. He's still not overly confident, though.
No.
He's a little fearful his opponent could possibly have 8s full, but now he knows he's got the best hand when his opponent goes into the deep side. And now he's saying, please call me.
Yep, 115,000. But sometimes those deep size, the guy puts on a Hollywood act and re-raises you, but not the case this time. Dan Perper with a curiosity call.
And you see Daniel shaking his head there in sadness. He's saying, what happened here? I had a straight on the turn and got beat on the river. The equity options trader got optioned right out of that pot.
Yep, good things for Steven Silverman, 24-year-old who started out playing poker online and now playing against the big boys face-to-face.
To buy in for $100,000 is pretty incredible.
When I enter a $100,000 buy-in tournament, I don't really think about the money.
I would be dying if I lost $100,000. And they can rebuy in.
Gonna rebuy, field looks good, feel good, see what happens.
I just started playing high rollers just recently, and the first couple times my heart was pounding, but you kind of get desensitized to it. It's just another poker tournament.
To watch those guys shove that out there, I'm like, this is real super high roller. This is not a joke.
Once you put the money up, the money's gone. The money is spent. Now it's the ride. Let's take the ride.
Oh boy, there you see the victor go the spoils, the big cash. Winner's going to take home over $1 million. We're down to 5 players, and back to the cards we go. Steven Silverman, 24 years old, played a lot of poker online, and then he gave up poker for a while to finish college, and now he's back on the poker tour. Silverman going out, and now Dan Perper will release that hand. Doc Sands, second time at the WPT final table, looks down at a king, 3 of diamonds. Gonna move it up to 50,000 to go. Now look at this, Joseph Chung behind him with a pair of ducks. He is just gonna call, but Jim Courtney has 10s, it's the real hand. But he's just gonna call.
Wow. Most people would have 3-bet right there for sure. Jim Courtney opted just to call. So we got 3-way action. Here's the flop, queen, 9-6. Action on Joseph Chung.
Hitting nothing there with the deuces, but he's going to come out with a bet. It appears 85,000.
Braves in poker by Chung, leading out into 2 players with that hand.
Jim is going to call. Doc Sands quickly ejects his hand. Ace on the turn. That's going to scare off both players there. Chung's going to check, and Courtney's going to bet.
Doesn't look like it's scaring off Jim Courtney. He's all of a sudden proud of his 2 10s.
Yeah, he's going to bet 125,000.
Pretty bold bet by him here, I think. Now Joseph Chung trying to figure out what he's got. And he's going to call here, Vince. I think he's putting him on a 10-jack or a 7-8. Thinks he's got a straight draw. His deuces might be good.
And the river comes up on 9. Pairing the board. Chong going to check again.
Well, it goes check, check. Jim turns up the 10s. He's going to win the pot with him. So the 68-year-old amateur taking it to the pros right now.
There's my rail.
Jim Courtney, the real estate man.
Been playing poker over 50 years, he said, and he just loves playing against the best. He's doing it tonight.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Super High Roller, including Tony Dunst and the Raw Deal. A look back at one of Season 10's best moments, and we'll tag along with the Royal Flush Girls to one of the hippest spots on the Strip. It's all coming up, so stay tuned.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The girls and I went to Hyde this week. We got to relax in the lounge, have a couple cocktails.
Hyde is really cool. You have something that's really chill, but then you also have a nightclub. The crowd was going crazy, the DJ was playing. They even had like confetti all over the place.
What really sets it apart from the other clubs is its view of the Bellagio fountains. You're in the middle of the club and all of a sudden the beautiful Bellagio fountains goes up.
You're like, wow, perfect atmosphere.
Welcome back to the WPT. The Super High Roller continues. As you can see, David Sands is the chip leader with over $2 million in chips.
And many a poker player heads to Hyde when the night is over, Vince, to club it up a little bit.
All right, the antes are going up to 4,000. Blinds are 15 and 30. Quick fold by Jim Courtney. And now Steven Silverman with an ace-4. Steven out of Rockville, Maryland, only 24 years old.
He recently won the EPT High Rollers event in Monte Carlo. Steve said he likes the high rollers because he likes to play against small fields.
He's going to call it Dan Perper out. And Doc Sands looking down at a king-jack. Perhaps he's going to bully this pot. Nope, just calling. And Joseph Chong with an 8-4 will stick around as well.
Well, he's happy to see a free flop. Three-way action. Now, flop comes 8-7-6. Joseph out in front with top pair and the gut shot straight draw.
David Sands with a quick check. Joseph Chong, who is a season 9, ones to watch, has top pair, and he's going to bet it. 48,000. Silverman with none of that.
Well, Silverman almost drawing dead here. To win the pot, needs to catch an ace, as the cards lie. Look at this, Vince. He is raising here with no hand.
Doc Sands going away.
Just making a move on Joseph Chung here. Now, Joseph faced with a tough decision as to what to do, and he's going to lay it down. So what a play by Steve Silverman there, just to take the pot away from Joseph Chung. And that's not easy to do.
Beautifully done by Steven Silverman. Boy, gets a lot of respect with that raise.
And he gets a lot of respect, Vince, because he doesn't make that many raises.
Yeah.
And when he does, as you said, he gets respect.
All right, right back down on it. Who will become the next WPT Poker-Made millionaire? Dan Perper would love to have that distinction. He goes out. Doc Sands also out.
Well, round to Joseph Chung on the button. He looks down at a 10-8. Makes it 60,000 to go, the minimum raise. Jim Courtney now with the small pair here.
Yep, he's going to make the call with the threes. And now Steven Silverman with an ace-jack.
How much do you have, Joe?
600.
I like to think about the game from like a theoretical approach, and I just try to play my hand in the best way possible to maximize long-term profit.
Well, that could be done right here with a squeeze play, and that is what he's doing. He is going to raise it up by the big blind to 210,000. So Joseph is out.
And Courtney now with the threes. Cannot compete, folds the hand.
Then she just wondered what would have happened had Jim Courtney 3-bet there before the flop. against Joseph Chung. I'm not sure that Steve Silverman would have played the ace-jack then. And Courtney would have won the pot rather than lost it.
There's Chino Ream, WPT champion, watching the play here tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody thought I was in the big.
Action going to Doc Sands, who picks up a nice ace-10.
Well, he's under the gun, first to act, but still, in a five-handed poker game, you're going to play this hand most of the time. He does it, raises it to 80,000.
Into Joseph Chong, who he's got the threes this time.
Well, he's most likely going to play them different. And Jim Courtney just played his 2 threes.
Well,
yeah, he's going to push all in.
Yep. He is shipping it with the small pair.
Yeah, he's been whittled away tonight, and now he's pushing with the short stack.
Jim and Steve go out. Daniel out as well.
565.
Doc says, how much more do I want to keep investing?
Well, he's asking because he's calculating pot odds versus what it cost him to play. 730 in the pot. Cost him 485 to make the call.
He's got chips in his hand. Will he do it?
Well, anytime you're getting 2 to 1, you can about call with any ace in your hand.
Makes the call, and we are racing.
Well, it's a good call in terms of getting the right price to make the call because it's a race situation.
So Joseph Chong, who studied math and psychology at UC San Diego, a big star in the poker world, on the ropes, but a good flop for Joseph Chong as a Jack 9-5 appears.
As you can see, Joseph maintaining his poker face. He knows he gets 0 if it goes out next. If he wins this pot and doubles up, he'll have a shot to win this title.
Turn cards, another Jack.
Added a ton of outs there.
Joseph smiling.
And he's smiling and says because it gives more outs to Doc. If a 9 or a 5 comes up, he can win, as well as an ace or a 10.
Down to the river we go. Joe's going to do it as a deuce of spades appears on the river. Joseph Chong with the measly pair of threes will double up.
So the aggressive Joseph Chung now starting to get really into the hunt to take down this title.
He can breathe again. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
We'll be right back with the WPT Super High Roller. Don't change that dial.
Improving your game takes lots of practice. That's why we play on ClubWPT.com, where we can try new strategies and adjust our game by playing as many tournaments as we want, as often as we want, without risking any money. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. In the Season 10 WPT Super High Roller, Tom Marchese made an early exit, busting to Justin Bonomo on day 1. But with a little friendly persuasion, Tom was back in the mix.
These 100Ks in the re-entry format, they're pretty crazy. Some friends convinced me to come back and that there was value. We'll see if it works out or not.
After knocking out Clemenceau Calixto and Doc Sands in back-to-back hands, Tom secured a seat to the WPT final table. As play began, Tom's stack took an immediate hit when he bet into chip leader Andrew Robles' full house. Despite this misstep, he managed to fade elimination and dodged the largest money bubble in WPT history. Tom rallied, minimizing his losses and maximizing his wins, playing strategic poker.
Big Cheese strikes again, raking in the chips.
He continued to gain momentum with big moves.
All in.
And the Big Cheese now in second chip position.
But suffered a setback.
All in. Call.
After doubling up John Juanda. After a few more hits, Tom seemed dejected and defeated.
The Big Cheese is slowly melting away here, Mike.
But the arrival of his friends in the crowd inspired good play.
I call.
Oh, he's going to love himself.
Good call, Mr. Marchese.
And brought great luck.
All in.
Willie hit the 5.
He did it! Unbelievable! He hit the 2 runners to make the straight.
It ain't easy being cheesy. You gotta work hard for that. See all that money on the table? Those are cheesy bucks. Cheesy bucks, no one else's bucks.
After a long, arduous battle, Tom Marchese would take down the tournament and score the largest cash of his career. Well, tonight, the Big Cheese gets all the cheese.
Kid is #1.
In what ended up being the best re-entry of Season 10.
Oh boy, that was exciting last year, and that's the greatest laugh in poker, guaranteed.
Well, I think it was also the biggest outdraw of the year when he hit the 2 runners to make the straight to stay alive.
Mike, we're right down to 5 players at this event here at Bellagio. What a battle it's been. Let's go to the felt. The antes are 5,000, blinds are 20 and 40,000. Here we go, Steven Silverman, first to act. The 24-year-old's picking up a lot of momentum right now.
Yep, he's the youngest player at the table. Limps in with the 10-8 of clubs.
Right behind him, Dan Perper with an attractive king-queen of hearts.
I'm all in. And he's going to ship it right here, being on the short stack.
Like he should. He has shipped it, and David Sands with a pair of jacks behind him.
Well, what David is contemplating, does he just call here and perhaps allow the first limper back in, or does he just go ahead and raise himself?
All in.
If he's going all in himself.
He should, too.
That eliminates all the hangers-on.
And Silverman's not that strong, so he folds the hand. So we have a showdown. Dan Perper, the equities option trader, on the ropes here tonight against Doc Sands.
Well, he's happy to see the hand he's up against, Vince, because he's in a race.
Wow, 2 hearts, just like that, 9-6-3.
Well, a flush draw for Daniel. He needs a king, a queen, or a heart now.
Here we go to the turn.
And a heart.
Oh, boy.
Well, Daniel is going to double up right here.
Dan Perper gets the heart, outdraws Doc Sands. Oh, wow, 7 of spades on the river. Just doesn't matter.
So Daniel Perper will not leave this table, Vince. And with that pot, Doc Sands drops down into 4th place, Vince. Just under $1 million in chips, so what a turnaround he's had the last couple pots.
Well, that's right, Mike. Looking at the WPT stack tracker, Doc Sands took an early lead, but after doubling up some players in a few race situations, he is now near the bottom of the chip counts. Definitely has his work cut out for him.
Oh, he sure does, Vince. On the other hand, Jim, Joseph, and Steve, despite some ups and downs, have relatively held on to their initial starting stacks. And with Dan's double up, he is continuing to have a great run at this final table. Dan started out with a short stack, and he has progressively chipped up to nearly $1 million in chips. Although he's still at the bottom of the count, he's got 6 times what he started with, putting himself in contention to take down this tournament.
Back down to the money pit we go, Mike. Blinds are 20 and 40,000 with antes is 5,000. Action's going to Dan Perper.
Yeah,
quite a player.
4th in this tournament a year ago. He's back with 5 left.
Little suited connector, 7-8 of diamonds. But look at that, he's going to fold it. Kind of surprising. Now David Sands behind him with a queen 6 of diamonds.
Now Doc reaching for chicks. Methodically bets, as he always does. As I've told you, I love the way this guy plays poker. I hate how he plays, which is slow.
Well, he has made it 80,000. A quick call by Joseph Chong with ace-10. Jim Courtney going out. And Steven also folding, so we have two-way action, ace-10 versus queen-6. The flop comes up king, queen, 10, all hearts.
Well, these are the 2 biggest names fighting it out for this title at this final table. Doc checks that flop.
Yeah.
Joseph checks right behind him. Both players afraid of all the potential of that royal flush flop.
They both have a piece of it. 3 of spades on the turn. Doc Sands with queens.
Well, you're scared of the flush out there. You're scared of the straight. You're scared of the overcard.
Just plain scared all around.
Well, but if you're Doc Sands, you say, you know, this guy didn't bet on the flop. I think my queens are the best hand. I'm going to bet here.
Mm-hmm. There's the bet. Looks like 140. Joseph Chong with an annoying call if you're Doc Sands. We're going to the river.
9 of hearts comes off, so 4 cards straight flush on the board. Neither player going to be happy to see that one. Well, Doc is going to check his queens.
Joe contemplating a bet, but no, he slows down, chickens out.
Doc Sands going to take down that pot.
And he's got to love getting by with that.
Well, as you can see, Doc Sands has great confidence in himself, and why not? He has respect of poker players around the world. The guy is just sensational and playing great tonight.
I expect myself to be the best player at the table every time I sit down. I expect myself to make little to no mistakes when I play poker for 5 straight days. So being on TV or being a ones to watch or being featured in that regard really doesn't add any pressure because basically I already expect myself to perform at the highest levels. There's really nobody outside of myself who's going to put more pressure on me than I already do.
You know, Vince, Doc is a 3-bit poker clothing pro. And let me tell you, they have a number of talented pros on their team who have made WPT final tables this season. Greg Mueller made the Legends of Poker final table, Jeff Gross at WPT Montreal, and Antonio Esfandiari was at the 5-diamond final table right here at Bellagio. Doc is looking good right now, but let's see if he can pull out a W here tonight.
All right, action going to Dan Perper, the 38-year-old out of Illinois, a family man, equities trader, folds the hand.
Now Doc looks down at the 4-3 offsuit. He goes out as well, and Joseph Chung is not going out with an ace-8.
80?
I can assure you.
Yep, he's going to raise to 80,000. Jim Courtney going to take a breather. And now Steven Silverman picks up a pair of fives.
About 980.
980?
I think so.
Silverman went to the University of Maryland. He's been playing very shrewdly tonight so far. He's got the fives. He's been raised.
All in.
He's going to push all in.
He sure is. That is going to put unbelievable pressure on Joseph Chung with an ace-8 offsuit. Steven has him covered in chips, so Joseph knows if he plays this pot and loses it, he's out with zero money.
Call.
But he's going to make this call.
Wow. So we've got a race, and folks, this could literally be $1 million race for real money. Whoever wins it will be the chip leader at the final table. If Joseph loses this pot, he'll be out in 5th place. Remember, folks, nothing for 5th and 4th place, $1 million to the winner.
You can't just have ace-4 suited there?
You can't just have fours? I was thinking, I was like, this could be a tough spot for fours.
Yeah.
Here we go with the flop. It's a Jack 7-3.
So far, so good for Steven. Jack 7-3. Joseph needs some help.
Oh, he
an
gets
ace!
it.
He caught an ace on the turn.
Incredible.
Steven Silverman is going to have to catch a 5 to win this pot.
And that'd be chopped in half if he doesn't connect.
It's an 8. So ace is an 8's a dead man's hand. That's, I got to tell you, there's not many players in the world that would make that call in that spot with an ace-8 offsuit.
I figured it out.
Joseph Chung, the new chip leader.
And the super high rollers, that's what they do. They gamble big. 5 players remain. No one wants to go home. We're coming back with more action from Bellagio in just a moment.
Texas Hold'em takes just a few minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. That's why we created the WPT Poker Trainer that lets you work on your game anytime you want, from anywhere you want, on your iPhone or iPad. Download your copy today. Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller Tournament, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Yeah, Mike, these are the big-time gamblers. Putting up $100,000, that is a lot of money. But you know what? At ClubWPT.com, if you're a member, you can play for $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
And on ClubWPT.com, you get to play unlimited poker. You can also win seats to WPT events and actually play for the big money out here on tour, as these guys do. But that's not all you get. Club VIP members also get extra advantages like access to past WPT episodes. They also get the entertainment savings guide and a whole lot more.
Oh, a lot more, yeah. Right now we have new graphics. Also, now if you're on the Mac computer, you can play on the site as well, so it's great.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right, we're going back to the table.
Well, with 5 players left, the amateur Jim Courtney out in front with nearly $2.1 million in chip. Joseph Chung in second place with $1.8 million. And the other 3 guys all with under $1 million in chips.
Action going to Joseph Chung, who just doubled up. He'll release his hand. And now our chip leader, the real estate man, no, he won't play that.
Well, man, Joseph doubled up on a gamble, in my opinion. A very daring call to make with the ace-8 like he just did.
I guess he had a feeling. Steven out, and now Dan Perper. He's got king 8 of diamonds in the small blind.
Well, it's the battle of blinds. Got Doc's hands in the big blind.
And he is going to pop it. Yep, makes it 90,000 to go. Doc Sands, let's take a look at his hand.
Yeah, Doc's got the 9-8. It cost him $50,000 more to call, but $155,000 in the pot, so thinks he's getting priced in, and he makes the call.
All right, the flop is 8-4-3, all clubs.
Oh boy, we could see some fireworks here. Both players have top pair. Dan's got him out kicked, but as you can see, Doc has a flush draw.
Dan has checked.
I'm surprised Dan checked that hand after raising before the flop and then hitting top pair, but he did, maybe to check raise right here.
Yeah, because Doc has made the bet, 85,000.
Oh, Vince, I don't know why you would raise before the flop, hit top pair and check if you weren't going to check raise the flop. But he just makes the call. He does not raise. Now a king comes off. It gives Dan 2 pair, but as you can see, it gives Doc Sands a flush. Dan goes check, check.
Wow.
Well, 5 of clubs comes off, so 5 clubs on the board. Now that killed the kings and eights that Dan had. He's playing the board, which is a flush, but because Doc checked on the turn, he doesn't think Doc has a club in his hand. He thinks if he bets here, maybe he can take this pot away from Doc. And that's what he's doing, Vince.
Yes, he is. 145. But this is callable.
Well, it's definitely callable, Vince. There's $520,000 in the pot. Going to cost him $145,000 to make the call. Doc has got to recognize the guy doesn't have the ace of clubs. He would have check raised him on the flop for sure if he had that card.
Unless he's playing it very sneaky, and Doc is going to give him extra respect and makes the fold.
That surprised me, Vince.
Me too.
I mean, physically, you have to put the guy, I think, on queen, jack, or 10 of clubs in his hand exactly to lay that hand down. Vince, I believe Doc Sands has actually coached Dan Perper, helped him improve his game a little.
You have to say the pupil just gave a little lesson to the teacher right there. Nicely done. And there's Scotty Wynn, a great poker champion, sitting at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Back down to the next hand. By the way, the antes are still 5,000, but the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action on Steven. Quick fold by him.
Well, Daniel out as well.
Now Doc Sands with a nothing hand folds this one. Joseph Chong, he's going to call it with a 9-8. And Jim, content to see a flop with a 10-7. We have 10-7 up against 9-8, and the flop comes up 9-8 ace.
What a nice flop for Joseph. He's flopped 2 pair here, but his opponent has flopped an open-end straight draw.
No raise before the flop, but Joseph going to bet 80,000 with the 2 pair.
Well, not slow playing it, and Jim with the open-end straight quickly makes the call. And now a 7 comes off, so this does make a possible straight out there. But Joseph with his 2 pair, he is going to fire.
100 to 75,000.
Well, Jim still has the open-end straight draw, but he now has a pair of 7s to go with it. So he is going to make the call. And the deuce of spade comes off. So all the pad hands hitting out there. First the straight, now the flush. But that doesn't slow Joseph Chung down. He bets 300,000. He is hoping his opponent has got 2 aces and will pay him off.
Well, Jim did not get there. He's disappointed, and he's going to fold the hand. Beautifully done by Joseph Chung. Just picking away the chip leader a little bit.
Winning today's event would be amazing because apparently I haven't final tabled the WPT event before. So why not win the super high roller instead?
Well, Joseph Chung doing great in the high roller events lately. Finished 2nd in Australia, and he won one in the Philippines for $1.3 million. Having just said that, he's never made a final table on the World Poker Tour before. The guy's 26, and yet he has over $8 million in career winnings. Now, that's really hard to do when you haven't made a final table on the World Poker Tour.
It's pretty incredible. He's a great player, no doubt. But back to this hand, David Sands now with King 3.
All in.
He's on the short stack, and he's going to push all in with it.
Wow, what a bold play here.
But Joseph behind him with a queen jack.
600? 695. Call.
He's going to make the call.
Yes.
Well, Doc boldly turns up the king high, and it's good. Joseph Chung making the call with the queen jack. You can't blame him. He's got the chip lead. In his mind, this is the toughest player at the table in Doc Sands. If he could get rid of him and extend his chip lead, he'd love his chances to win this title.
Well, the flop comes up 7-5 deuce. That's good for Doc Sands. He's still out in front with king high.
Well, Doc recognizes that king high in the small blind is a favorite over a 2-card random hand. He moved all in. Now he's holding his breath.
Turns 5 of spades. Still good for Doc. So unless a queen or jack hits, Doc will double up. But if the queen or jack should hit, Doc Sands would have to say goodbye. But no, it's a 4 of clubs on the river.
Well, I think a nice all-in bet there by Doc Sands and a nice call by Joseph Chung. Well, there you see Doc's wife, Erica.
Nice hand.
She herself, a terrific poker player.
We've got 5 players battling for the super high roller at Bellagio. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You are watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
This week, on behalf of the WPT Foundation, Royal Flush Girl Ivy Tevis and WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst met up with businessman, poker player, and philanthropist Dan Fleischman, whose Model Citizen Fund assists those less fortunate.
Today we're distributing backpacks for the Model Citizen Fund.
The mission of Model Citizen Fund is to really send out as many backpacks for the homeless as possible with 150 emergency supply items inside.
There's a lot of products in that backpack we take for granted.
A lot of these guys sleep in the bush or in an abandoned building or their car. To them, it would be their number one resource right now. It would be the most important thing that they would have.
So you feel like this is a fresh start? Like
This is definitely a fresh start. This is like the beginning, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm really thankful for what I got right here.
Awesome.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I realized I couldn't cure cancer, but with this backpack, I could give somebody the supplies to help them start over.
Careful, Mom, it's heavy.
I'm extremely happy to be part of the WPT Foundation and Model Citizen Fund to actually witness this very rewarding experience.
If you would like to find out more on how you can support the Model Citizen Fund and the many causes WPT supports, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, first, let's salute Dan Fleischman and all he does with his charitable efforts. Credit to the poker world, no doubt about it. I'm glad the WPT Foundation is involved with his charity.
All right, 5 players continue here at Bellagio. To the felt we go. The antes are 5,000, blinds are 25 and 50. Action on the 24-year-old out of Rockville, Maryland, Steven Silverman. Gonna muck that hand. Now Dan Perper, also folding.
Well, Doc Sands looks down at the King 7 of spade. He's on the button. And he is going to raise it to 100,000.
Yes, he is. Joseph Chung, though, picks up a little pair of threes.
So you have 1.3?
Joseph is the chip leader at this point.
I'm all in.
And he's going to push all in, Mike.
Yeah, he likes to play small pairs big. He's doing it here. Doesn't get any bigger.
Jim out, back around to David Sands.
Doc Sands, I don't think can play this hand, Vince, in this spot.
No.
If he loses this hand, he's out of the tournament. Just can't risk $1.3 million in this situation.
Yeah, but he's going to release the hand. Joseph Chung, nicely done with the threes.
That's power poker with small pairs, folks, and Joseph does it as well as anybody.
Joseph Chung, 26 years old. He's won a fortune in poker.
Over $8 million in career earnings.
Action going to Perper, the family man, 3 kids, equities trader. Got to the final table last year. He's back. He's going to quickly fold this. And now Doc Sands has a nice ace-10.
Doc raised the last hand with the King 7. Got burned with that one.
Raise.
But going to raise again here with the ace-10.
Yes, he is. Joseph out, and Jim Courtney has a decent jack-queen. He will make this call.
Well, he's in the small blind. He opts to make the call. Wants to see a flop.
Steven with a little 5-3. Only cost him another $50,000, but he will not play it. So two-handed action, Mike.
Yeah, flop is 7-6 deuce, 2 spades.
Nothing hitting for either player. Jim's going to check it. Now, will Doc make the continuation bet? No.
He's checking it. I like this check, Vince. If he gets check raised, he's going to have to lay the hand down. Board pair 6 is on the turn, and look at this. Jim's going to lead out and bet. Bets 100,000 here. Now, Doc just not believing he's got small cards because he called a raise out of the small blind. So he makes the call with the ace high.
Yeah, he does. Going to the river. No one gets there as a 5 of spades pops up.
So possible straight, possible flush. And look at this. Jim Courtney, the amateur, firing another bet, 175,000 this time. And that is going to test all the ability of Doc Sands right here. You just don't think amateurs are going to bluff at pots, let alone bluff on 2 streets in a row. Very tough to make this call with just ace high, the way the hand was played against this particular player.
Yep.
He makes the call, Vince. What a play by Doc Sands. The guy has to be bluffing for him to win, and you just don't suspect amateurs to bluff on 2 different streets.
That's a good call, buddy.
That is going with your gut, folks, and Doc Sands' instincts in poker are as good as anybody in the world. And right now, let's go to the raw deal and Tony Dunst to see what he has to say about that hand.
Thanks, Mike. I wasn't exactly surprised to see David Doc Sands make the final table of our 100K Super High Roller event. If anything, I expected it. This is David's 4th high roller final table so far this year, and he has a history of success at Bellagio. Meanwhile, his opponent Jim Courtney is essentially unknown in the poker world, yet came into this final table with the chip lead. So will Jim manage to use his image to get one past David? Will David's experience keep him one step ahead of Jim? Or will Jim expire in his chair before David completes his agonizingly slow action? Let's break it down. Going into their confrontation, Jim and David are 2nd and 3rd in chips. But there's not much separation between the players, and even the chip leader has just over double the short stack. With blinds at 25, 50,000, everyone is sitting on a stack that can evaporate in just one hand. And since only the top 3 get paid, every blind is crucial at this point. David opens the pot with a min raise holding ace-10, and Jim calls from the small blind with queen-jack. The 2 go to the flop heads up, and both check the 7-6 deuce flop. When David checks a flop of this texture, it's often with a hand that has moderate showdown value and doesn't benefit from betting. That is, if David bets this flop, Jim won't fold better hands or call with worse ones. The check also allows for pot control in a situation where playing big pots is bad for each player's real money equity while they're still on the bubble. The turn pairs the board with the 6 of diamonds and adds a 2nd flush draw. I'm not a big fan of Jim's bet here. It's sized pretty small and doesn't have much hope of getting David off ace high when the board pairs. It's the kind of bet that must be followed by a river bet to have any hope of success. And given the board's texture, David will be calling on many rivers with hands that have showdown value. The 5 of spades on the river is one of the better cards Jim could bluff, as it completes 8-9 and the flopped flush draw. But again, Jim fires small, betting 175 into 475, and laying David a price of nearly 4-1 on the call. Beyond the sizing, the main reason David makes the call here is because of Jim's pre-flop play. David doesn't believe Jim would call with many lower suited connectors from the small blind, and thinks Jim's most likely hands are connected Broadway cards. Since ace-10 can beat all of those hands, and David only needs to be good about 20% of the time, he makes the call and finds himself the winner. But while David was stacking his chips, I couldn't help but wonder if he should consult with a real doctor about the crippling arthritis that keeps him moving at such a stunted and awkward pace. It was so blatant during the hand that I was getting confused about which of them was the old guy.
Well, once again, Tony Dunst raw deal, spot on, Vince.
All right back on the felt, David Sands. They call him the doctor because he loves to operate on guys. He's got nothing hand, folds it on Joseph.
And Joseph going to raise it up with the king-5. Makes it 100,000 to go.
Into Jim, who's going to take a breather after that last lesson.
And Steve Silverman on the short stack with 5 players left. Has the king-5 of clubs. He knows Joseph Chung raises with any 2 cards in this position.
All in.
And he's going to push all in.
Wow, he's going with it.
Oh, but Dan behind him with a pair of ladies. Just like that, says all in, over the top. Joseph finally gets out. Whoa, what a time to run up against queens. Steven Silverman, his poker life on the line here.
Well, very unlucky, Vince. He's in the small blind. He was playing against Joseph Chung. And then the big blind picks up 2 queens.
Here we go with the flop as a jack 6 deuce. No help for Steven Silverman.
Now the 24-year-old poker pro out of Rockville, Maryland needs some help here. Better catch a king for 2 runners to make a straight or he's out of here.
Not there. 6 of hearts on the turn. No help for Steven. One last card.
Well, if he doesn't catch a king, he won't be wearing the crown tonight. And he does it. Steve Silverman from Rockville, Maryland, going to be out in 5th place.
Yeah, just couldn't make things happen. Steven Silverman walks away, going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Steven's pretty brutal night tonight. How did the big bubble dynamic change the table for you?
I mean, the short stack players doubled up and stacks got pretty short. So, I mean, you still have to stay aggressive. Otherwise, you're just going to kind of blind down. And yeah, I just didn't win the all-ins.
Yeah, tough way to go, Steven. I'm sure we'll see you back here again at the next high roller. Back to you, Kimberly.
Well, gentlemen, that hand brings us to the end of our coverage of the WPT Super High Roller event for now. Mike, the game's not playing out the way we thought it would.
No, Kimberly, we're seeing something that you rarely ever see in poker history at any poker tournament. That with 4 players left, with that bust out of Steve Silverman, all 4 players left at one point were the low stack at the table, and all 4 players had the chip lead at one point, and with that pot, Daniel Perper takes the chip lead with 4 players left. What a finish this figures to be.
Vince, it's do or die time. What should we expect to see moving forward?
The blind structure is so big right now, they are just taking some chances. They're throwing the coins up against the wall. It is anyone's game.
$1 million coins, I might add.
Okay, we shall see. Please join us next time for the conclusion of the $100,000 buy-in WPT Super High Roller, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at ClubWPT.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, the tension is high, but the reward is huge as our remaining players fight to win over $1 million. It's the conclusion of the WPT Super High Roller, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Wow! Unbelievable.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome back to Bellagio and Season 11's WPT Super High Roller event. As we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Las Vegas, I'm joined, as always, by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, it takes a special type of player willing to put up $100,000 to play in a poker game. How would you rank the poker skills of these remaining players?
Well, obviously, the 2 pros remaining at the table, Doc Sands and Joseph Chung, you have to think are the far more skilled poker players. But with high blinds like this and a format like this, anything can happen. Those pros at the table are probably the most gambling players at the table, which could bode well for them or could spell tragedy for them. Depends on how they play. If they want to gamble, remember the next guy out gets nothing. The 3rd place finisher gets $409,000. The winner, of course, gets $1 million. So gamble at your own peril right now.
And Vince, who's going to take charge of this final table in the home stretch?
You know, Kimberly, I don't really know who will be doing that, but I'm rooting for Daniel Perper, who came in as a short stack. He's a non-professional. He's an equity options trader, a family man from Illinois, and he has a lot of heart, and he has a nice streak going right now. So, you know, maybe he'll do it. It would be exciting.
All right, thanks, guys. Tonight, we'll find out which player has what it takes to take down the WPT Super High Roller. Cards are about ready to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
Well, here we go. 4 players left, 2 amateurs, 2 pros, fighting it out for this high roller title. One amateur, Daniel Perper, out in front, as you can see. That's what they're playing for. The winner taking home over $1 million, but the next guy out gets nada, zippity-doo-dah, out of here with zero.
That is right. All right, the antes are 5,000. Blinds 25 and 50. Action on Dan Perper. He is the chip leader.
And not only think about the 100,000 the guy loses that goes out next, think of the big bar tab he's going to have.
Well, Perper with a king 10 will raise to 110,000, and now Doc Sands picking up a gigantic hand. Ace king.
All in.
And he's going to push all in.
In a four-handed poker game, it's all going in there. Oh, Joseph Chung picks up 2 queens.
And he says all in. What a cold deck right now.
Well, the 2 pros are going to fight it out here in a race situation. Whoever wins this pot will be a massive chip leader. Joseph has him covered, of course. So Doc Sands' tournament life on the line. He loses the race. He's out with 0. He wins it. He's the big chip leader with 4 left.
All right. There's Doc Sands' wife, Erica, looking nervous.
I know who Dan's rooting for.
Well, Doc Sands has got to be saying, can I ever win one race?
An ace
on the flop.
Holy smoke.
Well, Doc was thinking, I'm due to beat this guy a pot in the race.
He smacks the aces, and here we go to the turn.
Well, a heart comes off.
Unfortunately, Joe does not have a heart. He needs a queen, a 2-outer. Last card coming up.
9 of spades.
I'll verify this for you.
Well, Doc finally wins the race, and it couldn't come at a better time for him. He needed it to stay alive, and with it, he's the big chip leader.
Joseph, who had all that momentum going, now will be on the morphine drip down to under $500,000.
Yeah, but certainly you got to play 2 queens in that spot.
Oh,
That's
of course.
nothing you can do about
It's
it.
just a setup hand. The old cooler, as we like to say.
Poker will make you tear your hair out.
Yes, it will.
Folks, if you don't like gray hair, or you don't want to lose your hair, maybe poker's not the game for you.
This is the biggest money bubble I've ever endured.
The bubble's like over $400,000. That's a lot of pressure.
No pressure. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's gonna be nerve-wracking with 4 players left, trying to make it into the money.
To be honest, I am very happy with my accomplishment to get to this point. I think it'll actually be a little more interesting for some of the other guys to see how they tighten up.
This should be pretty intense. I'm just real focused, and I'm just going to go out and execute my game plan and play the best poker possible.
What's the worst that could happen? We lose 100 grand? We'll live.
Well, Vince, I know what these guys are talking about. I played in a situation where the bubble was over $1.1 million, and I can tell you, big bubbles like this get your heart pumping. I don't care who you are.
Oh, that's for sure. Okay, a couple folds, and now David Sands with a pair of 4s. He says all in.
Call.
And Joseph has picked up kings. Oh, man.
Well, Doc can't believe it. Obviously, he's got plenty of chips to have him covered, but, you know, he was hoping at worst he'd be in a race situation there.
You don't mind losing this one, do you?
Don't mind losing them all. I don't think I'm going to lose this one.
I think you're gonna shower here.
I'm going to give you a hug if I do.
And a nice dinner.
Definitely a hug.
Maybe a little reprieve for Joseph.
A good chance for him to double up and get right back in this thing.
Whoa.
5, 6, 7 as the crowd moans. Opening straight draw for Doc Sands.
Yeah.
Joseph Chung says, you got to be kidding me.
Here we go to the turn.
A 10.
Can I squeeze the last card?
That wasn't how it was supposed to go.
That's with Joseph holding his breath.
It's a paint, just what Joseph wanted to see. Any paint that came off was good for Joseph.
4.
Well, folks, you want a drama on the World Poker Tour, you're getting it tonight. No doubt about it. Tough to lose a 4th place guy here.
Okay, and right now the antes are 10,000, blinds are 30 and 60,000. Action on Jim Courtney. He's getting whittled away. Now he's on the short stack. He picks up 8s and he goes all in with it. Now Dan Perper folds the hand. Wow, David Sands has a strong ace-10 of spades.
All in.
And he goes all in.
Well, he's going all in here.
Joseph
Just
goes
gambling
out.
that Jim Courtney's a little bit of a desperado here. And he might have the best hand, but it's a race situation.
Action happening really fast.
Now, poor Jim Courtney has seen all 3 of these guys be all in for their tournament life at least 3 times at this final table. This is the first time he's been all in where he could be eliminated. Jim must win this pot to stay alive or we'll be down to 3 players.
Oh, the businessman, the real estate guy, 68 years old, Jim Courtney.
Doffs his hat to the dealer and says, treat me well.
Will the 8s hold up? Here's the flop. Queen, Jack 4.
Gives Doc a straight draw as well. A king would give him a straight, ace or 10, give him the lead.
Jim Courtney out in front here. So far, here comes the turn.
It's a 3. So far, so good for Jim Courtney. If he can dodge an ace, king, or a 10, he'll double up.
5 of heart, baby.
Here it is.
It's the 5 of diamonds. He has done it.
That is right. Jim said, give me a 5, and he gets a 5.
Well, that thud you heard was the heart of Joseph Chung and Daniel Perper dropping to the floor. They now have to go back to battling.
So the mid pair is going to hold up. Jim looking relieved.
He's saying to himself, all 3 of these guys stayed alive in their races on at least 3 occasions. Certainly one time for me seems justifiable.
The third hour of coverage of the WPT Super High Roller is underway, but before someone wins over $1 million, we'll listen to what Tony Dunst has to say about this evening's intense action in the raw deal. And we'll take a look back to see why Joseph Chung and David Sands are the ones to watch. A lot coming up. We'll be right back.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and the WPT Super High Roller.
Poker is a very mentally challenging sport. At my age, what sport can I play where I can play with the very best? And poker is the only one.
Jim Courtney seems like a very solid opponent who definitely understands how to think about poker. He isn't going to give his chips away, so any chips earned from Jim will be well earned.
I'm sure they thought when we sat down that I was what they call dead money. I think they realize now I'm not.
Well, there's the cash and the trophy. First place going to take home $1 million.
Doc Sands out in front at the moment, but still pretty impressive. 2 amateurs, 2 pros fighting it out for this title.
All right, back down at it. Dan Perper now from Illinois. Wow, he's got a pair of queens.
Well, he has caught his share of tickets at this final table, that's for sure.
Makes it 150 to go. Doc Sands, though, has ace-queen.
I like this call by Doc. Most always he would 3-bet in this situation with this hand, but not now. He's the chip leader up against the guy sitting in second chip position.
Joseph and Jim go out, so 2 big hands going to battle here. Ace queen versus a pair of queens, and the flop is a queen.
This could spell doom in terms of losing a lot of chips here for Doc Sands. He's got top pair, top kicker. No possible flush draw out there. I just don't see him not losing a lot of chips in this pot.
Sure. Perper makes the continuation bet with a set.
And again, Doc just calls.
Yep.
He's keeping the pot as small as possible here, but you've got top pair and top kicker. It's hard to do, especially when your opponent checks to you.
5 of hearts on the turn, and Perper's going to dig the hole, put the branches and twigs over it, waiting for the sucker to fall in. That's Doc Sands. And he does bet it. 340.
Well, anybody would bet after your opponent checked right there. But it's no check raise. And now the board pairs 6s, giving him queens full, and it's the kind of card that could spell more doom for Doc Sands, especially when his opponent checks like he did there. You have to feel like you have the best hand.
Yeah.
If you're in Doc Sands, see the way this hand was played.
Oh, yeah. So Doc's going to put out 530,000. But look at this, a quick all-in by Dan. Might have been too quick.
Maybe too quick is right.
Count.
And it cost Doc another $710,000 to make the call. A lot of money in the pot right now. But Doc has got to be saying to himself, no way a guy's going to bluff off his last money here. Surely in this format where the guy gets 0 going out next. You just have to think your opponent's got a set the way the hand was played now. It's just too big a risk to go out in fourth place.
Yeah, you're right.
When third place gets 430,000 and fourth gets 0.
Yep.
Let's see if Doc can sort it out.
It's the best bluff I've ever seen. If it's bluff.
He lays down the hand.
Yep.
What a lay down by Doc Sands. Had he played that hand any faster, for sure, he's going to lose another 710,000.
Well, that is a big comeback for Dan Perper, who's now the chip leader.
Well, he started this final table in nearly last place. Finished fourth last year. This year, he's chip leader with 4 left.
Well, Mike, you got to feel for these guys. The pressure, the stress. They put up 100 grand. 3 of these guys will not make money tonight. They'll lose 100,000. This is pretty amazing.
Well, you're right, Vince. But we know that you don't have to risk anywhere near that kind of money to enjoy playing the game, especially when you've got ClubWPT.com.
That is very true. For a small monthly fee, you get to play all the poker you want. You get to look at the WPT videos of the past games, watching the great Mike Sexton play at Bay 101. You get the Saver's Guide, and now we're on Mac as well, so it is a fantastic site.
Yeah, you should give it a try. You can become a ClubWPT.com VIP member for one low monthly membership fee. It really is a great deal. You can win your share of cash and prizes up to $100,000 each month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, now back to the super high roller here at Bellagio. Let's see what's happening now.
Well, action's on Jim Courtney. He's got Queen Jack here. He's going to get out.
And now Dan Perper with a pair of 5s. Yep, he'll raise it. Makes it 225,000 to go. Doc Sands out. And now Joseph Chung.
Okay.
Well, Joseph in dead last place right now, but
Whoa.
picked up just the hand he's looking for to get his money in there.
Yeah, he's pushed all in, and Dan with a quick call.
And you get your money in, you might not win, but you're happy to get it in with a premium hand.
Yes, you are.
Another race situation for all the dough. It was the ace-king that crippled Joseph Chung in the biggest pot of the night when Doc Sands had the ace-king and he had 2 queens. Now he's got the ace-king. Race after race after race is what we've been seeing at this final table tonight. So far, the all-ins have won every race.
Here it is.
Well, it's come Queen 10-3. Joseph needs a jack for the win, an ace or a king to take the lead. A deuce comes off, but it's a deuce of diamonds, which gives Daniel a flush draw. That is not good for Joseph Chung. Takes 3 of his outs away. Let's catch an ace, king, or a jack. It's not a diamond.
We're going to do it.
He does it!
Oh,
that jack comes off on the river, and Joseph Chung stays alive. Unbelievable drama here at Bellagio tonight. Wow.
Thanks.
Daniel disgusted, shocked.
Yeah, WPT champion Scotty Wynn.
Nice hand, Joe.
Enjoying the action from the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar.
I was getting up. It's not a very nice turn.
With good reason. 6 ounce.
Yeah.
Whoa. Hey, Daniel's talking to himself now. Interesting turn of events, but let's go to this one. This time, Dan Perper with just a jack 8.
What am I doing?
Seems like he's in tilt mode here a little bit.
It's a steam raise here, Vince, that's for sure.
Makes it 120 to go. Doc Sands out. Joseph with his little suited connector is going to make this call. And now Jim has a pair of 7s.
Oh, Vince, he's on the short stack right here.
Perfect time to push.
Yeah, great time for a squeeze, but he just calls.
Yeah.
You know.
Disappointed with that play.
Well, you just don't know, Vince. You know, he wants to see a flop first before he commits all his chips.
And the flop comes up jack 8-6.
Joseph checks.
So that gives Perper, of course, jacks and 8s.
Well, he's got top 2 pairs. Not slow playing these. You just don't want to slow play with 4 players left.
Well, 160,000 being bet.
Well, Joseph's got bottom pair, but gives it up.
Yeah. And Jim.
Wow, this amazes me, Vince. He could easily get away from this hand right here, right now. Really, all he can beat is a bluff. But he's going to make the call here. So he just continues to trip over himself how he's playing this hand. Maybe it'll work it for him. Let's see.
Well, a 9 helps him.
Well, gives him an open-end straight draw. Might get him in trouble.
All in.
I call.
Well, all in and called. And if he doesn't catch a 5, 7, or a 10, he's not only in trouble, he's out of here.
10 or a 7.
Well, Jim has an open-end straight draw. Must catch a 5, a 10, or a 7 to win this pot. Daniel flopped the top 2 pair. So we could be down to 3 players if Jim doesn't catch a 5, a 7, or a 10. Everybody on their feet.
Yep, it's coming down to this, Mike.
Jim Courtney, the amateur, needs some help to stay alive.
He'd love to suck out here. Let's see if he can get lucky.
All right, Jim Courtney, 5, 10, or a 7. Doesn't happen. A king comes off.
Thanks, boys.
That is going to do it.
Have a great day. See you, Frank.
We are down to the money. Handshakes all around for Jim Courtney. Vince, he played a really nice game tonight. Just wasn't meant to be.
Mike, he came in as the chip leader. Jim Courtney, the so-called amateur, the businessman, out in 4th place, doesn't make the money. In fact, he loses, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jim, frustrating, nerve-wracking, or fun?
Probably all of those. Every time somebody went all in and I had a chance to end up in the money, they pulled it out. And there's not much you can do. You know, I've got short stacked at the end, and that's that.
Do you feel like you got your money's worth?
Yes.
Well, that's all that counts, and believe me, I wish everybody had an attitude like you.
Well, there's a bubble boy. Well, I am the bubble grandpa.
Well, thanks for being here.
My
and,
pleasure.
Obviously, it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, well, good.
Kimberly, back to you.
Oh, love his positivity. Jim Courtney out in heartbreaking 4th place. He's leaving tonight, unfortunately, empty-handed. Now, with the money bubble broke, the pressure is on to see which one of these players will take home the $1 million first place prize. More to come from Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller. Don't go away.
Kids will be happy.
I know. Oh, no problem. Good game.
Again.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
Bellagio is kind of the pinnacle of Las Vegas poker, and Las Vegas is obviously the pinnacle of the North American gambling world. The Bellagio is a great setting because not only does it have great restaurants, but it attracts a lot of recreational players, and the staff is really great here, the setting is great, and the dealers are great. So for a variety of reasons, it's a wonderful place to play.
I'm Jeannie, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Las Vegas and the WPT Super High Roller.
Well, 3 players left. They're all in the money. Be interesting to see if play steps up a little bit now.
But what an upset in the making as Dan Perper, the non-professional poker player, is the chip leader with over $4 million.
Perper started on the short stack. Now the big chip leader, but he's up against 2 of the best pros around.
Doc Sands quickly folded. Now Joseph Chong has gone all in with a pair of 5s.
970.
Now Dan's got ace-3.
If you're gonna call, at least wait till my beer gets here.
I call.
And he's going to make this call. He's going to try to knock out Chung with his ace high. Now, he is a dog, but strange things have happened, and our chip leader with an opportunity here to knock out the very talented Joseph Chung.
Whoa, Doc,
Joe, we can't team up on you?
No, that's not cool.
So just that quick, once they're in the money, the chips are flying fast and furious, Vince.
There they are.
Okay, here comes the flop. And the flop comes up 10-9-3. No help for Dan Perper, so Joseph feeling good about that flop.
Well, Dan hits bottom pair, but not enough to beat the 2 5s.
Queen of diamonds on the turn. That helps Joseph because Dan doesn't have a diamond. Joseph, of course, has a 5 of diamonds. Big opportunity for a double up here, and he's going to get a double up. 8 of diamonds on the river.
970. 970.
Dan sits back down. Just when you had a lot of chips, you don't.
Tony Dunst has been keeping close watch of the action we've seen tonight, and he's ready in Command Central to give us his detailed analysis in the raw deal.
As you know, David Sands and Dan Perper have something of a Luke and Obi-Wan relationship in poker, with David teaching Dan the finer points of no-limit tournaments. Though I guess in this instance, David would be Obi-Wan and Dan would be Luke, which, given their ages, doesn't really make sense as an analogy and throws a wrench in the chronology of the whole Star Wars trilogy, and I'm getting off track here. The point is, who's schooling who? Let's break it down. The first thing to note about this hand is that we're on the bubble of the tournament. That makes playing big pots additionally risky, and generally reduces the likelihood of players making a huge bluff for all their chips. It's because of the bubble dynamic that you see Joseph Chong fold ace-10 suited in the small blind with just 12 blinds pre-flop. Not only was Joseph aware that shoving and losing was extra costly in this spot, but he also realized that David likely wouldn't flat call many hands that couldn't call a shove from the short stacks behind him. As it is, David and Dan go to the flop with queens versus ace-queen and see an action flop of 6 queen 7. It's no surprise when Dan bets and David calls on the flop. On the turn, Dan checks, which is pretty reasonable here. Although there's 3 to a straight, it's not likely David called pre-flop with many hands that have 8s and 9s in them. And with Dan holding 2 of the 3 remaining queens, he knows it's unlikely David has a strong hand that can call 3 barrels. Dan also believes David will turn some of his weakest holdings into bluffs here, expecting that Dan won't call down light with the bubble looming. Naturally, David bets and Dan calls, which leads to a board pairing 6 on the river. Dan checks again, and David bets 530,000. Notice that in David's turn and river bet sizing, he went for amounts that Dan could call without having to risk his stack. That's smart sizing in situations where players are hesitant to call off their tournament. But after David's bet, could be a timing tell. At this point, David is getting about 4.5 to 1 on the call, yet he feels due to the situation and the board texture that he's beat much more often than that. He knows Dan's most likely holdings are overpairs, straights, trips, and full houses. And it's very possible Dan doesn't even raise the river with overpairs. So after counting his chips, David makes the disciplined fold and keeps himself in second place. So in conclusion, David made a wise and necessary fold, Dan got maximum value with his hand against David's range, and Joseph avoided falling for the trap pre-flop and bubbling the tournament. Nice hand, everyone. The force is strong with all of you.
Well, I'm not a Trekkie, Vince, but that was a good fold by David.
All right, you heard it there from Tony Dunst. Back to the table we go. Andy's at 10,000. Blinds are going up to 40 and 80. Dan Perper with an ace deuce.
Well, Dan and Doc Sands have almost exactly the same amount of chips here.
Dan with ace high in a 3-handed poker game. You gotta like ace high, so he is going to raise, makes it 200,000 to go.
Well, he got in trouble with the ace 3 a minute ago. Now he's got the ace deuce.
Doc Sands with a little suited connector.
Doc Sands won a big pot with the 8-7 of hearts a moment ago. He's got it again.
Yep, he's gonna call it. And don't forget, Doc has helped Dan along the way with his poker game a little bit, so it's teacher-student. Flop comes up ace 10-6. Dan hits his aces but checks.
I'm shocked he checked that.
Yeah, I am too.
If you raise before the flop with ace deuce and you hit ace, you have to bet there.
Oh, and a 9 of diamonds on the turn. That gives Doc Sands the straight. What a card for him.
Well, unbelievable. Dan Perper checked the 2 ace on the flop. Could come back to get him. Could be a little salt in the Perper.
What a bad check on the flop by Dan Perper. He's allowed Doc to outdraw him right there. 185 was bet and called down to the river at 8 of diamonds. 4 to the straight. Dan checks. Doc gonna try to get as much as he can out of the man with the aces. That's 540,000. Dan Perper
feel the trouble he's in.
Well, he knows now it's going to be hard to beat anything that a guy can play with.
Any two cards you have that you call my raise with got there.
He is correct. Just misplayed the hand by not taking advantage of the continuation bet, especially when you hit this late in the game. And he's going to at least make the good laydown at this point. Doc Sands takes over as the chip leader.
Nice hand.
What a turn of events. Doc Sands, 28 years old, a tough professional poker player, looking good here tonight as the chip leader.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back from Bellagio.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to the WPT Super High Roller at Bellagio. For the past few seasons, we've introduced you to the hot, young, up-and-coming players of the game. And tonight, two of those players, Joseph Chung and David Sands, have made it to this exclusive Super High Roller final table. Well, we were impressed, so we decided to take a look back at what makes them special in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Ones to Watch. David Sands, I've known him forever.
Joe Chong's a good friend of mine.
He's a very, very good online poker player, and he's had a lot of success recently in the live tournaments.
He's a very tough player. He knows how to play both short stacked and deep stacked, and he's a gambler. So Joe's never afraid to put his money in a good spot.
I was a Ones to Watch in season 9, and that was right after my 3rd place in the main event. I had what they call too much money syndrome. My table image is obviously very loose and spewy. There's two options for me at that point. I can tighten up to take advantage of that, or I can go extra crazy.
Relatively have a lot more chips than everyone else.
And I went the extra crazy route.
This is gonna be gone at the end of the day, easily.
I was kind of playing poorly, just punting money away. I don't think I cashed in that season.
Just busted, 36 it looks like. One table away from cash, almost there.
I really enjoyed being a Ones to Watch. My favorite part of the season was definitely getting second in LAPC. I was fortunate enough to get heads up with about a 3-2 chip lead against Sean. And then a cooler situation just occurred. I had queens and he had ace-king heads up. All the money went in and he won the flip. As you can tell, I'm a very competitive person, so second place isn't where I want to finish. But I cashed for $800K, which was a lot of money.
Since I was a Ones to Watch, I've just been playing poker. I've really thought about the game more, kind of tightened up more. I've been doing very well since then. I've had a lot of big scores. I got 4th place in the World Series Poker European main event, 2nd place in the high roller in Australia, won a high roller in the Philippines.
Since I've been a Ones to Watch, both my life trajectory and poker trajectory have been on a pretty steady incline. So, I've been working really diligently at improving my game and just trying to improve my life in all facets. I started doing yoga recently, and it's really given me a lot more mental clarity and energy. I got married about 2 months ago, had 100 people at my wedding, and 3 of them are at this final table. Joe Chong, good friend of mine, Dan Perper, a good friend of mine, and myself. It'd be pretty sweet for the 3 of us to get in the money and battle it out from there.
It's just really satisfying to go deep in these big events and try to make some money every year.
I'm playing the best poker of my life and am in a very good place off the felt and mentally, and feel very ready to win this tournament.
Well, a couple former Ones to Watch here have gone on to great prominence in the poker world, have taken down tons of money at such a young age. Joseph Chung and Doc Sands.
And we are down to 3 players. They're all going to make money here at the high roller. Action's on Dan Perper. And Dan with a 9-8 this time is going to raise, makes it 160. Doc Sands throws away king high, and Joseph now with a little junk hand, 6-5. Does he want to invest in this?
I bet he's invested a lot worse hands than this. So he is going to make the call, wants to see a flop. Joseph Chung, an action man, as we say, likes to see flops and likes to fight for them.
On the flop comes up a queen, jack 6. So Joseph getting a piece of that checks. Perper with nothing there. Inside straight draw, that's about it. Dan's going to make the continuation bet of 95,000. And he's getting called.
Look how quick Joseph Chung called that.
Sure did.
Thinking his 6s are the best hand, which they are. Now the 3 of clubs comes off. Possible flush out there as well. Joseph checks.
Does Perper have the heart to keep betting?
Well, Vince, if he fires another shell, going to be very difficult for Joseph to call him. Looks like he is doing just that.
Yep.
165.
You just wonder how much more heat Joseph Chung can stand. I mean, this looks like bailout time, but not for him.
With just sixes and no club.
That is incredible. He made this call. Most players would have just quickly mucked 2 sixes there.
Deuce of diamonds on the river. And Joseph is going to check again. Oh.
Now Dan Purper's got to be saying, the guy called me on the flop, called me on the turn.
I don't see how he makes these calls. This is tremendous play by Joseph Chung. Right there. That's brilliant poker. Read his man perfectly, and it's going to pay off.
Just never believe me, huh?
Not anymore.
God, I wish you would have not believed me the 4 hands ago.
I probably wouldn't have if I had something.
Joseph and I are actually pretty good friends, and he's a great player. I think he's very tricky. You really never know what you're up against when he's in a hand with you.
Jack 7X.
Well, that part is true. Joseph Chung is tricky. He also fights for pots, as you just witnessed. Would not lay down the sixes, stacked up the chips.
All right, play goes to David Sands. This time with a Jack 10. Sands is going to raise, makes it 160 to go. Joseph with a King Queen. Not going to raise, just calls. And Dan takes a breather. Here we go.
Oh, King Jack 9 is the flop. Joseph's got top pair and a gut shot.
Sorry, check.
Doc has got middle pair and a gut shot, and they both check. Oh, and the Queen of Diamonds comes off. Joseph Chung has top 2 pair, kings and queens. Doc has a straight. This could get bloody.
Joseph checks again. Oh, what a great card there for Doc Sands. Hitting it straight just like that.
Just incredible. And he is reaching for chips. Folks, he takes his time when he plays. As I've said before, I love how Doc Sands plays poker, but I hate the way he plays it. Very slow.
Well, it's 185 and it's been called. Doc in front with a straight and a club on the river.
So now possible flush out there, which you know Doc's not crazy about seeing because he's got a straight.
Joseph checks again.
These are the 2 chip leaders.
Doc Sands putting in a value bet there. It looks like 440. He's thinking this guy couldn't have a flush, really. I got the straight.
Got the way he's sighing and moaning over there.
It's definitely a value bet, but can definitely value worse.
He's paying off the value bet, and Doc Sands is going to win. Well, Joseph read it right, but he just paid it off. Curiosity killed the cat there.
Oh, boy.
With that hand, Doc Sands vaults into a huge chip lead.
Things are going his way tonight.
Well, they are now, but a while ago, he was in 5th place with 5 players left.
Dan Purper just went from a massive chip leader to now the short stack. Action's on him. He's got King 7. He's going to push all in.
Well, he's pushing all in is right.
Doc's got a pair of 5s.
So he's going to try to make something happen here.
Now, the thing is, usually with 5s, you don't call off with a small pair. You either bet it off or you don't call it off, but in this instance, it's not that much, considering how much Doc has now.
Well, Vince, it's nearly 1.2 million. Well, that's not so little.
Can knock a guy out, though.
All in.
If you think the guy doesn't have a bigger pair, okay.
More importantly, you can still have 2.3 million even if you play and lose the pot.
All right, so he has called. Joseph goes away.
One more race, at least, here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 overcards versus the under pair. Daniel must win this pot to stay alive.
King 7 versus the 5s. Here we go.
Oh, and a 5-8-4, 3 of a kind like that for Doc Sands.
Daniel has a straight draw. 6 would give him a straight.
Daniel's got some possibilities. Not there.
Jack comes off. Daniel Purper must catch a 6 on the river, a gut shot straight to stay alive in this tournament.
Down to the river. Here it comes.
It's an 8, full house for Doc Sands. That's going to do it for Daniel Purper from Highland Park, Illinois. Finished 4th in this tournament a year ago, 3rd tonight. Really, really good stuff, Vince.
Yeah, he didn't make many mistakes. A big effort by Daniel Purper. Out in 3rd place. And right now he's talking to Matt Savage.
He came in tonight as a big underdog, the shortest stack on the table. And now, are you satisfied with this finish?
Yeah, I'm definitely satisfied. Obviously, once I got to 4 million in chips, I thought I had a pretty good shot at it. And first hand, three-handed, I had to call Joe, you know, I can't beat fives tonight.
I think your kids are going to be happy you're on TV a little longer this time, and
Yeah,
a
that's
third
true.
place finish again here at the High
That's
Roller.
true. And I have to say hi and thanks to my wife, Danielle. She's awesome. And my kids, Emma, Amanda, and Benjamin.
All right, I'm sure they're very proud of you.
All right, thanks a
Kimberly,
lot.
back to you.
Thanks, Matt. With Daniel Perper out in third place, it has come down to David Doc Sands and Joseph Chung to battle for that $1 million first place prize. We'll be right back with heads-up action from Bellagio and the WPT Super High Roller.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any two cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And one of the great moments of poker, when you're in a heads-up battle and the beautiful Royal Flush Girls bring out the cash. We've got Brittany and Jeannie, and of course, the beautiful Ivy and Danielle laying those bricks of cash on the table, Mike.
Oh yeah, one of the great moments in life, Vince. Not just poker.
That's right. The High Rollers.
Who WPT wants to watch playing heads up for the High Roller Bellagio title.
Heads-up play at the WPT Super High Roller is about to get started between David Sands and Joseph Chong. During the break, Matt Savage spoke with both players.
Just when the night started tonight, you seemed real comfortable and confident. But as the night went on, it seemed like you got a little nervous there when the money bubble came up.
Yeah, things just didn't go my way in the beginning, and it's a $400,000 money bubble. I could really use that money.
Well, you've had a really good run here in High Rollers, and obviously you're heads up with a good friend of yours in Doc Sands. How do you like your chances?
You know, the way I've been flipping today, I like my chances a lot.
Why do you think you're so confident in these High Rollers?
I'm just confident in my game in general. You know, I put a lot of time and effort into thinking about the game and also preparing myself both physically and mentally for these tournaments. I come into these tournaments feeling like I'm one of the best players, and I don't feel like I get rattled by the pay jumps or the TV component or anything like that. So I guess just kind of I expect myself to succeed in these.
Well, you're in a good spot now. We'll see what happens.
Thanks, Matt.
David Doc Sands out in front with $5 million. Joseph Chung, 1.2. Blinds of 50 and 100,000 for the Super High Roller. Two outstanding young pros going into battle. David Sands now with a King 3. First to act.
Well, Doc.
All in.
And he's going to go all in with it.
Well aware. The King High is a favorite over a two-card random hand.
Joseph with a suited connector, 9-10 of spades.
So pretty, but...
Yeah.
But no, he's going to wait. He's
You
going to
want to
wait.
see flops with that hand, but not for all your dough.
There you go.
Should just Q-Nix you right there.
David Doc Sands, summa cum laude, graduate with honors from Hamilton College, upstate New York. Very bright guy, looking to take down his first high roller title.
Rolling.
Now look at this. Joseph with ace-3 has gone all in. A quick snap call by David Doc Sands with an ace-8. Wow, it could be over this fast.
I'll take a chop.
I bet you will.
If the ace-8 holds up, David Doc Sands will be our champion.
Whoa, what an opportunity. He was a short stack tonight, and now he's battled back, and the flop is a Queen 5 deuce.
Now, neither of these guys have shown emotion all night long when they've been all in or had somebody all in. They remain stoic until it's over.
Joseph would love to hit a 3 or a 4 and take the lead. Bets an ace.
Ace of diamonds. Now, if the board pairs deuces or 5s, they would split this pot.
A lot of things could happen, but one thing could be that Doc Sands could become the high roller champion here at Bellagio. He's one card away. Can he put Joseph to rest? Here we go. He's done it. He's done it.
Well, you finally see some emotion out of Doc Sands. He takes down that ever-elusive title he's been looking for.
9 of spades on the river. Gonna complete it for Doc Sands as he goes to his wife. Big hug and kiss. He's the champ. Gonna take home over $1 million. Actually, $1,023,000. And right now, Joseph Chung over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, it's never good to come in second. Although in this event, when you had a bubble of 400,000 and you still won over 600,000, are you satisfied?
You know, I'm very happy, and I'm happy for my friend David. So, you know, I can't complain about second place.
Does it soften the blow at all to lose to a friend?
Yes and no. We're very competitive, so it's kind of like a dagger in the heart. But at the same time, I'm happy for him. So.
Yeah, we all have other chances to get him back.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, it'll happen.
All right, Mike, over to the winner.
Well, we're with the WPT Super High Roller Champion, David Doc Sands. David, congratulations.
Thank you, Mike.
Now, let me ask you a question. With the format like it was where the first three guys got eliminated and we had a $400,000 bubble, you came to this final table with like in the middle of the pack stack. What was your plan of attack coming to this final table? Were you going to be aggressive or sort of sit back?
Well, I wanted to pick up some chips early, but if my plan backfired, I was hoping to still have a short stack and be able to just play some push-fold poker. So luckily it worked out for me. I picked up a few big hands early, ran 1 or 2 bluffs early, which really I accumulated some chips with, and you know, just crazy dynamic with all the all-ins and calls and survivals, but happy to come out on top.
Well, no question about it. You're a deserving champion. We're thrilled that you won this title. Congratulations to David Doc Sands. Once again, Kimberly, back to you, Vince. Give the man the trophy. There you go.
All right, congratulations, David, the winner of Season 11 WPT Super High Roller. Join us next time for the season-ending WPT World Championship. On behalf of Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing. We'll see you next time. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, it's one last shot to see who's the best of the best and has what it takes to emerge triumphant in the final event of the season. The WPT World Championship kicks off now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and welcome to the WPT's coverage of the season-ending $25,000 buy-in WPT World Championship. For the past 10 seasons, we've witnessed that nothing surpasses the pure exhilaration of being crowned the champion of this event. Last season, Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer solidified his legacy as one of the top players in the world when he won this title. And this season, new heroes emerged and legends of the game returned to Bellagio to take a shot at glory on the WPT stage.
Good luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table. And players, it's time now. So dealers, shovel up and deal.
Big names, former champs, and deep pockets ponied up the $25,000 buy-in.
This is donation. This is donation.
To compete against this season's exclusive fraternity of WPT champions.
I'm actually still looking for my first WPT cash.
Oh, so we're competing for our first cash.
I mean, the best in the world will be here, so it's going to be incredibly difficult.
One of the best included reigning WPT World Champion Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer.
Feels good to be back. Just had my title this week.
The Royal Flush Girls warmly greeted players and fans alike as more poker greats streamed into Bellagio.
Hey, Eric. How are you?
Meanwhile, others were seemingly on their way out, including Season 8 Player of the Year Faraz Jaka, who lost with eights versus jacks.
See you guys soon.
Players who busted early could shell out another $25,000 for a single re-entry.
Round 2. Yeah, better luck this time. I'm not done with these guys.
Which Bay 101 champ Kai Chang and Faraz did. A few tables over, WPT champions Noah Schwartz and Jake Cody were busy in battle.
All in. Oh, just kidding, dude. Sweet job.
Jake's pocket kings held up, and Noah was off to the cage.
25K, yeah. Went for 50,000 already, boys.
That re-entry gave Noah another shot at becoming a two-time WPT champion, and also kept his prospects alive in the race for Player of the Year. That knowledge certainly did not escape the attention of front-runner Matt Salzberg.
Well, I definitely have some sweats. Anybody who's won a tournament, if they win this one, they'll overtake the lead. So unless I, go pretty deep myself.
Both Matt and Noah finished the day short in chips, but on the whole, WPT champions knocked it out of the park, scoring 6 of the top 10 spots on the chip count, with Will the Thrill Fiala leading the way of the remaining players.
The thrill is back. That's what I got chips today.
The field swelled on day 2 at Bellagio as a fresh crop of players took aim at the final WPT title of the season. Not letting opportunities slip by, some busted players took a second chance by re-entering.
Second entry, first one didn't go so well.
Mike Sexton rubbed shoulders of some of the greats as he hit the floor.
Did you notice any difference?
Oh my God, no. You're doing good. That's pretty good. Oh my God.
Here, WPT champion Chino Ream, sitting along next to Lucky Chewy here. Champions are everywhere around here,
It's everywhere on this table,
Everywhere. Every table's got them. I got news for you.
At one of those champion-filled tables, season 11 champs Matt Salzberg and Dominic Nichet's pocket pairs collided. Matt was looking good to double up, but a 3 hit on the river to give Dominic a full house, and Matt took losing in stride.
Thanks for the 25K river.
And promptly re-entered.
Thought I almost got away with no re-entry. Almost.
As more players busted, it became clear that Matt was not alone. Just ask Season 11 ones to watch AP Faharat.
This is what it looks like. 25K going back in there. Everybody's dreamed of going to the final table with WPT, so how could you not re-enter?
Or Season 10 ones to watch Dan O'Brien.
I gotta find 25,000.
Okay.
Quickly.
Sure.
I got 10 on it.
Hey, still have a half hour or so. The tournament. Unbelievable. So good. I gotta find another 15,000. It's not easy finding 25,000. But easier here than most places.
Soon after Dan found his re-entry money, the two Phils made it into the tournament just in the nick of time.
Right on time, baby.
Time's better to get her late.
As it turned out, that was not to be the case for Phil Livey, whose tournament life ended as quickly as it began. Registration closed with 146 entries, and for the 11th season in a row, the WPT World Champion would take home over $1 million.
Let's go. Throw down.
With so much on the line, the final few minutes of the day proved explosive. Businessman Dan Shack eliminated WPT champ Matt Waxman. And two-time champ Antonio Esfandiari hit a magic flop to double through young pro Ryan D'Angelo.
We decided to flip for, a massive stack at the end there for no reason. No reason.
Dan and Antonio finished the day in the second and third position respectively, but with 67 players remaining, it would be Season 11 WPT champion Mike Linster who nabbed the top spot on the leaderboard at the end of day 2.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the lucky one.
Hey everyone, I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and we're here on day 3 of the WPT World Championship. And this is what they're playing for.
At the start of day 3, the stats of the 67 remaining players were staggering. Over a third of the field owned a spot on the WPT Champions Cup, and 10 were in contention for WPT Player of the Year. 2 of those contenders saw an early exit.
My chippies got eaten up like Pac-Man.
Along with a number of top pros.
I gotta go.
But two-time WPT champ Daniel Negreanu started the day on a much different note. Season 11 champion Ravi Raghavan held pocket 8s and moved all in on Daniel.
I guess I call.
call, open up, and it would be a race with Daniel's ace-king.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, put an ace out there, please.
Ravi flopped the set, but with a spade on the turn and then a fourth one on the river, Daniel made a flush.
All right, brother.
And sent Ravi to the rail empty-handed.
Getting lucky's so fun, Phil. It's so fun. You feel like you deserve it, right? Sometimes.
This is sick. This is annoying now.
While Kid Poker was having fun adding to his stack, the Poker Brat was busy losing his.
I've been busted by more bad players than anybody in history.
Okay, Will, I had the best hand finally.
You did.
I love it. And I made you call with ace-queen.
Yes, that's very rare for me, you know that.
How do these freaking donkeys do it all the time? They just want to keep giving me their chips and give me their chips, and they just keep getting there.
Will, as Phil, wasn't the only loose cannon in the field.
I got a guy who just called his all in for a tournament like with queen high, but don't worry, it was good.
That's poker.
And that was all she wrote for WPT champion Matt Salzberg's fabled run this season, as his Player of the Year fate was no longer in his hands.
I would have probably sealed up the POI for sure had I just min cash. So now I'm going to have some sweats probably.
One of those sweats, reigning world champion Marvin Rettenmeyer, soon joined Matt on the rail.
I think Salzburg is jumping up and down right now. Yeah, brother.
After busting to WPT Venice Grand Prix champ Rocco Colombo.
I think Salzburg is doing like jumping jacks outside that he's probably just won Player of the Year.
Look at this. Right after I busted, he has no heart. This guy has no heart.
Last level turned out to be brutal for a number of pros.
Tino finally had it.
Including day 1 and day 2 chip leaders Will the Thrill Fiala and Mike Linster. When the dust settled, 24 players would survive day 3, including past WPT Players of the Year Andy Frankenberger, Eric Lindgren, and Daniel Negreanu. But Canadian champs Amir Babakani and Jonathan Waugh had their eyes on a second title this season and the right to be named the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year.
I'm just gonna play tight, very tight.
Find out who survives to make the money and, more importantly, the last final table of the season when we return with more from the WPT World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Sometimes we want to play poker without the hassling with traffic, the crowded poker rooms. That's why we love ClubWPT.com, where we play for our share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes from the comfort from our homes. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the World Poker Tour's extended coverage of the WPT World Championship, where a talented field all have their eyes on winning the final WPT title of Season 11. Day 4 started with 3 tables, 24 players, and one immediate goal: making the money. WPT champion Amir Babakani had good reason to feel upbeat being the chip leader, as did a confident Daniel Negreanu.
Easy peasy. I've been here before. It's all good.
But running good was not in the cards for everyone, as big names with big hands saw their WPT World Championship dreams fade away. Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger's luck ran out when his suited ace-queen lost to the mismatched ace-5 of Chino Reem.
Rather be lucky than good.
And Jason Mercier had an unexpected exit when his pocket aces were cracked by the flopped 2-pair of Matt Hyman. Though the high fives would not last long, as Matt's twin brother Zach was next to go. Looking to play a big pot, AP Faharat 5-bet all-in, holding ace-king, and was quickly called by Rocco Colombo with pocket queens.
1.3 million. No big deal.
Rocco flopped the set, securing him the monster pot and leaving AP on the short stack. Soon after, young pro David Peters administered the fatal blow, sending our last standing ones to watch unhappily to the rail.
Oh, I just can't breathe, you know, it's just brutal.
As the money bubble approached, the bust-outs continued. With only one elimination separating the cash in the WPT World Championship and going home empty-handed, all eyes were on the two-time WPT champs and current short stacks, Daniel Negreanu and Eric Lindgren. Daniel had a couple of positive results against Chino and moved him out of the danger zone.
I'm dodging bullets.
Then Eric managed to win a flip and double through Korean pro Hyun Kim. Bune would fall victim to a cold deck when he ran 10s into the pocket queens of Dan Schack. He would not improve and was eliminated one spot short of cashing at Bellagio. With the money bubble broken, the remaining 15 players were all smiles. But that jubilation did not last long, as a slew of bust-outs would follow. Then season 11 champ Emil Olsen got his chips in good, holding pocket aces, and was called by Chino Ream with queens. The flop came queen 6-6, giving Chino a full house. Emil didn't hit one of his 2 outs, and the WPT Copenhagen champ was sent home in 12th place, springboarding Chino into a commanding lead.
Tough luck happens sometimes.
After the elimination of Dan Schack by amateur Sam Goldman, players combined to one table. In short order, Sam found himself involved in one of the most talked about hands of the day. On a dream board of King 9-10-3, Sam holding King 6 folded trips face up to Eric's river bet, virtually crippling the amateur.
Sometimes, you know, you just gotta be 100,000 behind, you still gotta mark the hand.
Those 100,000 chips did not last very long, as a satisfied Sam Goldman won out in 10th place. The final casualty would be Day 3's chip leader Amir Babakani, leaving the other Playground Poker WPT champion Jonathan Waugh the only one still in the hunt for the WPT Player of the Year. 8 players remain to fight for the 6 coveted seats at the televised final table, but undeniably the day belonged to WPT champion Chino Ream, who amassed a mountain of chips, finishing well above the competition.
I'll be pushing you around with the Chino stroke.
Chip leader Chino Ream was not afraid to flaunt his big stack and even bigger ego as the 8 remaining players settled in at lucky table 13. Despite what would prove to be a bad omen for 2 players, confidence was not on short supply.
Had a very good day yesterday, and now I got my sights set on Chino.
Eric might have had his sights set on Chino, but everybody's aim was on making the final table of season 11 on the WPT. 2-time WPT champion Daniel Negreanu, who began the day at the bottom of the chip count, quickly made good use of his short stack, making moves and increasing his chip count, while at the same time chatting up the Royal Flush girls. But the happy chatter would not last, as newly minted champion Rocco Palumbo put his tournament life on the line. Rocco, on the button, moved all in with Jack 8 and was called by Brandon Steven in the small blind. Although Brandon's King Jack was ahead, Rocco could not have asked for a better flop with both flush and straight draw possibilities. But he was unable to connect and finished in 8th place, cashing for over $100,000. With one elimination to go before the TV table was set, 4 WPT champions were once again looking to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup, including Jonathan Waugh. And Jonathan was clearly on his way at the expense of Daniel Negreanu, whose hot streak has ended abruptly. Meanwhile, the other short stack, David Peters, who TV bubbled this same tournament back in season 9, was able to gain a little breathing room when he doubled up through businessman Brandon Steven. The pressure was on for a short stack Negreanu when he entered a pot with Chino and Eric. The flop came 10-8-5. Eric bet and Daniel went over the top all in with top pair. Chino got out of the way and Eric called with an over pair of jacks. Daniel was hoping to pair his ace or hit another 10, but failed to do so and was out in 7th place with the TV bubble.
If I'm going to give my chips to anybody, I'm happy to give to Eric. It's been a while since he's had some success, and he's in good shape along with Chino to put on a show for the final table.
So it was game on for our final 6 players, a methodical young pro, 2 businessmen who know how to work the green felt, a season 11 champ with sights on Player of the Year honors, and 2 seasoned pros on the road to poker redemption and another shot of glory on the WPT stage. It takes crossing a virtual minefield to make it to the WPT World Championship final table, and these 6 players did just that. Now, some of them are more battle-weary than others, but as we've seen over and over again, It's anybody's game. Now let's turn it over to our own battle-tested team, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis champ and cash game expert Vince Van Patten. Mike, WPT champions Jonathan Waugh and Eric Lindgren are going after their second and third WPT titles respectively. Rate their chances here tonight.
Well, Kimberly, I really like their chances tonight. They're starting out in second and third chip position. And I think their experience as WPT champion should bode well for them. Jonathan won our WPT event in Montreal earlier this season, and if he wins here tonight, he'll become the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year. Eric, a two-time WPT champion, has had a bit of a tough time the last couple of years, both on and off the felt, but I believe he's got his life in order now. He's married with a child, he's refocused, and I'm predicting Eric Lindgren becomes a three-time WPT champion tonight.
Only because he wants to hustle me at golf.
And Vince, WPT champion Chino Reem is coming into this final table with a large chip lead. How much pressure do you think he's going to put on the other players?
Well, Chino Reem is a new breed of young gambler, right? He has courage, he has style, he loves to push people around. He's going to try to do that tonight. This guy's tougher to read than a Russian novel, no doubt about it. He'll be kicking those chips around. And right now, Chino Reem is the chip leader, and he's talking to Matt Savage.
Chino, you've had a very tumultuous career. Extreme highs and the lowest of lows. What would a win tonight mean at the World Poker Tour World Championship?
Win here would just, give us one of those good highs that, every poker player likes to, have in their career. And it's definitely a nice win to have on your resume. And, we got a table full of very experienced, good players. And if it's meant to be, it's meant to be.
Kimberly, one thing he's never lacked is talent at the poker table.
Will calm, cool, and collected Chino, Eric, or Jonathan add their name to the WPT Champions Cup yet again? Or will destiny shine for one of our other three players? The WPT World Championship final table kicks off when we return.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
It would mean a lot to me to be the WPT champion. It's just something that, I could brag about for my entire life.
1.1 million is a lot of money. If that doesn't get your blood flowing, I don't know what will.
To win 2 WPT titles in 1 year would be great. It's going to be tough, but there's 5 other players on the final table, and they all want to win as well.
I seem to shine my best when I'm under pressure. I can play my A game. When I do that, it's really hard to beat.
I love playing against the best. I'm just a competitor. I love to compete. I always think that I can win.
Anytime first place is over $1 million, there's just that little edge that's in the air. You can feel it. I mean, it's a $25,000 buy-in. It's the WPT Championship.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Las Vegas and the WPT World Championship at Bellagio. After 5 days of grueling competition, we are now down to our final 6 players. And with me, as always, in the booth, my good buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Well, Mike, it's great to be back here with Bellagio with you. And look at this final table. They are skilled. They are excited. The cards are ready to fly. Let's go to the felt!
Well, here we go. There you see the chip count. The 3 WPT champions in first, second, and third place. Chino Reem out front with 5.3 million. Eric Lindgren in second with 3.4. Jonathan Waugh in third with about 2 million in chips.
That is right, Mike. And you got to cut me off the coffee. I'll tell you something. But I'm excited to be here. And right now, as you can see, the winner will take home over $1 million. $1,150,000. All right, the ante is 5,000. Blinds are 20 and 40. Let's go to the great Eric Lindgren as he picks up a pair of jacks.
Eric, a former WPT Player of the Year. If he wins here tonight, he'll tie Carlos Mortensen and Gus Hansen as the winningest players in WPT history.
Well, he has raised a few folds around to Chino. Chino also going out, and now Jonathan Waugh has a pair of 4s.
He won our event in Montreal earlier this year. If he wins this tournament tonight, he'll be the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year.
Well, he's going to get aggressive with the 4s with a re-raise. 2:20 to go. David Peters, a pro out of Ohio, folds. Back on Lindgren. This is Eric's 6th time at a WPT final table. 2-time champion. Got the wired big pair, and he is going to re-raise it like he should.
He is 4 betting on deal number 1. That's something you just don't see often at these final tables.
Now back on Waugh.
And it's going to get the job done. So Eric Lindgren taking a page out of the Young Guns book for betting to take down the pot.
Wow, E-Dog making that work. Didn't even have to see a flop.
Well, right there, the Canadian going wah-wah on deal number 1.
This is a poker major, so when I watch golfers play majors, they just hit it towards the middle, hit it to the green, and try to make a putt. So basically, I should be a very, tight, solid player tonight.
Oh, he's more than solid.
Well, I'll believe that when I see it. Now, here's a trivia question for you. Who was the first to win $1 million playing poker tournaments 5 consecutive years?
Gus Hansen.
Wrong. Eric Lindgren is your answer.
Wow.
Boys from Kansas.
All right, back to the felt. A raise there by Matt Hyman with ace-king. And now Chino Ream with ace-queen.
Well, he's going to 3-bet it.
Wah going out.
David Peters out as well.
Lindgren with a king-jack of spades. Quick muck there. Brandon Stephen, a businessman, also going out. And now back on Matt. He's got ace-king. Matt dropped out of college to start a business with his bro, and they're hugely successful, but he's also a sharp poker player. Oh, he's going to push all in.
Didn't play that many events. He loves this tournament, though.
How much?
And Chino Ream faced with a test early on at this final table.
Oh, Matty, you got it. And I should have just flatted.
He doesn't know what to do with his ace-queen. Now, look at him. You could actually slide him through a fax machine. That's how thin he is.
So I need to call $1,015,000?
Matt Hyman, one of the 2 businessmen at this final table, the twin brother of our own Kimberly Lansing's husband, Zach. There's his brother, Zach.
Matty, you got it.
Sweating his twin. And Chino Ream, he's a gambling-style player, Vince, but...
I should have just flatted you.
He could afford it. He is the chip leader at this point.
Take it down.
What a laydown there by Chino Ream, as he was dominating.
Matt Hyman taking down that pot. He's from San Francisco, 36 years old, married with 3 children, and he makes it work right there. Chino Ream still the chip leader with $5.2 million in chips. They're playing quick here. Jonathan Waugh first to play now. He has a Jack-9 of diamonds. In first position, he's going to raise with it.
Makes the men raise up to $80,000.
But look at this right behind him, Dave Peters. Wired pair 10s.
Well, Dave Peters, 26-year-old pro out of Toledo, Ohio. He's on the short stack right now with 6 players left.
Makes it 165 to go. Eric out. Brandon Stephen also goes away. Matt can't call.
Almost think he would have made a little larger raise than that, Vince, with this hand.
You would think. Chino Ream has nothing.
Chino folds.
Chino going out, but Jonathan Waugh getting over 3-1 on his money right now. And he's going to take a look at a flop here.
Let's see if it pays off for David right here. As the flop comes up, Jack 6 deuce.
Well, it's all spades. Jonathan Waugh is going to check the top pair.
Wow, if you got 10s, if you got a spade.
I bet you have to bet here with this hand. You know, his opponent's got jacks, you got a flush draw.
And that's exactly what he does, 140,000. But look at this, Jonathan Waugh has put David Peters all in.
I call.
And a quick call.
You certainly can't blame David Peters for calling here. His tournament life on the line. David finished on the TV bubble in this tournament 2 years ago. He could be out in 6th place tonight if he doesn't get some help. He's a 10 or a spade.
Let's see if it happens on 4th Street for David Peters.
Well, ace of hearts. David Peters, tournament life on the line with this river card. Needs a spade or a 10.
And the river card. No, as a queen of clubs hits on the river, David Peters will have to say goodnight.
Well, David Peters from Toledo. That's the home of the Mud Hens, and right now he feels like he's in the mud as he finishes in 6th place.
David Peters picks up 173,000. A nice effort. And he's over to talk to WPT tournament executive Matt Savage.
All right, David, you came in as a short stack. Was the strategy to get it in early?
I didn't really have a strategy, just kind of see what happened, what cards I got. I wasn't afraid to get in or make moves, so.
You bubbled this tournament 2 years ago and making the final table. Was that enough, or are you satisfied with this?
You're never satisfied with 6th, but I mean, oh well, maybe next time.
Kimberly, back to you.
Thanks, Matt. So David Peters' tournament run comes to an end in 6th place. Stick around for more coverage from the WPT World Championship at Bellagio.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I am Tuba, and I'm a Royal Flush girl. Every time we're here at Bellagio, we always look forward to the day that we do our pool shoot. Oh my God, I love the pool. When the shoot is wrapped and we're done, it's so nice spending some time in the beautiful sun. Us girls just got to have a couple of drinks, hang out, relax. We actually ended up staying a little bit longer than we should have. I lost count of how many pools there are. There's something about Bellagio that you can't get anywhere else.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The championship at Bellagio continues five-handed.
That's if you ever want to be pool water.
Take it easy, Hef. All right, take it easy. But I know what you're saying.
All right, Chino Ream still out in front. 5 players left fighting it out for this title.
And now Chino Ream, gambling player, folds his hand. Jonathan Waugh now with a king-jack will get fancy with the raise, makes it 80,000. Eric Lindgren with a queen, 7 of diamonds.
Eric gambling a bit here, makes the call.
And now Brandon Stephen, a businessman. He owns car dealerships in Kansas.
Could be an opportunity for a squeeze play here. He's got the mid pair. First guy raised, second guy called, and yes, he is doing it. Up to 240,000.
Yeah, nice raise. But right behind him, Matt Hyman has picked up a real hand. Ace-King.
Will he possibly 4-bet here with it?
Matt is actually technically the short stack at this point with about 1.3.
Come on.
And he's going to push all in.
Wow.
Waugh goes out. Eric does as well.
Drag in the 240, please.
Both of these guys, very successful businessmen. They say it's not about the money here, Vince. It's the title. They want the title.
Yeah.
They want to become a WPT champion, and they want the world to know it.
There's no way I can fold, man. $1,200,000. I got $1,300,000. $1,300,000 now.
You have to hope your opponent's got something like Ace-King where you're in a race, and then you have to hope to win the race. That's a lot of hoping.
Maddie, what are you doing, buddy?
Now look at this, Brandon. You know what? He's a good talker at the table.
All right, I fold.
Brandon folds the 7s.
You can show me if you want. You can show. We don't have to.
Yeah, that's okay, buddy.
He's not going to show it.
Probably over cocktail tonight. Good fold.
How do you win a tournament if you make folds like that? It's ridiculous.
Kimberly gives a little clap up there, Vince. I know that she's not supposed to be prejudiced here, and she's supposed to remain neutral, but that's her brother-in-law. Her husband's twin brother at the final table. You got to root for the guy if you're Kimberly.
That would have just been tilting.
Yeah, I think Kimberly's secretly got to be rooting for him. And so far tonight, Matt Hyman has played impeccably. Back to the felt. Jonathan Waugh this time with a quick muck. Eric also going out.
Yep. What a dynamic we have at this final table. Well, Brandon Stevens, 2 7s didn't work out a minute ago. Now he's going to raise with the 2 5s.
Goes to 80,000. Matt this time with a measly 9-7, folds the hand.
What'd you do? Min.
On to Chino Ream, who does have an attractive ace-10 of diamonds.
Chino just calls, does not raise.
Gives him respect. And look at this, an ace on the flop. Great for Chino.
Check it.
Brandon Stephen looks like he's going for the continuation bet. Yes, he is, 90,000.
And the snap call here by Chino. Brandon not liking that, I can assure you.
That is just a big old whoops. If you're Brandon, 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Now Chino checks. Now Brandon knows he could beat a spade draw here.
He checks as well. River card comes up, 3 of clubs.
Well, Chino feels strongly his 2 aces are the best hand now, which they are. And he is going to bet 175,000 on the river.
What do you think I have, Gio?
A hand hoping that you can fold.
What do you have? Mr. Flush Draw?
King 10 of spades good?
Nope. It wasn't the flop, though. All right, you got it. That's it.
Thank you.
Brandon makes a good lay down there with the 5. Figures it out, and Chino will take that pot.
Nice call, sir. Nice hit.
I've played with Chino for many years. He's so dangerous. and he's got chips, which is going to make him double dangerous.
His style of play is pretty unpredictable, and sometimes it can give you a headache.
Breathe now.
He'll get kind of crazy in that line once in a while.
You have me covered.
He likes to play a lot of hands. He plays them very, very well, and he can be a tricky trickster, so I got to watch out for Chino.
I don't know what the other opponents expect of me. I'm just going to play very solid ABC poker. Not known to be in my repertoire, but believe it or not, when I try, I can play a pretty simple ABC game.
Well, I can't wait to see that. Chino playing ABC poker, folks. Normally he plays QRS poker.
You're so right.
But let's see what happens. He's a gambling style player, but that's why he gets a hold of a lot of chips. That's why he came to this final table as a chip leader. He is dangerous. These guys know it.
All right, the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000.
Well, so much for ABC. He raised under the gun with Jack-8 offsuit.
Quad going out. Eric Lindgren also folding.
In poker books, you'll find that starting with about letter X.
A couple folds around to Matt Hyman, who's in the big blind. He's got king 3 of spades.
Just in case you want to call.
Yeah, it's cool. That helps. Thank you.
Well, you're getting in trouble for inducing that call right there, am I?
Sweet guy. He is.
He is going to make the call out of the big blind with the king 3.
And we are flopping.
Yeah, flop 7-3 deuce.
Matt Hyman picks up a pair of 3s there.
Yep, he's out front, but he checks, and here comes a continuation bet by Chino.
Yeah, it looks like 115,000. Quick call there by Matt Hyman. Nice call. And the turn card will be Queen of Clubs.
Well, neither player happy to see that card, because neither have a club in their hand, and it goes check, check. Now a 10 comes off.
Matt Hyman checking again. Chino's thinking about Robin here.
Well, Vince, the only way he can win this pot's to bet at it. He knows that.
There you go.
And he's taking a stab at it. Give him credit for that.
Chino trying to muscle out Matt Hyman, the entrepreneur from San Francisco. Will it work?
You're not going to raise me, right?
The question's how much.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is only one way for me to find out.
Nice call by Matt Hyman there.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
Vince, that is knowing your player. These guys know Chino will bet on air time and time again. That's why when he does make a hand, he gets paid off with it, because everybody always thinks he's at it.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more action from the WPT World Championships.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right. Welcome back to the WPT World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Now, Vince, all season long, we've been telling our viewers about Club WPT.
Yeah.
But let's hear it from the players themselves.
Well, I think it's the best value out there. I don't think you're going to get any place else to give you the kind of rewards that Club WPT gives you for the amount of money that you have invested.
I've already gotten 7 times, 8 times my money back. I haven't lost anything. It's been awesome.
Being able to see so many hands from Club WPT, it does help the opportunity to be here. You have that chance to be here. You know, some people say, oh, it's a gimmick or anything. No, it's not. It's real. I'm here.
So it is easy to see why people love playing on Club WPT, you know, for a low monthly fee. That's all you put up. You have a shot at winning your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. And on top of that, you can also win your way into live WPT events. You can't beat that.
Check out ClubWPT.com today. Sign up, try it out. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
See, first place got to take home $1,150,000 for the championship.
Chino Ream still out in front. Eric Lindgren still in second chip position.
And right now, Brandon Stephen is on the short stack. Brandon, the businessman from Wichita, Kansas. All right, action to Eric. He's going to raise with an ace-4.
I love the dynamics of this table, Vince. 3 WPT champions left, 2 successful businessmen left.
And Brandon, Matt, and Chino all out. Around to Jonathan Waugh, and he has a beautiful ace-king.
And look at this, Vince. He does not raise here. Almost all players would raise in that spot with ace-king out of the big blind.
Trying to be deceptive, and it's going to pay off because a king hits on the flop, king 5-3.
Well, notice he checks. Eric going to make the continuation bet. Now, Eric does have a straight draw. A deuce would give him a straight.
150 bet by Eric.
And if he makes a wheel here, Jonathan Waugh will have 4 flat tires and be out of here.
But Waugh is just going to okie dokie call very smoothly.
Just incredible.
Going to the turn.
9 of clubs on the turn. Jonathan checks again. Folks, he is walking the dog. You feel like certainly you have the best hand, but you just check and let your opponent do the betting.
And that's exactly what Eric's doing. He's going to donate $350 to Waugh.
I've always felt Barry Greenstein was the best guy in the tournament world at walking the dog, but Jonathan Waugh may take his place.
On the river, 5 of diamond. There's the board. No help for Lindgren. Jonathan Waugh started watching poker in 2008, and one of his idols was Eric Lindgren, and tonight he's playing against him.
Well, he's checking again. I think Eric's going to wave the flag now. He knows the guy's got kings here. He just gives it up. And this, by walking the dog there, Jonathan Waugh picked up an extra $500,000.
His parents celebrate. He is from Canada. Took a break from his college education in finance just to play poker. He coaches baseball.
I'll tell you, the curveballs work for him right there. Eric Lindgren swinging and missing twice.
All right, on to the next hand. Matt Hyman from Frisco. And he quickly folds it. Chino now with just a 7-5.
Oh, yeah, Mr. ABC just pops it right up there to 105,000 with it.
Waugh and Lindgren out around the corner to Brandon, who has just a 4 deuce of spades, but he has little investment already, so he's going to make the call.
Bit of a gambling call. The 4 deuce. Now flop comes 7-6-3. Brandon has a gut shot straight draw. Chino has top pair and a gut shot straight draw as well.
And Brandon, who is on the short stack, going to take a shot, 120.
It's not going to work here, Vince, but I like this play by Brandon.
I'm all in.
Well, Chino does put him to the test, puts them all in.
I fold.
Yeah, Brandon's not going to be able to call.
Yeah, and he doesn't.
Should just check jam, I guess.
Well, I'm not going to fold if you ship it.
Now I have 1 blade left.
Chino Ream says he plays the ABC. Obviously, he does not, but he'll play almost anything, and he makes a 7-5 offsuit, win the hand. Chino is the chip leader with 5.4. And there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
Well, a number of players put fear in you at the poker table because you can never put them on a hand. Chino Ream, one of those players, like Gus Hansen, like Phil Ivey, like Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. They're not afraid to gamble, and they always have chips if they get down near the end of a tournament.
This time, Jonathan Waugh with an ace-4 of hearts is raised to 100,000. Eric out. And Brandon now has very nice 10s.
You've got to love this hand, Vince. He's going to ship it here, I'm guessing.
I'm all in.
Yep. He goes all in for 520,000.
Matt out. Chino not playing.
Back to Jonathan Waugh here. Another 420,000 to call. Almost getting the right price. Not quite to make the call, but he's gambling anyway. Good spot here for Brandon Stevens to double up and get right back in the thick of things.
We got this, right?
Well, Jonathan had the money to speculate. He is a dog here. 5 cards to come here at Bellagio. Let's see if the flop is good to him. No, as an ace hits on the flop.
Just a tough beat right there for Brandon so far. Jonathan flopping a straight draw to go along with his top pair. Brandon must catch a 10 to win this pot. Nothing else will do.
Yeah, 4 there, too. Yeah.
Awful, awful flop for Brandon Steven as a 5 hits on the turn.
Well, he's a businessman from Wichita, Kansas.
That didn't help.
Part owner of a hockey team, the Wichita Thunder, but he'll be icing the puck and icing right out of here if he doesn't catch a 10 on the river.
Can he do a 2-outer? Nope.
4 comes off. Well, Jonathan Waugh going to take down that pot. They all say goodbye to the businessman, Brandon Steven, out in 5th place.
A fine effort by him. He'll take home $223,000 from Bellagio. And right now, he's out of here in 5th place. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Now, your claim is that you're a businessman and you're not a pro poker player, but come on. I mean, you had a deep run in the World Series, and now the WPT final table of the World Championship. Are you thinking about playing a little more poker?
No. No. These guys are a lot better than I am, they're for sure. They're professionals. It's a grind. What they do is hard. It's hard to play these tournaments. You know, it's a 6-day tournament. That's a lot of work. Yeah. It's a lot of stress, and I can't take those beats like that, you know. Ace and one ace, and I just can't. I'm not as good as they are to take those.
Well, I think you're proving us wrong. I think you are quite a good player.
Salzburg's getting scared. Player of the year in jeopardy.
Nice hand, sir.
Thanks.
With Brandon Stephen out in 5th place, we conclude our first hour of coverage from the WPT World Championship at Bellagio. But before we go, Mike, whose play stands out to you so far?
Well, Kimberly, I really think the remaining players have all played fine so far. Now, Jonathan Wa's stack has gone up the most, but the entrepreneur, Matt Hyman's stack has gone up as well. He's done well. But I like the way that Chino Ream and Eric Lindgren are playing as well. They came to this final table in first and second chip position. I know a lot of people thought Chino with a big chip lead was going to just ramble and gamble his chips off. Not the case, just picking his spots, looking to avoid playing big pots. I like the way they're playing.
And Vince, the energy in this room is electric. How do the players keep their cool?
Well, it's tremendously exciting. You know, the crowd is going nuts here for them. But these guys, they're professionals, you know, they're great gamblers. They have a goal in mind, and that's over $1 million. This is a proving ground to be a great poker player, and they all know that. So yes, you have to stay stoic, you gotta keep your cool, but believe it or not, underneath, you're a time bomb, basically a time bomb.
Well, despite the intensity, I think they're holding up pretty well. All right, thanks, guys. Please join us next time with more from the season-ending WPT World Championship. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, the stakes are high and every move a player makes may be their last. Continuing coverage of the season-ending WPT World Championship starts right now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi everyone, I'm Kimberly Lansing and welcome to the World Poker Tour. Every poker player dreams of winning a WPT title, and when they hit the felt at Bellagio for the WPT World Championship, they can't help but feel inspired. But right now, 4 players remain with the opportunity of a lifetime to take down this prestigious title. And for more analysis on where we stand, let's turn to WPT's very own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to set the stage for tonight. Now, Mike, all of the players have been mixing it up so far, so who do you foresee controlling the action when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, honestly, I think the remaining players have all played fine so far. Chino Ream hasn't exactly played the ABC poker like he said he was going to, but he's playing Chino poker, and he's still sitting in first place, as you can see, by looking at the WPT stack tracker. Two-time WPT champion Eric Lindgren and amateur Matt Hyman have also stayed pretty consistent at this final table. But it's the Season 11 WPT champion, Jonathan Wa, who's put himself in a great position here tonight. He's busted the 2 missing men at the table, and he's been on a real upswing ever since we started this final table. And not only is he playing for a second WPT title, he's still in contention to overtake Matt Salzburg and claim the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year honors with a win here tonight. Kimberly, with so much on the line, I expect all these guys to be battling hard when the cards get back in the air.
Now, Vince, businessman Matt Hyman is currently on the short stack. What's he gonna have to do to battle these 3 WPT champions?
Well, if you're Matt Hyman, don't do anything. I mean, 146 entries, and you're at the final table, so, you know, do what George Brusina used to say, stay the course, Matt, stay the course.
Looks like the action is ready to start back up, so let's get back to the game.
Well, there you see, over 1.1 million goes to our champion tonight. 3 WPT champions, 1 businessman left fighting it out for this title.
The antes are 10,000. The blinds are 30 and 60 as we get started in four-handed final table action on Eric Lindgren with a king jack. He is raised to 125. Matt Hyman goes away.
And Chino Reem looks down at the A7 offsuit. Not a hand you're crazy about. Not the worst hand in a four-handed poker game, but look at this. Chino 3-betting.
Chino makes it 275 with his A7. The Canadian Jonathan Waugh folds his hand back on Eric, makes the call with the king jack.
Most players in the world would throw the hand away or make a crying call with the A7. The young superstars 3-bet with it and take the lead in the hand, but the lead is no more as Eric has flopped 2 kings. He is now out in front with kings up.
Yeah, nothing hitting for Chino, but he makes a continuation bet of 175. And Eric just gonna call.
Oh, one of those okie dokie calls, as you like to say, Vince. Just gonna walk the dog here.
Well, safe so far for Eric as a 10 appears.
Well, earlier at this final table, it was Eric Lindgren that was getting walked around like a little pooch. And now he's the one walking the dog himself here.
Doing it again as Chino bets 325. Eric with a call down the river. And an ace hits.
Only card Chino could catch to win this, the river. Now Chino is going to lead out in bet. He's not worried about his kicker because he's going to play ace and deuces with a king kicker. And Eric lets out a lot of air right there. He's saying, wow, don't tell me I let this guy catch an ace to beat me.
420, and there's Eric's wife, Erica Schoenberg, a fine poker player herself. Little does she know what a tough position Eric's in right now.
Chino. Try had ace king the whole way.
That he did not, but you're going to hate it just as much if you make this call.
You're capable.
Chino's like a Phil Ivey, like a Gus Hansen. They bet so much, they play so many pots, they get paid off when they make a hand in most cases.
Eric's been at 6 final tables on the World Poker Tour, 2-time champion.
I guess I got lucky.
Oh, and the pain for Eric.
And the Albert Einstein statement by Chino. Oh, I guess I got lucky there.
There's the wife feeling the misery as well. Erica.
It didn't feel like a bluff anymore in the end.
Yeah, I know.
You lucky.
Rather be lucky than good. Especially versus E, I'll take the luck.
I almost raised the flop, too.
Back to basics. He's bumbling to himself. That's what happens.
Good. Almost folded. That would have been awesome.
Well, you always rethink how you could have played the hand to win it if you lose it. But the truth is, Chino could only catch an ace to win that pot, and he might have bluffed a 3rd time on the river if it didn't come up, where Eric would have made max value out of it. But when he catches the ace on the river, you always say, why didn't I raise it? Why did I walk the dog? Hate that.
All right, four-handed poker continues. Matt Hyman, the entrepreneur from San Francisco, folds his hand, and now Chino, with a moderate 10-8 of clubs, will raise 125.
It's in that walking the dog chapter. They got to say sometime the dog bites you on the ankle.
Jonathan is done with an ace-jack, not going to re-raise, just calls. Eric can be allowed in because he's in the big blind, and he can slop around with the 6-4, and that's what he's going to do, hoping to catch lucky. And here is the flop. Whoa, look at this. Jack 9-8. Unbelievable straight flush draw for Chino and a pair. And of course, top pair for Waugh. And Chino will bet after a couple checks, 170.
Well, I don't care if you're Phil Ivey or Mr. Magoo, you're going to get your money in with the hand Chino's got. A pair and an open-end straight flush draw.
Look at this. Jonathan not going to raise with top pair and big kicker. Eric out.
Had he been raised, we'd have seen a huge pot here, Vince.
To the turn. Will Chino hit his hand? Not there, as a 4 spades appears.
Well, Jonathan while continuing to slow play, but Chino checking behind him and now hits the deuce of clubs on the river to make the flush.
That's what you got to do on the river. Get lucky. Chino has done so, and Jonathan Waugh now going to play backwards. He's going to bet when he's finally beat.
What's the bet, 330?
Well, he did bet on the flop or the turn when he had top pair and top kicker. Now the flush comes out there as well as the possible straight. Chino is raising this pot. Well, That's a nice raise by Chino. I know everybody could look at the screen and say, he's got a flush, of course he's going to raise it. But his opponent could have a king-eye flush or a queen-eye flush, or even the nut flush possibly.
But you want a value raise because you almost have $7 million in chips. You can't go broke, Jonathan, with half that stack. So I like this raise for a value.
It's because he's Chino Reem, because he plays so many pots. He gets paid off on a lot of hands that others may not get paid off on. We just saw Eric Lindgren pay him off with 2 kings when an ace hit the board and Chino bet on the river. The same thing could happen here again if Chino hits a winning river card, and indeed it does.
Why is Wong right there as he makes this call?
If he'd raised on the flop, Chino's going to re-raise. All the money could have gone in. He could have been broke in 4th place heading back to Canada.
Chino's going to be sick if he got raised.
That's what I was thinking the whole time. I'm like, man, Jonathan, if you're Hollywooding and shipping on me right now.
He kept pulling chips out of the...
That's the whole thing I kept thinking in my head. I was like, bro, if you raise me right now.
You look scared.
The second hour of coverage of the WPT World Championship is just getting started, and we have more to come. Tony Dunst will break down tonight's play in the Raw Deal. We'll pay tribute to the WPT champions from season 11 and see what Tiger Woods and poker have in common when we return on the WPT. Do you watch poker on television?
I do. I watch World Poker Tour. Yeah, absolutely. Kidding me?
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT World Championship. Right now, it is time to find out what Tony Dunst thinks of tonight's play in this edition of the Raw Deal.
It can be so difficult to fold on the river when your opponent lays you a great price, but seems to want to call. It's especially difficult when you sense you are ahead the entire hand and your opponent may have got there on the river. So could Eric Lindgren have folded against the small river bet from Chino Reem? Let's break it down. When Eric raises first to act holding King-Jack, Chino attacks him from the small blind with a re-raise. If I was going to play Ace-7 from the small blind, I would definitely go with a 3-bet. But I think the sizing here by Chino is a little small. Eric has over 55 blinds, and he's probably not folding many hands in position to a re-raise that's barely double over his open size. And the King-Jack definitely isn't folding, so the two players go to a King-Deuce-Deuce flop. Now on the flop, I like Chino's small bet sizing. This is a texture where you don't have to bet very big to get folds from many parts of Eric's range. Additionally, when Eric has showdown value beneath a king, Chino may have to fire multiple bullets to get a fold, so he might as well size the early bullets smaller so the later ones don't get bloated in relation to the pot. Naturally, Eric calls the flop bet with top pair, and on the 10 turn, Chino follows through with another small bet. I think this second barrel sometimes gets Eric to fold hands better than ace high, and considering the low cost of firing, I think it's reasonable for Chino to take the shot. Of course, Eric won't be folding, and the two go to an ace of clubs river, which locks up the pot for Chino. Yet again, Chino bets small, this time hoping to get value from a hand that looks to be a king or a pocket pair beneath the king. By betting small, Chino lays Eric a price of 5-1, which makes the call awful tempting for Eric, even when it looks like it's very hard for him to have the best hand.
Chino.
Whether Eric should make the call is very difficult to say. I'm not sure how frequently Chino fires 3 barrels as a bluff here, and whether he would size a river bluff so small. Eric senses the bet is sized to get called, but we know Eric likes action.
All right, buddy. I guess I got lucky.
And at that price, it's hard for anyone to resist putting their chips in the middle.
Almost folded. That would have been awesome.
Well, Vince, as we know, normally when guys make small bets at decent-sized pots on the river, it's a beg me call. They want you to call them. But the pot was so big, Eric decided to call. Sick. He got outdrawn there.
There's Chino Reem going to the side. That's Nam Lee, a WPT champion.
His value range.
Yeah, for sure.
He's trying to get money.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So either he has like top pair or he has a flush.
All right, yeah.
I think it's fine.
All right.
They are discussing strategy.
What they're discussing is you keep hitting river cards like that, we'll be taking the trophy and money home.
There's a couple WPT champions, the Grinder, Gavin Smith, among others. They're in the crowd here tonight enjoying the action and their buddies battling for this title.
Chino Ream well out in front with over $8 million in chips. Jonathan Watt in second place with $2.7 million. So right now, it's the Chino show.
All right, Chino first to act, quickly mucks his hand. Jonathan Watt from Canada, baseball coach. And he's got king, queen of clubs. And he will make it 120 to go. Eric right behind him with a pair of fours.
Call.
Just gonna call.
This is Jonathan Watt's first tournament ever at Bellagio. Vince, I think he'll be coming back.
Matt Hyman with an ace-5. He's kind of priced in to make this call, and he does, because he's in the big blind.
You're right, Vince. $340,000 in the pot, cost him $60 more thousand to call. Three-way action. Flop is king, 10-9, all diamonds.
Eric Lindgren now, he's going to come out and bet 130.
He's got the 4 diamonds, so he does have a flush draw.
Matt out and Jonathan Waugh with top pair.
And a straight draw.
Just makes the call. Now look at this. Jack of spades on the turn makes it straight here for Waugh. And Eric's going to continue to bet.
This Jonathan Waugh appears to be a cool customer, doesn't he, Vince? Very stoic, very calm, not intimidated by the likes of Chino or Eric Lindgren.
And you're right, and again, he's not going to repop. He just makes the calls.
Well, Eric's got to know he's got at least a straight now. Maybe 2 pair, now maybe a full house. Well, Eric's waving the white flag as he should. Ace high is not going to win it. Eric knows it. Jonathan Waugh takes down that pot, and the guy takes one step closer to becoming Season 11 WPT Player of the Year, which he will be if he wins here tonight.
I won at the WPT back in Montreal. It was the first big event in Quebec, and being able to win it, the first one, is always special. To win 2 WPT titles in 1 year would be great. I wouldn't believe it, and now that I'm here, I hope it happens. I would be really proud.
That's Jonathan Waugh at Playground Poker. What a casino that is. And he did take that title. Going after a second one here tonight. All right, back on Chino Ream. He's got a 9-8. He won't play. Jonathan Waugh now with ace-4 will raise.
Most guys going to raise on the button with ace high, that's for sure. Jonathan doing it. Eric making the call with the queen 9 of hearts.
And once again, Matt Hyman in a big blind situation.
And he's got queen 8 of clubs.
He's priced in to call.
I think most everybody's going to call there. Cost you $60,000 to call, $340,000 in the pot. Why not party it up?
Flop comes up ace 8-5.
Well, Eric checks.
Ace is hitting for Waugh.
Matt's got second pair, but Jonathan Waugh has top pair, and he is going to bet.
And he is catching cards tonight, making things work, and he bets 140.
Now look at this, Vince. Eric Lindgren with no hand and no draw is going to raise it here to $300,000.
Whoa.
That'll get Matt's middle pair out of there.
Eric with zip and pip, gonna make a raise.
I bet you're sitting in Jonathan's seat and you're saying to yourself, if this guy really had an ace and a big kicker, wouldn't he re-raise me before the flop? That didn't happen. I'm not buying this. And as you can see, Jonathan Waugh betting $1.7 million there. And there he goes out. So Jonathan Waugh just making a whipping boy out of Eric Lindgren right now. Just pounding on him.
Well, he is. He certainly is.
Oh, boy. It's like Tyson against sparring partners in his prime. Just relentless.
All right. A little misstep there for Eric Lindgren.
Jonathan Waugh re-raising Eric, who has to say goodbye in that pot.
Not catching much tonight, but he keeps competing so well.
Well, Vince, he has dropped down to 4th chip position right now, and he is a sick puppy at the moment, Eric Lindgren. He's had hands that have got outdrawn on the river. He's sort of marching with 2 left feet right now as Eric Lindgren, but maybe he can turn it around. We'll see.
And he's going to take a little breather on this hand as Matt picks up ace-9. He pumps in a raise, and Chino with a pair of 4s goes over the top. Waugh going out.
I'm on.
And all in by Hyman. He's going to put the pressure on Chino.
I call. Scary guy.
He can afford it. He's making the call. 4s up against Matt, who has an ace-9.
Good old race.
That's a little race.
That's a big one for you, Bert.
Yeah.
Chino just happy to be in a race right here against this amateur player who came over the top all in.
There's Matt's brother Zach.
9 in the window. 9 in the window. Or 9 in the window. 9 in the window.
Identical twin brothers.
And he said, put a 9 in the window.
Here comes the flop.
Well, a 9 is there, not in the front window, but certainly in the side window, and he is out in front with 2 9s. Chino Ream knows he must catch a 4 to win this pot.
Reiner did this before versus E-Dog.
He did.
And Chino Ream is talking about history. He's going back to season 4 when Eric Lindgren and Michael the Grinder Mizrachi had the same type of situation.
The Grinder is down to the river card. He must catch a 4 to stay alive in this tournament.
Coming down to this card. Here it is.
Oh, he's hit it! Spitz, he hit the 4. So now the roles are completely reversed. This time it's Chino at the table with the 2 4s against the overcards that he hit. Isn't it amazing what poker players can remember when they're trying to summon some good luck?
2 sides.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, 6 of spade. Forget the 2 outs.
Got 1 out. 1 out.
Chino is now down to 1 out as the 4 of spade won't help him.
2 side diamond. Can I squeeze it?
Only the 4 diamonds can win for Chino. No other card can do it. Queen of spade, ace high flush, going to win this pot.
Get in, man.
Well, Eric Langren smiles, but only on the outside. He's 6 if the man wasn't eliminated there, where he could be down to 3-handed poker.
Matt Hyman, businessman from San Francisco, now doubles up in a big way against Chino. 4 players remain. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
I do have a brother that plays poker. His name is Zach, and that's tough when you're an identical twin playing poker because you're constantly like, oh, man, I think I know you, but maybe not. I feel like I'm a little more patient than Zach. I think Zach could be a little more tilty than I am.
Just stop. I don't want to hear you talk.
He has a lot more poker winnings than I do, so tonight's kind of like my chance to beat him.
Tonight's final table is a great mix of WPT champions and experienced players. The player in seat 5 is businessman Matt Hyman, and he looks a lot like this guy sitting next to me, his twin brother, Zach. And for those of you who don't know, Zach is my husband. So, Zach, you made a final table before.
Yeah.
Reno. What kind of advice did you give Matt tonight?
I told him just to relax, have a good time, enjoy the moment. Because he'll probably never make it again the rest of his life. No, I'm just kidding.
But seriously, what do you think of Matt's chances of winning this event and kind of the collection of the players that he's up against at this final table?
I think his chances are really, really good, just because he's making some really good decisions and playing his cards right.
All right, honey, this was fun.
Very fun.
Thanks for joining me.
Yeah.
And
good times.
I gotta go though. I have to go work.
All right.
All right, Mike and Vince, back to you guys.
I think Matt has played great poker up to this point. The lone amateur up against 3 WPT champions, but Matt has made the money 4 times in this event. That's as many as the other 3 guys put together.
Yeah, both those Hyman brothers can play with anyone. They have proven it. And right back to the felt we go. Matt's going to quickly fold. Now Chino with a 9-10 offsuit. He's going to raise it to 125 to go. Jonathan Waugh, the Canadian, is out.
Vince, we should point out, making the money is different from getting a W in these big tournaments. All these other guys at the table know how to get to the podium and take down the trophy. Matt Hyman needs to learn how to do that.
So cheap.
Friendly.
Anyway, Eric has called, and what a flop for Eric. He's 4 flushing here and a straight draw, and he's going to check it. Chino hitting nothing on that flop.
He's most likely going to get his chips in here, as most people would. He's got a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw.
All in.
All in. Eric going all in right here. He's only gambling if his opponent does have an ace in his hand. Otherwise, he's going to throw it away, just like he did. So the first step of a long journey back for Eric Lindgren begins right there with the all-in bet.
It might be the worst bet I could ever make in my life. Nice hand, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I don't mind you winning the pot. I do mind giving you the 175 on the flop.
I needed the 175.
Oh, I have a huge tilt factor, I won't lie. I'll be the first one to say it. Like, if I lose a big pot, the first thing I want to do is try to get those chips back, and I'll just start 3-betting people with cards that I know I shouldn't even be playing. That's something I definitely have to work on.
Well, Vince, truer words were never spoken by a poker player than what you just heard out of Chino there. He knows he's a steamer, as we say. If he loses a pot or two, it's hard to get him out of a pot.
All right, back to the game. A couple folds around to Matt Hyman, the entrepreneur from San Francisco, 36 years old. He's got an ace-9. Nice starting hand, and he will raise it to 125.
Certainly, you have to play that hand in a four-handed poker game.
Chino's going to slop around with a 4-5, and we are going to see 3 cards, and it's an ace, 8, 6. Aces for Hyman. Inside straight draw for Chino.
Matt loving it here. Got the 2 aces, going to bet 165,000. But look at this, Chino calling with the gut shot straight draw, looking for the walking stick, the 7, to make him a straight.
Will the 7 appear? No, jack of diamonds.
Well, 3 diamonds out there now. Oh, Matt is checking here. I'm surprised at that.
Got to give a free card to Chino as he checks behind him. 10 of diamonds on the river. Matt is going to check it. Chino says, you know what? I'm going to bet and try to steal this pot.
Unbelievable.
Give credit to Chino here. He's going to put pressure on Matt by betting when the 4th diamond comes on the river.
Why so much? Yeah. Trying to buy it.
Oh, he's trying to buy it. Again, he's telling the truth. Back-to-back truths by Chino Ream. A, he's a steamer. B, he's trying to buy this pot.
Well, it will work. Matt lays down the aces. Just nicely done by Chino. No diamond, just heart. That's what he does.
Horrible river.
Matt lost that pot because he lost the lead. He gave it up, and his opponent won the pot by betting.
4 players remain. The winner's going to take home $1,150,000 and $297 to be exact. What a payday. Okay, next hand coming up. Buys a 30 and 60,000. Chino Ream with a 2-3 of clubs. Chino Ream is raised with a 3 deuce. Jonathan with a pair of 6s just calling. Eric out. And now it's on to Matt Hyman, who has a pretty solid ace-10. He will re-raise.
Well, he's squeezing here, Vince. He knows Chino can raise with any 2 cards.
But Chino likes his 3 deuce. He's going to call it.
In fact, they both called him.
Look at what you started. I know. $1 million pot. $1 million 3 pot.
Set over set, please.
Building a big pot.
Chino called this raise with a 3 deuce, folks. Well, Chino does flop a flush draw.
Queen 10-9. Matt has a piece of that pair of 10s.
And he's going to check.
Opening up the door, Chino with the 4 flush. Going to bet. 420,000. Jonathan Waugh out.
And Vince, remember, Chino raised this pot. He could easily have Queen Jack here.
420, and it's going to work.
Well, Matt gives it up.
So Chino's starting to run over the table here, playing with slop and making things work.
He just wins pot after pot when he doesn't have the best hand because he's in command.
We'll be right back with more from Bellagio and the WPT World Championship.
He's so close to putting that trophy on his mantle and becoming a WPT champion.
Down to the river we go.
My name is Rocco Palumbo.
My name is Josh Hale.
Anthony Gregg.
I'm Ben Hamnet. I'm a WPT champion.
Ben Hamnet has done it. He will become a WPT champion.
I never envisioned in a million years that I'd be here today and have a WPT championship underneath my belt.
To be honest, I just had to look up on the trophy when my last had that moment when I won the 2nd title. It was an amazing feeling.
If you win a WPT title, no one can take it away from you. I'm Dominic Nietzsche and I'm a WPT champion.
I'm Matt Giannetti. I won the Lucky Hearts Poker Open.
I'm Jonathan Roy and I'm WPT Montreal champion.
I'm Emil Olsson. I'm a WPT champion.
Greatest feeling of my life, having aces against Antonio's ace-king.
Ravi has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
All in. Calm.
God.
Nice playing with you.
Ravi is our champion.
gave me a lot of confidence.
That's really memorable. The fact that I busted all 5 players, you can win another tournament, but it's not as prestigious as the World Poker Tour.
My most memorable point in the final table was busting my roommate Zoe.
What if the miracle should be pulled off by Kevin if he hits a king or queen?
Queen! Unbelievable!
It feels good to knock out your friends sometimes, especially when you get lucky.
What is going on here tonight? What are we seeing here?
The times you need to suck out are, right then and there.
Oh, you got the 4!
Yes.
Oh, for sake.
Heads up, anything can happen.
It's a diamond! Yes! Matt has doubled up again.
2 doubles and you go from being the short stack to winning that title.
That was a dream come true moment for me.
After I won, it didn't sink in for like 3 days before I realized what X. And something I'd love to repeat.
Welcome back to the WPT World Championship at Bellagio, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. And Mike, I got to say, it is absolutely fantastic how many players won their way this season on the World Poker Tour into main events with a shot at winning big money by playing on Club WPT.
Oh, you're right, Vince. That's the great thing about Club WPT. You too can become a Club WPT VIP member, play unlimited poker, have your shot at winning your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, get great VIP benefits, and who knows, you might find yourself winning a seat into a Season 12 WPT tournament. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, back to table.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Chino Ream out in front, 7.6 million. Jonathan Waugh with about 4 million in chips. Eric Lindgren sitting in 4th place right now. He's got to make something happen, Vince.
All right, action going to Jonathan Waugh. He's got a little suited connector, 9, 8 of hearts, and he'll make it 120,000. Right behind him, Eric Lindgren.
All in.
With a Jack-10, says all in.
I said he had to make something happen. He's going to try to make it happen with a Jack-10 here.
Matt and Chino out, and Waugh also holds his hand.
Well, there you go, boys. Wife Erica all smiles now as her man takes down that pot.
I have too much to move in now.
All right, the antes are still 10,000, but the blinds are going up. 40 and 80, Matt Hyman. First to play in this hand.
Yeah, WNBA.
Ace-3 folds. Chino, our chip leader, with a Queen-9. And he is going to make it 165 to go. Waugh out.
Well, Eric Lindgren with the King-Queen of clubs. He's going to make the call here.
And we are flop. Got king on the flop. King 10-6.
Beautiful flop for Eric. And look at this. He didn't raise before the flop, but he's going to lead right out and bet right here with top pair.
Chino has an inside straight draw.
That's good enough for him to play with. We saw him call a minute ago, trying to catch the 7 in the gut. Now he needs the Jack in the gut.
Turn card, 8 of spades.
All in.
All in bet by Eric Lindgren here. Chino not happy about it because he now has a 2-way straight draw. The 7 would give him a straight as well as a Jack.
Why wouldn't you want me to call? Why would you just ship it?
His problem is he's about a 4.5 to 1 dog when he's only getting 2 to 1 odds on his money.
I really would like to see this river card.
Even with all his gambling bets in all-in situations.
I can't call you.
Chino plays the math.
Even Chino has to fold this.
He'll get away from this hand. He does lay it down.
It's a nice aggressive play by Eric.
Back-to-back pots by Eric Lindgren.
But let's take a quick look at the Wonder Cam and see if Chino would have gotten lucky. Nope.
Oh, did you look at the rabbit?
Yeah, it was 4 hearts.
4 hearts.
That did not help my hand.
Earlier this week, we teamed up with the Tiger Woods Foundation for Tiger's Poker Night, presented by the World Poker Tour. A great time was had by all, raising money for an even greater cause. Take a look.
We're having a great time here. Tiger Woods Foundation charity event.
Tonight is a huge fundraiser for us. We're trying to help underserved kids go to college. We've had over 100,000 kids go through our learning center so far.
The mission of the Tiger Woods Learning Center is to help kids learn how to apply what they're doing in school to the real world. It's like, oh, this is why I need to be in geometry, and this is why I need a physics class. And all of a sudden, the lights go on, and they see their future. We really just wanted to inspire them to think differently about learning.
I've been here for a year with my brother, and
We've been doing fun classes. Tiger Woods Learning Center is the best place ever.
We're trying to help as many kids as we possibly can so that everyone who comes out and supports this event helps kids directly.
Anytime you can do something that helps kids and have fun at the same time, it beats the hell out of sitting at some big stuffy event.
It's great to see some very cool people giving a lot back.
Do you watch poker on television?
I do. I watch World Poker Tour. Yeah, absolutely. Kidding me?
What pumps up your adrenaline more? An 8-foot putt to win another major tournament, or bluffing someone like Phil Ivey?
Put it this way, I would be more nervous bluffing Ivy than I would over a tournament.
We're having fun. We're enjoying ourselves, and the nice thing about poker is everyone has an opportunity to win. 1 second, I'm in.
This year's Tiger Jam raised over $800,000. To find out more about the Tiger Woods Foundation and WPT's philanthropic efforts, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, Tiger Woods and Phil Ivey started that charity event at the same table, Vince, and both were relative early casualties in the tournament, but still a great night was had by all.
It really was a great foundation. And right now, 4 players going after this big title. Eric Lindgren
175.
working his way back. This time, ace-9 makes it 175 to go. Matt Hyman with a queen-10 won't play.
Now Chino Ream is going to 3-bet here with the king-deuce, folks.
Jonathan Waugh out.
Chino. 450?
450. Chino understands the tactics of the situation. He knows Eric doesn't want to go out in 4th place. Big money difference between 4th and 3rd.
It's really close. I'm going to give it to you.
And unless he has an extremely
I know you have an ace.
premium hand here, he's going to muck this hand, which he did. That is knowing the situation and knowing your opponent's chip count and taking advantage of it.
Well, there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, and the girls talking to other poker players and friends that come out here on the World Poker Tour just to visit and watch these finals. Everyone's welcome. We have a great one going tonight. Action back on Matt Hyman as he looks down at a pair of kings, the Cowboys.
Just a monster hand here from Matt. Thrilled to pick up 2 kings right now.
What an opportunity. Finally picking up a big hand. He raises to 175. Now, right behind him, Chino has a pair of 10s. Just amazing.
Yeah, it sure is.
When he's going to re-raise to 450.
Well, you can't blame him for raising with 2 10s in a 4-handed poker game.
What are we seeing? Jonathan picks up the weapons of mass destruction. At this point in this hand, almost impossible.
You talk about a cooler, folks. Unbelievable. He's got 2 aces, and he's going to raise it, and he makes it $1,025,000 to go.
Eric gets out of the way, and now Matt Hyman.
I'm on.
Matt has pushed it all in.
Jonathan, you started the hand with what? You have how much behind?
3.6.
Behind?
Total.
Total. 2.6 behind?
What Chino is thinking, you know, if I gamble here and eliminate both these guys, I'll be playing heads up for the title with a monster chip lead over my good buddy, Eric Lindgren.
Wouldn't this be a treat for E?
Well, Eric would love nothing more than to see Chino get involved here.
He still can't believe the 10s in a 4-handed poker game has to lay it down before the flop, but
Okay, I fold.
he does so.
Call.
And of course, Jonathan with the call.
Fold, Chino.
Wow. Oh, and Matt can't believe it. What big hands by everybody.
Okay, yeah, queens there. Queens.
Folks, you only pick up a pair. Playing Hold'em poker once out of 17 deals. These 3 guys have all picked up a pair, and a big one at this crucial time of the tournament. Incredible.
What a stacked deck. Crowd on its feet.
One time.
Saying the prayers.
And he's saying 1 time. Come on, let me suck out 1 time.
Will it be that 1 time? No. Queen, queen, 9. Very safe there for the Canadian. Jonathan Waugh out in front.
We got clubs.
With the weapons. Turn card will be a 7 of hearts.
Well, Zach said, daggone it. How could this happen right now? My man picks up 2 kings with 4 players left, and he's got to outdraw his opponent. Got a 2-outer with 1 to go.
And the river cards of 3 of clubs. No help from Matt Hyman.
The 2 aces hold. That's going to do it for the lone amateur left at the table.
That's right. Matt will take home $289,000.
Played great poker all week long to get to this final table, and even at the final table, just a cooler hand, Vince. Aces versus kings. Bye-bye, Matt. 3 players left fighting it out for the title.
Matt's proving that he's a great poker player, not just good. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Let's see what he has to say.
Pretty unbelievable cooler there. Your best finish in the WPT, but doesn't mean much right now.
Not much at all. But I'm happy. I played well. I didn't make many mistakes. I made maybe one earlier, but why couldn't he have jacks there?
Yeah.
Right? You know, I'm not letting go kings. I was hoping he had, maybe 10s or jacks, but oh well.
Well, you call yourself a businessman, but obviously you had a good run here, and I mean, obviously you showed that you belong right here.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Kimberly.
Thank you, Matt. He did have a great run, and congratulations. But it's so sad to see you go, Matt. With Matt Hyman out in 4th place, we still have 3 players in the hunt for the $1.1 million first place prize and a coveted WPT World Championship title here at Bellagio. Stick around.
Poor Matt Salzberg. Look at this guy. Getting the full sweat.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Bellagio has made a significant investment into our property. We just finished remodeling nearly all of the rooms and suites within the property. Whether or not you're staying in the Spa Tower or the Bellagio Tower, you're going to find a fantastic resort room. Make sure that you ask for and get yourself upgraded to either a fountain view or a premier fountain view. They're just tremendous. If someone is thinking about coming to Las Vegas, then they should come and stay at Bellagio for their own personal 5-diamond experience.
Well, there you see the chip count. Gina Ream out in front. Jonathan Watt in 2nd place. Eric Lindgren in 3rd right now. Vince, these guys love it here, but all players love coming to Bellagio, and why not? Great tournaments, great poker room, great facilities, restaurants, everything good at Bellagio.
Yeah, I completely concur. We're having a good time. And right now, Jonathan Waugh with an ace-8 has raised to 160 with an ace-8, and Eric with a 6-3 of clubs behind him.
And look at this, Vince. He is going to raise and 3-bet here with a 6 high. He's got 6-3 on the short stack.
Chino out, and we're starting to play.
Well, tough decision here for Jonathan Waugh.
And Jonathan goes over the top, and that will put Eric all in.
You talk about reading the guy's mail. Just set Eric Lindgren all in, and Eric right now got to be talking to himself. What was I thinking there with a 6-3? Come on, Eric, just tighten up a bit.
He got back because he loosened up his game, and this time back on Lindgren, who picks up the kings this time.
Well, zippity-doo-dah. See, you gamble one hand, the very next hand you pick up kings. How sweet it is.
Chino out.
And your opponent's got the same hand he had before, an ace-8, this time suited.
Jonathan Waugh has pushed Eric all in. A quick call, of course, by Eric.
That's what I'm saying. I saw that ace. Damn.
Good timing.
Just like he did in the last hand, he set him all in. This time, Eric's got a hand.
Jonathan Waugh from Canada, a WPT champion up at Playground Poker in Montreal, going for the big title here tonight. Has a chance of knocking out Lindgren with the kings.
And as you can see, Eric over a 2-1 favorite to win this pot and double up here.
Here we go with the flop. And the flop is Jack 7-5. Eric out in front with the kings.
Good flop for Eric. He breaks into a smile. Knows he could win his 3rd WPT title if he could take this crown down. Only 2 other guys have ever done that, Carlos Mortensen and the great Gus Hansen.
Comes the turn card, deuce of clubs.
I'd like a few more spots on the next card.
Beautiful card for Eric right there, because no straight, no flush possibility. Only way he can lose the pot is his opponent catches an ace. He was in that predicament a while back.
Will the kings hold up?
A king on the river. Eric Lindgren has doubled up. And I said it before, Vince, don't count the guy out. He's been short stacked throughout this tournament. He knows how to fight on the short stack, and he's doing it right here, right now.
Let's go, Eric! Let's go, little Kinks and Keegans. Let's go! OG Money's here in the house.
That is Gavin Smith. They are celebrating as they root on Eric Lindgren, who's coming back in nice fashion.
Sitting right below Gavin was the guy that won this event back in season 2, Martin Dicknafe from Sweden.
Lines are 40 at 80,000 with a $10,000 ante. Eric makes the decision again with ace-6, makes it 175 to go. Chino with a queen, 10 of diamonds, makes the call. Law folds his hand. First three cards will be a king, queen, 4. So Chino has outflopped Eric. They both check.
Boom, comes the ace for Eric. He takes the lead. Well, Chino checks. Got 2 queens in the gut shot straight draw, but fearful this ace might have hit Eric.
Yep, and he bets 200,000 into Chino.
Well, Vince, Chino doesn't have much invested in this pot.
But look, it doesn't matter. He's going back over the top.
Wow, he is check raised here with just 2 queens. Now, Eric is going to call him with the 2 aces. He's just not buying Chino's story.
Down to the river we go.
That was 6. Now, this is going to make Eric feel a whole lot better because he now has aces up.
Aces and 6s, but guess who's betting?
And that's like the card I was looking for.
Chino bets 800,000.
Well, he's hoping Chino's got aces and 4s, something like that.
Queen.
And a quick call by Eric, and it's a good one.
Yeah, Chino says queens, but they're no good, as you can see. Eric Lindgren taking down another nice pot here.
That card made it a lot easier, trust me.
With that hand, we conclude our second hour of coverage from the WPT World Championship at Bellagio. So, Mike, did you expect it to come down to 3 WPT champions playing for this title?
Well, if you'd had to pick 3 players, these are the 3 guys you would have picked. They had by far the best tournament poker pedigree at the table. I'm not sure we've ever had 3 WPT champions fighting it out for a regular season event or a WPT World Championship event like we've got. This is going to be a great finish.
All right, please join us next time for the dramatic conclusion of the WPT World Championship. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, Bellagio is the center of the poker world as we're set to crown the final champion of season 11. The breathtaking conclusion of the WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Hi everyone, I'm Kimberly Lansing and welcome to the season finale of the WPT. It's a tough journey to become a WPT World Champion, but one well worth taking. Now let's turn to our own accomplished legends, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten, to fill us in on where we stand tonight here at Bellagio. Mike, tell us, is this one of the most competitive final tables we've seen all season?
Well, Kimberly, the obvious answer to that is yes. 3 players left in this tournament. All 3 are WPT champions. Chip leader Chino Ream, he won a big event at Bellagio before, going for a second title tonight. Jonathan Waugh in second place from Canada, won WPT Montreal earlier this season. And if he wins this tournament, he becomes the season 11 WPT Player of the Year. And then we have Eric Lindgren going for his third. That we had a regular season event or a WPT World Championship with 3 players left, where they're all WPT champions.
And Vince, what do you think it means for a player's legacy to win this tournament?
This is one of the toughest fields in the world, bar none. You've got international players that have won WPT events around the world playing this. No one puts up $25,000 unless they believe in themselves and they're considered a great poker player. Very rare, very few soft spots in this event. So you'll join the lights of greatness like Carlos Mortensen, Alan Gehring, David Williams, among others. There's a lot of bragging rights to go with it.
Okay, thanks, guys. We're very close to adding the final name of the season to the WPT Champions Cup. So let's check the chip counts and get back to the action.
Well, out front is Chino Ream with $5.6 million. Jonathan Waugh from Canada with about $5 million. Eric Lingman with about $4 million. Vince, they've all got chips. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, the winner's going to take home $1,150,000. Big money here tonight at Bellagio. The antes are $10,000. Blinds 40 and 80. Let's go to the felt. Eric Lindgren with the mid pair. Pair of sixes just like that.
Going to raise it up to $175,000.
Chino out, and now Jonathan Waugh, WPT champion. He has nines.
This could spell big trouble for Eric here. Pair over pair.
Oh, and he's getting outraised in chips with that. Makes it $440 to go.
If Eric gets restless here,
I'll call.
He could be out in third place just that quick.
Well, he's just going to call.
And wants to see a flop first.
And here we go. Flop is 8-8-10.
Chino shakes his head because he would have flopped a full house.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Jonathan reaching for chips.
Yep, 330.
Not a giant bet when the pot's got 950,000 in it. So Eric thinking, I'm going to raise it right here and find out where I'm at right now.
Right, 900,000 to go. Waugh's not going anywhere. He's getting the call and chips out.
Well, that's, I can tell you, he doesn't like two nines right now. The pot just got raised by Eric up to 900,000. A 10 and 2 8s on the board.
Nothing deuce. Waugh's going to check.
Well, Eric wisely checks on the turn, and now the board pairs tens. Neither player going to like that card. They're fearful of their opponent's got a 10 in their hand.
Yep, Jonathan's going to check again. They both check.
Nines. You're good.
Wait. Look at that, boys.
Chino, who never put a quarter
right
in the
there,
pot,
boys.
said, look at that, boys, I would have got you.
So Jonathan Waugh will take that pot with the legitimate pair of nines.
That guy's been a thorn in the side of Eric Lingman all night long. And once again, Eric back to the short stack. Got to go back to work, that's all.
We have lots of poker champions in the audience here tonight.
There's WPT World Champion Mark McNave. There you're looking at Noah Schwartz. Chan Racy Kuhn also here. He won in Barcelona.
Michael the Grinder Mizraki. And also Gavin Smith.
Tom Lee in the house as well. All these guys already have their name on the Champions Cup.
Climbing out of the woodwork here.
And the three guys at the final table are looking to get their name etched on that trophy again.
All right, antes have gone up to 15,000. Blinds of 50 and 100. Chino this time makes it 200,000 to go. Waugh out. And Lindgren with an ace-8 of hearts just calling. Here we are flopping. It's a 10-4-3. Both check. Here comes the turn.
And a 5 comes off. Chino has the opening straight now. Eric checks. Chino is going to bet the queen high here. This puts a lot of pressure on Eric. Wow, Eric making the call with just ace high.
Going to the river and a queen hitting there for Chino.
Well, another pot. Chino wins by catching a card on the river, or at least figures to win.
Going to put in a $425,000 value bet.
Enough to nothing, maybe, huh?
Be a solid laydown. Eric was on the right track, calling with ace high.
He had the right idea, had the best hand on the turn.
Quarter to 5. Quarter to 5. Holding something.
I had something. I'm in the zone.
I win.
That rush, that feeling when you're just running hot and just scooping pots deep in the tournament is why I keep playing the game. Yeah, I got my swagger back.
Will this be the time for Chino Ream? Will he take down his first WPT title? It all comes down to this card.
It's a deuce of diamonds. Well, that's going to do it.
I'm ready to win another one. Nothing beats that feeling.
Well, he's in shape to win another one, that's for sure. He's chip leader with 3 players left. It's Eric Lindgren that's got work to do right now. He's sitting on 1.7. Both his opponents have over 6 million.
Chino has folded this hand. Jonathan Waugh, WPT champion from Montreal, has raised with a queen high. Eric.
I call.
Jonathan bet enough to set Eric all in, Eric went all in, and he has the best hand. It's ace-jack versus queen-9. Jonathan knows that queen-9 is a favorite over a 2-card random hand. He just moved all in, but Eric Lindgren picked up a hand good enough to get his dough in there. He's the favorite. If his hand holds up, he'll double up. We'll still have 3 left.
Oh, and a jack just like that for Eric Lindgren, out in front with jacks.
Now Eric all smiles, top pair, top kicker. Well out in front right now. Well, an 8 comes off. This gives Jonathan a 2-way straight draw. He can now win the pot with a 7, which would give him a straight, a 10, which would give him a straight, or a queen.
It's always a sweaty. Poker, poker, poker.
E-Dog holding his breath right now.
Let's take a look at the river card.
A deuce. Eric Lindgren lives on. And Vince, we keep saying it time and time again. Looks like Eric just can't play unless he's short stacked.
Hard to kill. Hard to kill.
Nice hand, buddy.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna play better with this double up than last.
There's a quick break in the action, and before we name the last champion of season 11, we've got more to come from the WPT World Championship, including a send-off to the season 11 ones to watch, some parting words from Tony Dunst in the Raw Deal, and the Royal Flush Girls get a special behind-the-scenes tour here at Bellagio. Stay tuned.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT World Championship. You know what? Our season has been fantastic. You think about it.
Well, it has, Vince, and it's been great capping off season 11 with you at my side once again after all these years. It's also been a record-setting year here on the World Poker Tour.
No, that's right. The WPT has had its largest season to date with 62 tournaments on 4 different continents.
And Vince, season 12 is even going to be bigger and better. So if you at home would like to join us, log on to WPT.com and check out the complete schedule. Now, let's get back to the action here at the WPT World Championship at Bellagio.
Yeah, we love Bellagio, the Yankee Stadium of poker. This is the big one, the one we play for all year round. Chino Ream is the chip leader with $7.5 million.
Jonathan Waugh, 3.7. Eric Lindgren, 3.3 million. Anybody's game, but right now, Chino in the driver's seat.
Action's on Eric, and he will quickly muck a 4-3 of diamonds. Chino now with a king-7 of diamonds.
Yeah, he is going to pop it up there, 210,000.
Jonathan Waugh, the Canadian, with a jack-10. Would love to see a flop, and he will, as he makes the call.
A flop comes queen, 8-5. Chino checks. Jonathan with the gut shot straight draw, reaching for chips. And he is going to fire out 135,000. And look at this, Vince. Chino Ream has no hand, no draw, yet he is check raised to 425,000.
Just an auto raise by Chino Ream.
How do you like that now? Gut shot straight, man.
But Jonathan is going to get stubborn. He's going to make this call.
Yeah, Vince is like he knows he's got a straight draw. Talking about Chino. Now the king of hearts comes up. Big card for both players. Chino's now got 2 kings. Jonathan has a flush draw and an open and straight draw, yet it goes check, check.
3 of clubs on the river. That doesn't change things. And Chino now with kings.
Got to think he's got the best hand now. And Chino Ream betting 660,000 on the river here.
Jonathan, of course, did not connect there. He has nothing.
Well, Jonathan's not going to call. He could raise or fold. He opts to fold. So Chino Ream going to take down that pot. Catching a king on the turn to do it.
Nicely played by Chino. He's 33 years old, originally from Los Angeles, California. And now he has many homes, Vegas, Miami, you name it. What a talent we're watching here tonight as he continues his chip lead.
All right, action on Eric. He looks down 2 6s.
Yep, and Eric is going to raise to 200,000. Chino calling with jack-10. Jonathan out.
I told my mom I was going to win this for her. It was her birthday on the first day.
Happy birthday, Miss Lindgren.
And here we go with the flop, and it's 3 of a kind. 3 6s there for Eric Lindgren.
Great flop for Eric here.
Unreal.
Not only because he's flopped a set of 6s, his opponent has middle pair.
And Eric's not going to play it sneaky. He is betting at 220. Chino's going to call it.
With the speed that he called it, I'm sure Eric has figured out that he's got a king or a jack in his hand.
8 of spades on the turn. Chino going to check again. Eric, 3 of a kind. Show tune's going off in your head, and he's going to bet it again. 450.
Well, look at this. Chino going to call with the 2 jacks here. Just doesn't believe Eric's got the kings or the jacks.
Down to the river.
And the board pairs 8s.
It gives Lindgren a full boat. Just so nice. Now you want to think about the proper amount that you can get from your victim. The right amount. And it looks like it's going to be $780,000.
Not quite half the pot, but a healthy bet.
What's the bet, 780?
Well, Chino called him on the turn. Maybe he'll call him again on the river.
You know I'm gonna call you, so how are you gonna bluff? You know I'm calling you, so guess you got it. You got that I got it face. You got my aces face, I got you got it face.
Well, he is reading Eric beautifully. Look at this. He's got something on him.
Is he capable?
He is reading him like a Dr. Seuss book. But can you resist putting those chips in, Chino?
Well, that's the question.
You so look like you have it, E. You just look like you got it.
Eric's saying, just shut up and put the money in, please.
Now, Eric Lindgren's wife, Erica, quite a poker player herself, staring on, watching her man at work here.
You're not gonna bluff again. I'm just not going to.
Ooh, good lay down.
Wow, what a lay down there by Chino Ream. He analyzed that hand perfectly, finally decided the jacks were beat. Indeed they were.
After 17 years, I still love playing poker. I guess when poker kind of hit TV, I was in the right place. I played a lot more no limit than a lot of people, and I had early success. I've won 2 WPT titles. They were a long time ago. It has been a long time since I've been back here, so I'm truly appreciating being here today. I feel more confident going for title number 3 than I've ever felt before.
Well, we go back in time, and you know, Jonathan Waugh, who's on Eric's right, used to watch him play in those tournaments, idolized the guy, and now he's battling against his old idol, Eric.
Well, you're right, Vince. He said when he first started playing poker, Eric Lindgren was playing on TV, and now he gets a chance to play against him. Loves it.
Now Eric has raised and a re-raise by Chino with a 9-8. Waugh going out.
And bold re-raise here by Chino. Most guys would just call to see a flop here. Chino 3-bet, but look at this. Eric Lindgren 4-betting here to over $1 million with just a king-8.
Just incredible. He thinks he can muscle out Chino.
I'm all in.
But no, Chino's coming back over the top all in, and Eric with a quick fold.
Well, just incredible, folks. A raise, a 3-bet, a 4-bet, a 5-bet, all in.
What am I thinking?
By Chino Ream with 9 high. But Eric Lindgren had him pegged. Unbelievable. Eric 4-bet with a king-8.
Well, that's the play of the night. All right, back to this one. Look at this. Jonathan Waugh with a pair of kings. He's made it 200,000. Eric out. Now Chino.
How much do you have?
1.8.
I'm all in.
Call.
And he's gone all in. A quick snap call.
Oh, man.
It is happening fast at Bellagio.
Well, as the cards lie, Jonathan about a 2-1 favorite to double up here.
Good time to hit an ace, boys.
Chino looked to his gallery and says, boys, they're room for an ace. Jonathan Waugh must win this pot to stay alive. His friends and family here sweating him. Mom, Chantel, Dad, Jean.
Well, whatever happens, buddy, good luck.
What?
I'm rooting for me.
Here we go with the flop. And the flop comes up queen, 8-4. Chino doesn't hit. So far, so good for Jonathan
Let's
Waugh.
make it fun. Give me the ace of diamonds for fun. Give me the ace of diamonds for fun.
Ace of diamonds for fun, he said. So we'll have a little sweat at the river.
Can Chino hit his ace here? No. 10 of clubs.
Well, we're down to the river. Chino must catch an ace on the river to win this pot and eliminate Jonathan Waugh. And you see Jonathan Waugh's family looking on. They're all here.
It's a 7 of clubs on the river.
Jonathan Waugh's fans come to life.
Chino's getting a little out of line there.
Nice hit.
Well, Jonathan Waugh doubles up there to stay alive in his quest to take down 2 WPT titles this season.
That's right, Mike. 3 players remain here at the WPT World Championship. We're coming back from Bellagio in just a moment. Stay with us.
My name is Andres Garcia. I am the Executive Director of Horticulture. The Bellagio Conservatory is a massive destination. Between 18 to 22,000 people visit every day. Our conservatory is just under 14,000 square feet. And in a year's time, we use about 250,000 flowers. Everything that you see now is done in-house. It's a collaboration of all employees. There is one thing that we have to have: passion. Do I love my job? Come on, man. You are talking to Senior Green Thumb. So
these are coffee beans?
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Well, Mike, now we are winding down season 11 at the WPT World Championship. And I have to say, this season has been one of the best ever.
Well, that's true, Vince. Let's take a moment and thank our sponsor, ClubWPT.com. And you at home should know that if you become a Club WPT VIP member, you have access to watching all the episodes on season 11 here on the World Poker Tour.
That is very true. You get to watch all the action, all the great plays, all the suckouts. I love to personally watch that pain. But on top of that, if you become a VIP member, you get all the benefits. You play unlimited poker, and you also get a chance to win a seat at one of these WPT live events.
Oh, that's right. It's fun. It's easy to do. Check out ClubWPT.com today. Sign up. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go.
Well, there you see how close everybody is in chip counts. Chino out in front with 5.8 million, but the other two guys have well over 4 million apiece.
Okay, and the antes are now 20,000 blinds, 60 and 120. Very expensive, as we see Chino Ream with a quick fold, and now Jonathan Waugh with a king 7.
It is white knuckle time now, Vince. 730,000. The difference in real money between first and third.
Eric with a quick call. Well, look at this flop. Ace, Jack, 5, 2 clubs, 4 flush for Lindgren.
Here comes the continuation bet by Jonathan with just king high.
Yeah, 265.
Well, Eric probably going to raise here with the flush draw. He doesn't. He just calls with it.
Just wants to catch a club. But not to be. It's a king, which helps Jonathan Waugh now with kings.
And he's going to check. Fearful Eric has an ace. But Eric checks right behind him, so Jonathan got to feel like his hand's good right now. Now a 9 comes off. Well, Jonathan going to check again. The only way Eric could win this pot is to bet at it. He knows that. He's going to try it. 375,000. That not a big bet into a pot that's got over 1.1 million in it, Vince. I know he's trying to win it, but is the bet big enough to win it? That's the question.
You win.
So it does get called down.
Can I see what you have? Thanks.
Solidly done by the Canadian. And his parents love that.
The way Eric played that hand, you can see he's not happy with it right there.
This year, we had a chance to peek into the lives of 8 dynamic young players, and even though this season is coming to an end, their journey is only just beginning, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
I love poker. Like, sincerely, I really enjoy the experience. I enjoy the atmosphere. I enjoy the thinking about the game. I enjoy talking about the game. I have a lot of expectations for my career. 20 years from now, I want to be able to look back and be like, wow, I accomplished quite a bit.
Hopefully the future for me is going to be very bright. I'm hoping that as the years go on, I can just continue to trump myself and one-up my results from the year before.
But I definitely have accomplished a lot of my goals. Poker in general, I mean, I won a live tournament. I've been playing one of the biggest cash games. What's left? Win a WPT title, a WPT bracelet. I think I have what it takes.
I want to win a big tournament. I want to have that, whether it's a bracelet or a trophy or a dolphin. I want that. I want to win the tournament, a big one that really matters.
I actually don't want to win a big event. I am content with what I do. I really enjoy some attention, but there's just so much spotlight every time you win that I'm kind of enjoying being less known as the years go by. I don't really set goals or try to reach them. I'm just trying to make money.
I accomplished quite a bit, but there's still always more to be done. I'd like to approach every tournament and play my A game and be respected and feared as one of the top players on the tour.
I think I'm pretty far from achieving everything I want to accomplish. The ceiling is quite high, and my own expectations are quite high, but I think I'll get there eventually.
I think I have a very bright future because there's hardly any other players that, one, are as self-aware and know themselves as well as I do, and two, is hungry and is eager to ask questions and say, how can I get better? I think that's a weapon that will keep me in this game for a very long time.
Right now, I'm joined by AP Paharat, one of our season 11 ones to watch. What have you learned being a ones to watch?
I feel really good about my game. You know, it's like I didn't cash any of them, but I went pretty deep, playing with a bunch of better players. Like I love playing here at Bellagio because you know all the good players are here. Like playing with like Chino Reem for 3 days, playing with like Antonio Sfandiari. You're always gonna get better at poker, you know. So.
Well, we've really enjoyed watching the journeys of you and your fellow ones to watch, and we all wish you continued success in the future. Thanks, AP.
Thanks.
Mike and Vince, back to you guys.
Well, definitely a good group of ones to watch this season on the World Poker Tour.
All right, 3 players battling for the title here tonight at Bellagio.
Some sort of showdown.
Action on Chino on the button.
You know?
Looks down at ace-10 of diamonds. He's going to raise it. Makes it $250,000 to go.
Right behind him, Jonathan Waugh with a pair of 8s. He puts in a bet of $670 total.
Eric quickly folds.
420, eh? How can we fold for 420? Such a good number, Jonathan.
Chino's going to call it with ace-10. 8s versus ace-10, and look at this, 3 of a kind, just like that for Waugh.
Buckle up, folks. You're going to see a lot of fireworks now. Chino with a pair in the nut flush draw. Jonathan with 3 8s.
Jonathan is betting 620. What a big draw here for Chino Reem. And he is going to just call it. All right, to the turn we go.
Well, the Queen of Hearts comes off.
So no diamond for Chino.
Chino Reem with a beautiful looking hand, but he now has to catch a diamond or a jack to win this pot. Nothing else will do.
And Waugh is going to bet again, $1.3 million.
Yeah, it's about half the size of the pot.
Chino's calling.
Chino has made the call. Heading toward our biggest pot of the night.
Going deep. Chino wants a diamond, and he's going to get it. 3 of diamonds on the river.
Dream card for Chino Reem. The absolute nuts, as we say. A mortal lock. Jonathan Waugh with the 3 8s.
Waugh's father is in absolute turmoil. Taking a lot more out on him than it is his son.
It's tough on the parents. Yeah, they can't hardly look, Vince. That should be a bit of a scare card, I would think, for Jonathan, though.
Oh, right call.
Wow.
All in and called. A snap call by Chino because he's got the nuts.
Wow.
That is going to do it for Jonathan Waugh. A little dancing there by Chino. He's got some moves done.
Shocking river card is going to push the Canadian out. We are all stunned.
Jonathan Waugh out in 3rd place, but what a week he had, Vince. Came very close to capturing the WPT World Championship.
That's how you play that hand. That's how you play versus set.
Jonathan Waugh has been whacked out of this event in 3rd place. Going to take home $421,000. And he's going to go over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, so close to Player of the Year. Obviously, there was a lot of sweat here tonight. Obviously, if you take this down, you're going to be number 1. I think the only person rooting harder than Chino on that hand might have been Matt Salzberg, because he's at home right now talking about how he is the Player of the Year. But a great season for you. Almost got your name on the Champions Cup one more time. Congratulations, Jonathan. We'll see you again.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, thank you.
What a Crazy ass flop.
With Jonathan Watt out in third place, we're very close to crowning a new WPT World Champion. Will it be Chino Ream or Eric Lindgren who wins the most distinguished title of season 11? We'll be right back with heads up action from Bellagio.
Good luck, buddy.
man. Good luck.
At least we accomplished what we came to accomplish, right?
Yeah, kind of felt like it was always going to come down to this.
Yeah, me
weird
too.
way. Man, what a card.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yes, indeed. Out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, Tuba and Ivy, bringing out the heavy cash. And of course, Brittany and Danielle, over $1 million, plus the opportunity to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup once again and win the most prestigious WPT title of the season.
Well, this is the moment you live for as a poker player.
Thank you.
You're watching the girls bring out the cash. You're sitting there getting ready to play heads up for the title. Well, Eric and Chino have both been in this position before, and obviously they gotta love to be in this position again.
Heads up play at the WPT World Championship is about to get started between Chino Ream and Eric Lindgren. During the break, Matt Savage caught up with both players.
Eric, you've been short stacked most of this entire tournament, and here you are heads up with the short stack. Is this where your experience comes into play?
I don't know about that. It's not helpful to be short, but at the same time, I'm still 30 blinds deep and preparing for a battle.
Looks like you had a lot of bad hands there with Jonathan. Were you happy to see that last hand to go down?
Yeah, he was tearing me up. Jonathan was really getting me. So I think my best poker's ahead of me tonight, and hopefully heads up.
How sweet did that diamond look on the last card there?
That was the prettiest three of diamonds I've ever seen on the river in my life.
All right, Chino, your heads up with Eric Lindgren, a guy you know pretty well. What's your strategy going in?
Eric's a tough player, and I don't really know what my strategy is. I'm just going to go in and play cards. I'm going to feel him out a little bit, see if he's going to play soft, small ball, or see if he's going to come in a little aggressive, and just figure out my game plan from there.
Which player will be the final one to have their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup this season? Heads up action at Bellagio is about to start, so let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Yeah, we got some real poker pedigree battling out for this title tonight. As you can see, Chino starting out with about 11 million in chips. Eric Lindgren with about 3.6 million. Eric going for his third WPT title. Chino going for his second.
Call.
Here we go. Chino Ream just calling with a Jack-6 in hand number one of the heads-up battle. Eric has raised with just a 4-3.
Nice falter.
And Chino quickly calls.
These guys act like they got premium hands here. One's got 4-3, the other one's got Jack-6.
Flop comes up Ace-Jack-5.
Well, Eric has flopped a gut shot straight draw and leads out in bets. Chino calls him with the two jacks.
Going to the turn. Another 5 pairs the board. Still, Eric has nothing. And he's getting more chips out. Yep, 275. Snap call by Chino.
Again, Chino beats him in the pot.
Can Eric get lucky here? No, it's a 10 of clubs.
Yeah, Eric is playing the board. He knows he has to bet to win this pot. It might not win it, but he's taking a healthy stab at it.
Right.
950,000 he's betting.
950.
He is relentless.
What you got left, E? That's good enough, though. That's it. You're good. Definitely not going to raise. You don't have to worry about that.
There you go. Chino's asking Eric how much you got left.
Okay. Take your option.
This is the first hand to heads up play.
Oh.
He was asking for a chip count.
Bet the flop. Fine. Fire small on the turn when the board bangs. Not big on the river. Okay, he wins.
Whoa!
Chino gives it up, and a big grin by Eric.
That takes guts.
That definitely could have been a bad fold. Easily, buddy.
One thing I'll never understand, Vince, when you're playing heads-up poker, why you ever have to ask how many chips your opponent has. If you don't know how many chips are in play and how many chips you've got, and therefore how many chips your opponent's got, you don't deserve to be playing heads-up for the title.
But Mike, I think you're missing the point. I think they do know basically what they have. They want to see reaction. They want to see them fiddle with their hands. See, you're just a mathematical player, old school man.
I'm
And you don't really read into the tells of the hands shaking, the Adam's apple quivering.
Have him talking.
Okay,
All right.
the drool coming out of the side of your mouth. You don't see these things. Wise up, okay? I'm gonna take away that Hall of Fame ticket that you have in there. Who the heck did you bribe to get in there, my
If
friend?
you want a guy to talk, I understand it, but this doesn't make sense to me.
I'm just kidding around. You deserve that Hall of Fame.
Take it easy on me, partner. My golly. You just like all the talking that goes on.
Back to the double. Eric is gonna raise with a king 4. Quick call by Chino.
Yeah, these guys are playing, and they're playing fast, man. That's one thing about it. You won't need a shot clock with these two guys, that's for sure.
Check. Flops ace 5-4. Chino checks. Eric's got a piece of that with the 4s. Eric's betting.
800.
And look at this. Chino coming back over the top.
Chino has checked raise here with 9-8. No hand, no draw, no nothing, just to steal this pot. And Eric calling him with bottom pair.
Like he can see through the cards. Beautiful call.
Now 3 comes off. This gives Chino
check.
Absolutely nothing. He's just not going to invest any further in this pot.
They both check.
Check.
Now queen comes off.
I check.
And it goes check, check. And Eric's going to show him 2 4s and win this pot.
Hey.
And Chino's sort of smiling.
You can't make it look that easy.
Just pretty solid play by Eric Lindgren.
He's cutting into Chino's chip lead, that's for sure.
You didn't know you had so many outs.
Yeah, right.
Eric stole the first pot and then hung on like a bulldog and took it down with 2 4s.
With Jonathan Wah's elimination in third place, we'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Matt Salzberg, the Season 11 WPT Player of the Year. Matt has had an outstanding showing this season with 6 cashes, 3 final tables, and a WPT title. From all of us at the WPT, we'd like to congratulate Matt on this tremendous accomplishment. But there is still one last champion to crown tonight, so let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
And right there, the Royal Flush Girls.
We got a Royal Flush guy there, looks like to me.
He's getting a lot of attention there at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
All right, there you see Chino Reams' lead's been cut into. Now 9.3 million.
The winner will take home 1.1 million tonight at the championship. To the table we go. Eric Lindgren with a king jack, and he makes it 250 to go.
Call.
And Chino with a queen 9 will stay and watch the flop. Oh, when the flop comes up, king, queen 4, they both have big pairs.
Beautiful flop right there for Eric Lindgren.
Chino checks, Eric bets, 250. Chino's gonna stick around. He's made this call.
And 8 of hearts comes off. Now Eric's got top pair with the king high flush draw.
Chino checks again, Eric bets.
Fire.
Chino's got queens, no flush draw.
How much you gonna bet on the river?
Oh, he's calling this.
Oh, and a 9 comes off.
Look at that.
It's unbelievable.
Checks it to try to trap.
To win this pot with the best hand, Chino had to catch a queen or a 9 that wasn't a heart, and he did it.
Call.
Oh, and Eric makes another bet.
That 9 ball, queen 9 all day. I know.
Oh, yeah. Eric is going to hate this.
No heart either, huh?
Well, Eric turns up confidently 2 kings, but they're no good.
Lucky, buddy.
On the river, Chino makes queens and 9s.
Stick around to hear what Tony Dunst has to say about tonight's action in the Raw Deal when the WPT World Championship continues.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of 100,000 cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 11's coverage of WPT World Championship.
Throughout Season 11, Tony Dunst has been calling it like he sees it, and right now he'll throw his last punch in this edition of the Raw Deal.
How fitting that the heads-up match for our prestigious championship comes down to two of poker's classiest and most beloved players. The stands are packed with friends and admirers who want nothing beyond the guy they're backing to take down the money, title, and glory. There's Eric Lindgren, the recent family man and longtime poker star who strives to carry himself with humility and integrity. And his opponent Chino Ream, the exciting young player with his eye on the future and the intention to invest his winnings in long-term, low-risk mutual funds. Which of these deserving players will outmaneuver the other? Let's break it down.
It's unbelievable.
At the start of heads-up play, Chino has a 3-1 lead over Eric, who's down to 30 blinds. So I'm a little surprised to see Eric raising with just 4-3 offsuit out of position, which leads to a call from Chino.
Nice follow.
The ace-jack-5 flop gives Eric a gut shot, so he follows through with a small bet, and Chino naturally calls with second pair and a flush draw. The turn brings another 5, and when Eric bets again, he's mostly trying to fold out Chino's jacks. Eric knows he won't get a fold from an ace, so he doesn't need to bet that big here. The river 10 doesn't change much about the board's texture. Sure, it makes a straight for king-queen, but that's a more likely hand for Eric to have than Chino, since Chino would usually raise the button with it. Now Eric follows through with a much larger bet of over half pot. While this bet won't get many aces to fold, I think Eric believes Chino would have raised most of his aces pre-flop. Additionally, Eric has the very bottom of his range and a hand that can never win at showdown, and in a spot where there aren't that many misdraws that he can be holding. So while I wasn't crazy about the pre-flop raise, I think Eric made up for it by firing a third barrel on this river and winning the pot with just 4 high.
Okay, he wins.
Some would say Eric stole that pot from Chino. Others would say he Chino'd him.
That definitely could have been a bad fold. Easily, buddy.
Well, Tony is exactly right. Well done, and right now, we have a battle going on.
Two terrific players fighting it out for this title.
We're seeing the best of the best here tonight between these two guys. Back down to the cards we go. Chino this time with an 8-5 of hearts, just calling. And Eric has an 8-6. He's continuing to see 3 cards. And the flop comes up king, queen, 5. Eric checks. Chino bets. 200 grand. Eric calls.
Eric floating here. He's got no hand and no draw.
Deuce of clubs, and he's going to bet it 300,000. Quick call by the man that has a pair. Down to the river we go. And now Chino has 2 pair. And Eric is going to plunge again with nothing.
I'm all in.
Oh, and all in by Chino with the 2 pair. Pretty uncallable.
They raise fast, they fold fast, they call fast, they move all in fast.
Better talk me out of it.
He didn't have to be talked out of anything, Vince, because he's not calling.
Okay. And he folds the hand. We have Chino taking that pot away. Well, the blinds are going up to 125, 250, Mike.
Blinds are massive now, no doubt about it. It's 400,000 over that to play 2 hands of poker. So you got to get in there and gamble now, especially if you're Eric Lindgren.
E-Dog lives in Vegas, married. This time he has an 8-6, and he calls it.
All in.
And Chino goes all in with a pair of 3s.
Well, Eric cannot call.
No.
Just can't put all your money in there with an 8-6 offsuit when your opponent moves all in. Chino just widening that lead. Chino over 12 million in chips now. Eric with just 2.5 million.
Eric's down to only 10 big blinds.
All in.
Chino with the king-9 says all in. Let's take a look at Eric's hand. He's got queen-9 of diamonds.
So close. Let's see, 19.
He's smiling because he knows this is very marginal. A lot of pros would call instantly. Some would muck their hand. Some would be thinking like Eric's doing. Tough decision when you know if you play this pot and lose it, it's all over.
But you don't have that many more hands to play and mess around with.
Yeah, I think you push any hands. I'm in.
And he is going to call this.
Oh, no.
I got him.
Unfortunately for Eric, he has dominated. It's king-9 versus queen-9.
Oh, man. All right. Let me escape this one.
Kind of don't want you to win this one, buddy.
Well, it was a borderline call. Eric opted to gamble, and this is not the hand he wanted to see.
Oh, boy, Chino Ream, 33 years old, WPT champion, has his opportunity right now to become the WPT World Champion. And the flop to Ace-Jack 4, that is good for Chino.
It's not what I needed. A lot of trouble.
Now Eric's going to have to catch a queen or 2 runners to make a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be our runner-up.
Chino looking very serious.
Well, that 3 comes off, so we are down to the river. Eric Lindgren must catch a queen on the river, or this tournament is toast, and Chino Ream will be our champion.
Can Eric do it? Can he catch his queen?
He needs a lucky lady. Can he get one? Nope, Nate comes off.
Chino has done it.
Good game, man. Good play. Well done. Good game, brother. Yeah, you too. You earned it, baby.
Well, there you go. Chino Ream is now a 2-time WPT champion. Well played by Chino, no doubt about it. Gotta hand it to him, Vince. Well played.
Big effort, pandemonium, big hugs for Chino. Right now, Eric Lindgren out to talk to Matt Savage.
Eric, it's been a little while since you've been to a WPT final table. How's it feel to be back?
It was a really long time. It felt awesome to be here. I had so much fun throughout the whole tournament. I felt like I fought really hard, and I gave 100%, and that's all I can do.
All right, any thoughts about Chino's win today?
I thought Chino probably played better than anybody at the table. I thought he played great, and Chino's an easy guy to root for. We all like him out here on the tour, and if I'm going to lose to somebody, I'm glad it was him.
All right, thanks, Eric. Mike, over to you.
Well, here we are with the Season 11 WPT World Champion of Poker, David Chino Ream. Chino, congratulations to you. When you played heads up with Eric, you had a 3-1 chip lead, but he kept fighting back and fighting back. It wasn't easy, was it?
It definitely wasn't easy. Eric's a great player. I mean, that's one resilient little bugger over there. And
well, you get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup for a second time. 1.1 million to the champion. Kimberly, back to you.
Congratulations once again to Chino Ream, the Season 11 WPT World Champion. This has been a tremendous year on the World Poker Tour, and we will be returning for our 12th season to bring you even more of the best poker on television, including tournaments in exotic places we've never been to before. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching, and we will see you next season. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
As the WPT's 12th season kicks off at the Bicycle Casino, the best poker on television is back tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the season premiere of the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Since the inception of the WPT, the Legends of Poker has been a favourite stop for amateur and professional players from around the globe. And last season, we saw amateur Josh Hale ascend to the top of the poker world when he added his name to the illustrious roster of champions at this event, which includes WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger and Poker Hall of Famers Dan Harrington and Doyle Brunson. 6 days ago, cards hit the air at the Bicycle Casino as players entered and sometimes re-entered with the aspiration of joining the list of champions and achieving legendary status. The first event of the WPT always has a back-to-school feeling, with players reconnecting and ready to play the first US stop of Season 12.
We wish all of you the best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Dealers, let's shovel up and deal.
Season 12 also brought the arrival of this year's class of ones to watch. Day 1 featured 2 of them, Christina Lindley and Athanasius Polychronopoulos.
We're ready to go. We're ready to get it started.
Season 10 Legends of Poker champion Will the Thrill Fiella took his seat and was greeted by WPT Champions Club member Phil Locke.
Are you in nut pedaling mode or in speed?
I think I'm going to gear it up a little today, Phil, because you're here with me. Plus, it's day 1A, a couple of rebuys, you know.
That means he's going to play tight as Tupperware and wait till he has top.
Okay, how about all the way to the dark, first hand, me and you?
I would, except it's not ethical.
He's stuttering. I got him stuttering.
As expected, the action was fast and furious at the Bicycle Casino. Okay. David Doc Sands was having an up and down day, but was ultimately laid to rest by funeral director Lloyd Mendel. Doc had company on the rail as he was joined by Athanasius, WPT runner-up Soy Win, and past Legends champ Will Faella.
Top pair, small kicker, lost.
When play wrapped up for the day, it was young pro Barry Hutter who captured the top spot on the chip counts with over 212,000 in chips. Joseph Chong had a strong day, ending in third place. Joe Sirok was also off to a good start with 147,000. And reigning player of the year, Matt Salzberg, finished with 90,000 in chips. 54 players bagged chips and would return for day 2. With the tournament's multi-entry format, players who failed to make it through the day still had several chances.
Good day. Yeah, I could take 2 days off.
As play got underway on day 1B, the field featured some new faces, such as last season's Legends finalists, including Greg Mueller, Ali Islami, and Jeff Madsen, as well as some familiar faces from day 1A, Dan O'Brien, Athanasius Polychronopoulos, and Doc Sands.
My strategy for good or for bad is to fire a lot of bullets in these.
The always sociable Scotty Wynn took time to size up the competition.
The Vietnamese side is 7-1. That's the American side. This is 20 feet, baby.
And even though ones to watch Christina Linley finished the previous day with a healthy chip stack, she bought in again to try a new approach.
I had like 105 and I bagged up yesterday, so I'm gonna come in and play a completely different style today and see where it leads me. So I'm either gonna be out in an hour or have 300K. Just to play completely insane and run up the biggest stack in the room. That's basically my goal today.
Season 4 Legends runner-up Kenna James took a break in the action to reminisce about the old days while offering perspective on the endurance battle that tournament poker can be.
Coming back here to the bike is like coming home in a way. A lot of great memories,
Here it is.
some pain, you know. Because you fight so hard to get there, you see how tough it is to go through all these players.
Well, look at Kenna's face. You gotta feel the pain for Kenna James, man.
Hopefully we'll take home the trophy this year.
Past ones to watch, Ebony Kenny was looking good when she scored a knockout with aces versus kings. But as play was about to wrap up for the night...
Oh my God, how can this happen to me? Aces and kings?
Northern California grinder Mimi Lou was not as fortunate against retired businessman Dan Owen.
Bad call, good flop, you know?
That's how my luck. And we're like, what, 13 minutes away of second days. Oh my God, that is just so bad.
84 players finished this flight with chips and would return for day 2. LA local Chris Richter finished on top with over 176,000. Close behind was past Legends of Poker finalists Jeff Madsen, Phil Lark, and Kenna James, still in the running for this WPT title.
Shuffle up and deal!
Day 1C saw a dramatic increase in entrants as players took their seats for the final day 1 at the Bicycle Casino. Everyone was ready to get in the action, including poker pro Liz Liu.
Well, I've always liked the Legends tournament, and I play cash games at the bike, so overall, it's a great place to play.
Over 300 players registered, including familiar faces from day 1A and B, Dan O'Brien, Athanasius Polychronopoulos, and Doc Sands.
The strategy for my third vote is to get through on this one. And if not, then they're going to somehow give me a fourth chance tomorrow buying in day 2.
Competition was stiff. And gold medal boxer Audley Harrison had his game face on.
Today I'm going to keep quiet, stay focused.
But fate was not on the side of defending champ Josh Hale.
No repeat. Maybe next year.
And the bust-outs continued, as new ones to watch Jeff Gross was eliminated when his ace-king failed to improve against old ones to watch David Doc Sands.
Just busted out first day as a one to watch, and you know, that's how it goes sometimes, so gotta keep your head up and I'll be back tomorrow.
Registration would remain open until the start of day 2. Both Doc Sands and Dan O'Brien would make it through on their third bullet. And leading the way of all 3 starting flights was French poker pro Fabrice Tour.
Lucky, I get lucky.
The beginning of the day saw dozens of players enter in a final attempt to guarantee a seat for day 2.
That's right, baby.
The 47 last-minute entrants included a range of poker pros, including Freddie D, Matt Waxman, and Greg Mueller. With a starting stack of just 25 big blinds, Mueller wasted no time getting to work.
He's playing best poker you can imagine. Just like plays ace-king to perfection twice, and gets rewarded for it.
When the final numbers were tallied, the field had swelled to 716 entrants. With over $2.4 million in the prize pool, 72 players would make the money, with first place taking home over $600,000. One player who took full advantage of the multi-entry format was ones to watch Athanasios Polychronopoulos.
We got 30K. We're on bullet number 4.
But unfortunately, the fourth time was not a charm for the native New Yorker.
Picked up jacks with 20 bigs, went all in over a raise, but he had queens, so just unlucky,
In one of the biggest hands of the day, Season 8 WPT Player of the Year Faraz Jaka was put all in by actuary turned poker pro Ryan Goendu for his remaining stack. With a possible flush on the board, Faraz made a tough call with his set of 9s. Ryan mucked his hand and was left with a short stack, while Faraz was careful to put his good fortune in perspective.
It's still early, man. I mean, I'm sitting pretty, but there's a lot of variance in this game, and the way I play, it's always a roller coaster, so we'll see what happens.
Wow, yes! It would be quite the ride as the day progressed and bust-outs came left and right. Those eliminated included Scotty Wynn, Jeff Madsen, Jason Kuhn, and Liz Liu.
I'm happy because I played my game really well. I mean, there's nothing you can do if the cards don't go your way. That's just poker.
With play winding down, the field would continue to shrink when Phil Luck busted the start of the day chip leader Fabrice Toole, leaving 73 players remaining. Play would not end for the day until the money bubble burst and the next person eliminated would go home empty-handed. And it didn't take long when poker commentator David Tuckman went all in and was called by actor Ashton Holmes. David turned over pocket jacks and was ahead against Ashton's ace-king. No help on the board sent Ashton to the rail, but it turns out he was not alone. At another table, Jake Schindler contemplated a call on the river versus the all-in of poker pro Dan Highmiller. Jake made the call with king high, but could not beat Dan's 2-pair, and Jake was sent packing. With Jake and Ashton both busting on the bubble, they split the money for 72nd place, a small consolation for their elimination. And lo did the remaining players rejoice, for they were guaranteed at least $7,000, while even greater glory awaited, for a legend was still to be crowned. Dan Highmiller was the only player to break the million chip mark, giving him a comfortable lead going into day 3. Phil Lark also had a strong finish. Ryan Goendu fought back to 10th on the leaderboard. And feeling extra jolly with his finish, the chip leader decided a dance was in order. The sun was shining on a beautiful Los Angeles morning, and one early bird gave his thoughts on his plans for the day. We think.
I'm trying to find worms in the soil as an early bird, but the bad news is, there's not a lot of worms.
With all players in the money and perhaps loosening up a little, the first level saw early exits for 2 former WPT Players of the Year. Season 10's Joe Sirok in 71st place and Season 8's Faraz Jaka in 62nd place. Canadian poker pro Greg Mueller's hopes were still alive as he tried to make back-to-back final tables at the Legends of Poker. But unable to improve on his 4th place finish from last season was Ali Islami, who took his elimination in stride.
One interesting thing about tournaments is if everyone played perfect, and I'm not saying that I did by any means, there's still only going to be one winner. That's just how these things work.
Then it was LA pro Patrick Karshamroon who ploughed his way through the field, knocking out 2 players in one hand. With Darlene Lee's elimination,
Really nice meeting.
the field was left with just one female player, poker pro Lily Coletto. Lily, who was the runner-up at Season 11 Lucky Hearts Poker Open, would miss her chance to make a second WPT final table when she was knocked out in 26th place. Greg Mueller's day ended when he ran his pocket tens into Patrick's pocket queens. His 20th place finish was still impressive for his third consecutive deep run at the Legends of Poker.
I'll be talking to myself and replaying that hand over for a little bit. You know, I was sure I was going to the final table.
As play concluded, players had their eyes on the final table, but it was Mr. Kar Shamroon with a huge chip lead, nearly double that of his closest opponents, John Gordon, Dan Heimiller and Ryan Goendu, each with over $2 million in chips. Phil Lark, who finished the day 6th on the leaderboard, gave his thoughts on the fleeting nature of tournament play.
So like bramble seeds in a hay yard falling off the hay truck, you know? I'm just trying to hang on to the farmer's truck and get to market.
Or as Garrett Greer put it succinctly,
we're playing with chips and we're playing a game and you gotta try to get all the chips.
So who has what it takes to become a poker legend? Find out when we return on the WPT. Welcome back to Los Angeles and the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Legends of Poker. The remaining players are all in the money, but let's see who makes it to the first televised WPT final table of Season 12. Play moved into the main poker room on day 4, and as the final 15 players settled into their seats, Phil Lark had a literal target on him.
Here I am, come and get it, you know?
Chip leader Patrick Kar Shamroon drew first blood when his pocket tens held up against Ron Jenkins' ace-queen.
Oh, wow.
Soon after, Patrick found himself in a monster pot with Dan Heimiller. On a flop of Jack 4 deuce, Patrick 3-bet all in and was quickly called. Dan was happy to see his pair of jacks way ahead of Patrick's pocket sixes. No help on the turn and river gave the pot to Dan and shifted the balance of power his way. Stephen Grainer, who finished in 8th place in this tournament last season, then ran into a brick wall better known as Muscles John Gordon and would have to settle for 13th place this season.
Thought I was going to get it done this year, but oh well.
After a few more eliminations, the final 10 players combined to one table, and Royal Flush girls Brittany and Danielle checked out the action. It wasn't long before short stack Brian Gorman went all in with ace-queen and was called by Ryan Goendu's king 6. After Ryan made a pair of sixes on the flop, a 6 on the turn sealed Brian's fate, and he was sent home in 10th place.
It's actually my first WPT event, so I'm pretty proud of my performance. Went really deep, so no worries, got close.
Brittany, one of our Royal Flush girls, checked in with last season's Legends of Poker 6th place finisher, Jeff Madsen, who had stopped by to watch the playdown.
Jeff, tell me what you're thinking about this last 9.
It's a good final 9. I know a lot of these guys. Jordan's my good friend, and he's pretty due for a big final table. Phil Lark obviously is an interesting guy. He's one of my good friends, and he's going to make the final table for sure.
The chip count swung back and forth, with Ryan Goendu finally settling in with the lead. After battling all day, the start of day chip leader Patrick Kar Shamroon's all-in bet was called by young pro Jordan Christos. It was a classic race, but the board ran out with no help for Patrick, and Jordan's pocket jacks held. With Patrick's elimination, the final table for the Legends of Poker was set. The final 6 included 2 poker veterans, a former pawn shop owner, and 3 young pros looking to make their mark on the poker world. Getting to this final table was not an easy task, and the road to becoming a WPT champion is only going to get tougher from here. I'm so pleased to be joined tonight by the very best commentators in poker, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, first, can I say what a thrill it is to be working alongside you both this season?
Well, Lynn, we are thrilled to have you with us on the World Poker Tour. Vince and I know how talented and professional that you are, and now the world will know. So welcome aboard.
Yeah, welcome, Lynn.
Thank you so much. And now let's get to the business at hand. Mike, it's been 10 years since we met Phil Lark at this first final table right here at the Legends of Poker. What do you think his chances are here tonight?
Well, Lynn, I really like Phil's chances tonight. He's an experienced player, and he's starting out in 2nd chip position. It's his 9th WPT cash, his 4th WPT final table. He's a WPT champion who's looking to join that elite group of multiple WPT champions. And I think Phil's the man to beat tonight. But Lynn, let me say this. Phil Locke is one of the most fun and entertaining players in the poker world, and I can't imagine a better way to start season 12 than to have Phil Locke with us at our final table tonight.
But just go to the left of Phil. Ryan Go and Do is a tough player. He's the chip leader. Now, it's very tough to push around the chip leader when he's on your left. But one guy that can't be pushed around, let's just go to seat number 1. John Gordon, he's from back east. His nickname is Muscles, and it looks like he just came from a tractor pull. He's very intimidating. He'll have great dialogue here tonight, so this is going to be fun.
It will definitely be fun. Thanks, guys. And just before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with the Unabomber himself, Phil Locke.
My strategy is to be continuously aware of fundamental things, like stay hydrated, because that's so important. Like, it's really fun. These guys are really good. It's the complexity and the difficulty of winning this is still offers a lot of fun, because there's a lot of time to go. It's gonna be 10 hours or something grinding with these guys. These guys are geniuses. They got wizards everywhere. Let's see what happens. I mean, I don't know, you know.
What a talented bunch of players we have here going tonight. The cards are ready to fly. Let's go down to the felt.
Well, here we go, season 12 about to kick off. The Legends of Poker final table. There you see the chip leaders. Ryan Go and Do out in front with $5.2 million. Phil Locke in second place with $4.7 million.
That is right. The antes are going to start at 10,000. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. And the winner tonight is going to take home $613,000 and get his name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. What an honor. They are going after it. 6 players starting here. And the first one to act right now is the very talented Dan Heimiller from L.A.
Dan, longtime tournament pro, folds.
210.
Surrounded John Gordon, and with just a queen 5, the man from Florida is going to get aggressive, makes it 210 to go.
Well, his nickname is Muscles. Right now he's trying to muscle everybody out of this pot.
Jordan Christos right behind him with a 9-7 of spades. Now, Jordan is a young pro out of L.A., 26 years old. And look at this. He's thinking about this. Look at this. He's coming back over the top, Mike.
A 3-bet with a 9-7.
Alex Masick out. And now the Unabomber, Phil Locke, with a junk hand. Will not play that.
Over to Ryan Go and Do, our chip leader. He is out as well. And back to Muscles.
John Gordon. I don't know who he is or what his game's about, but I'm definitely not going to underestimate him. I'm just going to play my best. He reminds me kind of like Randy Macho Man Savage.
Actually, finally got a readout here.
He's just posturing here. No chance he's going to call the re-raise with a queen 5 here.
John says he learned most of his poker by being a pawn shop owner. He had to see through people and learn how to read people. He said that really does help him in the poker game. I believe him.
Look at the stare down here, though.
Will not play that.
Jordan Christos, the youngest player at the table at 26. 3-betting with a 9-7 to take it down.
That time he was speeding.
Vince, we are in for quite a night if that's what we're going to see all night long. Season 12 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 12 coverage of the WPT Legends of Poker.
I'm feeling today very renewed and blessed and stoked. It's always fun making these things.
I think I've accomplished most of the things I wanted to at the mid-stakes level, but I'm still looking for the first major win.
The money, I mean, 600,000, oh yeah, that would be amazing. I can't even imagine what that would feel like to just win that much in one day.
This is the first big opportunity I have to like change my life. If I bust 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, I'm gonna be pissed. I want this more than anything.
It adds a great mark to your life. It's something very few people get the opportunity to try for, let alone accomplish.
It would be the largest poker accomplishment I would have, and I'm going to use the money for good instead of evil. Those other bastards are going to use it for evil.
Boy, they all have their reasons to take home the money, but these are the lucky guys. The final 6, 716 entries, and we're down to these right now.
Well, Ryan Go and Do, our chip leader right now, but Dan Heimiller, as you can see, on the short stack.
With about 1.3 million, but action going to Jordan Christos, player out of L.A., Jack 9.
Well, the guy just 3-bet with 9-7 a minute ago. Very impressive, but lays this hand down.
Alex Masick, young pro, out of L.A., also folding, and now Phil Locke, the Unabomber with a King Jack.
Just getting out raising chips. Indeed he is. Going to make it 180,000 to go.
Ryan go and do right behind him with a queen 10 of spades. He's the chip leader.
He's got position on Phil, so he is going to make the call here.
Dan Highmiller getting out of the way, and now Muscles from Florida, John Gordon.
Not going to play the 8-deuce.
So he folds, and we have two guys with quality hands. King Jack versus Queen 10, and we are going to the flop.
The flop comes King 6-4. Great flop for Phil. Raise pre-flop, hits top pair, and checks.
Yes, very sneaky, Phil.
Well, this is knowing your opponent. Knowing Ryan's an aggressive player. If you check to him, he's going to bet whether he hit the flop or not. It's exactly the case here. Now let's see if Phil check raises him or just calls. He just calls him here. Just check your aggressive opponent. Let him keep betting for you.
And a 4 pairs the board. No real danger. Phil's going to try to trap again. Nice check. See if his man goes. No, he does the old check on the muscle. And that is unique, subtle, and a deuce of diamonds on the river helps no one.
Well, Ryan knows the only hand he can beat is a straight draw here on the flop.
Not going to come out a bet of $250,000. And Ryan go and do. Poker pro out of Trinidad originally. He's going to fold the hand.
Yeah, go and do gets going out of this pot, and Phil Locke takes it down.
Phil Locke, very talented player. Now in the audience is beautiful Jennifer Tilly, an actress.
Well, right with him also is Prahlad Friedman, a former winner of this event, top pro player. So sweating in their man, Phil Locke. And look at this, Vince. Well, out come the goggles. Vince, one thing you got to say about Phil Locke, this guy makes poker fun for everyone.
He's putting on ski goggles. Yeah, but you know what? He's also putting like a target on his back by doing that, you know? Because it is fun, and I would be laughing. But there'd also be something wonderful about knocking someone out that has a ski mask on. Just a little bit of an extra incentive.
Just figured I had to bring the goggles out because it's that kind of fight. You know, these guys are going like 9th level Matrix on me. I have to step it up a notch. They really are. They don't even know it. That's the thing. They think they're on like 5th level Matrix. They're really on 9th level Matrix. Like, I don't even know how I'm surviving. So it was goggles or just die. Goggles or die. It wasn't even up to me.
And the cocktails are flowing here at the Bicycle Casino. All right, back to the felt we go. Action going to our chip leader, Ryan go and do. He's got about 5.1 in chips, and he is going to raise with his Jack 10 of diamonds.
Makes it 175,000 to go.
Highmiller going out. John has called with 4-3.
Jordan Christos with the Queen 9.
And he won't play that. Alex in the small blind won't play his junk hand. And now the Unabomber, Phil Locke, with a Queen 5 of clubs. He's in the big blind, so he can invest.
Well, it cost him 95,000 to call. There's 530,000 in the pot.
First reaction yet.
So he's going to prospect a little here with the Queen 5 of clubs.
And the flop comes up 8-8-4. John Gordon hitting a piece of that pair of fours. Phil Locke's going to check.
Now Ryan going to check.
300.
And 300,000 bet by Muscles.
Wow.
John bets 300,000.
Phil Locke goes out.
Ryan floating here. Got no hand and no draw, but usually you float in position, not out of position.
Turn card, King of Spades, helps neither player. Ryan gonna check it. Muscles looking confused.
Well, when a guy checks and then calls you when the flop is 8-8-4, you're nervous with bottom pair, I can tell you.
Checks again. River card is going to be another 4. Great for John Gordon, Mr. Muscles.
Well, he's made a full house here.
Oh, and he's going to make Ryan bet this.
Well, Ryan has nothing. Only way he can win the pot is to bet at it, but that is not going to work here against a full house.
Call.
Play the board.
And there you go. John's going to love this.
I need a clap, just one. Can I get one clap?
Oh, and that's James Calderero. That's John's good friend. We've seen him on the World Poker Tour final table before. What a hand for John.
There's a quick break in the action, but when we return, we'll see what the Laker girls were doing here at the Bicycle Casino. You don't want to miss it, so stay tuned.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by DraftKings. If you like poker and sports, then you're going to love daily fantasy sports at DraftKings. Go to DraftKings.com, enter promo code WPT, and start playing today.
The bike is a very elegant, upscale facility that's well-maintained, spacious, a really friendly atmosphere. We're often called the favorite place to play.
Oh, it's great. I love the bicycle.
I love the food. They do have good action in their high limit section too.
I think I've done really well at the bicycle casino so far. I've had most of my success here.
But it's a great place to gamble. It's 21 minutes from my house. I love it.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. What a battle we have going on here tonight. And right now, Phil Locke, the Unabomber, out in front. He's the chip leader with 4.8 million in chips.
Well, all the players love playing here at the Bicycle Casino, and they all want to add their name to this illustrious list of former champions of the Legend of Poker, including the great Doyle Brunson.
Ryan go and do. He will make it 200,000 to go. Dan quickly folds.
Pawn shop man goes out.
Jordan Christos, the young pro out of L.A.
But not sure he's going to do much here with the Jack-3 offsuit.
And he will fold it. Now Alex, the little suited connector, 9-10 of hearts, will make this call.
Phil Locke with the King-Queen right behind him in the big blind.
Guy can fold, guy can...
Likes it underneath those goggles. Going to stick around, makes the call. And we are going to see a flop.
So we have three-way action here.
Flop comes up Jack, 8.
Well, Alex has an opening straight draw. He's going to check.
Phil Locke not hitting is going to check as well. And Ryan with a continuation bet's going to stick out 175.
Well, Alex going nowhere with his straight draw.
Yep, he's going to call. Phil has to let it go. So two-way action going to the turn. And the turn card will be a nothing card, deuce of spades. Helps neither player.
Look at this, Vince. Alex is now reaching for chips. Going to bet into the pre-flop razor and the guy that bet on the flop, it looks like.
If you can't hit him, bet nevertheless. That's exactly what he's going to do. 280,000 with nothing.
I just want to know what it's like to be up here with you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys got the command central.
Always a pleasure working with you.
Seeing everything going on. This is what's happening. You guys don't know it.
All right, hold on, Phil. We got a hand going on.
Now Ryan with just an ace-queen. He's going to splash around to the discomfort of Alex. Now Alex would love to hit something, but no, an 8 on the river.
Well, Alex knows now the only way he could win this pot's to bet at it. Not going to win it with a 10 high. He is going to bet.
Yeah, 415,000 into Ryan go and do.
Looks like he is going to raise this pot. 900,000 to go. Not a fan of this play, Vince. I think the call makes a lot more sense than the raise here, but either way, Ryan going to take this pot down.
It's not poker that I love as much as winning. I love the feeling that comes when you win that big pot. It's just such an adrenaline rush. It's like being on a roller coaster.
Okay, now, I happen to be a guy that doesn't think sunglasses should be allowed at the table, but do you think you should be able to put on a motorcycle helmet? Can you put a shield up in front of you? Where do you draw the line?
Well, I have plans right now so that I can be in my, at the pool, and I'm going to have a robot moving the chips in. I'm going to send messages via remote, and I've got it all in design stages right now to cut, identify the chips, et cetera, push them out. There's some things I've got to work out, but that's coming in the works.
Okay, that's great, that's great. The guy is always thinking ahead. Phil Locke, right now, the chip leader at the Legends of Poker. Good luck.
What happens? You guys are the best. Hey, can I have one of these? Can I have one of those? Cool, just one. You are awesome.
Go get it.
Earlier this week, the WPT Foundation and the Bicycle Casino partnered up for the Frank Mariani Jerry Buss No Limit Hold'em tournament to benefit the Lakers Youth Foundation. Take a look.
Hi, we're the Laker Girls, and we're here to support the Lakers Youth Foundation.
This is a fantastic event. There's real money to be had, but a lot of it goes back to charity, which is a good thing.
Frank's already at it.
The foundation's been around for quite a few years, and we do a lot for the city of Los Angeles.
It's a nonprofit program. We are really assisting the inner city youth and promoting education, teamwork. Every dollar you spend goes to the Youth Foundation.
I used to be one of these kids. So when they can see a former Laker or a current Laker come out, it inspires them.
This type of facility takes a lot of work. When you give kids access to sports, they get an opportunity to grow not only as athletes but as people.
It's a very special moment, and I would love to play in this game, man, and show my support.
I came to support my sister Janie and the whole Laker Foundation and to honor my dad.
We got some nice players here. We had Lakers girls. Everyone was out here, so I gotta get back to the table. It's fun.
A fun time was had by all while raising money for a very worthy cause. To learn more about the Lakers Youth Foundation and how you can take part in future WPT Foundation events, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The game is starting back up, so I'll send it over to Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip counts. But before we go any farther, Vince, I got to tell everybody, you finished third in that charity event. Nice going.
Keep it quiet. Flukes do happen, my friend. But right now, 6 players remain, and the antes are going up to 15,000. The blinds are 50 and 100. And right now, Jordan Christos.
And the 26-year-old poker pro looks at the 8-4 hearts and folds.
He won't play that. Alex Masick, very daring player, will raise with a king 10. And now Phil Lock Unabomber will fold the hand.
Well, Ryan, who just beat Alex in the last pop, going to call here with the 10-8 of diamonds.
Dan quickly folding. John will call. He's priced in with a 7-6.
We got three-way action here. And the flop comes ace, queen 3. No help for anybody.
Yeah, Alex with the inside straight draw will make the continuation bet. 175. Ryan out. John puzzled.
Nice hand, kid.
And he's going to also fold the hand. So Alex Masick, who went to law school in San Diego, takes down the pot. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action for the Bicycle Casino.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the WPT, where 6 players are battling it out to be this season's Legend of Poker. Let's send it back to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to check the chip counts and the call of the game.
Well, there you see Ryan Goendu still out in front with 5.1 million. The young pro Jordan Christos in second place with 4.9 million.
Action going to the chip leader, Ryan Goendu. And he's going to look down at a 9-6 quick fold. And now Dan Heimiller, who hasn't played a hand since the Carter administration, will take down a look at a pair of kings.
Well, he'll be playing this one. He's on the short stack at the table, sitting in 6 chip position. Just the kind of hand he's looking for right now. 250,000 is the bet.
And he's going to get action by John Gordon with the little suited connector. Now Jordan Christos. JC will fold his hand.
Yeah, I think that's what...
Alex out as well. But Phil Lock with the 2 5s. He's going to make the call, and I sure don't blame him.
It's the clock right now.
Hoping to flop a set of 5s here. Or Mike could win a big pot, but it comes queen 4 deuce with 2 spades. Phil checks.
Heimiller with the Cowboys. The overpair going to make the continuation bet.
Well, Muscles goes out, but tough decision here for Phil Lock right now. He knows this guy might make a continuation bet with nothing. Well, very nice fold, in my opinion, by Phil Lock. A lot of guys would have called with 2 5s there, or even check raise with him, maybe.
You won that hand, Dan Heimiller. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. The money went your way.
So Dan Heimiller taking down his first pot here tonight. He's got a World Series of Poker bracelet to his collection.
And then when it's heads up, they can just cross
Cashes in so many tournaments. Quite a player, but on to the next hand. Jordan Christos now. Quickly folding his hand. Alex.
Got the 6-3. Alex also with the 6-3. He folds.
And now the Unabomber. The very entertaining Phil Lock also has to release his hand. Ryan out.
Wow. Somebody give me the date and time. Wow. You folded a hand on the button.
Look, he only calls when I raise, then he plays, you know?
Oh, my God, that's so bad.
If I fold, he has no interest.
John can't believe that Ryan folded a hand on the button.
And Dan going to raise with his king 5. And Muscles with an 8-3 is going to slop around.
Well, as you can see, John, a defender, just not giving up the blind, even though he only has an 8-3. Flop comes ace 7 deuce. Now Dan's going to check, and John checks right behind him. Now the board pairs deuces. I think Dan might bet king high here, thinking it's the best hand, but he's going to check, and John checks behind him, just surprised about that. Now an ace comes off, so Dan in great shape, aces and deuces with king high.
I check.
Makes a good check here, in my opinion, to give his opponent a chance to bluff at it, and that's just what he's done. This is about as easy a call as you have in poker, in my opinion here. I'd be shocked if Dan would throw this hand away.
Okay, I think...
And Dan's going to make the solid call.
Pair, you win? No pair. I got 8 high. Yeah.
Dan chose
King 5, huh?
king of clubs, 5 of spades.
So you bet one. Good hand.
But look at this. Muscles is upset that his man called him. Doesn't like that. He's getting disgruntled.
I'm going to play an ace the same way. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm going to play an ace the same exact way. I got no advantage of doing it. And you're still calling.
Are you looking for a fun, exciting place to play poker online? Then check out clubwpt.com. Enjoy all the poker that you want for free. Clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the season premiere of the World Poker Tour, brought to you by clubwpt.com. And Mike, this is our 12th season in the booth together. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, it sure is, Vince. And you know what else is a lot of fun?
What's that?
That's playing on clubwpt.com. The site has a whole new feel, makes the game even more fun and entertaining to play.
It really does improve your poker. You get very good. But on top of that, you can actually play with your friends on the virtual felt.
Yeah, in addition, you can win your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as win entries into live WPT events. Sign up today, clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Now back to the action we go. Ryan going to our chip leader with 6.7. Annie's are going up to 20,000 blinds, so it's 60 and 120, Mike.
And Vince, notice Phil Locke is now in 6th chip position, came to this final table in 2nd place. The goggles just not working here, Vince.
Not so far. Now a couple folds into Phil. He's got the button. He's got ace 8 of diamonds.
240.
He is going to move it up to 240 to go. Ryan behind him with just a 6-5.
Well, he gets out of the way.
Now Dan Highmiller.
All in.
With a king jack says all in.
Wow.
Parlay, what should I do? Can Parlay tell me? Parlay, you remember the code, right? One hand, two hand.
John Gordon seems displeased that Phil's asking what should I do.
Prahlad laughing. Phil, of course, joking. But he throws away the best hand here.
How much can I pay you to see it?
$200.
I can't pay that much.
Dan Highmiller getting on a nice little roll now.
179.
Come on, kid. It's like in the 100 range.
We all know he was falling from the time he starts talking.
Phil Locke uses a persona at the table to manipulate people in different ways. He's not gonna, you know, for lack of better words, do that banana in the tailpipe crap with me.
Oh, a little anger going on here at the table. John Gordon.
I think Phil just has a great time when he plays poker. Whether it's a cash game, a tournament, he has fun playing the game. He certainly means no harm to anybody.
Tell that to John. But a quick fold by Alex, and now Phil Locke, the Unabomber, has picked up a real hand, pair of 10s.
240.
And there you go, 240 to go.
Yeah, Phil not going anywhere this time. You always like to see a flop with a small pair, hoping to flop a set.
Dan out, and now John Gordon. Look at this. John has picked up a monster pair of kings.
750.
Incredible timing, and he's going to re-raise. JC going to pick up a nothing hand. And he obviously will release that. Now it's back on Phil.
Either I'm out Jediing myself or you've out Jedi'd me. There's a lot of Jedi energy happening or none at all. I can't figure it out.
Well, it could be a squeeze play, Vince. I can't see him throwing 2 10s away here.
No, definitely not.
With the short stack, I'd be surprised if he did.
Maybe I should just fold. You know, I don't know. Okay, I'm all in. I don't know.
He's going to push. Ryan out.
Uh-huh. That's what he said.
All in.
I called.
You have aces?
I called you.
And look at this. He's saying, I called you. Show me first.
They both have to turn their hands up when they're all in, so it doesn't really matter who turns up first here.
Folded. This has happened to me before. The 10s is a tough one.
What a bad place for the Unabomber. Wow.
Maybe I shouldn't have pulled out the goggles. Maybe I should have left the goggles at home, huh?
The Unabomber about to bomb out in 6th place unless he gets very lucky here. You may be able to pick those goggles up in the local trash can right outside the door.
Oh boy, he needs to get lucky. The very entertaining Phil Lock in big trouble right now with 5 cards to come. Here we go with the first 3. Will Phil get lucky? Not there. 9, 6, 5, 2 diamonds.
Now Phil has a diamond, but John has a bigger diamond.
I almost folded. I can't believe it. You got him. I mean, there's 2 more cards, but I'm here. I'm prepared to lose.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Either way.
John loves his position right now. Here comes the turn.
Phil looking for Rin 10-10 at 7. Well, the crowd moans. Phil knows he can win this pot with an 8 or a 10. Must have one of those 2 cards.
Jennifer Tilly begging for a 10 or an 8.
I'm okay without it getting there. I would love it, but I'm okay either way. I know.
It's an 8!
Wow!
No!
Unbelievable.
How bad do you play? Listen.
Phil Lock gets lucky to make a straight on the river. John, stunned at the table, can't believe it.
Big celebration from Phil Lock.
I was calling. I said it was gonna be a straight. It isn't gonna be a 10.
He's over there dancing, as you can see.
He cannot believe it.
That'd be silly.
Rubber leg. What a turnaround right there. Muscles taking a big hit, and he's down to practically nothing. Join us next time as we continue. We still have 6 players left here on the World Poker Tour.
Thanks, guys. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone here at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT. And fortune are always on the horizon. Join us for continuing coverage of the Legends of Poker tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circularly trained. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Good evening and welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker here at the Bicycle Casino. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Tonight I'm joined by our own poker legends, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, I've got to say, this is an exciting final table that we've got going here. Phil Lock has been on quite a roller coaster ride. How does his recent double up change the dynamic at the table?
Rubber leg. Well, it affects the dynamics of the table very simply. We still have 6 players left instead of 5, and believe me, the other 5 guys are sick that Phil Lock is still alive.
How bad do you play?
I'll tell you something, Lynn, it was a terrible beat for Muscles, you know, the former pawn shop owner. John, I mean, just a horrible beat.
Anybody can take charge. Who's going to have the moxie to do it?
We will see. This is the Legends of Poker, 12th year on the World Poker Tour. I'm expecting to see some legendary play and a superstar come out of this event.
Thanks, guys. It looks like the game is ready to resume, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the action.
There you see it. Ryan Goendu, formerly of Trinidad, out in front with $6.3 million. Second place, the young pro at the table, Jordan Christos. And in seat 1, John Gordon on the extreme short stack with just $300,000.
There's the WPT Player of the Year, Matt Salzberg, enjoying the moment. But to the table we go.
Well, Dan Highmiller going out. John Gordon out as well.
60.
Jordan Christos, they call him JC. He's from LA. He's got ace-4 this time.
Well, he is going to raise the pot here.
Going to make it 375 to go.
Yeah, pretty big bet here, more than 3 times the size of the big blind.
Oh boy, he could be in trouble because right behind him, Alex has picked up a pair of jacks.
Well, Alex has won a number of events on the World Series of Poker circuit.
I'm all in.
He's going to shove all in with the jacks. Phil Lock getting out of the way. Ryan not going to play the hand, so back on Jordan.
Well, and an ace and a baby card sure shrinks up when a guy moves in on you. Jordan giving up the pot. Alex taking it down.
Yep, Alex, a young poker pro, has a law degree from San Diego Law School.
Well, that's what they're playing for tonight. Winner taking home over $613,000. Plus, he gets his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
All right now the play goes to Muscles John Gordon out of Florida. He looks like he chops wood for a living. Big guy. Quick fold by him. But Jordan this time with a pair of 8s.
And he's got the mid pair. Certainly going to play this hand and raise it. See what he's going to make it.
You are correct. He's going to make it 300,000 to go. And now Alex, who just picked up jacks, will not call with a queen jack.
Oh, Phil Locke picks up 2 9s.
Jordan Christos, approximately what did you start with? Or don't say anything and lift your hand so I can just see what's going on over there. Thanks. Jordan Christos, I'm going to put in the same number of chips in the same denomination that you put in.
Phil just calls. Ryan and Dan Heimiller go out.
May it be a fair and valiant battle. Good luck to the both of us. But me more, I'm biased.
Here come the first 3.
Now 10-6-4. Pretty good flop for both 2 8s and 2 9s.
Jordan Christos. These are just random notes I made on some of the different players. He has a ton of cashes. He's been at it forever, but never for more than a $2,000 event. So this is a big deal. He wins this. This will be, if he comes in 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or 1st, it'll be his biggest win ever.
You see the Unabomber. Now, when he's not in the Himalayas studying religion and such, this is what he does. He gathers research on poker players, and they're going to both check.
Now the deuce of clubs comes off. Both opponents have a flush draw.
Going to check again.
So Phil Locke has the best hand and the best draw. He's in great shape.
Will Phil put it in a bet here? No, he slows down. He's not going to bet as well.
Well, playing very conservative. Just doesn't want to get check raised out of the pot, I guess. Queen of hearts on the river.
Doesn't help either player. Jordan going to check.
Phil checks right behind him with the 2 9s. Can't believe Phil Locke never made a bet at that pot after his opponent checked 3 times.
Well, didn't get much out of all that research because right there he's going to take down a pot, but not the best one he could have.
Tonight is our kick-off event of Season 12, and I am so excited to be a part of the WPT team. Now, I know I have some pretty fancy shoes to fill, and right now I am joined by the one and only Kimberly Lansing. Kimberly, thank you so much for joining us, and tell me about your experience and what memories you're going to take from sitting in this chair.
I have so many memories from working at the World Poker Tour over the past 3 years, from traveling, working with Mike and Vince. As you will see, they are top-notch professional guys and just the kindest people in the business. I've made so many friends. I've learned a thing or two about poker, and I think one of my biggest memories is back in Season 6. I met my husband working here, so the WPT has played a very significant role in my life, so I'm very grateful for that.
Well, you have been a pleasure to watch, and I'm sure our viewers are curious, what are your plans for the future?
Well, I'm going to be spending some time with my friends and family, doing a little vacationing, traveling, so it's not too different than working for the World Poker Tour.
Yes. Well, it is so great to meet you. Thank you, Anne, for stopping by. You're definitely going to be missed here on the WPT. So it looks like the action is starting back up, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, always good to see Kimberly. So much fun working with her, such a pro.
She is, and right now we have 6 players remaining going after this title. Ryan going to our chip leader with 6.1 million.
And Phil Locke back in second chip position where he started this final table. At one point he was on the brink of elimination with 2 10s against kings. Hit a straight on the river to stay alive.
He certainly did, but action going to Jordan Christos. JC, he folds his hand. Alex now also not going to play. And the Unabomber with the goggles going to peek at a 0 hand. Won't play that junk.
Oh, man, they're up to me, huh?
Ryan out as well. But Dan Heimiller with a 5 deuce offsuit. Got to know.
No shame in laying it down.
His opponent is priced in here. He's got 125,000 in the blind. That's about all he's got left, so doesn't matter what Dan does here.
Can't give me a walk, huh? I'm gonna call.
John will be going all in, I think.
But look at this.
Well, John just checks. Going to see a flop first before he puts in his last 125,000. Well, flop comes king 8-7.
Just don't hesitate. Just get it in there.
He's giving directions to Dan, and Dan will comply.
Well, Dan Heimiller betting 120,000 on the flop.
Did you raise me?
But John only has 125,000 left. He puts it out there.
You can lay it down. Let me think. Oh, come on.
Get the show on the road.
Really?
Of course, he's got to do it, and he, of course, does it.
Deuce 5 I got called with. Wow.
John is in shock because he called that raise.
Wow.
He's getting 120 to 1 on his money. Of course he's going to call.
That is so strong. You call me with 5 deuce? Wow.
Perplexed and not happy about anything that Dan is doing.
Dan, you really are the survival artist, sick genius wizard. Nobody really talks.
No, but I mean, you know, I got a call in. No matter what I have.
Thinking about it.
I don't. It wasn't much compared. It wasn't much. It wasn't compared to the pot.
I got you. Okay.
But I'm lucky for you that I decided to do it that way.
Hopefully.
Don't get Muscles mad there, Dan. The big guy. Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Well, John sweating it, of course, because Dan drawing live a 5 or a deuce and win him the pot.
And he's starting to chuckle. He likes his position. Can he stick around? Yes!
There you go, Muscles. There you go.
Well, there's John's buddy, James Calderero.
Helping out the short stack.
Rooting for John. Takes the pot down with 2 9s.
The second day, the Royal Flush girls come up, and the girl poked me in the back. I said, I have a hole in my shirt? She goes, you got like 5 of them back here. I go, well, I guess I need a shirt. They said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. Here's my card. Here's my driver's license. Go get me a shirt. You guys pick it out. Make sure it's a XL. 15 minutes later, they brought me back to the shirt.
You're the best.
They came up and they put it on me right at the table and said, well, if you make the final table, you have to wear it.
This is for the Royal Flush girls. I'm here to clean the shirt you guys bought me because I'm making the final table and taking the cigar.
It's a good-looking shirt, and I think it brings good karma.
Well, the Royal Flush girls do it all, Vance. They go shopping for the players.
Rub the head.
In case he wins this tournament, I'm guessing the big tip is going the way of the Royal Flush girls for that lucky shirt.
I just doubled up with Jack 9 with no against 2 5, so and he jammed the flop on me. You're the best, man.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say welcome.
Good. All right.
You know, just hoping you had a really bad hand, you muck it.
I'm getting 4 to 1 no matter what I have.
Action going to Alex Masick, poker pro. Will fold his hand, and now Phil Locke.
Yeah, he's out as well. Chip leader Ryan Goendu now looks down at a nothing hand fold, so Dan Heimiller on the button. Got a 5 deuce, just doubled up his opponent with a 5 deuce a minute ago.
Yeah, you have a lot of chips. 600,000, huh? That's too much.
See what he does with this 5 deuce. He gets rid of it.
Mullen.
John has hit king queen, and he says all in.
Call.
And Jordan with an insta call because he has ace 10.
Good luck, kid.
Thanks.
Well, this hand plays itself with the chip stacks and the cards the way they lie. John obligated to go all in with this hand. Jordan obligated to call.
John's friend James Calderero, who's watched a lot of Al Pacino films. And right now, he's a slight dog.
Can he get lucky with a king high against ace high?
Oh, yes, he does.
So far, so good for John. Flops the top 2 pair, but his opponent has a good shot straight draw.
Nicely done by John Gordon. 2 pair on the flop.
Yeah, this lucky shirt's going to get shredded if a jack comes up.
The man from Florida survives with 2 cards to come. We go with a turn.
Well, the 9 comes off, so we're down to the river. If John Gordon can dodge a jack on the river, he will double up yet again.
Oh, boy. They continue.
Well, Phil Locke has joined us here in the booth. Phil, you going to sweat this final card?
Yep, we're sweating it all together.
All right.
There you go.
Looking for a jack. Doesn't happen. An ace comes off.
There you go.
Here we go, Muscles. Your turn, Daddy.
We still have 6 players left, Phil.
I got to ask you about the goggles. You know, you got the goggles on. You're not doing that well with the goggles. Until you took the goggles off and you walked behind them, that's when you hit the 8. Why do you have them on still?
Maybe you should go back to the hood.
Well, because after I got whacked, Parlay and I were talking, and Parlay said, you know, if you go in with the if you start with the goggles, you got to go down with the goggles. And I agreed with him. We talked about it.
Boy.
I did.
Get
just
back
to
to the
breathe.
action.
All right, back to Vail. Get there.
There's a quick break in the action, but when we return, we'll check in with Tony Dunst and get a history lesson from the Royal Flush girls. It's coming up next, so stay tuned.
Why just watch the World Poker Tour on TV when you can get in the game for free? Go to clubwpt.com today and see how you can win an entry into a WPT tournament.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
I'm Danielle. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls, and we're here in Los Angeles at the Bicycle Casino. The Bicycle Casino was one of the first casinos to partner with the WPT.
Welcome to the World Poker Tour.
And over the past 12 seasons, the Legends of Poker has developed a very rich history and an impressive roster of champions like Doyle Brunson,
has done it!
John Fan, Prahlad Freeman, Wolf Ayala, and reigning champion, Josh Hale.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see who will be this season's legend.
Okay, we're back here on the World Poker Tour. Final table continues.
Ryan Goendu still out in front with over $6 million in chips. Second place, Phil Locke with just over $5 million.
Action on the always entertaining Phil Locke, the Unabomber at the table, WPT champion, and he looks down at a pair of deuces in first position.
I must think this is a ski jumping competition or something.
He's mucked it. Ryan also going out. And now Dan Highmiller with a nothing hand, won't do it.
300.
Muscles from Florida will make the raise with the Queen 10 of diamonds.
Well, he's only got 1.3 million in chips, bet 300,000 with the Queen 10 here.
Jordan Christo's out, but now Alex Masick.
He's gonna raise it.
I don't get it. Why just stick me on one?
Just sensing Muscles might be making a button raise here, even though he's on the short stack. Knowing it's the best hand right now. It's taking John this long to play.
Yep, and he's going to muscles out of the hand. John Gordon going to go away. Nicely played by the young 28-year-old poker pro. He has 6 World Series of Poker circuit rings. Very impressive.
Although this is our first televised event of Season 12, we still have a little unfinished business to take care of from Season 11. So, during the last break, Mike Vince and the Royal Flush Girls took the time to honour Matt Salzberg and presented him with his WPT Player of the Year trophy.
A lot of players do well over the course of a WPT season and a number 1 WPT titles, but only one can outperform all others over the course of a season. I'm proud to announce that the Season 11 winner of the Player of the Year award is Matt Salzberg. Matt?
Hey!
Well, Vince has your trophy, and it's quite a trophy.
This is yours.
While you were pursuing this title, you lost the lead, you got it back again.
Everybody was telling me that I'm a lock to win, and then all of a sudden, within 2 weeks, Paul Volpe vaults ahead of me. But then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go after this. And then I went and I played a bunch of tournaments in a row, 6 tournaments, and got deep in, I think, 3 of them, and it was great. It was really exciting.
We congratulate you, Matt Salzberg, on becoming the Season 11 Player of the Year.
Congratulations to Matt on his extraordinary accomplishment. We'll keep you updated to see who will emerge as the Season 12 WPT Player of the Year. Cards are back in the air, so I'll send it down to Mike and Vince.
And there's the beautiful WPT Champions Cup.
Well, congratulations to Matt also, Vince. The first time he's dressed up in a year.
He doesn't have to prove anything to anyone. Okay, moving to this hand. Quick fold by Muscles. Jordan Christos. With the old Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce. And he's not going to mess around with that junk.
Now over to Alex. Alex looking down at the ace-5 offsuit. He's going to raise it, makes it $260,000 to go.
Phil Locke out. Ryan, our chip leader, not playing. But Dan, with a pair of 6s, just going to call.
Yeah, many people would 3-bet here with 2 6s. Dan taking the conservative route. Now flop comes Jack 5 deuce. Dan has 2 6s, and as you can see, Alex has middle pair with top kicker.
Continuation bet by Alex.
Well, there's a check raised by Dan Highmiller. Makes it $730,000 to go.
Ooh, look at that pissed off look.
There's a little laser look there, that's for sure, but Dan Highmiller not looking back at him. Dan, long-time tournament pro, taking down that pot with the check raise.
He only started with $1 million in chips at this final table in dead last place by a pretty good margin. He's triple the size of his stack since he's got to this final table.
But right now, our chip leader still is Ryan Goendu, $5.8 million.
Phil Locke in second place. That's what they're playing for. Over $613,000 goes to the winner tonight.
Dan Highmiller, the most experienced tournament player at this final table. Been playing tournament poker over 20 years. Had his first cash back in 1992.
Action on JC. Quick fold by him. Alex out. Phil Lock, the green flash, picks up a pair of fives.
Yeah, it's got the speed limit hand. And he is going to raise with it. 240,000. Right behind him is the chip leader with the ace-3 of diamonds.
Yep, Brian's been very quiet as of late, staying uninvolved, but now it looks like he wants to get active.
Well, it seems like every time Phil Lock raises a pot, this guy comes in it. Here, he's going to 3-bet with the ace-3.
Makes it 700,000 to go. Everyone else going out. Back on Phil.
This is what you hate as a player. When the only player at the table has more chips than you is the guy 3-betting you.
And the Unabomber has to go back into his lean-to. He can't take the heat. Ryan's going to take this one.
Well, Ryan well understands Phil Lock does not want to get involved with a marginal hand against the chip leader there.
We have 6 players remaining at the Legends of Poker. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by DraftKings. If you like poker and sports, then you're going to love daily fantasy sports at DraftKings. Go to DraftKings.com, enter promo code WPT, and start playing today.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the Legends of Poker. Cards are back in the air, so I'll send it down to Mike and Vince.
Back here on the World Poker Tour, Ryan going due, still the chip leader. Lives in LA, 32 years old.
Phil Lock still in second chip position. Those are the 2 guys that came to the final table first and second place. They're still there.
Let's go take a look at Phil Lock's cards. He is first to act. He lives in LA as well. Doing something strange with his hand here.
Well, he does a lot of strange things, period, but that's why he's so much fun to watch and play with at the table, I might add.
2 raise it, min raise.
He's got a little suited connector, and he will raise with it.
Right under the gun, raising with the 6-5.
Ryan out, but Dan has picked up ace, jack. Oh, temptations here. Yep, he's getting a handful of chips out.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3-bet, it looks like. Not that big a 3-bet. Makes it 475,000 to go.
Russell's and Jordan both go out.
Oh, yeah. Of course, yeah.
Alex can't compete.
Do me a favor.
Back around to the Unabomber. Phil Lock.
Could you put 240 here and not scoop it into the pot, but separate it from that stack and put it here and not touch this at all? Don't even touch it. Just put 240 there.
I'll give you change.
And just right there. Don't have it touch there.
Is there anything else we could do for you, Sir Phil? Like any other requests?
He's doing the right thing here, Vince. He wants to know, take my bet in, take his bet in, and let me see how much more it's going to cost me to call. And when he does that, he's going to see he's getting over 4-to-1 odds on his money.
How could he see anything? He's got that thing, those things over his eyes. How can he possibly see the hands?
He acts dumb, he acts weird, but he's got a degree in mechanical engineering, a former backgammon pro. Phil Lock, not as dumb as he perceives to be at the table.
Whoa, look at this. Good flop for Phil Lock. Picks up 6s with a straight draw.
Dan Highmiller, I'm all in.
Wow.
And he goes all in.
Where's the all-in button? We need one.
Have a nice day.
And there you go.
I went all in. Hey, Vince, tell me if that's a mistake or if I'm supposed to take a card. They were gonna rabbit hunt.
I think you made the right move, my friend. And a jack on the turn, so it's a great bet. Otherwise, Highmiller would have hit his jacks.
He had a pair of 5s, a mother.
I went all in, I didn't show a parlay. You told me not to show, right? Don't show, stay true.
That's Phil Lock's girlfriend, of course, Jennifer Telly. Great player herself, I might add.
My coach says don't show.
Oh, what an amazing move.
Phil Lock. What can you say about Phil Lock?
Phil Lock has a good talking game.
Oh my God, I have more outs. I have nines and queens and clubs. 9 queens, clubs.
He is quite the goofball.
Golly, folks,
We can't control it. We can't control what they do here on the World Poker Tour.
I remember Phil Locke on TV in like 05, jumping around, you know, doing push-ups and somersaults and, you know, all on the stage, just being, you know, the Unabomber.
He plays that image that he's some kind of nutcase, which he's not, you know.
If he got tested, he'll be certified clinically insane, and I think you'd agree with that.
Well, Phil loves to have a great time, but don't let those antics fool you, because he has a great amount of poker accomplishments on his resume, and tonight he's looking to put his name on the WPT Champions Cup for a second time.
As we continue, let's see if he can do it. The antes have gone up to 25,000. Blinds at 75, 150.
Yeah, Phil, the only player at the table that has a WPT title on his resume.
Action's on him. He's going to fold his. Now it's on Ryan. Our chip leader. He's got a queen, 7 of spades. Will raise with it.
Well, going to make it 400,000 to go.
Dan goes out.
Mullen.
John Gordon, Mr. Muscles, has gone all in. Insta-call.
You're first. Hurry up.
I wasted. You raised me?
I call.
Okay.
John, a nice little favorite right now.
Queen 7. Man, I'm ahead.
Well, only cost Ryan another 180,000 to make the call. So certainly feels like he's getting priced in correctly to make the call, which he does. Now can he get lucky and take John out of this tournament?
Here comes the flop. It's a queen on the flop. Ryan is out flop Muscles with the queens.
Jacker. Wow. Jacker and ace. Queen 7, you're pushing on me, huh? Nice hand.
Oh, and Muscles is just talking to himself.
Come on, John. It's okay if I knock you out.
Yeah.
We've been playing together for a while now.
Yep.
I'll let you crack my back and break a rib if you want.
I'm not sure I'd want to be hugging the guy right now if you just snapped him off.
Not the guy you want to get mad at the table, perhaps, but Ryan doesn't care.
Certainly not over.
2 cards to come. John could use some luck here. Will it appear? 9 of diamonds.
John Gordon must catch an ace or a jack on the river, or he is going to be our 6th place finisher.
No ace, no jack. No ace, no jack. No ace, no jack.
Wearing the lucky shirt the Royal Flush Girls got him. He better put it to use right now.
7. There we go. 7. Good card.
Can John from Florida suck out? Will Muscles do it? No, it's a 7 of hearts.
7.
This is going to knock out Muscles. He's an entertaining guy. He's going to pick up 85,000 for his effort here tonight. He is disappointed. And let's go see what the former pawn shop owner has to say.
I got in there good on every street, so it happens.
A strong showing from John Gordon, who is out tonight in 6th place. There's still more to come from the Bicycle Casino and the Legends of Poker on the WPT. We'll be right back.
The main reason I joined Club WPT was to try to make an event like this. This is a thrill of a lifetime. It's a win-win situation for me. There's so many pros, like Joe C. Rock, Phil Locke. Scotty Wynn is the man. It was a shark-infested waters for sure. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Club WPT. I mean, how could I be in an experience like this? It was a special event for me.
Steve Burns from Memphis, Tennessee. He won his way on ClubWPT.com, and he's sitting right now at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar in between 2 beautiful Royal Flush Girls.
Yeah, didn't quite make the money in this event, but had a great time coming out and playing. Check it out, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Right now we are down to 5 players, Mike.
Ryan Goendu still out in front with over $7 million in chips. One of these guys walking away with over $613,000 and their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
All right, right back at him. Phil won't play the 10 queen. Ryan out. Dan also out. And Jordan now is going to call with an 8-4. And Alex behind him with king 6 won't raise, says, let's see 3.
Pot comes 7-5-5 with 2 clubs. Jordan with a gut shot straight draw, as you can see. Well, he is going to lead up and bet 150,000 here. And you just sense that Alex feels like he's at it here.
That is true, but does Alex want to stay involved and build this pot with nothing? No, he does not. So Jordan Christos, the drummer, he's in a band and top poker player, will take that pot. Well, Mike, it is great to kick off our 12th televised season here at the Bicycle Casino. And even though this is our first televised stop, we've actually had a couple events leading up to this one already this season.
In addition to our televised events, the WPT also holds non-televised main events, plus WPT regional and national events around the world.
That is right. By winning a $1,500 no-limit hold'em WPT regional tournament at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Florida, Barry Wiedemann earned over $87,000.
And across the globe, Russian pro Alexei Rybin won a non-televised main event at the Merit Crystal Cove Casino in Cyprus. In addition to the $258,000 first place prize money, Alexei won a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship and will have his name immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup. If you at home would like to join us on the tour, log on to worldpokertour.com for a complete tournament schedule. But for now, let's get back to the action here at the Bicycle Casino.
Jordan Christos has been doing incredibly well as of late. Taking home some big money in tournaments.
Yeah, action on Dan Highmiller. He goes out with the 9-8. Jordan out as well.
Alex not going to play that mess. And now Phil Locke with a queen-jack.
Well, the battle of the blinds here. Phil again out of position against the chip leader.
It looks like he's getting some raising chips out. Wow, he's going to make it 6-10 to go.
Well, that's over 4 times the size of the big blind. So it just sends like a message, you know, not that strong, I really want you out of here. But Ryan just doesn't go out when Phil's in the pot.
But Ryan is going to splash around with just a 9-8.
And he's got the suited connectors. Wants to see a flop, but he's also got position over Phil Locke. And he has played that beautifully against him all day.
Well, the flop comes up ace, king, 4, no help to either player. And Phil is not going to make the continuation bet. He checks.
Well, Ryan checks right behind him. Now a 3 comes off. Phil's opportunity to take the pot here, but he checks again. And Ryan says, well, if you're not going to take it, let me take a stab at it.
Yep, great instincts. He's going to take over. Bets $800,000 with 9 high.
I have a lot of history with Phil Locke. I've been playing with him for a long time. He'll play tight, like a knit box for hours, and then all of a sudden he'll start splashing around. So he's just quite unpredictable.
Very good evaluation.
Well, these two guys have played a lot of cash games together over the course of their career.
And right now, Ryan's going to cover up.
I'm all in.
And Phil goes up, but he says he's going all in. And call. And look at this bluffing going on here.
You knew what I was doing anyways.
Well, Ryan bluffing right back at him by saying call.
You knew. He's played with me for 10 years.
I call. Where's the chips? I don't get it.
I probably shouldn't even show the kids at home that trick, you know?
What, hiding? The Unabomber hide?
No, you just throw the hand away and then the guy's still hiding. Yeah, they've done it to me. Every time I hide, they do that. You know, I'm laying on the couch, they say, I'm all in at the end.
I didn't even have to look up. I was calling.
Ryan with a good move, playing 9 high in great form. All right, right back at it. Jordan is going to make it $400,000 with ace-8. And now Alex has a pair of 5s.
He's going to ship it here, Vince.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this, an all-in bet by Alex with just 2 5s. He's got the speed limit here. Will he be caught speeding?
How much is it?
Everyone else going out. And Jordan saying, how much more is going to cost me?
It's like a snap fold in my head. I just want to make sure it's too much.
That's another $1.3 million for him to call.
It's like king, queen, jack.
There's a little over $2.5 million in the pot, meaning he's getting about 2-to-1 odds on his money.
Can't make this call.
Anytime you have an ace in your hand, you're not more than 2-to-1 dog unless your opponent specifically has 2 aces.
And there's Jordan's parents, Kathy and Jeff, rooting on their son. Will he make the right decision here?
Fold.
You know what, he's going to fold it.
And he lays it down, so it turns out to be a real good all-in bet by Alex.
King, queen of clubs.
What did you have if you're trying to figure out what I have?
I don't want to know. I'm just thinking out loud.
Were you dominated by that, it sounded like, in your combo?
I'm not going to say, but...
Okay. You just want me to say what I have, but you're not going to say
I don't want you.
I got you.
I don't want you to tell me what you have. I was just thinking out loud, and then you started asking me questions.
I know.
I know you won't tell me what I had. I won't tell you what you had.
5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour at the Bicycle Casino. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation supports global charities throughout the year with special events and online auctions. Please visit WPTFoundation.org to find out how you can help the WPT Foundation in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the Legends of Poker.
Yeah, Mike, lots of fun to be had here at the bike. And earlier this week, the Royal Flush girls, Brittany and Danielle, had a great time trying their luck and playing in the party pit. Always great action at the bike. And right now, we still have 5 players going after this Legends of Poker title. Let's go check the chip counts and get back down to the felt.
Well, here you see a graph of percentages that each player has. With 5 players left, if you had 20% of the chips, you would have average. You see Ryan well out in front with 37%, Dan on a short stack with just 11% of the chips.
We are getting fancy here on the World Poker Tour. Like you need those stats to find out who's winning. One guy's winning, one guy's losing. Let's get on with it. Back to the action we go.
Technology events. Get with it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Quick fold by Phil Lock. And now Ryan with a 10-9 will raise to 375 to go.
Yeah, the chip leader continues to apply pressure. Got the suited connectors here. Folded around to Alex. Ryan can't look. He'll take a little nap.
Well, it's on Alex. He's got queen 4. He's in the big blind. But no, he will not play this.
Just hard to clash against the chip leader. You think he's at it a little bit, but still, you just hate to jeopardize your chips when the guy could bust you.
Ryan going to take that pot. First place, $613,000 here tonight to be given away to our champion. Who will it be? Action now on Jordan Christos.
And he's got the famed Doyle Brunson hand, the 10 deuce suited. Doyle, a former winner of this event, won the main event of the World Series of Poker 2 years in a row, holding a 10 deuce. That's why this hand is named after him.
Well, Jordan has raised to $300,000 with his Doyle hand. He's got one man out now. Phil Lock with 9 deuce comes to his senses. And now Ryan also with an awful hand, won't play, but Dan with an ace-3. And he is going to stick around for this.
He makes the snap call with the ace high. It's the ace high versus the Doyle Brunson.
And the flop comes up 9-8-6. That gives a straight draw, of course, for Jordan. Dan's going to check. Dan hitting none of that.
Well, Jordan could check to get the free draw at the gut shot straight if he opted to take that approach.
Jordan, a couple years of college, he quit it for poker and music. And it looks like it's paying off here nicely tonight. And he's getting chips out. Yup, 225.
I'll tell you, Doyle Brunson going to be proud of this guy, Vince.
Dan is tricky.
Can't call.
He's not going to call or play back at him, so Dan's going to fold. Jordan, nicely played.
The Christos Nation comes alive as their man is really doing well right now.
JC in blue, FTW. They got posters. You gotta cheer. Anyone who makes a poster gets cheered for. You know, it's a rule. It's like a thing. It's in the etiquette book of cheering or something.
Season 12 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker. I'm excited to say that Tony Dunst is back this season to keep dealing out his own brand of poker justice, starting with this edition of The Raw Deal.
There's no question that Phil Lock has earned his reputation for erratic behavior. Whether he's shadowboxing as the Unabomber, walking like a dinosaur, or impersonating a member of Daft Punk, Phil is a man that never fails to surprise. He's simultaneously too aggressive,
I'm all in,
and too passive. But how is that possible? Let's break it down. First, there was the hand where Phil held 9s against the 8s of Jordan Christos. Jordan raises pre-flop and Phil just calls in position, which I like.
Jordan Christos, I'm going to put in the same number of chips in the same denomination that you put in.
But I was confounded watching Phil check twice on the 4-10-6 deuce board. Then later on, we watch Phil make a 4x raise out of the small blind with Queen Jack against Ryan go into in the big blind. But I wasn't sure why Phil didn't follow through with a bet on the Ace-King 4 flop. He can't win the pot by checking because he'll be bluffed out most of the time his opponent has a weaker hand.
I'm all in.
Call.
You knew what I was doing anyways.
Yet in between those hands with passive play, we also watched Phil get too aggressive. I know he wants to mix it up sometimes, but I think he went too far in his big pot against Dan Heimiller. When the flop comes in ideal 2-3-6, Phil goes all in for 2.5 times pot.
Dan Heimiller, I'm all in.
But what exactly is the point of shoving here? Dan will call with all his better hands, fold all his worse ones.
Have a nice day.
And doesn't have a chance to bet the hands he was bluffing with.
Tell me if that's a mistake or if I'm supposed to take a card.
So while Phil always finds a way to surprise me, it was actually his play at this final table that was truly shocking.
I went all in, I didn't show a parlay. You told me not to show, right? Don't show, stay true. My coach says don't show.
Then again, nobody really watches Phil for his stellar poker abilities. We're all compelled by the cartoonish antics.
Well, what Tony forgot to mention, Vince, was Phil's been pretty successful in his poker career, I'll tell you that. World Series of Poker bracelet, WPT title, Party Poker World Poker Open Championship, and a big winner in high-stakes cash games.
You can't knock success, but Tony just did. Nevertheless, the Unabomber's at the final table. Here we go again, 5 players remain. Action on. Phil, he's got a 9-8. The madman won't play that hand, but Ryan also going out.
Dan Heimiller looking down at King 9 of hearts in the small blind. Dan in 5th chip position right now.
I forgot how much money I have here.
Watching Dan work is always it's always
entertaining.
It's a nice little, it's a quiet privilege that I am happy to have from time to time.
Dan Heimiller, his forehead about as red as those 2 hearts right now, but opts the conservative route, just calls with the King 9 of hearts.
Jordan has been pretty tight for the most part. And he just waits. So hopefully I can take advantage of that.
Jordan doesn't have too much of a hand, and he will just see the flop with his 8-6.
That long for a check? There should be a penalty for that or something.
Jordan Christos. This is a young guy that quit college to play poker and music. King 9 versus 8-6. And the first 3 cards are an ace, King 10, kings for Dan.
So Dan out in front with the 2 kings, going to check them. Jordan going to try to steal this pot here with a $150,000 bet, but no way Dan's going to believe he's got an ace in his hand because he didn't raise before the flop. So.
And Dan has figured it out. He comes back over the top, making a $400,000 quick buck for Jordan. Dan says thank you very much for the $150. I'll put that in my little purse and move on.
Jordan talking to himself right now. Say, what was I thinking? I didn't raise before the flop. Then I'm going to try to represent aces and kings. Don't do that again.
Right back at him, Phil Lock. Resting. Ryan, our chip leader, not going to play. Now Dan Heimiller also folding. It's around to Jordan, who's got an attractive Jack 10 of diamonds.
On.
He says, I'm going all into you, Alex.
Bold bet right there.
If you don't have a big hand, you can't possibly call. He does not. 26-year-old Jordan Christos starting to step it up.
Are they taking a shot every time he wins a hand?
He's in 2nd chip position. What a battle we're having.
That hand signals the end of our 2nd hour of coverage from the Legends of Poker. Guys, what are your final thoughts on tonight's play?
Well, Ryan Goendu, still our big chip leader at this final table with 5 players left. But really, you got to say it's anybody's game.
Oh, you're right, Mike. It's battle of wits and nerve here tonight. Very clever poker players going at it for a major title at the Legends of Poker. It is up for grabs.
This will definitely be an exciting finish. Please join us next time when we crown the Legends of Poker champion at the Bicycle Casino. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone here at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Since the inaugural season of the WPT, 11 players have staked their claim as legends at the Bicycle Casino. Who will be number 12? The dramatic conclusion of the Legends of Poker is happening tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Good evening and welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. After 6 days of hard-fought competition, we are close to crowning a new WPT champion. Tonight, I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, with the finish line now in sight, how do you see the action playing out?
Well, Ryan Goendu in command. He's the chip leader right now with 5 players left. But all the other players have got over a couple million in chips. So really, it's anybody's game. And whoever wants it the most, fights the most for the pots, I think will take home this title.
Thanks, Mike. And Vince, who's your pick to hoist the WPT Champions Cup in victory tonight?
Well, you know, I'm just guessing, but I'll have to go with Phil Locke. You know, he's the Unabomber. He's a tough player. It's been a few years since he took a WPT title. He's overdue. Maybe it's his night tonight.
Well, guys, this should be quite the battle with over $600,000 and the WPT Champions Cup on the line. Looks like the action is about to get underway, so let's check the chip counts and head to the table.
Well, there you can see Ryan Goendu from Trinidad, now living in L.A., well out in front with about $8 million in chips. The youngster at the table, Jordan Christos, in second place with just over $5 million.
All right, Andy's at 25,000, blinds are 75, 150. Ryan Goendu, the local, plays a lot of cash games and tournaments. He folds his hand now. Dan Highmiller, also a local.
20-year tournament pro.
He's got a raise with 8-7, Mike, 4:25 to go. Jordan Christos out.
It's on Alex Masick.
Alex, a 28-year-old professional poker player.
He's going out.
Okay, it's on to Phil Locke, the Unabomber.
He's the goggle man tonight, Vince.
He's got ace-6, and he's going to fold. Just like that, they respect Dan Highmiller.
So Dan Highmiller taking down that pot. But right now, let's get a little more insight into the man himself, Phil Locke.
The things that I love about poker are very simple. One, the characters you meet are varied and wide would be an understatement. And two, it satisfies a lot of man's primal need for returning to something, which is a direct feeling of autonomy, some power, control over what's going on, something that's complex enough to hold our attention. We're all pushing the web of consciousness. The plasma state is just as exciting as the real thing. The more you go down the rabbit hole and tendril around and see the dark and the lit and the weird corners. Now it's a state of 1,000 million things. Infinite. It's an infinite. Like in judo, how you take the other guy's force and you flip with it. The only class I got an A in, well, it was 2. Trampoline doesn't really count, though. I don't know, it's good. You caught me off guard. I don't know what to say after that. What was the question? Something about, like...
Oh, perhaps he just stayed a little too long at the reggae concert. That's our Phil Locke.
The guy is beautiful, I'll tell you the truth.
What a character.
He is out there and everybody loves him.
All right. Right now, first place going to take home $613,000 as we have 5 players battling for this championship.
What is it?
But back to the table, Dan with a quick fold.
Over to Jordan. Jordan Christos, the 26-year-old pro.
Looks down at a pair of queens, the ladies. What a hand to get at this moment. And he makes it 350 to go.
Yeah, he's got the Unabomber sweatshirt on himself here a little bit.
Alex out. And now Phil Locke, with an ace-8. Don't get into trouble here, Phil.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Holy guacamole.
All in for $3.7 million here.
Call.
Jordan has more chips than he does, makes a snap call.
You have me covered?
And right now, Phil Locke knows he is up against it.
Well, he has plunged ahead. Little did he know that Jordan has the queens.
This has got to be close to right, right? No, it's too aggressive.
Vince, I'm surprised at this play by Phil Locke. He could have 3-bet to 700,000 if the guy moves in. Thrown his hand away and still had $3 million left, which is more than two guys at the table here. But right now, he is all in for a monster pot up against two queens with just an ace-8 offsuit.
Possible error by Phil, but you never know. He's a dog, and the flop comes up 7-6-4. So he's got an inside straight draw now, or the ace, of course. Right now, Jordan out in front with the ladies.
Well, that's Phil's girlfriend over there, Jennifer Tilly, quite a player herself, along with Prahlad Friedman, his buddy, who's a former winner of this tournament, trying to root him in here.
Oh, wow. Another queen. 3 queens for Jordan. The Unabomber really needs the miracle.
Well, he must catch a 5 on the river to make it straight. Nothing else will do.
WPT champion Phil Locke in loads of trouble. He is circling the drain at this moment. And the river card is a 3 of clubs.
Well, Vince just overplayed his hand. I'm sure he'll be the first one to tell you.
Hey, well done, buddy.
This wasn't meant to be for Phil tonight. Out in 5th place.
Devastation for Phil Locke. He's packing it up.
I should have made it like $1 million or something. Yeah.
So Phil Locke out of here in 5th place. Gonna take home $109,000. And his personality. He's always fun to watch. Let's go see what he has to say.
As much as I'm married to the idea of just play well, do your best, whatever, yeah, you get close and you're like, oh, wow, you can start smelling. You can smell the blood, you know? So, yeah, I smelt it a little, but it didn't happen. That's all good, you know? I got friends, family, and I got a 105 lump in. I did 2 bullets. That's like around 7,500, and I made 105 something. They want to make the walk of shame even tougher. Hey, it's been a while since we've talked to you, yeah. I like it. I like it, you know? You got a job as a poker player. Come on in, you know?
Well, he's always smiling.
You gotta love his attitude, Vince. Win, lose, or draw, the guy is always happy-go-lucky.
And right now, Jordan Christos way out in front with $9 million in chips. Here we go. 4 players remain. Action on Jordan. And Jordan's gonna take a look down at a Queen 9 offsuit. He's got the rush going here right now.
Yeah, he's also got the chip lead, which means he can bully guys around, and he's going to do it right here, raising it to $300,000.
Right next to him, Alex Masick, the poker pro, has a law degree from San Diego Law School.
Well, right now, Alex is on the short stack, but opts not to play the ace-high here.
Ryan also out, and Dan can't compete, so Jordan Christos, with just Queen 9, gonna bully his way through that pot.
The WPT has a rich history of showcasing emerging poker talent. And this season, we turn our attention to a fresh batch of players who have what it takes to light up the poker scene. Let's meet our new ones to watch.
We're the ones to watch.
Yeah, I'm the guy. If you need something, I got it.
Ladies love money too, you know?
Sometimes things go your way.
I'm kind of the life of the party anywhere I go.
WPT.
Poker is everything to me. It's my passion. It's the thing that I was meant to do. Hope we got a shot at this.
Poker, it's life, man. Probably the best job ever. They're just giving me chips.
I love that I'm my own boss, and I think poker can give me everything I want, a house, and hopefully take care of my family.
It's a very fun game. It stimulates the mind, it gives me some freedom, it allows me to travel to New York, Montreal, or London, then afterwards, see you guys in Paris. Pretty blessed. Yeah, I'm a lucky man, for sure.
At the end of the day, I think that's what's most important in life, is being able to do what you want and what you love, and poker allows me to do that. I'm excited, I'm playing really well, and I feel good, so it should be a fun season.
Everything I'd ever done my entire life just kind of groomed me to be in a place. When I found poker, it just felt really, really right when I sat down for the first time. And I don't know, I never looked back.
I feel honored that you chose me to be a Ones to Watch. It's fun to be one, but I'm not sure. Why did you choose me as a One to Watch? Maybe it's my name. It's really long and fun to say.
I'm always there, I'm always ready, and I'm always looking to have a good time. I like to think I have a good sense of humor and just kind of bring the energy up for everyone.
Probably my personality, my swagger. You guys picked me to be Ones to Watch. I think I'm the most entertaining player in poker right now. I ain't folding.
I think I'm a one to watch because I'm feisty. I'm kind of the life of the party. Anywhere I go, I'm a little crazy. I'm actually very shy, so there's be a lot of times you'll see me at the poker table and I'm not exactly what everybody wants to see because I'm really just focusing in and trying to win.
The whole cast of this Ones to Watch, it's a great cast. You have great personalities, great players, you've got characters, you've got swag. It's got to be the best cast that I've seen on the World Poker Tour.
Well, Vince, we got a good group of Ones to Watch this season on the World Poker Tour.
Yes, we do. But right now we have 4 players battling for this championship at the Legends of Poker. This is the event that Doyle Brunson was our champion a few years back. Who will it be tonight?
Well, action's on Alex Masick. He goes out.
Former chip leader Ryan Go-and-Do with an ace-8.
Well, this hand was the demise of Phil Locke. Let's see what happens to Ryan.
He's going to pop it up to 300,000 to go. Dan Highmiller right behind with a king-queen.
Dan's going to make the call, wants to see a flop.
And chip leader Jordan says, I'm priced in. I'll slop around.
Sure is. 850,000 in the pot, cost him 150 to make the call, so he's definitely there.
Here comes the flop. Who will be lucky? No one. 10, 9, 5, all diamonds.
Well, Ryan has a diamond.
Good. And the check by Dan and Jordan. And Ryan not getting aggressive, not going to make the continuation bet. He checks as well. The turn card's a 9, pairs the board.
Well, again, Dan checks. Jordan doesn't make a stab at this pot. He also checks.
Now you got to think Ryan's going to push here. Protect his hand.
May think he can just check it down and have the best hand, Vince.
And the river card is a jack. That makes it straight for Dan. That's why you can't check those down.
Well, $1 million in the pot. Dan going to bet 300,000 with his straight. Jordan out.
Begging for a call, and Ryan scoots away. So the poker player, Dan Highmiller, taking down the pot. Former pizza guy. He is doing it here tonight.
And right now, the pizza could be on him.
Stick around to hear what Tony Dunst has to say about tonight's action in the Raw Deal when the WPT Legends of Poker continues.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by DraftKings. If you like poker and sports, then you're going to love daily fantasy sports at DraftKings. Go to DraftKings.com and
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You're watching Season 12 of the WPT.
The future couldn't be any brighter for the Bicycle Casino. The hotel will be a first-class property, very upscale and elegant with a contemporary style. It will feature over 100 guest rooms, exclusive VIP open-air gaming area, restaurants, and a host of other amenities. The most important thing, we will now be able to offer a place where our guests can stay and play.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the Legends of Poker, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. And Vince, how about this tournament this week? We had 716 entrants in this event.
that was a very big field, very exciting. You know, who's going to become the next legend here at the bike? But there was one player, Martin Aganov. He's from Glendale, California, and he got pretty lucky here.
Yeah, Martin got a chance to mix it up with all the pros on the green felt right here at the bike, all because he won his seat on ClubWPT.com.
Exactly. It's a great, great site. Now, he didn't make the money in this particular tournament, but he had a great time. He competed, and on top of that, he hung out with the Royal Flush Girls and had a ball.
Check it out. Sign up today, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Back to the table we go. 4 players competing for this championship here tonight. And the antes are going up to 25,000. The blinds are 100 and 200,000, Mike. Getting steep.
Well, indeed it is. Action going to be Ryan Goendo.
There are people in the stand.
He quickly folds, and now Dan Highmiller has picked up an ace-9 in a 4-handed poker game. Pretty strong. He's getting that raising chips.
And he's on the button.
Yep, he's going to make it 5:25 to go. Into the chip leader, Jordan.
And he puts back on the sunglasses, or I should say the red glasses.
Jordan taking his time to peek, and he looks at a miserable hand. 8-3 of hearts. They call him JC. He's a local as well. Only 26 years old.
I mean, look at all the signs we got in the crowd tonight, Vince. We got Christos Nation out there. I've heard of Red Sox Nation and all these things, but now we got Poker Player Nations.
Well, finally, he's going to fold that mess. And
acted like he hated to let it go, that's for sure.
I think I had the nuts.
Alex now with a nothing hand going to
I had you beat.
fold as well.
I don't want to lose you lose any sleep over it.
I was on my way to, but you saved me.
Dan Highmiller with about 3.5 in chips.
I'm taking your mojo, bro. I'm sorry. No more shades. Yep. It's over for you.
It only works for one person.
No, it would work for me. It just means like way too much for you.
We're connected. Me and these glasses are connected.
Alex wanted to try on some of those red sunglasses. See if they'll work for him, like they're doing for Jordan.
4 players remain. We had 716 entries originally as we go down the stretch here at the Bicycle Casino.
Action on Dan Highmiller. He's out. Yeah, Jordan got the Doyle Brunson hand, a former champion of this event, but he opts to fold. So it's the battle of the blinds here. Alex looks down at Jack-9 of hearts.
Actually, I mean, I've looked at the payouts. I know what first place is. I don't know what the rest of the payouts are, and I don't even know what I'm guaranteed right now. I'll keep my eye on first place for now.
So Alex, well, he sees an opportunity here. He is going to push all in, 1.9 million. Just hoping against hope that Ryan doesn't pick up anything, but Ryan has picked up an ace high.
How much?
Well, even with ace deuce, no matter what your opponent has, the best you can probably be is like a $1.50 favorite. Because he's going to have 2 middle cards somewhere, at least. He's got an ace, you're dominated.
But Mike, he is going to call, and he loves it.
Well, Alex can't swallow a BB right now.
Ace. He's got a Jack-9. Ace. We need an ace.
Ryan, go and do. High-fiving anyone that'll touch him. Alex is saying, what did I do?
First card I look down at deuce, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to fold. Then I see an ace, I'm like, I have no choice.
Ryan liking his position. He's a favorite going into the flop. Here we go.
Jack 6-4. So right on the flop, Ryan shakes his head as his opponent flops a pair of jacks.
Bingo bango.
Ryan looking for a bongo, meaning an ace.
Well, yep, he needs to get lucky now. Alex in front, but an ace appears.
There it is, an ace right on the turn.
Oh, come on,
Ryan Goendo looks like his stack is going to go into right up.
What a catch on the turn.
Well, Alex knows he has to catch a jack or a 9 on the river to stay alive in this tournament.
No, he's stunned. Can he do it? No, it's a 5 of diamonds.
So just like that, the 28-year-old Alex Masick out in 4th place.
Yeah, man.
Vince, when I watched this tournament from a couple tables down to the final table, Alex was the general. He was in command, raised nearly every pot. At this final table, it didn't happen.
I'll see you next one.
Finally moved all in with Jack-9 of hearts and ends up going out in 4th place.
It was a great experience. I feel like I gained a lot of confidence playing in this field, and I definitely felt like it was a great tournament to play in. So hopefully I'll be playing a lot more this season.
So with Alex Masick out in 4th place, who will take down the prestigious Legends of Poker title? We'll be right back with more action from the Bicycle Casino on the WPT.
You have like 9.3-ish.
You doing some math over there? What the hell is going on?
Oh, and I was counting 9.3 million.
I know, you got like a pen and paper and everything.
Yeah, writing down stack sizes.
Looking for something special? Go to WPTfoundation.org and check out the amazing auction items up for grabs.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Legends of Poker in Los Angeles. There are the beautiful freeways of Southern California.
Well, they're beautiful till you're on them in rush hour.
Lots of gridlock perhaps out there. There's also some gridlock going on here inside the casino as 3 players remain.
Ryan Goendu has now taken the lead after winning that last spot. He's got 9.2 million. Jordan Christos in second place with 8.8 million. And right now, Dan Heimiller with 3.3 million.
Let's go to the felt. The antes are 25,000. Blinds are 1 and 200. Big hand for Jordan Christos. Ace queen with the button. 26-year-old's got to love this. He's going to pop it up to 525.
Ryan going out.
And Dan Heimiller with just a queen deuce also can't play. So a quick win there for Jordan Christos, the drummer, the poker player, the guy that quit college to play poker, takes down that pot.
Well, that puts him and Ryan about tied for the lead right now. Well, speaking of Ryan, he looks down at the ace-4 offsuit here. He's going to raise it, make it 425,000 to go.
But Dan right behind him with an ace-8. Pretty solid starting hand in a 3-handed poker game.
Now he looks over at both his opponents, sees they both got about 3 times as many chips as he does.
All in.
And he's going for it right here. Moves all in with the ace-8 offsuit.
Wow, great instincts by Dan Heimiller, the 51-year-old. A big reputation around the poker circuit for years.
Well, Jordan goes out.
I don't know how much chips I have. Actually, never mind. I'll figure it out. 3, 7.
Just don't want to double up a guy like Dan Heimiller.
Wow.
Oh boy, he's putting the chips out there.
Wow. What a gamble by Ryan. I don't like this call for another $2.7 million. He doesn't like it either, as you can see.
Yeah, you got ace-8. I think it's 3-handed.
That's okay.
And he could have been dominated like he is. His opponent could have had 2 6s, 2 5s.
He can't believe he made that call. He's kicking himself.
He's going to have to get lucky in an 8 right on the flop. Dan Heimiller clapping his hands together. Very happy with that flop, and why not? To win the pot, his opponent's got to hit 2 runners in a row. 2 4s or a 6 7.
8.
And Ryan is a sickened puppy right now. He is destroyed by this, but he could still possibly have a long shot luck. No, 10 of clubs, pairs the board.
If an ace comes off, they would split this pot.
Ace and chop.
Ryan begging for the long shot.
Cocktails.
Dan, so happy, elated, as we go down to the river. Well, it's a deuce. Dan Heimiller's gonna double up.
Well, he sure has, Vince. And what a crazy ride it's been for him. Looking at the WPT stack tracker, you can see Dan's been playing steady poker after starting this final table in 6th chip position. Dan is now in 2nd place. He has surpassed tonight's starting chip leader, Ryan Goendu.
But Mike, you have to say our biggest story of the night is the current chip leader, Jordan Christos, who absolutely exploded into the lead when he eliminated Phil Locke in 5th place.
Let's get back to the table where the action is back on Dan.
And he has got a big one here. Ace-King.
He just doubled up the last hand. Now he looks down at this premium hand. He is feeling good right now.
Jordan, our chip leader, folds his hand. Now Ryan.
Looks down at a pair of 5s. What do you do now? You just doubled this guy up a second ago. Now he's raised it and you pick up a pair of 5s.
Well, that's the kind of hand you get super aggressive with sometimes.
All in.
Well, there it is.
Call.
Yeah, he's shoved and he's being called quickly.
Well, it's a race situation, the under pair versus the overcards, and a massive race situation.
I'm on tilt.
Whoever wins, it's going to be the chip leader. Wow.
5. Focus, people.
Well, Ryan says, I'm on tilt. And we will see. Here comes the flop. Oh, boy.
Ace and the king right on the flop. Dan Heimiller high-fiving his fans. It's not over. Ryan can catch a 5, 2 runners to make a straight, or 2 runners to make a flush.
What a flop for Highmiller. Out in front with top 2 pair.
Is Kentucky Fried Chicken still open?
This could be Dan's lucky day, but he's got to dodge some things. And it's a heart. So now Ryan has 4 hearts.
One more heart, one more heart, one more of these. A heart.
Oh boy.
Well, Dan can't believe it. His opponent had 2 outs just 1 second ago. Now he's got multiple outs to win this pot. Any heart but the ace of hearts will win the pot for him, as well as a 5. Everybody on their feet here at the Bicycle Casino. What drama on the World Poker Tour to kick off season 12.
Well, can our local Ryan get lucky on the river? Here it comes.
4 diamonds. Dan Highmiller clapping. He is playing heads up for this title, and he's the chip leader, Vince. Incredible.
Ryan Goendu out in 3rd place, and this local is going to take home $233,000.
Well, Vince, Ryan Goendu held the chip lead for a long time at this final table. And just like that, Goendu is going home.
Oh, it was very exciting. Cameras, lights, all the crowd, a lot of excitement, a lot of energy. It was fun for sure. I wish I'd won that race though, but hey, it happens.
With Ryan Goendu out in 3rd place, it's now down to Jordan Christos and Dan Highmiller to battle for the title. Heads-up action from the Legends of Poker is coming up next on the WPT.
There are 100,000 reasons to love ClubWPT.com, because as a Club WPT VIP, you get the chance to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, where we are down to our final 2 players. While the Royal Flush girls Danielle and Brittany bring out the money that these guys are playing for, let's see what Jordan and Dan had to say on the break. Jordan, you've been preparing for this moment all of your life. How are your emotions coming into Heads Up?
Non-existent.
Really?
To be honest, yeah. They have been almost the whole tournament. I'm just focused on what I have to do on the stack sizes, and, you know, I'll worry about that afterwards. But, you know, just tucking it away and focusing on the game.
Well, your performance has been excellent. Best of luck.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Dan, you came into this final table as a short stack. Now here you are, Heads Up. Did you think that when you started today that you would make it this far?
No way.
No?
No, I thought it'd be less than 50% chance that I could get to 4th place, much less heads up with a chip lead. So it's unbelievable luck.
I bet. Well, I'm sure you're already feeling like a winner. Very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
The WPT Champions Cup is ready to have a new Legends name added to it. So let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, thank you, Lynn. And right now, Dan Highmiller, the 51-year-old local out of LA, $13,500,000. Jordan Christos, the 26-year-old, with about 7-8. Here we go. Call by Jordan, no raise. And Dan wants to see a flop. Here we go, 2 junk hands, ace-7-4. Dan has picked up 7s.
Well, he's going to check them. Dan, very good at throwing his opponent rope. Jordan is going to bet $300,000. No way Dan's going to put him on an ace because he didn't raise before the flop, so I don't see Dan going anywhere.
Oh, no, he's going to re-raise, going to trap his guy.
I don't like Dan Highmiller. He made a comment to me on the final table bubble last night. I took 5 seconds or more every hand to make a decision. I expected more from Dan Highmiller in terms of poker etiquette, being a veteran of the game. He's going to be the first one out.
Wow.
Well, with 7 players last night, they had a little run-in, it sounds like, Vince. And Jordan hadn't forgot it. That's obvious.
No, he was wishing him that he got knocked out, but that's not to be. Right now, Dan's the chip leader. And there's a little drama going on here between these 2 guys.
Well, it sure is. There you see the prize money, what they're playing for. Winner over $613,000, plus that coveted WPT title. Name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. And look at this. Highmiller's picked up 2 aces. He's got a 2-1 chip lead.
Picks up the aces, the weapons of mass destruction. in a heads-up battle. And look at this, he's just going to call it.
Well, he limps in.
Intelligently, because Jordan only has a 10-3. Here's the flop, it's a 5-4 deuce, so now Jordan has an open-ended straight. Action on Jordan.
Well, he's going to check, and Heimler reaching for chips, and now thinking,
check.
Wow. He checked 2 aces there. Surprised at that play.
Just doesn't want to lose his man. 9 of spades on the turn. Dan doing anything and everything just to keep his guy around.
It's better to lose your man than lose the pot.
Yeah, but you're still pretty strong with aces and a straight draw potential. And look at this. He's going to get a little money here. Jordan's going to bet 275.
And here comes the raise by Dan.
Yeah, this is the time to step it up.
Dan Heimler's been playing poker 15 years longer than Jordan has been alive.
What's interesting is Dan used to be a pizza delivery man, and of course, Jordan was a pizza delivery boy.
The first time in the history of the tour that 2 pizza delivery guys are fighting it out for a WPT title.
That's
You
right.
gotta love it.
And the pizza guys are playing for big dough. Sorry, I had to say it. And Jordan's gonna make the good lay down. And so Dan Heimler, everything going right for him right now as he takes down that pot. Things are going his way right now. Dan with 14.3 million. Jordan, the 26-year-old, with 7 million. As we go down the stretch here at the Bicycle Casino, right back at Jordan. And he's a little bitter about the way he perceived Dan to treat him last night. And he wants to get back at his man.
Going to raise it here with a Queen 5 offsuit, but Heimler has him out-carded again. 3 bets it to 1.1 million, and that's probably going to do it for Jordan here.
He just wants to punish this youngster.
On.
Oh, but maybe not.
Wow.
Look at this move.
An all-in bet.
You can't push around this young guy.
How many millions do you have? About, what do you think? Is it? I guess I can take a look at your stacks. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
A little under 7.
Dan still got a big chip lead if he folds.
And Dan does the right thing. Lays the hand.
Jordan shows him the bluff.
Jordan with a little salt in the wound, Mike.
Well, look at Dan Heimler. He's shaking his head, just can't believe it. The guy moving his last chip to the Queen 5, but he did. Well, it'll be interesting to see if Dan Heimler goes on tilt after getting shown that bluff. That's the reason you show it to him. You hope he'll tilt off a little bit. Let's see if it happens.
So Jordan is saying, that's for last night, Mr. Heimler. You rushed me. That's for last night. Stay tuned. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Yeah, I made a mistake.
Very nice play on you.
Season 12 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. The heads-up action continues here.
Well, Dan Heimler currently well out in front. He's got 13.9 million in chips. Jordan Christos with 7.5 million.
Action's on Dan with the button. He's got a 10-8 off suit.
And he's going to raise it to 600,000.
And Jordan's going to have a nice ace-queen of diamonds.
It's going to be very nice because he's going to play this hand. You can bet on that.
I love it. Before the break, we saw Jordan bluffing with a queen high, and he showed Dan.
Well, Dan's a long-time veteran poker player. Things like that are not supposed to bother him at the table.
Well, Jordan has re-raised. He's going to 1.6 million.
Let's go. 1.6.
And Dan will lay it down.
Yep, has to give it up there.
Things are turning the young man's way, perhaps.
Well, you still got your opponent 3-2 in chips. You're in good shape. No sense in doing anything silly.
All right, but the blinds are going up to 125, 250 now. Right back on Jordan. He's got a jack. Oh, wow, jack ace.
Well, big hand playing heads up. Jordan likes it. And he's going to raise.
Yeah, 575, Dan. With a nothing hand, just a 3-5.
Well, Vince, just seems like he's playing pots now because he wants to get his money back from that bluff a minute ago.
Well, he's caught a 3, but the ace also hits for Jordan.
It's top pair for Jordan, bottom pair for Dan. He checks, and Jordan reaching for betting chips.
Yeah, 675. Oh, and Dan doesn't believe him.
Well, a snap call by Dan here with bottom pair.
Going in deep here. To the turn we go.
8 of hearts comes off.
That doesn't change things. Dan's going to check again. And the bet you expect. 1.6 this time with the aces and Dan.
Oh, look at this, Vince.
Well, he's getting stubborn here.
Well, he sure is. You just wonder if the bluff that Jordan showed him is affecting Dan Heimiller, where he wants to get a bluff in and show his opponent a bluff.
Well, that's a great point. He seems to be tilting off here. Oh, boy.
I don't understand this.
Double fisted. He is going to raise with just the 3s.
All in.
You're really going to go away with that? He's going to go all in.
Well, he's saying if you can beat this, good luck to you. Dan cannot beat it. He's caught with his hand in the cookie jar, Vince. Jordan read him perfectly on this hand. And Vince, I believe that by showing Dan Heimiller that bluff a moment ago, it has put Heimiller on tilt.
Okay, this time Jordan shows the aces. He was out in front.
During the hand, they should be talking so much. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's too much. It's way too much. I mean, they're just talking. We're trying to play poker.
Dan perturbed.
It's ridiculous.
But the crowd was on his back there.
Well, Vince, he should be angry at himself, not the crowd, that's for sure.
You can't push this young 26-year-old drummer out of the way. He is now taking the chip lead.
Bay 101 was my first shot at life-changing money. I had 140 big blinds with 27 players left and somehow managed to get 18th. My worst nightmare came true, and thinking about the mistakes I made before and just not making those same mistakes, just learning from it and doing everything right. Today I'm gonna do it.
The tension is rising as we get closer to crowning a new WPT champion. But right now, let's break down tonight's action with Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
If you're hoping to achieve success in major live tournaments like the WPT, then you're going to need to combine sound strategy with mental fortitude. It's much easier to make the optimal decision when there's not life-changing money on the line and screaming friends in the stands. And while Jordan Christos is no amateur, this final table will be the first six-figure score of his career. Meanwhile, Dan Heimiller has cashed in a live tournament every year since 1992, the television era of Steve Urkel. So will it be the freshman Jordan Christos or the veteran Dan Heimiller who cracks under the pressure? Let's break it down. We'll take a closer look at a hand, the pressure. Let's break it down. We'll take a closer look at a hand that begins with Jordan raising the button with ace-jack and Dan making a pretty loose call out of the big blind with 5-3 offsuit. Both players make a pair on the 7-ace-3 flop, which also gives Dan a backdoor straight and flush draw. But it's on the turn where things get interesting. When Dan checks on the 8 of hearts, Jordan follows through with a bet of 1.6 million. I think most people in Dan's spot would fold at this point, though perhaps some sticky players would call again with bottom pair. But Dan decides for door number 3 and check raises to 3.6 million. I still don't like his bluff for 3 reasons. 1, Jordan probably isn't betting this turn very wide with bluffs and weak hands. 2, in the event Jordan has a hand as strong as top pair, it's unlikely he'll fold to the turn raise on a texture with so many draw possibilities. And 3, Jordan could have a strong combination draw himself and may end up shoving the turn as a semi-bluff. But Dan still has a little fold equity if Jordan shoves the turn, even though Dan's getting a great price. As it turns out, the price didn't matter because Dan was never calling with his hand.
On.
After Jordan moves in and Dan fails to call, the crowd barrages him with taunts before he even folds his hand. And while Dan handles losing the chip lead in stride, he can't help but stare at the chips he bluffed away and wonder, did I do that?
Well, Tony's right about that hand, and I'm sure Dan feels the same way.
Jordan now with 17.6 million. Dan down to 3.8. What a turnaround we're seeing. Blinds are 150 and 300, $50,000 ante.
All in.
Look at this. He's going to go all in with king high. Let's take a look at Jordan's cards. Oh boy.
Call.
He's got an ace-9 of hearts and a quick call by Jordan, of course.
Well, Jordan well out in front here with the ace-9. About a 2-to-1 favorite to win this pot and take this title right here, right now. The Christos Nation all excited. They know their man could win it right here. Well, man, so far in this heads-up battle, they played Dan Heimiller like a snare drum. I can tell you that. But it's not over.
5 cards to come for Dan Heimiller's poker destiny, as well as Jordan's ace-9 up against king-4, and a 9 hits on the flop. That is good for Jordan, out in front with the 9s. His parents and friends celebrate.
Well, Dan's gonna have to catch a king to take the lead. 2 runners to make a straight, or 2 running 4s. Otherwise, he's gonna be our runner-up in this tournament.
The crowd is chanting ace. They want to wrap this up in Hollywood. It could happen. Let's see the turn card. It's a queen. Now he's got straight possibilities.
Dan Heimiller needs a king or a jack, which would give him a king-high straight to win this pot to stay alive.
Otherwise, the former pizza delivery boy, the drummer, the man that quit college to play on the poker circuit, that is Jordan Christos, who will become our champion. Here he comes.
6 of spade on the river. Jordan has taken his title.
Only 26 years old from Palmdale, California. Jordan Christos is our champion.
And the Christos Nation comes out of the stands. Everybody happy in the Christos Nation.
He is in the mosh pit of friends. But before we talk to him, let's talk to the great Dan Heimiller. Dan.
I didn't wait long enough for good cards. I got a little impatient and attempted quite a few bluffs. It didn't work.
Well, here we are at the Bicycle Casino with the Legends of Poker champion for season 12, Jordan Christos. Hey, Jordan. How are you feeling right now, taking down your first WPT title?
Feels awesome. Like, I don't know. This is the best feeling ever. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I haven't fully absorbed it. I'll let you know in a few days or a week or something.
Jordan, in addition to all your cash you win tonight, you also get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. Once again, congratulations to our champion, Jordan Christos. Lynn, back to you.
Congratulations once again to Jordan Christos, the Season 12 Legends of Poker champion. Join us for our next stop when the WPT travels to Atlantic City for the always exciting Borgata Poker Open. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone here at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The Poker Radar has zeroed in on the eastern seaboard, and all eyes are on the Borgata, where millions are on the line and history is in the making. Tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Good evening, everyone. everyone, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, and welcome to the WPT's extensive coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. For the past 4 seasons, it has been the young East Coast pros who have torn apart the competition on their way to winning this title. Some may call it local advantage, others may call it skill, but one thing is certain, these players are all in it with a lot of heart. This season, a huge field showed up at Borgata and laid it all on the line to show that they have what it takes to become a WPT champion. The first thing you notice when arriving at Borgata is the noise. East Coast players don't hesitate to speak their minds, just like Borgata regular Travell Thomas did.
And I hope the camera around and watch me crack this guy right here.
As he held court at his Day 1A table.
Never, ever, ever, ever bluff. No, not against the T-Meister. That's how you win a hand in America. I'm trying to educate America. I'm gonna start charging for this education. This guy beat me so bad that I want to take a nap.
It's important for players to keep focused, just like Kong Pham, sitting to Travell's left, who didn't let the banter rattle him as he quietly won pot after pot.
Don't not put me on the table with this guy tomorrow.
Day 1A also saw the arrival of some new members of Season 12's Ones to Watch. Chicago's own Aaron Never Miss Massey, and fresh off winning a World Series of Poker bracelet, Lonnie Harwood. A late start was followed by an early elimination for Cara Scott.
I've already busted out of Day 1A. I only saw 4 hands. I think 4 hands and busting in 4 hands has got to be a record for me.
And although he was too busy winning a preliminary event here at Borgata to buy in earlier, Season 11 WPT Player of the Year Matt Salzberg finally entered the tournament, temporarily.
Hustler knocked me out. How embarrassing is that? He 6-outed me on the river, so I will be buying in tomorrow, as is my custom.
Poker pro Vanessa Selpst found herself sitting next to a familiar player, her Season 6 WPT Ladies Championship opponent, Nancy Todd.
It's the first time she folded. Maybe I should have called. I had one of her 4s. So we can trash talk. Oh, you can trash talk. It wouldn't bother me.
I think we both get that, like, you know, it's a long time ago and stuff happens at the poker table. It gets heated sometimes, but, you know, things have changed a lot and yeah, we're totally cool.
The eliminations were racking up, and with the day drawing to a close, players were fighting for pots. Because in addition to moving on to Day 2, a cash bonus would be awarded to the top 2 finishers of each Day 1 for their performances. When players began counting up their chips, it was Kong Pham who sat atop the pile with over $191,000 in chips, and he was rewarded $5,000 for his efforts. Other notable finishers included defending champion Ben Hamnet, the always tough Vanessa Selpst, and fresh off his Legends of Poker victory, Jordan Christos. Of the 376 players that registered for Day 1A, 166 would return for Day 2. Players who were eliminated would have a chance to re-enter the event on Day 1B. Day 1B brought a new crop of players to Borgata, as well as some repeat visitors taking their second chance after busting the previous day. The field included a poker veteran, actor James Woods.
You want me to act? It's Jennifer Poker that is very upset. You're looking at one. There's no acting involved.
Along with a rookie player who had bought into his first WPT tournament, WPT founder Steve Lipscomb. Steve spoke with Royal Flush girl Angelique about the experience.
How many times have you played in this tournament already?
All right, so I have never played in a World Poker Tour event that had a buy-in. The Invitational, I was very nice enough to invite myself every year to come and play.
Nice.
I'm a good guy that way. But this is the first time I've been in a buy-in event, and I gotta tell you, it's really awesome. I hope I at least make it to Day 2.
Day 1B also brought the arrival of our final Season 12 One to Watch, Danny Miami Boss Seward.
Did you get my amazing eyebrows in the picture? They're the best eyebrows in the building.
While Danny was ready for his close-up, another one to watch, Jeff Gross, was sent to the rail.
I feel a little, the ones to watch curse going so far, 2 for 2 and brutal ways of losing on the river and annoying spots.
When registration finally closed, the official prize pool information was released. Total entrants reached 1,189, eclipsing Season 11's tally. The massive turnout created a total prize pool of over $3.8 million, with first place taking home over $825,000.
Ace, King of Hearts versus Aces and Kings. Flop the nut flush, yes!
And with that, we were introduced to Long Island native Norberto Camacho, who graciously provided his own play-by-play.
It's cute like you, babe, don't worry.
If I had a name, it wouldn't be Sage. I'm an ace.
Also heating up, albeit a little more quietly, was Season 10 Ones to Watch, Ebony Kenny. Ebony, who had busted out the previous day, was making the most of her second chance. Day 1B came to a close with 425 players still in the hunt, including WPT World Champion Scott Seaver and Season 11 Player of the Year Matt Salzberg. Staten Island local Anthony Castelli finished second in chips, receiving a $3,500 cash bonus.
It's a good day.
But it was Paul Volpe who would pocket an extra $5,000 in cash for taking the chip lead into Day 2.
It's Day 2. That's when I usually shine. Let's go, baby. WPT.
As the nearly 600 players took their seats on Day 2, they still had a long road ahead of them to reach the final table and add their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
He's a billionaire, this guy.
Somehow, the two biggest trash talkers in the room, Norberto Camacho and Will Faella, drew seats next to each other, and they didn't disappoint.
You got outplayed, man.
No, I get it. I get it. Believe me, I get it.
Yeah,
I'm going to get it. Don't you worry.
You could try to come get it, but I doubt that.
I promise you, I'm going to try.
I guarantee you I'm going to stack you in the next 3, 4, 5 hands. Guaranteed.
After starting the day with a healthy stack, Ebony Kenny was having a little trouble gaining traction.
I'm hanging in there, so I'm happy. I was down to like 45K, so I'm happy. I'm at like 120, I think. Very, very happy.
I'm
Olin.
With players fighting for pots and eliminations piling up,
Next year.
a man they call Lucky, Edwin Torres, was living up to his nickname. Dominated by his opponent's Ace King, Edwin caught a miracle 5 on the river to double up.
I'm just enjoying life every month. It beats being a farmer.
A blueberry farmer by day, the soft-spoken Edwin was soon building up a huge stack. Day 2 saw the end of the line for Season 12 Ones to Watch Aaron Massey, Danny Seward and Lonnie Harwood. The only remaining one to watch in the field was Christina Lindley, who was looking to double up.
Ready to run it up. Got a good reship stack, so looking forward to doing that.
And although we were no longer watching Aaron Massey, he was still watching his brother Ralph, who was still alive.
I'm out showers. Came back up here to check out my brother. He's still in. He's doing good. So back to the hotel room for me to sulk for a little bit.
The day ended with 174 players still in the hunt for this WPT title, and former tennis pro Raj Borja was leading the way. Blueberry farmer Edwin Torres harvested a big stack good for 3rd place, and after a slow start, Ebony Kenny rode the wave to 4th on the leaderboard. But a tenacious field still remained, including Season 10 Borgata Poker Open champ Bobby Abudi, all looking for a slice of poker glory at Borgata.
Everything went right today.
As play got underway on Day 3, the field was still 62 eliminations away from the money bubble. Players settled in for the road ahead, hoping to avoid becoming one of the unfortunate few who had fought this long but leave empty-handed. Aaron's brother Ralph was hoping to keep the Massey name alive.
Feeling good, feeling confident. Aaron, it's for you.
The remaining one to watch in the field was Christina Lindley, who was also celebrating her birthday. It remained to be seen if it would translate into good fortune for the Nashville native. Although Ralph Massey busted before the money, there were 2 other brothers in the field quietly building up their stacks. Season 11 5-diamond finalist Jeremy Kotler and his brother Zachary. With the money bubble approaching, the cards were not kind to the ladies. Woo! As it marked the end of the road for online pro D-Moon girl Danielle Anderson and Cherish Andrews, who had made a deep run in this event last season. With short stack players trying to squeeze their way into the money, a pot was brewing between 2 big stacks. After getting all the money in on the turn, Josh Levkov was stunned to see his set of jacks fall to the straight of his opponent, Daniel Howe. Josh left short of cashing, but the remaining 110 players would take home a minimum $7,123 for their efforts. With the money bubble burst, the players loosened up and the bust-outs came quickly. A number of familiar faces hit the rail. And Christina Lindley's birthday run good ran out when she could not improve in a hand against Vanessa Selbst. Her 49th place finish was worth nearly $11,000 and marked the first cash for a season 12 one to watch.
On to the next one, and I'm happy to cash on my birthday. I'll be in Paris, so hopefully I'll make a deep run.
Reigning Player of the Year Matt Salzberg's tournament life was on the line when he went all in with Ace-5 and was called by the Ace Queen of North Carolina native Eric Fields. Both players hit their kicker on the flop, but Matt failed to improve on the turn and river and was sent to the #showers. Joining Matt at the payout desk was a disappointed Ebony Kenny and overall day one chip leader Paul Volpe. With big names falling, Norberto Camacho was not lacking in confidence.
Today is like a really flawless day.
At the end of the day, 36 players still remained and would return to play day 4. Day 1A chip leader Kong Pham had regained the lead with over $2.5 million. Vanessa Selbst with over $1.7 million in chips, good for 5th place, and the Kotler brothers, who looked to become the first pair of siblings to make a WPT final table. It's survival of the fittest here at the Borgata Poker Open. Find out who makes it to the final table when we return on the WPT.
Season 12 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Atlantic City, where the World Poker Tour's coverage of the playdown to the Borgata Poker Open final table continues. Day 4 saw the final 36 players settled into an intimate corner of the poker room to battle for a seat at the televised WPT final table. The atmosphere in the room was noticeably different from the previous days, with quiet focus taking over the field. Play got off to a rough start for blueberry farmer Edwin Torres, whose luck ended when he ran his pocket sixes into the pocket aces of Kong Pham.
Back to the farm. Do my farm work.
Rhode Island native Anthony Zeno ended Poker Pro Matt Glance's deep run when he eliminated him in 23rd place. Anthony, like Vanessa Selbst, had gone to law school and passed the bar exam, but decided to pursue poker instead. But it was Kong Pham dealing out the poker justice as he won pot after pot, busting young pro Jake Schwartz in 21st place while building a monster stack throughout the day.
That was dramatic.
With so much at stake at this late stage in the tournament, Royal Flush girl Tuba caught up with brothers Zach and Jeremy Kotler.
So I just want to know, between the two brothers, which one is the better player?
I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
So do you guys kind of keep an eye on each other, watch what's going on, and check between the hands?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're trying to set history here.
Not while we're in hand, but afterwards we look at each other.
Perfect.
Zach was trying to make the most of his short stack when he went all in with King Queen, but he was called by the Ace King of Eric Fields. After a 10-high flop, Zach was looking for a queen or running cards to save him. No help on the turn, and the river sent Zach to the rail, where his first thoughts were on the sibling rivalry he had with his brother Jeremy.
He outlasted me, so that's a little stinger. Would have liked to have been there at the final table with him.
And after an impressive run in which he was never at a loss for words,
I need to send you packing. Let's go. Get it all in with me right now. Let's go.
Norberto Camacho was eliminated in 14th place. The usually talkative Norberto had a hard time putting it all in perspective.
So, I don't know. I'll talk to you later.
Legends of Poker runner-up Dan Highmiller would be the next to fall in 13th place. And when Kong Pham eliminated young pro Alex Rocker in 11th place, it sent his chip count north of 10 million, and the final 10 players combined to one table. Vanessa Selbst was sitting second in chips to Kong, but she narrowed the gap when she eliminated Cliff Josephy in 9th place and Richard Tatalovich in 8th place, leaving us just one player away from the final 6. It was late into the night when Jeremy Kotler called Daniel Howes all in. Daniel was at risk. and his ace-king was behind the pocket kings of Jeremy. No help on the board knocked Daniel out in 7th place. And the Borgata Poker Open final table was set.
Back, got another shot at it, absolutely, very excited.
Kong Pham would lead the way, followed by 2 lawyers turned poker pros, Vanessa Selbst and Anthony Zeno. Jeremy would make his 2nd WPT final table, and rounding out the table were 2 young pros, David Randall and Eric Fields. Making your way through a field of nearly 1,200 entrants has got to be draining, both physically and mentally. So I can only imagine the level of fatigue setting in for our final 6 players. But the journey is far from over in this quest for a place on the WPT Champions Cup. For more analysis on tonight's play, we turn to WPT's very own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Now, Mike, superstar Vanessa Selbst definitely has the most experience in the spotlight of the remaining players. How do you rate her chances here tonight?
Well, Lynn, make no mistake about it, Vanessa Selbst is a poker superstar, and I really like her chances tonight. Here's why. She's got $7.5 million in career earnings. Nobody else at the table has $800,000. She's also starting out in good chip position tonight, starting in 2nd place. Now, I think Vanessa is going to win tonight and become the first woman in history to ever win a WPT Open event, meaning a buy-in event.
Wow. And Vince, who do you think is going to give Vanessa the most trouble at the table?
Well, Lynn, in poker, you really have to follow the money. So let's go to seat number 6. And sitting there is Kong Pham, 29 years old, out of Vietnam. His first ever final table. He's very aggressive. And you know what? They call him King Kong. That's his nickname. And I believe King Kong tonight will jump over the Empire State Building, probably get the girl, and probably take home this title.
Thanks, guys. And just before the players took their seats, we had a chance to check in with Vanessa.
You know, I gotta play smart, play well. I've been playing well all tournament. I feel really good about my game. Obviously, I have to get lucky, get some good cards, avoid some bad beats, but hopefully just keep doing what I've been doing and hopefully take it down.
The Borgata Poker Open final table is about to get started, so I'll throw it back to Mike and Vince for the call of the action.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Andy's going to be 10,000. Blinds are 50 and 100,000.
Okay, there you see the chip count. Kong Pham out in front. Behind him, Vanessa Selbst, and that's what they're playing for. The winner going to take home over $825,000.
The cards are flying around the table. We are getting started. And first to play is Anthony Zeno.
Anthony, 32-year-old pro out of Cranston, Rhode Island.
He will not play. Vanessa Selbst quickly going out. David Randall not going to play. And now we're on to Jeremy Kotler with the button and a miserable-looking 7-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, looks like he's going to make a button raise here. Makes it $225,000 to go.
Right behind him, though, Kong Pham, the chip leader with ace-3, has made the call. And look at this, Eric Fields with a big hand.
Lots of people have a certain playing style and they just want to go with that and be one player, but that's not really a winning strategy in my opinion. You have to be able to adapt to different players, different stack sizes, and different situations. All in.
Well, Eric starting out in 6th chip position, still has over $3 million in chips, moving all in right here with the ace-king.
Certainly does. Jeremy Kotler won't play. Kong Pham saying no mas. So first hand going to Mr. Eric Fields.
Yeah, nice all-in bet by Eric there. Takes down the pot.
All right, just getting started at Borgata in Atlantic City. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to Borgata.
Here it is, you know, my first event. I'm making the final table, going into it with high expectations and no regrets.
Poker's beautiful because it's a lot of logic balanced with the psychological factors of keeping cool. I just embrace that.
I've been playing this game a long time, and I feel like I'm equipped and I'm ready to take these guys on.
Make a WPT final table is everything to me. It's like a dream. It's amazing.
There's a lot of tough competition out there, very good players, and I'm just hoping today's my day.
Becoming a WPT champion would be incredible. I'm always going for the win. You don't see a lot of min cashes on my resume. The title means everything to me, and I'd be extremely honored to be a member of the WPT Champions Club.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Borgata, the land of saltwater taffy. That is Atlantic City, having a great time. as 6 players remain.
Well, there you see the graph of the chips in play. Obviously, Kong Pham has got a third of them in good shape right now with 6 players left.
Let's go down to the money pit. David Randall, poker pro out of Columbus, Ohio. First to play, he folds his hand. Jeremy Kotler getting out of his way. Kong Pham now.
Well, he's an aggressive player. Going to raise it up here with a 10-8 of clubs. Makes it 225 to go.
Eric Fields, though, not going to go anywhere. He's making the call with a king-queen. Zeno out and Vanessa now with a pair of deuces. Looks intrigued.
Well, I can't imagine she's going to fold, Vince. She's probably contemplating possibly raising because she plays so aggressive. But she does just make the call, so here we go. 3-way action here.
Here come the first 3 cards, and it is a king and an 8.
King 8, 3, 2 hearts. Action on Vanessa.
Kong hitting 8s but checking. Kings for Eric Fields, and he's the guy with the real hand at the moment. 22 years old, out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He will make the bet, 325. Vanessa out.
Well, Kong didn't bet the 2 8s, but he's going to call with them.
Looking to get lucky against Eric Fields. Let's go to the turn. When he does get lucky, and 8 hits, 3 of a kind for Kong.
Well, there's also 3 hearts out there now, though. Well, Kong is going to check.
David also checked.
And Eric wisely checks right behind him. And now a queen comes off, but there's 4 hearts out there. Neither player has a heart, of course. But Kong bets a $500,000 without the flush, just on the 3 8s. But Eric has made kings and queens here, Vince.
I know.
Might be a tough laydown to make here, but you don't like seeing the 4 hearts.
Call. Now he's got to make this call.
Well, Eric calls with the kings and queens. Sees he got outdrawn on the turn. Kong Pham going to take down this pot to extend his chip lead.
8 of clubs.
Wow, King Kong is married with 1 daughter, born and raised in Vietnam, now living in Naples, Florida. He's the chip leader. He's on a good roll right now. There's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. And you know who's at the end of the bar is the creator of the World Poker Tour, Steve Lipscomb.
Well, he's been around all week, Vince. Just sort of been on a vacation here, just laying back and taking the congratulations from all the players for starting the World Poker Tour.
All right, on to the next hand. Couple folds, and now Vanessa Selps with a king 5 of spades. Makes it 200,000 to go.
Makes the men raise.
David Randall will not play. Jeremy Kotler looks down at an attractive ace-9 of hearts.
Yeah, because he's out of position, he just calls here instead of 3 bets.
Jeremy's a consultant, semi-professional poker player out of Cleveland, and here is the flop. He hits his 9s.
Jeremy, an Ohio State Buckeye. He's going to check.
And she checks behind him. A 3 of hearts on the turn.
So Jeremy's got top pair, top kicker. Loves his hand after Vanessa checks on the flop, and he's going to bet.
Certainly is. 375 to go. Now what will Vanessa do? She's got zip and pip.
Wow.
Nothing there.
Well, this is what makes her so tough, Vince. Look at this. She checks the flop. She raises on the turn. No hand, no draw.
I raise.
Oh, wait. Wait a second. Jeremy says re-raise.
Wow. Well, I can see him calling here. I am shocked that he would re-raise. Just in case she flopped a set of 8s or did have the overpair.
And she is stunned, Mike.
He would be in dire straits right now. But as it is, the gig is up for Vanessa here. She has no hand and no draw and has been re-raised by Jeremy.
But wait a second. Call. She's going to call this.
Wow. Well, Vince, she's not calling because she's going to try to make a hand and win the pot. She's going to try to take the pot away from Jeremy. On the river, 7 of spade comes up. Jeremy checks.
Expect a bet here by Vanessa, but she's going to quickly check.
Wow, I am stunned by this check, Vince. Essentially, she's just waving the flag, gives up the pot. I thought she'd make a bold bet at the river after calling that raise on the turn with no hand and no draw, but changed her mind. Jeremy taking down that pot.
I think she was waiting for a club to come out and then make a big one. Didn't happen, so the consultant from Cleveland, Ohio, Jeremy Kotler, taking this one down. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by DraftKings. If you like poker and sports, then you're going to love daily fantasy sports at DraftKings. Go to DraftKings.com, enter promo code WPT, and start playing today. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. You know, we're at Borgata, and we've been reminiscing about all the great shows at Borgata. The final tables have been amazing. And if you're a Club WPT VIP member, you too can access the vaults and take a look at these shows, relive them with us.
Well, that's right, Vince, but that's just one of the benefits that they get by becoming a member of Club WPT. You also get to play unlimited poker, and you can win your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, plus win your entries into live WPT events. ClubWPT.com. Check it out. Sign up today. I think you'll like it.
Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Let's get back to the felt.
Well, there you see the chip counts of the players. Kong Pham well out in front with over 12 million in chips. He is dabbing it right now.
All right, cards being dealt. First to play, Anthony Zeno. And Anthony, a poker pro, 32 years old, won't play. Vanessa also going out.
Over to David Randall. He looks down at a junk hand, goes out.
Jeremy Kotler now with the button. Let's take a peek at his cards. It's a Queen King of Hearts. Pretty attractive hand. Will raise to 200,000.
Kong Pham with Ace King just calls here, Vince.
How do you like that? Now Eric Fields, wow, with the real hand pair of jacks.
Oh boy, we're going to see some fireworks here. He's on a short stack with 1.6 million.
All in.
Yep, he's going all in.
Can't blame him for going all in here with two jacks.
Certainly is.
Everybody would do the same.
Now Kotler. His King, Queen of Hearts. And he's serious. He's saying, how much is it?
Now it's about another 1.4 million to him. But
It's 1.6 total. Is that correct? I call.
Whoa, he's going to make this call. Kong Pham now.
I'm all in.
And he goes all in over the top. Eric can't believe it, but now Jeremy Kotler's the guy caught in the pickle here.
Why are you such an animal, man?
It's King Kong.
Damn right he is.
He called the $1.4 million bet, and now has been re-raised all in. Well, Vince, he's in shock how Kong played this hand, but I don't see how you can call all your money with King Queen here.
Lays it down. Kong Pham going to show his Ace King, and we got a big race situation here for Eric Fields' poker life.
Other guy had King Queen.
So Eric Fields got to feel pretty good about his chances.
Eric Fields, business degree from University of Alabama, would like to get a good flop, and he gets a pretty good one.
Well, 9-7-5. So far, so good for Eric. He has got a chance to triple up here.
Deuce.
All right, here we go with the turn. Oh, boy.
6 of diamonds comes off.
Interesting.
So Kong needs an ace, a king, or any diamond to win the pot.
I'll take an 8. Good job, Fog.
An 8 that's not the 8 of diamonds, they would split the pot. Well, right now it's roll tide for Eric Fields, but he's got a lot of cards to dodge to stay alive.
This many outs. If you had like one out, I'm dead. But this many outs, I can dodge.
The youngest player at the table, staying cocky.
Let's go to the river. Let's see what we got.
Can he stick around and double up? Down to the river we go.
It's an 8. Oh, wow. What tough luck for Eric Fields right there. Vince, he'd have tripled up, had over $5 million in chips if he wins that pot. Been right in the thick of things to take this title, but that is poker. Eric Fields drowning at the river there when the ace pops off at the river to give Kong the victory.
Well, Eric Fields' Fields of Dreams are over right now. He'll take home $168,000. Let's go see what he has to say.
It feels great. You know, my friends and family have been great the whole way, supporting me, and you know, it's been a great ride, and unfortunately it didn't get my way, but hopefully the next time it will.
Down to 5 players, Mike.
Vince, what can you say? King Kong making every move exactly right so far. He is flying through the jungle. Hasn't missed a vine yet, I can tell you that.
King Kong, Kong Pham, the 29-year-old out of Vietnam, says he takes his poker winnings and sends it back to the old country for his family. And he's got a big chance of winning nearly $1 million here tonight.
Kong Pham nearing half the chips in play here.
All right, we've lost one. Now, in this hand, Anthony Zeno out. Vanessa Selps with a solid mid-pair. Pair of sevens makes it 200,000 to go. David Randall with an uneventful 6-2 won't play. Kotler getting out of their way. Kong Pham will speculate with a Jack-5.
Well, why not, Vince? The guy is running hot, winning every pot. Let's gamble.
Flop comes up Ace-Queen-8.
Well, not a good flop for Kong there, but Vanessa not happy with it either. There's 3 overcards out there. Goes check, check.
Now an ace on the turn, pairs the board. Kong looks like he's giving this up. He's checking again.
Well, Vanessa's starting to feel like her 2 sevens are the best hand, but this guy checks twice in a row. So she's going to bet. Kong goes out. Vanessa Selps takes down the pot.
Well, Mike, as we take a quick break in the action, let's tell our viewers what's been happening on the World Poker Tour since our last televised event at the Legends of Poker.
Well, Vince, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa, Florida, held a WPT regional where Scott Anderson emerged victorious and took home over $68,000 for the win.
That is beautiful, Scott. Well done. And if you'd like to come out on the World Poker Tour and play one of these tournament events, go to worldpokertour.com and check out the complete tournament schedule. All right, back down to the felt at Borgata. The antes have gone up to 20,000. Blinds are 61-20. Quick fold by Zeno. Vanessa Selps. What a talented young player she is.
Wow, throws away an ace high. That's unlike Vanessa.
Well, maybe she picked up that the man on her left, David Randall's got a little mid-pair, pair of eights, and he will raise with that 275.
David Randall, they call him Big Time, 26-year-old pro out of Columbus, Ohio.
Kotler out, and now King Kong with a nothing 10-3, but he's already invested. And look at this. He's going to reinvest, makes it 625 with a junk hand.
Well, Kong really thinks he's running well now. Going to raise with this hand.
Back on David Randall.
On.
Yeah, King Kong's going to get a dose of his own medicine here.
He says all in.
An all-in bet there, over the top by David Randall. Says you can beat these eights. Good luck to you. I don't believe it. Kong goes out. David Randall takes down the pot.
We got players playing with nothing here tonight, bluffing the way to victories.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stick around for more World Poker Tour.
Borgata is by far the best casino on the East Coast. Playing here is just perfect for poker.
It's definitely one of my favorite stops. I feel comfortable here.
I really believe that Borgata is one of the best places to play poker. It's a beautiful casino. Everybody here has treated me extremely well. I love coming here. It's a really well-run tournament, and I couldn't recommend it highly enough.
Well, Vanessa's right about that. Players love coming here to Borgata, and why not? Such a beautiful property, and they do run poker tournaments. Fantastic.
5 players remain going after big dollars here tonight.
And Kong Pham has over 15 million in chips. So right now, it's the King Kong show, Vince.
Action going to Vanessa Selps out of Brooklyn, New York. Quick fold by her. David Randall.
I do hope so. Come on, give me more.
Poker Pro will not play this. Jeremy Kotler.
And he is on the button, looks down at a 10-6 offsuit, going to throw it away. So, battle of the blinds here.
On to Kong Pham. The chip leader with ace-4 makes it 250 to go. And now Anthony Zeno.
You get king-7 offsuit, and you have position on this guy, but still, you know he can raise with any 2 cards, so you call him with the king high, and you flop 2 sevens.
Yep, and Kong with the 4s has checked.
It is a habit. You know, if I something like...
Anthony, as you can see, has middle pair with top kicker and is going to bet.
He bets 300,000.
Okay.
Kong, very good nature to the table. Going to make a loose call with a little pair.
He's got bottom pair.
And we're turning.
Check.
And he makes 3 4s on the turn. Vince, we saw him do this a little bit ago when he had 2 8s. His opponent had 2 kings. He had 3 8s on the turn to win that pot.
Oh boy, Kong has dug the hole, put the branches and the twigs over it, waiting for the sucker to fall in, and it has just happened. As Zeno bets his 7s.
Anthony bet 600,000. And as you can see, he's about to get check raised. And that's exactly the case. And right now, Anthony giving himself a lecture. Why did I bet these 7s? If the guy check raises me, I can't call. I have to throw my hand away, whether he's bluffing or not.
Anthony Zeno went to law school loves science and law. Says if he does well here, he's going to pay off some of his student loans.
Oh, boy. He won't be able to pay them all off in case he makes this call. But he doesn't. He lays the hand down.
Very wise by him. Kong Pham with the 3 of a kind. Going to rake in that pot, extend the chip lead.
Well, Vince, Kong Pham used to be a nail technician. And I can tell you right now, he is putting a manicure on all these players at this table.
All right, on to the next hand. A couple quick folds around to Vanessa. Vanessa, of course, went to law school at Yale. And she is going to raise this with an ace-5. Makes it 250 to go. David Randall gets out of her way. And now Jeremy Kotler with the pair of 9s.
Well, he's in the big blind with 2 9s. Vanessa going to raise on the button with about any 2 cards. Jeremy knows it, so definitely going to 3-bet here, I would guess.
He's got a marketing degree out of John Carroll University in Ohio. Very shrewd poker player, and he is going to re-raise. Sure he is. Bang. 7:25 to go.
Jeremy, what can I say about Jeremy? He was on the short stack. I think he played it very well. He was cautious when he had to be. You know, now he's got a little bit more chips, and I think he'll probably be dangerous if it gets a stack.
Oh, look at this, Vince. Vanessa is going to 4-bet here with the ace rag, and a snap all-in bet by Jeremy, and a snap fold by Vanessa.
Complete disappointment there for Vanessa Selps. She thought she could manhandle Jeremy. That's not the way it's done here. Jeremy too tough for that.
Well, Vince, you see Vanessa wears her emotions on her sleeves, looking all around, not happy with her play there.
5 players remain here at Regatta. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. Keeping up with the latest news on your favorite players and tournaments can be a real grind. ClubWPT.com makes it easy with online access to poker magazines like WPT Poker.
Get all the poker you want at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to Borgata and the WPT, where 5 players are battling it out to be this season's Borgata Poker Open champion. Let's send it back to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to check the chip counts and the call of the game.
Thank you, Lynn. As you can see, Kong Pham, originally out of Vietnam, is the chip leader with over 16 million.
Yeah, he is in great shape, Vince. Almost 3 times as many chips as the guy in second place right now. Action on Anthony Zeno.
Fold.
Yep, a quick fold by Anthony. Vanessa Selps now. She is betting with nothing here tonight. With just Jack-9, she makes it 250.
Vince, what about this? Anthony and Vanessa, both graduates of law school, playing poker as a profession.
David Randall out. Kotler out. Kong Pham might be more stubborn. He's already in the big blind, and he will make this call with an 8-5 of spades.
I want to see a flop of that hand.
Amazing the hands Vanessa plays. And the flop comes up 7-6-5.
Oh, nice flop for Kong. He's got a pair and open straight draw. Vanessa sees the danger in that situation.
And a jack on the turn, Mike.
Well, Vanessa's taking the lead now with 2 jacks. But look at Kong's hand. Opening, straight draw, flush draw, and a pair. And he is going to bet $425,000.
Vanessa now with the top pair. Possible straight draw 2.
I'm just going to call. Does not raise with the 2 jacks. Too many hands could beat her.
Down to the river. Can Kong hit here like he's been doing all night? Nope. 10 of clubs.
Check. Well, Kong quickly checks on the river.
Will Vanessa go in for the value bet with the jacks on the end? Of course she does.
Wow, very impressive here by Vanessa.
That's 875.
Flop, good turn. Bad river. Flop, pair open ended, turn, pair open ended, flush draw.
Kong's explaining his hand, how wonderful his possibilities were.
Well, in the meantime, that means you're throwing it away when you give that dissertation.
He is good-natured, I'll give him that, as he folds the hand.
Well, Vanessa picks up a pot. She's happy to get one.
There's Vanessa's newlywed wife, Miranda, in the front row.
Married earlier this year.
That's right.
Vanessa's done nothing but win millions since they got married.
All right, Kong Pham with the big hand, picking up ace-queen of spades, just like that. And he makes it 250 to go. Zeno out. Vanessa also not going to play. And now David. He will not play that mess.
Yeah. Jeremy now looks at ace-king in the big blind. He's definitely going to play.
800.
Yep, makes it 800,000 to go. And this could spell a lot of trouble for Kong Pham.
On.
Call.
He says all in. Insta call there by Jeremy Cutler.
Well, Jeremy has him dominated. If he wins this pot, he'll be in second chip position. If he loses it, he's out in 5th place.
Wow.
A big opportunity here for Jeremy to double up.
Great position here with 5 cards to come. King Kong usually comes out ahead tonight so far. Will he get lucky here with the queen? Not there. It's a 9-8-5 on the flop. The spirit suits.
Very good flop for Jeremy. He'll dodge 2 runners to make a straight or a queen.
The crowd on its feet right now.
Well, there you saw Jeremy's brother Zach, who finished 15th in this tournament. Great showing by him as well. Yeah, the board pairs 9s. Now, if an 8 or a 5 comes off, they would split this pot.
3 of hearts.
Kong needs a queen to win the pot.
King Kong, amused at this, keeps his smile. Down to the river we go.
He's got over 20 million in chips prior to this pot, man, so it's easy to smile.
You don't have to be worried.
Jeremy, on the other hand, very worried.
Kong hit the queen. It's an
It's
ace.
an ace. Jeremy is going to out-kick him. The big kicker is going to play. Ace is up with the king kicker. Going to beat aces up with the queen kicker. Jeremy Cotler has once again vaulted back into second place at the final table.
Oh boy, kicks King Kong where it hurts.
Oh, you're right, Vince. He's like the airplanes when they were shooting King Kong down from the top of the Empire State Building.
Well, that hand signals the end of our first hour of coverage from the Borgata Poker Open. But before we go, Mike and Vince, please sum up tonight's play.
Well, certainly you got to say Jeremy, who just folded in second chip position, things are going very well for him. But Kong Pham is the guy you got to salute so far at this final table. He came in as the chip leader. He's done nothing but extend it. Every move he has made has just been perfect, Vince.
Yeah.
Unlike poor Vanessa Selp, who's struggling a bit here.
She certainly is. She is getting chipped away like a Justin Bieber haircut right now. But you know what? I got to give her credit. She's very poised. She knows this title is still very doable, and she's controlling her emotions. She could come back.
Don't count her out.
No, not at all.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Vanessa is definitely a tough player. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open from Atlantic City. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Atlantic City, some players' dreams will come true, while others crash on the Jersey coast. Continuing coverage of the $3.9 million Borgata Poker Open continues tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Good evening and welcome back to the WPT's continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open here at the beautiful Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We've got quite the exciting final table in store for you, so I'm going to turn over the reins to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to set the stage and recap the action we have seen so far. Guys, take it away.
Well, thanks, Lynn. You know, the story at this final table to me has been the play of the 29-year-old from Naples, Florida, Kong Pham. This guy came to the final table as the chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that chip lead ever since he's gotten here for his first WPT final table. He has sent the message out to everybody, I'm the guy to beat here. If you're looking on the flip side of that, what's been the most surprising thing, probably the decrease in chips of Vanessa Selp. She's a true poker superstar, Vince. Be interesting to see if she can come back.
Well, she's a great player, but she has gone colder than the maitre d' at a French restaurant. You know, it's very sad, but she has great composure. She's hanging in there. But let's talk about the guy, King Kong. I mean, he's amazing. That's his nickname. And he's incredible. You know, he's loose. He's a gambler. He likes to look at more hands than a manicurist. Very impressive.
The guy was a nail technician for 8 years.
That is right.
Kong Pham.
And he's our chip leader. Let's go check the chip count and get back to the table. What are you doing to your fingernails, Mike?
Well, just polishing them up there a bit. There you see Kong Pham with over 18 million. The second place guy, Jeremy Kotler, has 5 million in chips.
Yeah, the winner's going to take home $825,000. Big money here in the land of saltwater taffy, the beautiful Atlantic City, and the most beautiful hotel casino on the East Coast, Borgata. Here we go, a quick fold, and now, pair of 8s for Jeremy Kotler.
Yeah, certainly going to raise it up with this. Makes it $260,000 to go.
Yep. Used to be into commercial real estate, now playing semi-professional. Gets a couple folds, but it's around to Vanessa Selps.
Well, she's got Kojak.
She's in the big blind,
I call.
and she will make this call. Vanessa, of course, one of the finest women players, or just poker players around the world. And the flop comes up ace, queen, jack.
Well, Vanessa's got 2 jacks and a straight draw on checks. Jeremy checks right behind her. Now the board pairs queens.
Vanessa in front, but does she know it? No, she's going to check again. Kotler with just a pair of 8s.
And he is now going to bet the 2 8s.
Yeah, 225.
Jeremy bets 225,000.
And the guy raises before the flop, and you just have bottom pair with looking at all those picture cards and aces. You're not happy about it. But Vanessa going to make the call here with the jacks.
Down to the river we go. Who will get lucky?
I can assure you, Jeremy, not happy about that call. Now a 7 comes off at the river.
Vanessa checks.
Vanessa, they both check.
Check, check. Vanessa turning up the 2 jacks to take down the pot.
Well, Vanessa Selps went to Yale, studied to be a lawyer, gave it all up for the dream of being a poker professional, and she's done incredibly well.
I'm definitely extremely competitive. My friends always describe me as the most competitive person that they know.
And Vince, I'll tell you, she's got that look on her face. I can't believe that this lady's going to beat me. And it's paining her that she's now behind.
It's mostly a drive within myself to just always be the best that I can. You know, if I'm playing any kind of game, whether it's like a game of catchphrase with friends or a major poker tournament, I just want to win.
Well, Vince, she is competitive, no doubt about it. Even played you in tennis one time.
Yeah, we hit a few tennis balls. She used to play a little bit. It was fun to play with her. She's a good athlete. All right, back to this hand. Quick fold by Kong Pham, the chip leader.
She can want to win all she wants at tennis, Vince, but she's not going to beat you.
Zeno out, Vanessa also going out, and now it's on to David Randall. He's got a real hand, pair of jacks. David Randall's a poker pro out of Columbus, Ohio.
Well, it's a battle of the blinds here. And what a hand to have in a small blind, and he is going to raise it up to $300,000.
Yeah. Now Jeremy Kotler right behind him has an ace-9.
Well, Jeremy has just less than 2-to-1 chip advantage over David. What do you do here with ace-9?
All in.
Whoa. Well, there you go. He's going all in.
I call.
David is going to make the call with the jacks. So David Randall out in front. Good chance for him to double up right here.
Jack ball. There's his girlfriend, Christina Lindley. 5 cards to come. All right, let's do flop. Jack's out in front. Here we go.
Battle of the blinds. 2 jacks versus ace-9.
Oh, wow.
Ace right in the door. Comes ace, king, 8.
That's a pretty good flop for you.
Well, you see the disappointment in David's face. He's sort of chuckling about it, but he's sick right now underneath. He needs 2 runners to make a straight, or needs to catch a jack. Otherwise, he's going to be our 5th place finisher.
Oh, man. Bad flop with David Randall. Going to the turn. Jacks have been unlucky all night long so far. Can David Randall pull out a miracle here? Here it is, almost a 10 of diamonds.
Well, the 10 comes off. This gives him more outs. A queen would now win the pot for him as he'd make Broadway an ace-high straight.
Jack or a queen. David gets a smile on his face now, realizing there's a potential here.
And he has 6 outs, as we say. He needs a jack or a queen.
Will he get it?
Nope, board pairs 10s. And that's going to do it for David Randall, the 26-year-old called Big Time out of Columbus, Ohio. He was pretty big time to get to this final table, Vince, but wasn't quite meant to be for him tonight.
He walks away. He's going to take home $208,000. Disappointed. He looks for the camera.
Picked up jacks in the small blind. Raise, got jammed on. I call. Not folding jacks to 20 bigs, so I played, I would say, my A game.
Well, with David out, we're down to 4 players. Our current chip leader, Kong Pham, still well out in front.
Yeah, he's got about 17.5. Jeremy Kotler with about 8.9 million. Then there's Vanessa Selps with 4.7, and Anthony Zeno with 4.3 million in chips. Action going to Anthony Zeno, and he's got the real hand of the night. The pair of kings, the Cowboys. Saddle up.
Yep, the 32-year-old pro out of Cranston, Rhode Island, going to raise it up here to 250.
But Vanessa, she's got a pair of 7s, and she does not get playful because she just calls. Lucky for her.
Well, she's so aggressive, Vince. She would normally 3-bet, you would think, with that hand, but makes a call here.
Jeremy, the real estate guy, out. King Kong not going to play. So we got 2 real hands here, kings versus 7s.
Yeah. Anthony out in front with the kings, and here comes the flop. Queen 6 deuce.
Anthony with a nice overpair. How does he want to play it? Look at this. He's going to try to trap, disguise his potential.
Wow, Vanessa checks right behind him with 7s. Yep. Vince, that's playing above the rim. When you check 2 7s on that flop after your opponent checks in front of you.
Well, 5 of clubs on the turn. And now Zeno comes in with a bet. 400,000.
Vanessa going to make the call, but I'm wowed. She hadn't taken a more aggressive tact with 2 7s in this hand. Now a 10 comes off.
Helping neither player. Zeno with a beautiful overpair. 32-year-old out of Rhode Island will put in the value bet of $675.
And Vanessa just suspects that he's got a big duke here, but boy, oh boy, the way this hand was played after a check on the flop, do you really throw 2 7s away?
Zeno went to law school, says he wants to pay off a bunch of student loans if he wins. This is his opportunity of a lifetime.
Oh, boy. This case is between 2 lawyers, Vince.
And she is going to make this call. She's not going to like this. No.
And Anthony is Perry Mason here as he takes down this pot against Vanessa.
Well, he played it well. The check on the flop was very good.
Well played.
And Vanessa's shaking her head, not only because she made the call, but she's shaking her head, you know. How are these guys picking up all these hands? Kings, jacks, ace, kings. Let me have some cards here.
She is some competitor. Anyway, the blinds are going up to 80 and 160 with a $20,000 ante. Zeno with the quick fold. And now Vanessa, well, she picked up another hand, pair of 9s.
Wow, well, the 7 didn't work out for her. Let's see how the 9s do when she's on the button. Well, she's going to raise it again up to 350. These guys might better be careful because it looks like a steam raise here after she just lost that last pot. But indeed, you can see she's got a hand.
Jeremy Cutler, he won't play that mess. On to Kong Pham, our chip leader. Kong has got a king 3 of clubs.
Well, he's also got a lot of chips. Yep. So he is going to take a look at a flop here, makes the call.
He can afford to speculate. Here we go, 9s versus king 3, and the flop comes up a 6-4 deuce.
Kong has a gut shot straight draw. 5 would give him a straight. Vanessa happy to see that flop. She's got the overpair with the 2 9s and bets 350,000.
Yep. Kong looking a little puzzled, trying to figure out exactly where he is, what she has. Kong Pham, married with a daughter. Currently unemployed, he says. Playing by his poker wits. Is going to make this call, hoping to catch. To the turn, a 9 of clubs.
Wow.
3 of a kind for Vanessa.
3 9s for Vanessa.
No help for Kong. He checks.
Because there's a possible straight and possible flush draw out there, Vince. You're probably not going to see Vanessa check here. I wouldn't check either once the guy called me on the flop. She is going to bet.
Yeah.
Kong can't stand it anymore. He goes out. Vanessa takes down the pot. Happy to pick one up.
Yeah, well done. Everything went Vanessa's way in that hand.
Yeah, she's sitting in 4th place in chip count with 4 players left, so Everything she picks up, she's happy to get right now.
It's time to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more poker action. Plus, Tony Dunst will size up tonight's play in the Raw Deal. We'll take a look back at WPT's rich poker history and see how the Royal Flush Girls shake off their jet lag with a full-service adventure at Borgata. It's all coming up when we return on the WPT.
Season 12 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We're back for more WPT coverage from Borgata.
Here we go. 4 players remain in Atlantic City.
Where there you see the chip graph. And as you can see, Kong Pham has nearly half the chips in play with 4 players left.
Living in Naples, Florida. Over 16 million right now. He's got ace deuce. He's going to raise. 330 to go.
Raise up to 330 from Kong. Lays it down.
Anthony going out.
Now Vanessa Selps won't play that. And now Jeremy Kotler with the weapons of mass destruction. The pair of aces. Wow, how do you get them?
Dream hand for Jeremy here.
Over to Jeremy, who makes the call.
Look at this, Vince. He is just going to call here. He is not going to re-raise with 2 aces. Now, folks, that shows me you got to have a lot of heart and not afraid to play pots when you don't re-raise with 2 aces before the flop.
And the flop comes up 995. Kong Pham not hitting there.
Jeremy is checked, and Kong is making the continuation bet of $375,000. I look for some action to take place here soon by Jeremy with the aces, and there it is.
Makes it a smooth 800,000.
Jeremy, he willing to put, the pressure on the player. I saw him 4-betting me like 3 times and other player too. So he's not afraid to put a chip in,
Especially when you have aces.
Wow, look at this. Kong is re-raising 1.6 million.
King Kong slipped on the banana right there.
Well, Vince, I can tell you, if you're Jeremy Kotler, you are sick right now. You're fearful your opponent has flopped 3 nines. You didn't raise before the flop, and you're saying to yourself, don't tell me I'm going to get broke out of this tournament because I didn't re-raise before the flop, and this guy slopped into 3 nines.
2-7.
Well, that's what you do. You come back over the top. You make a 2-7 to go.
I really like this bet by Jeremy, and I like it for this reason. He knows if his opponent re-raises once again, he's probably got 3 nines for sure. He's going to find out right here, right now, rather than just calling and guessing on the next street.
Yeah, there's Jeremy's brother, also a terrific poker player, Zach.
Yeah, almost made this final table, finished 15th in this tournament.
Kong Pham got himself in a mess of trouble here. Just got out of line, and now he's got nothing.
Well,
will he release?
Can't blame him for making this play, Vince, but
can't blame him.
You better put the brakes on now after the guy has re-raised him yet again.
It's creative, but
yeah.
He finally lays it down, and Jeremy Kotler, the consultant, semi-professional poker player out of Cleveland, Ohio, will take that down.
Well, Vince, I know this. By slow playing those aces, Jeremy probably picked up 1.6 million more than he would have had by raising pre-flop.
The fact that my brother and I both made it so deep was really a unique experience. We were really hoping to both make the final table, but unfortunately, it didn't turn out well for him at the end.
He outlasted me, so that's a little stinger. Would have liked to be there at the final table with him.
But hopefully I can come through and represent for the family.
Well, you know what they say. The family that plays together stays together. Always that goes broke together.
Well, right now, Kong Pham's chip count going down. Jeremy Kotler's going up. With those 2 aces, he has closed the gap considerably on the chip leader.
Back down to the money pit we go. Anthony Zino with an attractive king, queen of hearts.
Got some well-dressed men at this table tonight, Vince.
Yep.
Perhaps they'll set a new trend. Instead of guys wearing those baggy pants and sloppy T-shirts.
He has raised it to 375. Vanessa out. And now Kotler also won't play.
Yeah, the Buckeye going out.
On to Kong Pham. He's got a little suited connector.
He's got some money out there. Just get those kind of cards you like to see flops with. He makes the call.
6-5 versus King Queen. And we are a flopping ace 8, 3 of diamonds. No one hits any of that.
No, neither player happy with that flop. Kong is checked. And Anthony looks like he's going to make the continuation bet. Indeed he is.
Like he should, 500,000.
And he gets the job done. So a nice continuation bet by Anthony, taking down that pot.
We have seen some great poker here, Borgata. Over the years, let's take a look back at one of these events on WPT Rewind. Oh boy, this could be a 22-year-old belly flop here by Vivek.
I'm all in. I call.
He does go all in, and he's quickly called by Vivek.
He squeezes me and him with tens. What am I supposed to do?
So Mark safe in the dream position, 2 aces versus 2 tens. Here comes the flop. Oh, a 10 comes on the flop. Vivek has taken the lead.
Oh, 10!
He looks like a walking jack in the box as he's jumping up and down there. He's flopped 3 tens. And Mark safe is just devastated. You can feel the dagger in his heart.
Vivek can't look. Burying his head in the sand. Here comes the river card.
Well, the 9 of diamonds comes off. So Vivek jumping for joy, and you can't blame him there.
This is so exciting. This is so exciting.
Oh, man, I just love watching Mark safe play. He made a few final tables. I don't think he's ever been the same since.
Well, Vance, that is just tough luck when you get all your money in pre-flop with aces like he did. But to Vivek Rajkumar's credit, he went on to take down the title after outdrawing Mark there.
Oh, we've seen great joy and pain in this very room over the years. Back the felt we go as 4 players remain here.
350.
Vanessa with Queen 10 has raised to 350.
Even though she's in 4th chip position, going to stay aggressive. Raises here with the Queen 10. Jeremy Kotler right behind her picks up 2 sixes. Jeremy well aware how aggressive Vanessa plays. Be interesting to see what he's going to do here with the 2 sixes. Will he just call? Will he 3-bet? He is going to re-raise to 825,000.
It really does. Couple folds behind them. And it's back on Vanessa.
Now Vanessa's problem is she's sitting in 4th chip position and just doesn't have 500,000 to spare to call this raise with just a Queen 10.
Yep, and she has to muck. So once again, Jeremy Kotler, so impressive. A semi-professional player. He has just taken it to one of the greats, Vanessa Selps, in a very big way. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to Borgata and the WPT, where 4 players are battling it out to be this season's Borgata Poker Open champion. Season 12 is just getting started, and we are already seeing some movement in the WPT Player of the Year race. Legends of Poker champion Jordan Christos is leading the way, but right on his heels is Dan Heimiller, who added to his point total with a 13th place finish here at Borgata. But note that tonight's champion will tie Jordan at the top of the leaderboard with 1,200 points. We'll keep you posted on the standings all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action here at Borgata.
Well, there you see Kong Fam still out in front with 14 million. Jeremy Kotler, however, has 11 million. And right now, Vanessa Selps on the short stack with just 3.5 million.
All right, to the game we go. Quick fold, and now Kong Fam with ace-5 has raised to 330. Zeno out, Vanessa Selps. Originally out of Brooklyn. She has 8-7, Mike.
She's in the big blind, meaning she got money out there, so see what she's going to do here.
Call.
She's going to make the call and see a flop.
We're going to go to a flop.
Flop comes up King, Jack, Deuce. No help to either player.
Vanessa's first.
Vanessa checks. And Kong checks right behind her. Doesn't make the continuation bet. Board pairs jacks now. Kong out in front with the ace-high. Vanessa checks. Again, Kong checks. Just doesn't want to fall in a trap here. But he's done it now as the 8 comes on the river. Vanessa now is the best hand with jacks and 8s. Action is on her. And Vince, because of the check on the flop and the turn, Vanessa's got to feel certain her 2 8s are the best hand. And she is going to bet 475,000.
Yeah, but now Kong Fam, well, he wasn't heavily invested. He just felt like these were an action flop and that she was going to trap him. He was wrong with that assumption, but now...
Oh, look at this, Vince. He made a mistake not making the continuation bet on the flop and makes another mistake by paying her off on the river. Kong Pham tripping over himself there, and Vanessa Self picking up some much-needed chips.
Nicely done by Vanessa.
Do not count her out, folks. She may have gone down, down, down for a while, but in case she gets on a little roll, they all better duck.
Oh, boy, she is as tough as a steak at Denny's, no doubt about it. Can she come back?
Well, she got an assist right there by Kong because he didn't make the continuation bet on the flop after raising pre-flop.
All right, Kong going to take a breather here. And now Anthony Zeno with ace-7 and the button goes to 350.
Vanessa, another decent hand here as king-queen in the small blind.
And he's at 20,000 blind, so 81.60 at this point.
Well, Vanessa going to make the call. Doesn't 3-bet with the king-queen.
And now Kotler with an ace-4 in the big blind. He's got money invested. He's in second chip position with over 11 million. And look at this.
Wow, he is going to 3-bet here to $1 million straight, putting the squeeze play on a bit. Well, Anthony lays his hand down.
And now Vanessa, will she get stubborn with her king-queen?
Well, this guy's been a thorn in her side all night long. She didn't know if he's making a squeeze play, but she's going to call the $1 million and look at a flop.
And the flop comes up 4, deuce, deuce, so Jeremy Kotler gets a piece of that with the 4s.
Well, Vanessa checks. Action on Jeremy.
He made it $1 million before the flop.
He's actually hit the flop here.
Yep.
And he's going to check. I am puzzled by that. After 3-betting before the flop, and now a queen comes off, giving Vanessa the best hand. So the check on the flop could spell big trouble for Jeremy.
And now she's not going to bet it. And he's not going to bet it. So
nobody wants to bet.
No, and a 4 hits on the river.
You're going to see some betting now.
This is ridiculous.
Jeremy has made a full house on the river. This could spell doom for Vanessa, Vince. The way this hand was played, Vanessa's got to think 2 queens with a king kicker is the best hand.
Well, she's just going to put in wasted chips right here. 850. Jeremy knows he has her. Now, what's the right increment? The amount that she will call with.
All in.
Oh, boy, he's going to put it all in.
Well, you see the grimace by Vanessa. Just can't figure out what is going on here. Everybody making big hands against her. The question is, can she get away from queens the way this hand was played?
You flop quads or something? You probably just call with deuces.
Well, she is puzzled by the way the betting when he 3-bet before the flop and then checked the flop and the turn and now moves in on the river when the unsuspecting 4 comes off.
It's just tough when you have 2 pair out there. Your poker life on the line.
It's a puzzling play. If you're sitting in Vanessa's seat, I'm telling you, you're bewildered by the way this action went. But she makes a great lay down.
Yeah,
she does get away from it. Jeremy takes down the pot, and Vanessa puzzled by the play.
They're battling at Borgata. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by DraftKings. If you like poker and sports, then you're going to love daily fantasy sports at DraftKings. Go to DraftKings.com, enter promo code WPT, and start playing today.
Right before heading to Atlantic City, I was actually visiting my home country of Turkey. A bunch of friends and family still there, and because of the 7 hours difference, I was extremely jet lagged. So my sweet friend Angelique took me for a massage at the Immersion Spa at the Water Club.
The spa was incredibly peaceful, very serene, very relaxing, and we really enjoyed our time there.
The massage was so relaxing, I could just definitely fall asleep. It was amazing. The mud massage was actually really comforting. It was super hot, but then it cools off right away. The mud itself is extremely exfoliating.
I got the Shiradara oil treatment, which I've never had before. It was incredibly soothing. I also got a facial and a head rub, which felt like heaven. And they even had pools there. Next time, I will have to bring my bathing suit.
The massage at the immersion spa was just what the doctor ordered. I'm so relaxed. Definitely don't have the jet lag anymore. Thanks, Angelique.
Well, Vince, I got to ask you, have you ever had a mud massage?
Listen, Mike, I take my mud baths at the poker table. That's about it.
Okay.
Mike, I got to talk about Jerry King from Los Angeles, California. He played on ClubWPT.com, and he got lucky enough to win his way, get a seat here on the World Poker Tour at Borgata, and has shot at the big bucks. Didn't happen, but he had a great time.
I figured I won when I won the WPT online, and this is all gravy.
Well, Vince, I got to tell you, Jerry did much better in this tournament than I did because he went deep into day 2. I was out on day 1. He also held his own against WPT champions like Will the Thrill Fiala and Scott Seaver. Now, folks, you too can have a chance to compete against these great players by going to ClubWPT.com, sign up today, check it out for yourself, and remember, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back down to the felt we go. Right now, we have a new chip leader with 4 players remaining, and that is Jeremy Kotler.
Well, the graph shows that Jeremy and Kong Pham pretty much tied in chips at the top, but poor Vanessa Selp still at the bottom with just 2.5 million.
All right, to the action we go. Quick fold by Kotler, and now Kong Pham, with just a 5-3, has made it 350 to go.
900.
Ooh, Zeno over the top. With ace-9 of spades, he's making it 900, and a quick fold by both Selps and Kong Pham.
So nice raise there by Anthony to take down that pot.
Yep, he's from Cranston, Rhode Island, 32 years old. Started playing at age 13 for pennies and nickels with his friends.
Very bright guy too, Vince.
Yeah.
His undergraduate degree was in chemical engineering. He went on to get a law degree, passed the Massachusetts bar, now plays poker for a living.
That's right. In the background, we see the Champions Cup. All the champs have their name inscribed on that. Let's go back to the felt. Vanessa Selps with a quick fold. Kotler now with an ace-9 of spades.
Well, you're certainly going to raise on the button with this hand. Jeremy does just that, makes it 325 to go.
King Kong taking a walk. So the only one to beat is Zeno, and Zeno's got the King 10.
Well, he is going to make the call. Knows he could well have the best hand, or if he doesn't, let's just take a look at a flop. And a nice flop it is for Anthony. He's flopped top pair, 2 10s with a king kicker. He's going to check, though.
Anthony's another good player. He's a little trickier. It's ironic because I actually knocked him out day 1A. And, you know, here we are at the final table after his re-entry.
Kotler's going to make the continuation bet with nothing, 425.
Well, Anthony's going nowhere with this hand after this flop. Just a matter if he's going to call or raise. Most guys would check raise here. Anthony just calls.
Yeah, he's walking that dog.
So we got the battle of the suits.
When it gets better for Anthony as a 4 diamonds comes up. He's got 4 diamonds. Checking again.
And Vince, this is a good check into an aggressive player who may fire yet again.
Will Kotler fall into the trap?
Jeremy is still fighting for this pot. He is going to bet again.
Can't help himself.
775,000.
Yep.
Now, if you're sitting in Anthony's seat, you're saying, does he really have me beat here? Well, if he can beat the 10s, at least I got a flush draw.
Then he's going to go all in with it. And a quick fold by Jeremy Kotler.
Well, there's a case if your opponent's got the 10s beat. Now you're going to go for the king-eye flush. If you have to, if your opponent calls, but he doesn't. Anthony taking down that pot. Another well-played hand by Anthony Zeno.
Yeah, very smart mathematical guy. Very analytical. Uses math to make all his decisions, he says, at the poker table. He's showing some strength tonight.
You're right, Vince. Anthony thinks poker is 60% logic and the rest is psychological factors.
All right, on to the next hand we go. A couple folds, and now Anthony Zino again, this time with just a 10-8. He's starting to slop around.
Well, he's going to limp in the small blind here.
Vanessa with the option to raise, but with Jack 3, content to see the flop.
Well, flop comes King 4, 3, 2 clubs. Vanessa out in front with the 2 threes. Action on Anthony. Look at this, Vince. He is going to lead out and bet 200,000.
Whoa!
And Vanessa lays down the pair, and without hesitation, she just hadn't seen this guy make any moves yet. Gives him credit for a hand that can beat the threes. Nice bet by Anthony.
We'll be right back with more from the Borgata Poker Open, including Tony Dunst's in-depth analysis of tonight's play in the Raw Deal. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. It's time to get analytical with some of tonight's play, so let's toss it over to Tony Dunst as he breaks it down in this edition of the Raw Deal.
How does she do it? That's what I hear get asked about Vanessa Selbst more than anything else. How is it that she continually makes major final tables and puts herself in a position to win? And why is she trying to ruin the Anthony Zino and Jeremy Kotler fashion show? Let's break it down. Many infamous Vanessa hands involve her making a big play with a big stack. But tonight, that's not the case. Vanessa is now the shortest stack four-handed, and all she wants is to get to showdown. The hand begins with Anthony raising the button to 350,000, and Vanessa calling in the small blind. Then, Jeremy makes a squeeze play with ace-rag in the big blind, and 3 bets to $1 million. The raise gets Anthony out, but after thinking it over, Vanessa makes the call. Vanessa pairs her queen on the turn and checks. Jeremy also checks, leading to the 4 on the river, which gives him a full house. At this point, Vanessa is pretty convinced Jeremy has an unpaired hand with moderate showdown value, like ace-king or ace-jack. She sizes her bet accordingly and fires 1/3 pot. Meanwhile, Jeremy is having a classic Rounders moment, just staring into space and dreaming, I want her to think I'm pondering a call, but all I'm really thinking about is Vegas and the Mirage.
All in.
Eventually, he announces that he's all in, which is clearly not what Vanessa wanted to hear. Why does she think it's unlikely Jeremy has a worse hand? First of all, she can be confident Jeremy isn't shoving a worse hand for value, because Queen Jack does not go all in here. Then she estimates what Jeremy can be bluffing with here, which isn't much. The flop was so uncoordinated that if he'd wanted the bluff at this pot, he probably would have bet right then. It's not like he's going to turn a pair into a bluff when he only has to call 1/3 pot for a showdown. So she decides that Jeremy usually has a better hand and elects to fold hers. With less than 30 blinds to start the hand, many players would justify calling off their tournament on that river. And while people always notice the big plays or dramatic suckouts, they miss the moments smart players like Vanessa save chips by getting away without paying off. And that's how she does it.
Well, it was a big laydown for her. She does a lot of things right. She has almost $8 million in career earnings. But Vince, she's still on the short stack. Can she come back and win? That's the question.
Yep, we're down to 4 players, and right now, Kong Fam, they call him King Kong, back out in front with 12 million. Let's go to the felt. Action on Anthony Zino. Very tricky player, this guy out of Rhode Island.
Well, he's a solid player, but we've seen him make a move or two.
Yeah. Well, he is folded now Vanessa with ace-jack. With the button. You would figure she's going to raise, but no, she just calls.
Well, this automatically puts the caution lights on because she raises every time on the button. Yep. And when she doesn't, you raise your eyebrows and say, what's going on?
Kotler out, Kong not going to raise, so here we go. Flop comes up 9-7 deuce. 7's there for Kong Fam.
And he checks the 2 7s. And Vanessa checks right behind him.
King of diamonds.
King of diamonds.
No help to either player there. Kong going to check his 7s again.
Vanessa not wanting to get raised out of this pot.
Yeah, she
checks also. Now an ace comes. So Vanessa now has the best hand with 2 aces.
Kong checks.
Well, she is surely going to bet this time after Kong checks.
Yeah. She's getting the chips out, and she makes a very min bet of 160,000.
Well, there's no way Kong is going to put her on an ace or a king because she didn't raise before the flop.
Yep.
He's going to pay her off with 2 7s. That's a curiosity call. He now sees she was still playing a bigger hand. Vanessa taking down the pot.
Thought you were gonna raise the first time I looked.
Vanessa Selps on the short stack here tonight, but battling back at Brigada. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
At Club WPT, I get to play as much poker as I like and to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including WPT tournament entry.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the Garden State. You're watching the WPT Borgata Poker Open.
We are back here, season 12 at Brigada in Atlantic City, and we're down to 4 players.
Well, there you see the chip count. Kong Pham out in front. Jeremy Kotler right behind him, and right now Vanessa Selps on the short stack with 4 players left.
Blinds 80 and 160. Action on Jeremy Kotler. Former commercial real estate man, semi-pro, folds his hand. And now Kong Pham will raise with just a queen deuce. Makes it 350 to go. Behind him, Anthony Zeno, though, with a big ace-jack. Re-raises.
Well, nice 3-bet here by Anthony Zeno.
Vanessa out, and Kong can't take the heat.
So there you go. This guy just quietly staying around, doing very well.
I loved science, and I also loved law, but I realized that I actually loved playing poker more. This past year, I've played a ridiculous amount of hours of poker. I pursued chemical engineering as an undergraduate major. I went on to law school to pursue patent law. I did finish the bar exam in Massachusetts. It's under my belt, but for now I would like to pursue the poker career because it's a lot of logic balanced with the psychological factors of keeping cool. I know every mathematical edge that I'm going to push and work my best to utilize that to win. I'm going to play my best, and no one's going to bully me.
Well, you admire a guy that gets all that education before he comes into the poker world, knows what he wants, he's now going after it.
Well, I just wonder, where did the cowboy hats go? Poker players used to have big cowboy hats on. Now they're wearing suits and are very smart. Used to be dropouts in the 5th grade. So we've come a long way.
Law degrees and suits, that's what it's come to.
All right, a quick fold by him, and now Vanessa Selps.
350.
Speaking of law, she graduated from Yale Law School back in 2012.
Got ace, queen of diamonds, makes it 350 to go. Kotler out.
She's finally picked up a big hand here. Raises on the button, and as you can see, Kong Pham with the 9-6 of hearts. Gonna look her up.
Yep. Very creative play this Kong Pham is, as is Vanessa Selps. Now look at this flop. Jack 10-9.
Well, beautiful flop for Kong. He's flopped a pair and a flush draw.
Vanessa, straight draw. Oh boy. After Kong's check, she's betting 350.
You can't blame her.
Kong sees his hand. Huge potential with a pair already.
Oh.
King Kong beats on his chest and says all in. Gonna put the pressure on Vanessa.
Yes, he is. She's got a tough decision now, Vince. She's got about 2.7 million left after that raise. She's got a straight draw. She's got overcards. But she knows most likely she's going to have to outdraw her opponent to win this pot, unless he has specifically a small flush draw.
I don't think I can fold this. All right, I call.
Yeah, she's going to make this call.
Wow, a bold call by Vanessa, and she needs a lot of help. You see her wincing. She sees her opponent has the best hand and the best draw. She's going to have to get lucky to stay alive, or she'll be out in 4th place.
Yeah, she is a dog. King Kong out in front right now with 2 cards to come to knock out the great Vanessa. What will happen?
Well, she's on her feet like everybody else is here. Here comes the turn. Oh, Jack of diamonds.
Yeah, she has a 4 flush now.
Well, that's a nice card for Vanessa.
You see that?
Gives her more outs.
It's too many outs.
What a turn, huh?
It's too many outs. I'm out of here.
She's packing up her bag.
She can win with an ace, a king, a queen, a 10, an 8, or any diamond. So certainly Vanessa with a lot of outs to win. It's a 10. Vanessa has done it. She has made a bigger 2-pair. She stays alive, goes over. High fives. Her wife, Miranda, her friends. She is back in advance just that quick.
Wow! What a hit on the river for Vanessa.
Best turn, maybe.
Back in action.
Probably.
Oh, Vince, right there. King Kong was on top of the Empire State Building. He took some bullets. Bam! He got wounded there.
5, 6, 7, that's 3 million.
With Vanessa's double up, we conclude our second hour of coverage at the Borgata Poker Open. So Mike, Vince, tell us your thoughts as we near the final stretch.
Well, my thoughts are we've seen some very good play at this final table so far, especially the three guys that are remaining. They've all played outstanding. Vanessa Selbst, I think, just got the break that she needed. She'd been outcarded by these guys, outplayed on occasions, but there she got lucky to double up. There's no doubt in my mind that it's anybody's game from here. Any one of these four players can etch their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, you're right, Mike. It is wide open right now. The dream is still alive for Vanessa Selbst. She is like my broke cousin Ricky. You know, she just doesn't go away. She can take down the Borgata title. Will she do it? We'll find out.
Well, guys, I cannot wait to see what happens. This should be quite a fight to the finish. Please join us next time when we will crown the WPT Borgata Poker Open champion. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone here at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
This evening, poker's brightest star will shine as one player will walk away with the lion's share of the $3.9 million prize pool here at the Borgata Poker Open. Find out who it will be tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Weaving your way through a field of nearly 1,200 entrants and 5 days of scrappy play is no walk in the park. And with the WPT title on the line, the competition is only going to get more intense from here. For more analysis on where we stand, I turn to my esteemed colleagues Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, with the finish line just around the corner, how do you see tonight's action playing out?
Well, Lynn, so far we've seen some sterling play at this final table, no doubt about it. 4 players left fighting it out for this coveted title, including one bona fide poker superstar in Vanessa Selbst.
All right, now let's play some poker.
Now, Vanessa has a problem, though. The 3 guys that she's playing against have played like poker superstars so far at this final table. The question is, can the guys continue their sterling play and one of them take the title, or can Vanessa turn things around and capture her first WPT title?
Mike, we don't know, but this is huge. I mean, this Borgata title, very prestigious, 1,189 players. That's how many players entered this. We're down to these 4. Winner will take home $825,000. It is up for grabs.
Well, boys, this should be quite the epic battle for the WPT Champions Cup and all the spoils that go along with it. Play is about ready to resume, so let's check the chip counts and head to the table.
Jeremy Kotler, a semi-professional player. He's a chip leader with $10.5 million in chips.
Well, the short stack has $7.5 million, Vince. That's Kong Pham right now. So it just shows you how close these 4 players are. Truthfully, anybody can still win this title.
They certainly can. Now the antes are 30,000, blinds are 100 and 200. Let's go to the felt. Action on Anthony Zeno, the 32-year-old, out of Rhode Island.
Fold.
Quick fold by him. And now Vanessa Selbst with a pair of jacks.
This is the biggest hand Vanessa's picked up at this final table. She is thrilled to see the jacks, and she is going to raise it to 400,000.
Doubles the size of the big blind. Now right behind it, Jeremy Kotler with King Queen. He's going to make this call. And Kong Pham, former chip leader, originally out of Vietnam, is going to splash around with a 6-4.
Well, going to cost him 200,000 more, but there's 1.1 million in the pot, so he's taking a flop, 3-way action, and the flop comes 9-5 deuce, 2 hearts. Vanessa still well out front.
Very safe for Vanessa. Jeremy gonna check. Kong with an inside straight draw, checking as well.
Well, Vanessa will not be checking here. Let's see how much she's going to bet.
Oh, you got to think this is an auto catin. And it is. Pushing in 650,000.
Well, there was 1.3 million in the pot, so she's bet about half the size of the pot.
Jeremy Cutler used to be in a commercial real estate broker.
Wow, Vince, he is making the call here with just a king-queen.
Well, he's the chip leader who can afford to speculate, and that's what he's doing.
Well, now there's 2.6 million in the pot, so it's going to cost Kong 650,000 to call. So he calls, and we still have three-way action.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
Well, as you can see, Jeremy now has the nut flush draw because he has the king of hearts. He checks. Kong also checks, and Vanessa does not like to see that card. A flush card, a straight card, and the dreaded ace.
Yeah, she's going to check. Even though she has a jack of heart, and the river card is a 5, pairs the board.
Well, one of these two guys with nothing take a stab at it. Jeremy checks, Kong checks, Vanessa checks.
And jacks.
She's going to win this pot with jacks up and going to be happy to do it. And by winning this pot, Vanessa Selps now the chip leader at the final table.
Yes, Vanessa in shock that her hand holds up. Very nicely done. And there's Vanessa Selps' wife, Miranda, in the audience.
Yeah, they were recently married earlier this year.
You're not.
And right now, our Lynn is talking to a very special guy.
I am so excited to be a part of the WPT team, and one person that I owe a debt of gratitude to is joining me tonight. The founder of the WPT, Steve Lipscomb. Thank you for returning and joining us. It's so nice to meet you.
It is an honor to be on your perch. You know, it's been 4 years since I've been here at the World Poker Tour, and it's exciting to see the madness continue.
Yes, it is exciting for sure. And now all of this excitement began over 12 years ago when the WPT first premiered. Did you think back then that poker would become as popular as it has?
This was the dream, to make this the NBA of poker. I think that this is the only place you can show up as somebody who loves the game to play with the Michael Jordans of poker, and that brings people for the excitement, the dream, and the potential. So this behind us is going to be going on for a long time.
Yes, and very, very unique. Well, thank you again for joining us, and the final table action is starting back up, so let's get back to Mike and Vince.
Well, Vance, I believe all poker players, pro or amateur, as well as everybody that works in the poker industry, owe Steve Lipscomb a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid, because by him creating the World Poker Tour, he changed poker forever.
Well, Mike, you're right. He's the guy that said if we can show the cards, they will come. They will watch this game. No one believed him, and he started it all. Back to the four-handed poker game, though. Quick fold by Vanessa Selps. Jeremy Cutler picks up a pretty strong ace-jack offsuit.
Pretty big hand in the four-handed poker game, especially when one player goes on out.
Makes it 400,000 to go. And Kong Fam will peek down at a bigger ace-king.
That's an earlier. He was in the small blind with ace-king. He just called the raise, did not re-raise it, end up winning a monster pot. That's not going to be the case here. He is going to three-bet it here with the ace-king to $1 million.
Zeno going out. Back on. Cutler. And you just call? You would think. But wait a second. Looks like he's going to get fancy. He's going back over the top. What a mistake.
All in.
And all in by King Kong.
Jeremy had been playing so well at this final table, but might have pressed it a bit too much here, Vince. With the four-bet of the ace-jack. Now Kong has gone all in. Now what do you do?
Absolutely did overplay this.
He's put so many chips in there, does he fold? But still, it's 4.6 million more to him. That's a lot of bacon.
Well, he's put in about 2 million. Doesn't have to make this call. At some point, you got to just say, slow down.
I call.
And he's going to call this. Oh, he's going to hate himself.
Well, a massive pot. You see the frustration of Jeremy.
Mistake of the night for Jeremy Cutler. He is in big trouble.
It's unlucky, man.
Well, Kong can go from last to first just like that if the ace-king holds up here.
What a position for Kong Fam. as we go to the first three.
He's a big chip leader at this final table for a long time. He can regain it here if his hand holds up. So far, so good. Flop coming 7-5-3, 2 diamonds.
4 diamonds. 4 diamonds.
As you can see, Jeremy does have the ace of diamonds, but would have to hit runner to win this pot. Needs to catch a jack to take the lead. It would split if 2 straight cards came up. But right now, Kong in great shape to double up and become our chip leader.
All right, 4th Street.
Well, deuce comes off, which means if a 4 comes off, they would split this pot. Jeremy needs a jack to win the pot and eliminate Kong from this tournament. Any other card will be a double up for Kong.
Jack would be incredible, and it's not the day.
6. So there you go. The ace-king holds, Kong doubles up, and he is once again the chip leader at the final table. Vanessa Selps now in 2nd place. Anthony Zeno in 3rd, and just like that, Jeremy Kotler, who held the chip lead, is now in 4th place.
All right, Kong fam, quick fold.
Well, Anthony out as well.
All in.
Vanessa Selps with ace-6 says all in. And Jeremy has a pair of 5s.
Call.
And he's going to call with that.
Well, Vanessa says all in, but really, she's only got to put in the 2.9 million that Jeremy has in chips. So it's a race situation, an ace-6 versus 2 5s. Jeremy must win with the 2 5s, otherwise he'll be out in 4th place.
That is right. Oldest player at the final table, 33 years old, Ohio State graduate in a race situation.
Ace-6 versus the 2 5s. Here's the flop. An ace right on the flop. Here comes ace-8-4. Vanessa takes the lead with 2 aces.
That's some runners.
Jeremy's going to have to catch 2 runners to make a straight or a 5 to win this pot.
Simple game sometimes.
He could make a straight 2 different ways, but he'd have to hit 2 runners in a row to do it.
Yep, Jeremy Kotler looking bad right now. Here we go with a turn, another ace.
Well, an ace comes off. So we are down to the river. Jeremy must catch a 5 to make a full house to win this pot. Otherwise, he's going to be our 4th place finisher.
It would be a 2-outer. Let's go to the river. Can a 5 appear?
Well, a 7 comes off. So that is going to do it for Jeremy Kotler. The Buckeye bounced out in 4th place. Played very good poker most of the time at this final table. You thought he overplayed the ace-jack when he committed so many chips, where Kong doubled up. But still a nice event for Jeremy. Well done. He finishes in 4th place tonight.
Yeah, I've been battling with him the entire tournament, and button versus blind, he gets very aggressive, and I thought ace-jack could easily be ahead there at that point, and unfortunately this time I was wrong, and it's the way it goes sometimes.
With Jeremy out in 4th place, we still have 3 players vying for the 1 spot on the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Borgata Poker Open, including Tony Dunst breaking down some serious hands in the Raw Deal. See how you can entertain yourself at Borgata and find out if our newest ones to watch can handle poker's bright lights. Don't go away.
Season 12 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. 4 players battle for the Borgata Championship right now at the Borgata Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Well, Mike, let's take a moment out and talk about Larry Norton from Youngstown, Ohio.
You got a Buckeye here, all right.
He had the ultimate experience for ClubWPT.com as a VIP member at Borgata this week. He had a great time, and I want you all to know that it could happen to you as well.
Well, that's right, Vince. Check out ClubWPT.com. Who knows, you could win a live seat into a WPT main event just like Larry did.
It doesn't get any better for poker players when you can get a free roll for $24 a month.
And remember, never lose a dime playing poker.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
That's right. All right, back to the felt we go. We're in beautiful Atlantic City at the Borgata. Great, great place to play poker and have a good time. And right now, Vanessa Selps, our chip leader.
Well, incredible, Vince. She was close to elimination in this tournament. And now she's the chip leader with 3 players left, going for her first WPT title. Let's see if she can do it.
And he's at 40,000 blinds, 120 and 240. Action on Anthony Zeno. He's got a real hand, a pair of jacks. He's 32 years old, started playing poker at age 13 for pennies, and now he's playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars. He's raised. Makes it $500,000.
Well, Vanessa looks down at the ace-9 offsuit. Now she knows this guy could be making a button raise, so she could well 3-bet here. Especially as chip leader, and she's doing it. 1,250,000 is the bet. Kong gets out of the way.
Certainly does. Back on the guy with the actual real hand.
Yeah, he'll be going nowhere. Except probably upstairs, and there you go. Anthony 4-betting it here to $2.5 million.
Anthony has re-raised to 2.5.
And Vince, to me, that should be the clue for Vanessa to hit the road. This guy's not going to 4-bet without a hand in this situation against the chip leader.
All in.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Vanessa has gone
She
all
has
in.
gone all in.
Uh-oh.
No way he's going to throw jacks away.
No.
I don't think.
It's possible.
I mean, only 3 hands can beat him, aces, kings, and queens.
I didn't even think about it.
Wow. I can't believe he's thinking about this. Especially against an ever-aggressive Vanessa Selps. Well, he knows his tournament life is on the line. If he loses, he's out, but he's got $2.5 million invested.
What a big moment for Anthony Zeno right now.
Call.
Well, he does call.
He makes a good call.
Well, she winces. And Vince, you just have to assume your opponent is going to call you when he 4-bets in that spot for 30% of his stack when he's on the short stack at the table. We're just not going to give it up by your 5-bet, but doesn't mean she can't win it.
Well, he proves he's not a mop. He's not going to be pushed around.
Can I get lucky one more time?
And that was a tremendous amount of heat that Vanessa put on him.
Well, Anthony Zeno, a great shot to double up and take a big chip lead in this 3-handed battle. He's out in front with the jacks. Let's see if they'll hold.
Oh, very solid 7-4 deuce. Very good for Anthony Zeno. His jack's still in front. And there is Anthony's girlfriend, Jackie, sweating out her man on the rail.
7.
Like 10 almost.
Vanessa looks sickened by this entire hand. King of hearts on the turn, not going to help Vanessa.
Vince, she fought so hard to get the chip lead, and now it just seems like she overplayed this hand to give him back.
Should I get up? Should I not look? Should I look? What should I do?
Casino can feel the result.
What to do?
1 card more to sweat. He can double up and become the chip leader. And it's going to happen as a king of spades hits on the river. Anthony Zeno doubling up. Solid play by him with the jacks. To the complete discomfort of Vanessa Selps.
Well, with that win, Anthony Zeno takes the chip lead for the first time at this final table.
Jack or something.
Man went to law school, has given it up now to play poker, lives in Rhode Island, and now he has an opportunity to become a champion at Borgata, where the first place prize is $825,000.
Well, there you see, he's well out in front, and once again, Vanessa on the short stack with 3 left. All 3 of these players have been chip leader. All 3 have been in last place.
All right. Kong Pham now playing the Doyle Brunson hand 10 deuce. He has raised to 500, but Anthony Zeno with a very attractive ace-10 of clubs right behind him.
Well, he's got chips now. He can easily make these kind of 3 bets. He's doing it. 1.3 million.
325.
And Vanessa, I'm on tilt. Selps looks down at just a jack-7 of clubs. Oh, she has got to be just wincing. Saying, why did I overplay that?
She better not get crazy here. She could really be wincing. Right out the door.
This hand, she should have taken a walk and mucked it, but she is taking her time here, like she's thinking about
The pot's been raised and re-raised to her.
All in.
Whoa, whoa, she's going all in again.
Wow, she is 4-bet, all in with a jack-7.
Quick fall by Kong, and now Zeno.
No snap call is a good thing. It's always good to not get snapped.
Vanessa talking very confidently, Vince. Look at that.
I know.
With this weak holding, she knows she's behind, but she's chatting like she's well in front.
Oh, she's smiling and chatting and cocky. Usually that means you have nothing, and that's what she has, nothing.
Well, Anthony's saying to himself, you've got to be kidding me. I just fought for the chip lead. I have it.
Now, do I want to give away another 4.8 million?
I'll show if you fold.
Okay.
And look at this. She's going to make him.
Yeah,
He has folded the hand. She out-talked him at the table. Brilliantly done by Vanessa. Oh!
Well, Kong can't believe it that the guy didn't call her. He said she's on tilt. What's the matter with you? Call her.
Oh, boy. Brilliant play by Vanessa Selps.
Wow. I didn't expect that to actually work so fast.
And this crowd is stunned as she comes back in a very big way. She is willing to risk it all. We're coming back. Three-handed poker, continuing in Borgata here on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by DraftKings. If you like poker and sports, then you're going to love daily fantasy sports at DraftKings. Go to DraftKings.com, enter promo code WPT, and start playing today.
We're back for more WPT coverage from Borgata.
In addition to great gaming and food and beverage, Borgata has world-class entertainment as well. We have two different venues here at Borgata to host entertainment. One, the Music Box, it's about a 1,000-seat theater, and then the Event Center, which holds approximately 2,500 for some great shows, the biggest names from rap music to country music to oldies music. We're bringing in the biggest headliner entertainment, music as well as comedy. Without question, Borgata has set the standard for entertainment in this region.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. It is one big party here at Borgata. Always a great time right here in Atlantic City. And right now, the chip leader, Anthony Zeno, 17 million, Mike.
Well, speaking of entertainment, Vince, we're getting plenty of it here at this final table tonight. The ebb and flow of this final table has really gone back and forth, a seesaw battle.
All right, Andy's 40,000 blinds, 120, 240. Kong Pham has raised with just a king 4. Anthony Zeno behind him with ace 9 of diamonds is just going to call. Now we're on to Vanessa, who has an ace jack.
Vince, I'll be surprised if she doesn't 3-bet here. Kong can raise with any 2 cards. Anthony didn't raise. Got to think ace jack's probably the best hand here, the way this has been played. And indeed, she is going to 3-bet it here, up to 1.8 million.
Kong gets out of their way, and now it's back on Zeno. Now what's interesting is Zeno dropped an ace 10 of clubs when she re-raised heavily before, and that might be playing in his mind right now. Oh,
and he is going all in with the ace 9.
That's what happens. He has fallen into a trap potentially.
Well, Vince, she just can't believe he wouldn't have raised with ace king or ace queen. She's made the call. She has him dominated. And Vince, if she wins this pot, she can once again assume the chip lead in this three-handed battle.
Just incredible domination on the flop.
9-ball.
Let's see, ace jack versus ace 9 of diamonds.
Vince, I think you hit the nail on the head. He moved in there because she made a play on him earlier and showed it to him.
Yep. Here comes the flop.
Ooh, that's a good flop.
Deuce, 8. There's 2 diamonds for Zeno, though.
Wow. Nut flush draw for Anthony.
I'm like 40.
Vanessa must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament. If she does, once again, she'll be the chip leader. But right now, she is holding her breath to try to dodge diamonds or a 9.
Going to the turn.
The board paired with 8s, it'd be a split pot.
It's not a diamond, it's an ace. They both have aces, of course. But Vanessa out in front with the kicker.
Well, if a king or a queen comes up, they'd split the pot, or an ace or a deuce. If a diamond comes up, Anthony will win the pot. He's got a lot of outs here. Can Vanessa hold him off?
Destiny poker card coming up. It's a 10 of clubs.
So there you go. Vanessa Selps is going to double up and again take the chip lead. Wow.
And there's Miranda. So relieved. Miranda, of course, the wife now of Vanessa. It's a special pair.
I was recently married to my beautiful wife, Miranda. It was a spectacular wedding. We had a lot of poker friends there, a lot of other friends. It was, honestly, I can say, the best day of my life. Right after I got engaged, I won the PCA High Roller for $1.4 million. So, of course, I naturally had to joke about the fact that my wedding would obviously bring luck as well. And here we are, and I'm hoping it comes true. That would be a spectacular wedding gift.
Well, she's got a great chance to make it come true because she once again has the chip lead, as you can see, with over 18 million.
And she's got her luck charm. Miranda right there in the front row. It is a great story. All right, back to this one. Zeno now first to act, and he's got a whopper. He's got ace-king.
Oh, boy, does he ever.
And they get 500,000 to go. Vanessa finally gets out of a pot. And Kong with an ace-queen.
This could spell doom for him, Vince.
Yep.
Big hand in a three-handed poker game. He is going to three-bet it with the ace-queen, but
wow.
I think we're going to see more chips go in the pot very soon by Anthony.
Zeno with a dominant ace-king. And there goes a repop. Kong goes all in, and an instant call, of course, by Zeno.
Well, Anthony Zeno has him dominated. Ace-king versus ace-queen.
Kong fam in big trouble.
All the money's in the pot. Everybody on their feet here at Borgata. Let's see what happens.
It's a good timing. A couple dollars on the line.
Well, even though Kong is dominated, look at him, Vince. The guy's attitude is just terrific.
And the hand of the night, the pot of the night.
Vanessa Self's very happy right now, however his hand comes out. Just happy to see him clash. Just doesn't want to see a split pot here. Yes. A king right on the flop. Comes king, 6-5, 2 hearts.
Wow.
I mean, as you can see.
Anthony Zeno out in front. Of course, King Kong has a queen of hearts.
Well, he's got to catch 2 runners to win this pot, Vince. 2 runners to make a straight, 2 to make a flush, or 2 running queens. King Kong is about to fall off the Empire State Building. There it is. The 4 comes off. Well, Vince, Kong fam had a great tournament. Came to the final table as chip leader, got off to a great start. Just wasn't quite meant to be for him. Finishes in 3rd place. Still a very good week for Kong.
Oh, man. Kong fam gonna take home $301,000. The man from Vietnam has to say goodnight in 3rd place, but what a big effort. What a poker mind. Let's see what he has to say.
Queen is a big hand, three-handed, and so I just go for it, and it didn't work out, and he got ace-king, so there's no regret.
Out in 3rd place, we say goodbye to Kong fam. It's now down to Anthony Zeno and Vanessa Selps as they battle for the title. Heads-up action from the Borgata Poker Open is coming up next on the WPT. Welcome back to the WPT Borgata Poker Open, where the heads-up battle is about to begin between Anthony Zeno and Vanessa Selps. While the Royal Flush girls Angelique and Tuba present the money, let's check out the conversation I had with both players on the last break. Well, Vanessa, you've had quite a ride today. Tell us about it.
It's been crazy. I don't think I've had a roller coaster like this in a really long time.
Awesome. Well, here you are, heads up. Now, you've almost won everything else, but you haven't won a WPT title yet. How much would this mean to you?
This would be incredible. This has been, one of my goals for a really long time, and it would just be, an amazing feeling.
What do you think it's going to take for you to make it the whole way?
Well, she is a better player than me at No Limit Hold'em, but heads up was my specialty for years.
Oh.
So. Hopefully she can't hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, she can't hear me. But it was my specialty, so I think I might have an edge there in heads up.
Very best of luck. Let's see if that heads-up experience makes the cake. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. my adrenaline's pumping. My heart is racing, and it's fun. This is great. It's so good for poker. I just love it.
All right. Well, very best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Vince, you got to admire the guy's confidence. He thinks he's the favorite playing heads up over Vanessa Selps. That is a big, bold statement in my mind.
All right, Vanessa Selps has 19.7 million. Anthony Zeno with 15.9 million. The antes of 50,000, blinds 150 and 3. Here we go. Vanessa Selps looks down at the Jack 3 of diamonds. She just calls. Anthony Zeno from Rhode Island looks down at a Queen 6 of hearts.
This is a very mathematical player. That's why I think she's the favorite heads up. He thinks he knows every odds in every situation playing heads up, what you're mathematically supposed to do, but I'm not sure math is always going to work against Vanessa Selps because she's just too creative.
He's raised it to 900,000.
Vanessa going to call to see a flop.
Flop ace-7-4 with 2 diamonds. Vanessa has the flush draw. Anthony's still out in front with the queen high, but he's going to make a continuation bet here. As you can see.
Hand?
Well, 1.3 million. Now the question is, with the flush draw, will Vanessa just call, or will she raising? She's just going to call.
Hoping to turn a diamond.
Now a deuce comes off, so this gives Vanessa a straight draw to go along with her flush draw, but the question is, will Anthony continue to apply pressure?
2.6.
Whoa.
Well, there's your answer, 2.6 million with no hand and no draw, but incredibly, it's the best hand right now.
Vanessa with a big opportunity, a 4 flush and a straight draw.
Well, it's another 2.6 million to her. What she's thinking is, this guy's got aces. If I hit a 5 to make a straight or a diamond, I can bust him and in this thing right now. She's going to gamble here on the flush draw and the straight draw.
Can she do it? She gets a jack.
Well, she gets a jack to make 2 jacks, but no way she thinks that's the best hand. The question is, will Anthony fire again?
Oh, he's going to give it up. He's checking.
Well, he's checking and she's checking because she made 2 jacks. And she's going to win the pot with the jacks. And she's as surprised as he is.
Jack 3 of diamonds.
Sick.
Success in the poker world can sometimes be hard to come by, and one young star is just getting used to being thrust into the spotlight so early in her career. We'll see that this 5 boroughs native has the New York state of mind to make her dreams a reality in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. Yeah, I'm the guy. If you need something, I got it.
Ladies love money too, you know? Sometimes things go your way.
I'm kind of the life of the party anywhere I go.
WPT.
Poker means that I pretty much don't have to work, and I love that I'm my own boss.
Lonnie, talk about a breakout star. She came out of almost nowhere and set the world on fire this summer. Got a lot of love for that little girl.
She just did it during the World Series. Fought like, I think 3 final tables or something and 1 bracelet. She got a result.
I remember walking by one day and she was at the final table and like heads up, and I remember like, whoa, who's that girl? Because I know it's pretty rare.
I had a very successful summer. I put a lot of preparation into going to that. I grind the circuit, and in the beginning, I was more frantic than I should have been. I was thinking I didn't really have the focus, and my mom, she really is my biggest supporter. She's like, you're gonna do great, like you have everything that you need to win. And I just took it one tournament at a time. My mom got sick this summer, and I promised her I'd win her a bracelet. I had my first deep run. I really won it for her. What, see my bracelet? She's like my priority. Days where you're down and you need support and motivation. I love my brother, he's my best friend. Family is definitely the greatest support system that you can have. I'm from Staten Island, one of the 5 boroughs. We are known as the dump. And I just remember thinking that she was like a fun, girly tomboy. Like New York, New Jersey type of girl. I am a big dreamer. One of my dreams has already come true. It's really all still new to me. I haven't been to that many places after the series, but it's crazy to think that all these people know who I am because I won a tournament. When you come from not much to like such a success that I've had, it gets to your head a little bit, but I'm trying to, stay focused and keep all that out of my head.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. There is a lot on the line tonight at Borgata as our eventual champion will win over $825,000, a place on the WPT Champions Cup, and coveted Season 12 WPT Player of the Year points. Legends of Poker champion Jordan Christos is currently out in front, but tonight's winner will earn 1,200 Player of the Year points for their victory, tying Jordan at the top of the leaderboard. We'll keep you apprised on the standings throughout the season, but for now, let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, as you can see, Vanessa Self with about a 2-1 ship lead over Anthony Zeno right now, so she is in great shape to take down her first WPT title. Let's see if she can do it.
Lines are going up to 200 and 400.
Yep, 800.
Anthony Zeno is going to make it 800 to go with a Jack 10 of hearts. Vanessa's going to call with the king 8 of hearts.
So Vanessa out in front right now with the king 8, but let's see what happens. Well, it's queen 3 deuce. No help to either player. Vanessa checks, and Anthony checks. Very surprised he wouldn't make a continuation bet on that board, and an 8 comes off. Vanessa now with the lead with 2 8s.
Yep, he's going to get punished because he didn't bet.
Well, Anthony, you see, has the gut shot straight draw.
Boom. Vanessa puts in a bet of $1 million. And Anthony wants no part of it. He's going to fold it.
Well, Vince, I don't know why you wouldn't bet a dry board like a queen 3 deuce. When you raise pre-flop, you have to make a continuation bet, I believe, on that board, in which case he probably would have won the pot rather than lost it.
So far, Vanessa swinging out in front still. And on this hand, she's got an ace 8 of clubs and will raise to 800,000. Oh, but look at this. Anthony Zeno is going to outkick her. He's got ace 10. And he's going to re-raise.
You can't blame him for 3-betting here with this hand to 2.1 million. Now, what will Vanessa do? We've seen her be very bold with these ace highs.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Well, she is going to move all in on him. Now, this guy threw an ace 10 away against her once when she went all in on him. She showed him the jack 7 that hand.
And now she would be highly dominated if he should make this solid call.
I bet you almost have to gamble with this hand, I think.
Call.
Oh, yeah, he's going to do it.
Yeah,
he is going to do it.
Call. And he has her dominated. Ace 10 versus ace 8. This time he did lay the ace 10 down.
Good hand.
And he's got a chance to become big chip leader playing heads up. If his hand holds up, let's see if it does.
Well, this could turn right around. Vanessa just kicking herself.
Can't do anything. Cooler.
Anthony Zeno with a good move right here and another big chance to take the chip lead. Here we go with the flop. It's an ace 7-3.
Well, Vince, notice even had she moved all in and just called, the money would have been going in on the flop anyway. Both of them with aces. Anthony's got her out kicked.
Yep.
All right, we're going to the
Vanessa,
turn.
all she has to do is hit an 8 right now. It's a club, which is also good for Vanessa.
It sure is. She's got a flush draw now. She can now win the pot with any club in addition to an 8.
This would be over if she should get that lucky. It would be her first WPT title. It could happen on this very card. We're seconds away. Here it's a 10. 10's going to help Anthony.
Anthony doubles up to take the chip lead in the heads-up battle. Vince, here we go. Back and forth, round and round at this final table, up and down. What drama we're seeing tonight at Borgata.
Anthony Zeno now, the chip leader in the heads-up action, a major upset in the making. Before our very eyes, stay with us. We're coming back with more action from Borgata in just a moment.
Club WPT is the only place where you can play as much poker as you'd like to win a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month without the downside risk. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open. It's time to get analytical with some of tonight's play, so let's toss it over to Tony Dunst as he breaks it down in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Without a doubt, Vanessa Selbst is one of my least favorite players to see across the table. She's very smart, relentlessly aggressive, and when she's having a crappy day, you'll definitely hear about it. She has a reputation for making big plays with a big stack. But what exactly does big play mean? Let's break it down. Vanessa was enjoying a chip lead until the first major confrontation of three-handed play. Anthony Zeno raised the button with jacks, and she made a pretty standard 3-bet from the small blind with ace-9 offsuit. When the action came back to Anthony, he made a raise of just double Vanessa's bet. She goes for it.
All in.
Call. And gets a call from Anthony. who doubles up in the process.
Anthony has doubled up.
Becoming the short stack won't deter Vanessa from her strategy. She soon finds another situation to make the last bet pre-flop. After Kong raises and Anthony 3-bets from the small blind, Vanessa cold 4-bet shoves for 26 blinds with Jack-7 suited.
All in.
Kong quickly folds and Anthony goes into the tank. Although he's getting a good price, it's a situation where Vanessa usually has a strong hand.
I'll show if you fold.
And she gets away with it too, when Anthony makes a tight fold. You know, I can remember Vanessa Selbst playing all-in pre-flop chicken with people as far back as 2006, and she's still doing it today. It's that willingness to risk it all that makes her so difficult to play with. Unless you have a huge hand.
Well, he is right about the very talented Vanessa Selbst, but right now she is not the chip leader anymore. It is going to a man named Anthony Zeno. He's got 27 million. She's got 7.8. The blinds are up to 250, 500. Here we go down the stretch.
And Vince, history's been made here tonight. It's the first time in the history of the tour that two lawyers have played heads up for the title.
That's true. Anthony Zeno with an ace-6. And he's going to apply the pressure, it looks like.
1.2.
And he's going to make it 1.2 million.
Raises to 1.2.
Very expensive for Vanessa. Let's take a look at her hand. She's got king 10. She's going all in.
Wow, tough decision now for Anthony.
All right. Call.
He's made the call.
He's made the call, and again, he's made the right decision, at least in terms of mathematically being the favorite. Anthony Zeno out in front. If he wins this pot, he's our champion.
Okay, we are flopping. Here come the first three. It's a queen, 9-7. Anthony out in front with the ace.
So Vanessa has a straight draw now.
She sure does.
A jack would give her the straight.
7 spades.
Anthony so close to taking this title down. He's a guy that passed the bar in law school, but decided to play poker instead, and he's 2 cards away. 1 card away, I should say, as a 5 of hearts hits on the turn.
We are down to the river card. Anthony Zeno 1 card away from fulfilling the dream of becoming a WPT champion.
And 825,000 with it, and the championship title at Borgata. Here we go with the last card.
I can't look. I just can't look.
All right, let's see if it's going to end now or we're going to continue.
Well, that even brings a smile to Vanessa's face. But the 4 won't. Well, there it is. The lawyers hug. Vanessa is going to have to wait till another tournament to become a WPT champ. But take your hat off to Anthony Zeno. Vince, he beat one of the best in the world to take this title.
Oh, man, he played superb poker tonight. Anthony Zeno from Rhode Island is our champion at Borgata. Let's go down and say hello.
I ran pretty well to get to heads up. I didn't catch any cards heads up. And I don't think I would play any of the hands differently, you know. If I just called the ace-8, we get it in on the flop anyway, so there's just nothing I can do. Sometimes cards don't go your way, but I'll be back.
And now let's talk to the Borgata Poker Open champion, Anthony Zeno. Anthony, you came to this final table in 3rd chip position, and what a tough final table it is, especially the heads-up battle against Vanessa Selbst, truly one of the great players in the world.
Absolutely. Every player at this table was a great poker player. I'm tremendously proud. I've put so much effort into improving my game the past 2 years or so. And here I am. I still don't believe it. My heart is pounding out of my chest. You know, it's just incredible. This is just the best, probably the best day of my life.
Well, Anthony, in addition to the $825,000 you get, you also get a seat in the WPT World Championship to be held right here at Borgata at the end of the year, as well as getting your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup that Vince has got right here for you. Congratulations one more time to Anthony Zeno. Lynn, back to you.
Congratulations once again to Anthony Zeno, the Season 12 Borgata Poker Open champion. Join us for our next stop when the WPT travels to Paris, France for the Grand Prix de Paris. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and everyone here at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next time on the WPT.
I don't understand what this is for.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
A truly international field takes center stage in Paris. These players are all talented and have the ability to win, but there is one person who stands in their way. Find out who it is tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. It is the extreme miracle.
Bonsoir, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming to you from Paris, France on the beautiful Champs-Élysées. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Over the years, the Grand Prix de Paris has been one of the premier international stops on the WPT, bringing together top pros and amateurs from all across the globe.
I want a WPT.
This year is no exception, as 5 days ago, players took their seats at the exclusive Aviation Club de France in hopes of becoming the next WPT champion. Take a look. As play got underway at the Aviation Club, players from around the world took their seats, hoping to outlast the rest and etch their name on the Champions Cup. But one player in particular was on a mission, reigning Player of the Year Matt Salzberg.
Just trying to defend the title, go back and be the first back-to-back WPT champion. It's hard to do, so figure I'm up for the challenge.
Some players, like Matt, prepare to buy in more than once, but one player was planning on it.
I planned to try to go broke today so I could play tomorrow. Either build a lot of chips up or go broke.
Pediatrician by day and poker player by night, James Joyner found himself with a little unexpected time off in the early going.
Probably the first hour of day one. Trip Queens got knocked out by a straight, but it's time to get some croissants and a little beret and go see the Eiffel Tower. There's always tomorrow.
While you don't have to dress like James Bond at the Aviation Club, much to some surprise, they do have a dress code.
Yeah, so they made me change my comfortable track pants to jeans today at the Aviation Club. It's cool though, I think I like it. I just didn't know, so I had to run back, change, run back. Still sweating.
Fresh off her deep run at Borgata, season 12 ones to watch Christina Lindley was feeling confident about her chances in Paris.
I really like my shot as far as final tabling even, hopefully, and potentially winning my first title.
And perhaps it was all part of his plan, but Dan Heimiller was eliminated.
I got knocked out, and I did what any logical professional would do. I went to the blackjack to get even. Won €8,000 playing blackjack. And so now I'm going to buy into tomorrow. And today was a non-event.
With a strong mix of North American and European players, Season 6 WPT Player of the Year Jonathan Little offered his advice on how play differs.
Guys are usually a little bit more aggressive. In Europe, it seems they're not so call-y, whereas in America, they call more, and in Europe, they raise and re-raise more. So you just got to buckle up and put on your calling shoes.
In the last level of the day, Matt Salzberg was eliminated by Todd Terry when his flopped set of kings failed to improve against Todd's flopped straight. And Todd would continue to increase his stack to finish the day as chip leader, leading the way of the 58 remaining players. French businessman Jean-Noël Thorel also scored a top spot on the leaderboard, advancing to day 2 of the Grand Prix de Paris. Those who had advanced on day 1A had the day off to explore the city and take in all the sights, while a new crop of players took to the felt to make their mark in Paris. Some of the international mix of players that descended upon the Aviation Club included Spanish pro Ana Marquez, Mexican pro Angel Guillen, British pro David Devilfish Elliott, and currently residing in Italy, the lovely Cara Scott. Also ready for battle on day 1B was Season 12 Legends of Poker champion Jordan Christos, who was firing his second bullet in the event.
1A didn't go so well. I kind of blew it, made some bad decisions, but I'm back. We're going to do it today.
The French players were out in force, including 3 winners of the WPT National Series, Ricardo Manquant, Hisham Hilmi, and Guillaume Darcourt. Guillaume, also a member of the WPT Champions Club, gave his thoughts on why no French player had won this event since David Benjamin back in Season 2.
Too much stress, maybe. It's a big event here. The WPT Grand Prix Paris is a really big event, and a lot of competitors come from all over the world, and especially Americans. So it's tough competition.
And there were tough tables all around. A three-way all-in developed between Americans Paul Volpe and Bryn Kenny and Canadian Derek Bissett. Paul flopped top pair, but Derek spiked a third queen on the turn to say bon voyage to the two young pros. On his second bullet, defending champ Matt Salzberg was having a better day playing at a stacked table that featured Manquant, young pro Jake Schwartz, and Season 11 5-diamond champion Ravi Raghavan.
They're lucky I'm so bad.
Running good was Hisham Hilmi, who scored a double knockout, busting Frenchman Yossi Ifragan and WPT champ Sean Jaziri to send his stack soaring. In total, 74 players made it through Day 1B, including a number of WPT champions. But it was Hisham who sat atop of the leaderboard with over 111,000 in chips.
At the beginning, I said to everybody, my whole goal today is to be the chip leader.
Surviving Day 1 will get you admission to the Aviation Club for Day 2. But you still have to dress the part. Season 11 ones to watch Jason Kuhn found himself locked out when he tried to enter in his workout gear. And Athanasios Polychronopoulos had a laid-back approach to the day.
I'm just gonna take it hand by hand, play my game, see what happens, crack some jokes, win some pots.
In addition to the 132 players who survived Day 1A and Day 1B, 16 players bought a last-minute entry early on Day 2, including Grand Prix de Paris finalist Tony G.
I just arrived on a fast train from London. I just love Paris. I love the club. It's got so much tradition, so much history.
With Tony looking to make some more history here, many of the players in the field travelled from far away to make some of their own. Two-time champion Marvin Rettenmeyer found himself in a tough position facing the all-in bet of Adrian Mateos. Marvin had a monster draw but had a big decision to make as a call represented most of his stack. He finally made the call and saw most of his outs disappear when Adrian turned over a better flush draw. But a 7 of spades on the turn completed Marvin's straight. And no club on the river would send Adrian out into the Paris night. The huge pot sent Marvin to the top of the chip counts with over 130,000. As the field continued to thin out, ones to watch Christina Linley and David Randall found themselves seated next to each other, which was a little awkward when considering their dating.
It hasn't happened yet before in a live event, so I figured it's bound to happen eventually.
We're always hoping to end up at the final table, but en route, it's not ideal.
And Christina and David were two of the 65 remaining players still in contention to make the final table. But a strong field would stand in their way, including reigning champion Matt Salzberg, who ended with a massive stack and could not have scripted the day any better.
Being the chip leader on Day 2 is great, it's helpful, but there's a long way to go. I'm not going to let it affect me really, just hopefully I can keep it up.
Success. As play got underway on Day 3, Mike Sexton stopped by to check the action where he spotted a familiar face.
The Devil Fish. Very famous player. Used to be. We haven't seen him in a while. Used to be. He thinks he's still got game. We'll find out. He's still here, I'm shocked.
Still shocked? I'm shocked. I had 12,000 yesterday.
One player looking to make a name for himself was Belarusian player Vasily Fresau. Vasily, who finished Day 1 with only 10,000 in chips, was sure making his presence known, winning pot after pot and busting player after player. Also moving up the chip counts was ones to watch Christina Linley. The day saw the elimination of many tough players, including ones to watch Athanasios Polychronopoulos, Season 11 Grand Prix de Paris 4th place finisher Timothy Adams, Champions Club members Sean Buchanan and the Devilfish David Elliott.
Cards make you look good and cards make you look bad, you know? If you're hitting the cards and you're winning with them, you look great. And if you're getting the cards, you're losing with them, you're just like an also run, you know? That's the way it is.
Day 1A chip leader Todd Terry ran into trouble when his all-in was called by French businessman Jean-Noel Thorel.
That's 3 outs, I'm gonna guess.
Thorel had Terry dominated with ace-king to his ace-queen. No help on the board sent the American pro home short of the money after a strong start. Play ended with 24 players, still 3 eliminations from the money. Vasily Frossau had a huge chip lead with over 200,000 more than his closest opponent, Australian Peter Apostolou. WPT champions Marvin Rettenmeier and Matt Salzberg were still in the hunt to win another title. And past Grand Prix de Paris finalists Byron Carverman and Mohsin Charania still had a shot at a victory.
Good day for me.
Day 4 is going to be kind of a different beast because we actually stopped right before the money. We were like 3 to the money. It's going to hurt a lot if I bust now. I can't really let that get into my head because there's a lot of money at stake.
In addition to the money bubble, the field would also play down to the televised final table, and it didn't take long before the fireworks started. David Hugh, who came into the day 5th in chips, lost 2 huge pots to George Sinistai and was eliminated in 24th place.
I didn't expect things happen like this, so I don't know what to say.
After Finnish player Kimmo Kirko eliminated Eldos Davlet, the tournament had reached the stone bubble.
You fault.
Swedish player Johnny Sonnelin was all in and at risk against Jason Kuhn.
He's a nice kid, but I'm the luckiest man in the world, you know that.
Johnny was in good shape to double up, but as Jason said, he is the luckiest guy in the world, and he made a case for that title when he spiked a queen on the flop to take the lead. No help on the turn and river sent Johnny home and the rest of the field into the money.
Buy you dinner.
With everyone expecting a long road to the final table, the eliminations came surprisingly fast. With the field down to 2 tables, Canadian player Elliott Smith knocked out 2 players in a row, American pro Micah Raskin and Ronnie Alimi. Elliott's fortune had turned around after coming into the day as one of the short stacks.
Now in the money, like I'm happy, you know, I'm in the profit zone, so I'm feeling good, and I just want to play well for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully, make some big money.
After losing Cara Scott and Jason Kuhn, we bid adieu to Matt Salzberg and his chance to win back-to-back titles at the Aviation Club.
I'm 2 for 2 there at least in deep runs, so would have been nice to at least have a shot at it, get to the final 6, but just not too many things were just going my way.
Mohsin Charania knocked out his good friend Marvin Rettenmeier in 10th place, and the field was down to 9 players, with 3 French players working to keep the Champions Cup on their home turf. Hopes were high for young French player Victor Chapeau, who was second in chips to Belarusian pro Vasily Frossau when disaster set in. After 5 betting all-in pre-flop with pocket kings, Victor was called by the chip leader, who turned over pocket aces. The complete cooler canned Chapeau. Victor's elimination was followed by the remaining 2 French players, leaving the final table without a French player for the 2nd year in a row. The final 6 included an international mix comprised of 2 Americans, an Australian, a Canadian, a Finn, and a Belarusian with all the chips. As you can see, the road to the final table is not an easy one. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris. It's time to turn to WPT's very own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to get us ready for tonight's action. Now, Mike, Vasily Frossau has a commanding chip lead, but do you think he will run away with this title?
Well, Lynn, it's been a long time since we've seen anyone come to the final table with this big a chip lead, well over 50% of the chips in play. And if Vasily wins tonight, he'll become the first ever WPT champion from Belarus. Now, having said that, I still think he's going to have his hands full tonight because we've got a very tough international field of players at this final table, including a WPT wants to watch Christina Lindley, tough Canadian pro Elliott Smith, and Mohsin Charania, the guy who has by far the most experience and success at this table. Mohsin was at this final table a year ago. He's back again, but because of the monster chip lead that Vasily has, he'll obviously be the favorite, but I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for him tonight.
And Vince, after a 5th place finish here last season, Mohsin is getting a second chance at this title. Does he have something to prove tonight?
Well, definitely. He wants to prove he'll be a WPT champion here in Paris. You know, like you said, like 3 times at a final table on the World Poker Tour, 28 years old from Chicago. But let's talk about Christina Lindley, you know, originally from the South, now living in Vegas. She's made over $1 million on online poker, and now she's tonight fighting up against the boys in Paris. This will be exciting.
But before we get to the action, let's hear what Mohsin Charania had to say before the players took their seats.
It's pretty awesome getting back-to-back tables. Last year's table was extremely difficult. It was very unpredictable, and all the players were very experienced. This year they're not so experienced, but they're a different type of unpredictable. The chip leader sticks out at you. He has half the chips in play, and he's on my direct right. But it should still be a lot of fun.
Oh, yes, Mike, it is a lot of fun. We are in Paris, and let me tell you something. This six, they are a group of very talented international players. They are as tough and as hard as a 4-day-old baguette. Let's see who will take down this title. Let's go to the fount.
Well, there you see the chip counts of Vasily Firsau from Belarus. Well over 50% of the chips in play. That's something you rarely see with 6 players left in a tournament. Massive chip lead. Christina Lindley from America in second place. Great international field of players. Here we go.
Andy's is going to start at 2,000. Blinds are 8 and 16,000. First to act, the man from Australia, Peter Apostolou. He'll quickly fold his hand. Kimmo Kirkko now from Finland.
Kimmo goes out. Elliott Smith, 26-year-old from Canada, and he's out.
On to Christina Lindley.
My strategy today is to dock sands the out of the final table. Basically just means taking my sweet time in every decision. A little bit of Hollywooding, really.
Well, she's talking about Doc Sands, who's noted as one of the slowest players out on tour for sure.
Yeah.
And she says, I'm going to play like he does.
Oops.
He upsets everybody by playing slow. I'm going to try it.
All right, she's raised it. The chip leader Vasily's out, but Mohsen Sharania has a pretty good ace-10 of diamonds, but he's just going to call.
Yep, doesn't 3-bet with his hand like he would do a lot of times, but maybe because he's up against a lady, going to take the conservative route.
All right, first 3 cards coming. Who will get lucky? It's a king 6-5. Christina hitting the 6s.
Yeah, she's got middle pair here.
Mohsen checks. Christina, will she go with the continuation bet with the 6s?
Reaching for betting chips.
65,000. Mohsen Sharania, who got to this final table last year, didn't win the event, of course, is going to fold the hand. Christina Lindley out of Vegas, going to take this one down.
It's pretty sweet. I don't even have to look at the flop. He just tells us what it is.
Good point.
Just take his word for it.
Yeah. He misreads the
He
flop.
just makes stuff up.
You think you flopped a set, get it all in. He's like, oh, my bad.
Like, sigh.
You know, she's a former actress and model, and she's one of our ones to watch.
Well, that's what they're playing for today. The winner getting 340,000 euros plus that entry in the WPT World Championship at the end of the season. That equals about 500,000 in US dollars.
All right, back at him. Vasily, the chip leader, first to play.
Such a mountain of chips, Vince, he can't even hardly get to his cards.
With an uneventful 8-6. Won't play that. Mohsen out, as well as Peter.
Here's my chance.
Kimmo Kirkko has such a short stack, but he's picked up a big hand here to move in with. He's very happy to see 2 10s right now on the button.
And he has shoved it. Now right behind him, Elliott Smith with an ace-7.
I'll call.
Just call.
Well, the Canadian recognizing that Kimmo's the desperado right now would be moving in with about any 2 cards.
You said 82? It's funny because that's what I have.
Christina, she goes out. So it's a battle between 2 players. 10s versus ace-7, Mike.
So Kimmo well out in front with the 2 10s right now.
Anyone pulled an ace?
That
Probably
might be,
not, right?
No.
I don't think so.
Kimmo Kirkko, 30 years old. The Finn, will his 10s hold up? We will see. Here we go.
Now, so far, so good for Kimmo. The 2 10s out in front.
King 9-3 on that flop.
Elliott Smith from Canada looking for an ace. King comes on the turn.
That is a bit of a sweat now, isn't it?
Yeah.
We are down to the river.
Well, it's a 9 of hearts. Not going to do it for Elliott.
So the 2 10s are going to stand up. Kimmo still alive.
Yes, Kimmo Kirkko, over $2 million in poker earnings. Quite a player. It's nicely done.
With that double up, it does not look like Kimmo is going anywhere, and neither are we. When we return, find out what makes the Aviation Club special and spend some time with one of poker's power couples. It's all coming up, so stay tuned.
Are you looking for a fun, exciting place to play poker online? Then check out ClubWPT.com. Enjoy all the poker you want for free.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker.
guaranteed.
I love poker because you are constantly forced to make decisions. Even when you're not playing your hand, you're studying your opponents. It's completely engaging.
I like to see flops. I like to get very aggressive when I need to. I like to exploit bad players and pick good spots against good players because it's not necessarily about just going to war every time against them.
I definitely feel the need to prove that I have what it takes to make it on the live scene. I grinded my ass off for 4 years. I played all the small buy-ins. I studied with all the best pros. I feel like I've earned this and I'm ready for it.
My confidence level is not so high because low stack, but I'm gonna try to make something happen. If I became WPT champion, it would be dream of my life.
Ну, на данный момент просто, когда ты находишься чип-лидером и у тебя половина всех фишек, очень тяжело с моральной точки зрения, то есть все от тебя просто ждут победы. Топ-1.
Winning a WPT title would be absolutely amazing. I couldn't even imagine it. Having a trophy like that hanging in my apartment would just be something that I could look at and smile every day of my life, so it'd be really special.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour on the Champs-Élysées, where the antes are going up to 3,000 and the blinds are now 10 and 20,000, Mike.
Well, there you see the chip counts of all the players. Vasily Firsal from Belarus, almost 3 million in chips, just a monstrous chip leader over all these other players.
Right back down on it, Peter Apostolou, the short stack, pair of eights, and he is going to shove them all in. Right behind him, Kimo Kirko with a queen 10, won't play. Elliott Smith also out.
Round to Christina Lindley. She is going out as well.
Chip leader also folding, but Mosen with ace queen has made the quick call.
And he's in. And he's in.
The race situation, the 2 overcards versus the under pair.
Ace ball, door card.
The Australian needs the 8s to stand up, or he'll be heading back down under.
Jack 7 king on the flop.
Sweat.
How is the sweat?
9 of clubs.
That's the ultimate sweat.
Well, gives him a straight draw. A 10 would help him now, as well as an ace or a queen.
7 of diamonds on the turn. No help from Mosen.
Mosen needs an ace, queen, or a 10 on the river to send the Australian back down under.
And it's not going to happen as a 5 of diamonds appears.
Can you believe it? Huh?
Well, Mosen made this final table a year ago, finished 5th at that table when he couldn't win a flip. Didn't win it then, didn't win it now.
There's a lot of history behind that hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In this tournament?
History behind just in general.
Has it screwed you a lot too?
What's that?
It's like screwed you over a lot, or
Nah,
it's done really well for you?
It's been great for me.
Nice. Yeah, it looked like it's a good hand for you.
Now, Peter taking that pot, you know, he came here to Paris with his wife on holiday.
Well, it is an amazing story. His wife booked the tickets here because her parents were here on holiday, so she thought they would join him for a couple days. He found out there was the Aviation Club de France, came over here, played a super satellite, won his seat for 1,000 to get in this tournament, and here he is at the final table, just doubling up right there.
What a way to get away from the in-laws.
Stay alive. Oh, Vance.
All right back at him. Elliott Smith, who is a swim coach, is going to quickly fold the hand. And now Christina Lindley. Only been playing poker for 4 years, but what a player. She's got an ace-8, but decides not to call.
Over to the chip leader. Just looks down at a queen 7, but he can put pressure on these short stacks. Trying to do it right here. Raises it to 42,000.
Mosen out, the Australian, the real estate man who just doubled up, also folding. And now it's down to Kimo Kirko from Finland. He's got ace-4.
Well, Kimo on the short stack. 6th place with 6 players left. Knows that the chip leader can be raising with any 2 cards just to try to pick up pots.
Mike, he's won over $2 million in poker earnings. What a successful career. And he's going to go all in. He shoves it right there.
Well, Kimo got into poker after watching the World Poker Tour on TV.
Look at this quick insta-call, though, by Vasily. We're going to see another showdown as they turn the cards up.
Well, Kimo the favorite to win this pot, to double up. Must do it to stay alive.
Kimo, 30 years old. What a moment right now. And we are flopping. It's a 9-10-3. That's good for Kimo. Ace high still out in front.
Kimo says his favorite players are Juha Helppi and Daniel Negreanu, both WPT champions. He'd like to join them.
4th Street, about to appear. It's a 6 of hearts. That's also good for Chemo. Ace high, still in front.
Well, this gives Vasily a straight draw. He now needs a queen, a 7, or an 8 to win this pot.
Can he do it to knock out Chemo? No, a king of clubs on the river.
So for the second time at this final table, Chemo Kirko has doubled up. Vince, the chip count is tightening. The short stacks are not going.
Oh, the croissants are getting buttered here in Paris. Stay tuned. We're coming back with more action here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 12 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Paris and the WPT.
Now, Mike, we travel all over the world, the whole entire globe, and we go to some of the most interesting spots in the world, as you know.
Well, we sure do, Vince, but sometimes all this traveling takes a toll on one's body. You know, don't you just like to stay at home and relax sometimes?
Well, interesting that you should say that. You can actually play world-class poker right from the comfort of your own home at ClubWPT.com. You can just sit back, chill, watch some sports. You don't even have to take your robe off, Mike, if you don't want.
So check it out today, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
And now the chip leader, Vasily Firsau, 2.7 million in chips. Christina Lindley, 887. 6 players remain. Action on Christina. She's one of our ones to watch here this year on the World Poker Tour. She's got a nothing hand, 5-3. She will fold.
Over to the chip leader. Vasily looks at King 9 of diamonds. And he pops it up, makes it 45,000 to go.
Mosen quick fold, and now the Australian real estate man will make this call with the pair of 7s. On to the fin, Chemo. Won't play that. The swim coach, Elliot Smith from Canada, with a nothing hand, won't play as well. So two-way action, chip leader, the Russian, versus the Australian with the pair of 7s.
The flop is ace, 10, 6, all diamonds, and look at this. Vasily has flopped the best hand possible. The ace-high flush, the king-high flush for him. Incredible. He has flopped the joint and bets out 45,000.
He makes the small little continuation bet to try to induce a possible raise.
He's getting the min raise out of the Australian. Just a weird raise with that kind of flop. Doesn't even have the 7 of diamonds.
All in.
He goes all in. Figured if the guy raised it, he'll call the re-raise of all in. But as you can see, the Australian swims away, and Vasily grimaces there. Obviously not happy with that raise. And Vince, I think he should have just called there, checked on the turn, and hoped the Australian